The air was thick with a dry scent, a harsh blend of dust and withered grass. Fang Yu's fingertips slid across the rough rock beneath him, its faint warmth feeling almost unnervingly real. The wind scraped past his ears, carrying the desolation of the open wilds, as it tugged at his slightly long black hair, blowing it over half of his eyes. He slowly raised his head, letting his gaze travel beyond the stretch of low shrubs toward the very edge of the horizon. There the familiar silhouettes of a cluster of buildings loomed faintly within the thin morning mist. Farther away, a colossal face carved into the mountain wall emanated a silent authority that could be felt even across such a great distance. Konoha. Fang Yu's breathing remained perfectly steady, his heartbeat calm in a way that did not resemble someone who had just gone through a supernatural event. On his face, there was not a trace of the panic, confusion, or fear that any ordinary transmigrator ought to display. In their place lay a single unwavering emotion: scrutiny. It was the kind of scrutiny a top-tier predator wears when it discovers a new hunting ground, cold-focused and tinged with a faint, irrepressible fervor. Just a few minutes ago, a mechanical yet crystalline voice had echoed within his mind. That voice had announced his soul's stabilization, confirmed the world's coordinates as Naruto, and informed him that the true Naruto OL world editor system had completed its binding. It greeted him as the world producer, Fang Yu. There had been no earth-shattering roar, no dazzling light. A single translucent azure panel had simply appeared, hovering quietly before his eyes. The flowing data and characters upon it were the things he had been most familiar with for over 20 years. Fang Yu raised his hand, his fingertip tracing lightly through the air, as though caressing a work of art awaiting the sculptor's chisel. The corners of his lips lifted in a soundless smile, only to dissolve a heartbeat later into the faintest sigh, a sigh devoid of sorrow, colored instead by the regret one feels upon discovering a peerless piece of raw jade marred by crude, clumsy carvings. Such a splendid world building, and yet it was turned into such a trash script. His voice was soft and slightly hoarse, sounding at once like muttering to himself and like passing judgment upon the entire world. On the system interface before him, countless streams of information cascaded like a digital waterfall. He saw the bones of this world, the vast and intricate chakra system, the myriad ninjutsu techniques, the infinite potential of bloodline limits. It was a framework so perfect that it could easily support an epic-class game. Yet then he saw the flesh of this world, the shinobi shackled by rigid hierarchies and rotten dogmas, the characters driven inexorably toward tragic ends under a script titled Fate. Uzumaki, Naruto, Uchiha, Sasuke, Hyuga, Neji. One vivid name after another flashed across his mind. In the eyes of this god-tier producer, they were not flesh and blood individuals, but tragic NPCs with top-tier character models whose paths had been locked by plot kills, condemned never to move freely. They possessed the power to overturn the world, yet were tugged by unseen threads, forced to reenact the same predetermined play again and again. The feeling was like being handed a game backed by a top-tier IP with art assets worthy of a masterpiece, only to discover that its numerical design was idiotic, its plot logic incoherent, and its live events executed with the barest, most perfunctory effort. Fang Yu loathed that feeling. He despised this kind of meticulously arranged boredom that left no room for surprise. Now, however, everything was about to change. Fang Yu was no longer a spectator behind a screen. He had become the GM of this world, the ultimate producer of this trash game. His fingertip tapped lightly upon the panel, calling up the core resource interface. World Line alteration value 100 points. System minimum operating consumption 1 point per hour. Summon basic players, chosen ones 10 points per individual. As his eyes skimmed over the pitiful starting numbers, Fang Yu's brows lifted ever so slightly. Insufficient starting capital. Could this opening be any more cliched? He let out a low mocking chuckle, yet there was no hint of distress in his eyes, only a fire that burned even more fiercely. The harsher the starting point, the more astonishing the sense of achievement when one finally tips over the entire board. His gaze moved slowly, piercing through the system interface before him, through kilometers of space, until it locked unerringly onto that distant ninja village, tranquil and harmonious under the morning light. Konoha. A cataclysm poised to engulf the entire village and reshape the balance among the 5 great nations was silently brewing there. The Konoha Crush Plan. In Fang Yu's mind those 5 words surfaced at once. There was no moment in time more suitable than now for him to step in. No chaos could be more efficient or more rapid in harvesting vast amounts of world line alteration value than the storm that was about to break. Orochimaru's ambition. Tsunagekyu's betrayal. The fall of the 3rd Hokage. All of it would become the perfect fuel for launching this real game. The curve at Fang Yu's lips grew increasingly mad, that distinctive smile belonging to a creator about to drag an entire world into his own work. He would use the smallest investment to pry open the greatest chaos. He would summon a true, natural disaster, a band of lunatics who regarded death as nothing and treated rules as mere playthings. He could already imagine the spectacle that would unfold when players from another world arrived and hurled modern absurdist logic against this ancient feudal ninja society. A large-scale open-world beta event. Konoha Crush Plan version 1. 0-inch, personally orchestrated by him, was about to raise its curtain. Fang Yu slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there was nothing left within but pure untainted calm and ruthless resolve. He would make this boring world boil over completely. Fang Yu's consciousness sank into the system interface, that azure ocean of data surging and heaving under the command of his will. Without the slightest hesitation he invested all of his mere 100 points of world line alteration value. A prompt surfaced before him asking if he wished to confirm the consumption of 100 points of world line alteration value to activate real future imaging, and the advanced editing module warning that this operation would exhaust all initial resources and force the system into a minimal power-saving mode. The system's mechanical voice chimed utterly devoid of emotion. Confirm. Fang Yu's reply was just as calm without a single ripple. He needed no retreat. For a top-tier producer going all in at the opening was the most basic display of audacity. A low hum reverberated as if an invisible engine had been ignited. Fang Yu's field of vision was instantaneously stretched, elevated without limit. He detached from the barren wilderness beneath his feet, his entire being drifting like a specter above the world of Naruto, as the boundaries of time and space blurred in his perception. A mighty river of time manifested beneath him, ceaselessly flowing. Innumerable possible futures transformed into resplendent motes of light, rising and sinking within its current. Fang Yu's gaze locked unerringly onto several of the brightest, grandest, most adrenaline-fueled instants. His first target, Pain the 6 Paths. The image fixed upon the future Konoha. A man shrouded in orange radiance slowly rose into the air, arms outstretched, like a god of judgment presiding over humanity. From this moment on, let the world feel pain. Shinra Tensei. There were no extraneous shots, only this frigid proclamation. In the next instant, an indescribable repulsive force erupted from him as the epicenter. Layers of earth were peeled away, buildings crumbled like toy blocks, ground to dust, everything was reduced to nothing beneath that annihilating power. The camera abruptly soared above the clouds. Below, an enormous bowl-shaped crater had replaced the once thriving village. That doomsday tableau lasted only 3 seconds. Not enough, still not shocking enough. Fang Yu murmured, his fingers tracing through the void. His consciousness slipped along the time stream to the battlefield of the 4th Great Ninja War. Uchiha Madara, that legendary man, had just been summoned through impure world reincarnation. Standing alone before tens of thousands of Ninja Alliance troops, a trace of playful contempt curled at the corner of his lips. He formed a hand seal. The heavens darkened. Every member of the Ninja Alliance instinctively lifted their heads, confusion on their faces swiftly giving way to utter terror and despair. A colossal meteor vast enough to blot out the sun burned with raging flames as it tore through the clouds, descending toward the earth with irresistible might. That was no ninjutsu. It was a natural catastrophe, the wrath of a god that mortals could never hope to resist. Fang Yu did not capture the moment of impact. Instead, he froze the frame on the faces of the Ninja Alliance, each one upturned toward the heavens, etched with helplessness and collapse. The rendering of fear was more impactful than direct destruction. Yet this was still not the end. Fang Yu's gaze fell upon one final beam of light. It was a light wreathed in blood-red steam embodying youth and life burning to their absolute limit. My Guy 8 Gates release formation Death Gate. This will be my final strike. With Uchiha Madara in his six-path sage form wielding divine might at its peak, Guy transformed into a crimson dragon. Every motion he made twisted space violently. His kick was not aimed at the enemy, but at the very fabric of space itself. Night Guy. That kick surpassed the limits of speed and shattered the very notion of strength. Under that strike, space itself caved inward, leaving a colossal dent. World-ending force condensed into a single point, the ultimate violent aesthetics. Fang Yu extracted these three core sequences: Pain's world-creating level map annihilation, Madara's calamity-level area devastation, and Guy's rule-breaking single-target eruption. Like the most exacting of editors, he wove these fragments, less than 15 seconds in total, together using countless combat moments, sparks from clashing blades, luminous bursts of ninjutsu, the visceral thud of fists meeting flesh. He then overlaid a piece of epic symphonic music he had redeemed from the system's material library, a score fierce enough to make anyone's scalp tingle and heart race. At last, at the very crescendo of the soaring movement, the screen abruptly went dark. Several blood-red characters, as if written in fresh gore, emerged one by one. Do you crave 100% reality? This is not merely a game, this is another life. True Naruto Online. Global closed beta, only 1000 slots opening soon. A countdown, 240000. The CG was complete. Total length 90 seconds. Gazing at this flawless work of art, Fang Yu finally allowed a trace of satisfaction to surface on his face. With a single thought, he channeled this stream of video data through the system's cross-dimensional information projection function, directing it with precision to specific coordinates in another world. Earth. The world's largest online VR player community, VR Nexus. The cutting-edge sci-fi concept forum Cyberpunk Dreams. And the professional platform Game Dev Hub, teaming with top-tier tech experts and game developers. At the same time, on Earth, in the deep of night. On the VR Nexus forum, a veteran VR reviewer with the ID GNCN refreshed the page in boredom. More reskin titles. Where is the future of VR? He yawned and casually clicked on a thread that had just been auto-pinned by the system. The title read: officially pinned, Epic making new release True Naruto Online, first reveal promo CG. Naruto. This IP has been milked nearly bald. What new tricks could there even be? GNCN curled his lip, ready to close the tab, but the words officially pinned and Epic making still prompted his finger to tap the play button. The next second, an explosive surge of epic symphonic music pierced his eardrums. On screen, a man wrapped in orange light, speaking a language he could not understand, slowly rose into the sky. Edgy lines again, the same old shtick. He had just begun to sneer when the man on screen spread his arms. A thunderous blast followed. The entire world was wiped away before his eyes. Jianqian's pupils shrank to the extreme in an instant. He sprang up from his gaming chair, his face almost pressed against the screen. Is this real-time rendering? He could hardly believe it. The physical feedback of terrain being fundamentally reshaped, the particle effects of dust being torn apart within the repulsive field. This was no CG. This was the kind of physics engine demo only a supercomputer could possibly run. The video continued to play, the sky-blotting meteor. The intricate flames licking the meteor's surface, the heat-induced distortions as it tore through the atmosphere, and on the ground tens of thousands of independent AI entities, each displaying their own distinct terror responses. Insane, insane. Which company made this? Magic Mirror. Matrix. Jianqian's hands began to tremble. He felt he was witnessing a miracle. When in the finale, the man wreathed in blood-red steam shattered space. With a single kick, Jianqian's breathing came to an abrupt halt. He saw the edges of that spatial dent fracture into black cracks like glitched data that did not belong to this dimension. A break in the dimension. They turned a game bug into a physical visual effect. As a top-tier reviewer in the industry, he knew better than anyone what this implied. It meant that the game's underlying code had reached an inconceivable level bordering on the very creation of a world. When those final blood-red words appeared, Jianxian's mind went blank. Global closed beta, only 1000 slots. Damn. He snapped back to himself, fingers pounding furiously across the keyboard, as he charged straight into the forum's discussion board. By then the entire forum had already erupted. Did you see that video? This has to be a movie VFX reel, right? What film is it from? Tell me, I'll buy a ticket right now. Idiot upstairs, look carefully. That's a game promo. True Naruto Online. My god, Naruto can be made like this. Fake. It's absolutely fake. Current tech can't possibly achieve this level of real-time rendering. This has to be pre-rendered CG to fool us players. An account named Chief Technology Officer posted attempting a technical analysis, but his thread was instantly submerged. Pre-rendered my ass? Did you see the detail when space was kicked apart? You think pre-rendering can do that? That was the underlying physical rules being shaken. 100% reality. I'm sold. Those 90 seconds alone felt more real than every VR game I've ever played combined. Only 1,000 slots. Damn. How do we get in? Where's the official site? Where's the link? Does anyone have the link? Guys, stop staring at VR. Nexus Cyberpunk Dreams has blown up too. Those tech nerds over there have already gone frame by frame through the video. Their conclusion: current technology cannot explain it. Damn. Game Dev Hub servers have crashed completely. A bunch of game company CEOs and producers in there are losing their minds, swearing they'll do whatever it takes to contact this company. In mere minutes, this 90-second CG was like a nuclear bomb dropped onto a placid lake, sending towering waves surging outward. Before countless glowing screens in the dead of night, innumerable hardcore players, tech gurus, and billionaires, who prided themselves on having seen it all, felt their souls tremble to the core. The bait had been cast. Now he merely had to wait for the first wave of the greediest, fiercest sharks to bite. Fang Yu's promotional CG triggered an incalculable spiritual tsunami across Earth's digital realm. That 90-second video resembled a proclamation from a higher dimensional civilization, violently redefining the very concept of reality to an unprecedented level. It was no longer a vague marketing slogan. It had become a meteor shattering the heavens. It had become an act of ultimate violence, a kick that ruptured space itself. It had become divine retribution, capable of obliterating an entire city. The world's largest VR community, VR Nexus, suffered server collapse 10 minutes after the video's release. After emergency repairs, only a blood-red pinned post remained on the homepage. I will pay $1 million for an early access slot to Real Naruto Online. The poster's ID was Silicon Valley Wolf, a rising tech tycoon famed for his razor-sharp investment instincts. Beneath the post, replies flooded in like a tidal wave. Are people insane? Spending $1 million on a game? You clearly don't understand. This isn't just a game. It's humanity's next evolutionary leap. I just came from Game Dev Hub. The top-tier developers there are nearly hysterical. They claim the physics engine in that video violates every known principle of coding logic. This is not Earth's technology. I don't care about the technology. I only want a slot. I'll trade 10% of my company's equity for it. Frenzy spread. Doubts were swiftly drowned beneath a surging tide of desperate longing. An early access code initially priced in the tens of thousands skyrocketed to an astronomical sum, beyond the reach of any ordinary lifetime. It became a symbol of status, a supreme privilege, the ability to touch the future itself. And Fang Yu, architect of this storm, sat quietly atop the soul-weathered rock in the starter village. Before him stretched a shimmering azure waterfall of data, the system's back end. Countless application files scrolled past, each representing a soul on Earth breathlessly awaiting its chance. Fang Yu's face betrayed no emotion. He resembled a detached fisherman observing a net teeming with thrashing fish, and contemplating which few would most violently stir the pond. His fingers glided lightly over the holographic interface as he configured filtering keywords. Keywords: Guild Master, PvP Obsessive, Veteran Player, Grindmaster, Bug Hunter, Chaos Enthusiast, Tycoon, War Correspondent. He did not seek obedient conventional players. He sought elite madmen, those who could maximize chaos. In the end, precisely 1,000 IDs were selected with surgical precision. A faint, almost imperceptible curve lifted the corner of Fang Yu's lips. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers once. Launch the server. On Earth, inside a gaming room cluttered with instant noodle cups, a young man bearing the ID, Grindmaster, stared unblinkingly at the grayed-out applying prompt on his screen, his eyes bloodshot and raw. He had not slept for 3 days. Just as his mind teetered on the edge of total collapse, the gray button erupted in a blinding flash of white light. Your early access slot has been activated. Log in now. Holy! Grindmaster leapt from his chair, heart hammering, blood roaring through his skull. He felt as though he'd just won history's largest lottery jackpot. Trembling, he pressed yes with all the strength his body could muster. The world vanished before his eyes, not the slow dimming of a VR headset, but an instantaneous absolute severance. In the next instant, light returned. A breeze fragrant with grass and damp earth brushed his cheeks. He looked down, to see every vein in each blade of wild grass beneath his feet, to feel the sharp, unmistakable pressure of pebbles digging into his soles. In the distance, the snuffling of wild boars and the rustle of wind through leaves reached his ears with crystalline clarity. "My God!" Grindmaster whispered, then pinched his own cheek hard. Sharp, searing pain flared. Not simulated electric feedback. This was real, raw nerve and agony. He surveyed his surroundings, a desolate expanse dotted with crude wooden huts beyond which loomed a vast unbroken forest. A minimalist system interface hovered in the upper right corner of his vision, displaying only a health bar and a single-level indicator, LV1. No tutorial. No quest prompts. Only this world, so vivid, so immersive it stole the breath from his lungs. This is what a game should be. A feverish light ignited in Grindmaster's eyes. He already envisioned the legendary grind he would undertake upon this land. He drew a deep breath and took his first step into this new world. Crack. A grating metallic screech erupted beneath his foot. Grindmaster froze. Slowly he lowered his gaze. A rust-eaten animal trap had clamped shut around his calf, its serrated jaws piercing skin, sinking deep into flesh and bone. Time seemed to stretch and slow. First came a chilling, numbing void. Then, an indescribable, soul-rending agony like white-hot iron searing along his nerves exploded through his cerebral cortex in an instant. "Hey!" An inhuman shriek tore through the quiet of the starter village. His health bar emptied completely in that single brutal moment. The world, and that excruciating torment, plunged into eternal darkness. A cold clinical system message materialized in the void. You have died. Resurrection countdown 10-9-8. Meanwhile, on the VR Nexus forum, a newly posted thread surged to the top of the homepage within seconds. Poster ID Grindmaster. Title I died. 100 pain feedback. This game is real. The post contained only one sentence. Brothers, don't hesitate. This is a masterpiece. I just got shredded by a bear trap, and the sensation was more intense than breaking my leg in that car crash last year. Waiting for resurrection, I'm singing its praises right now. The forum fell silent for 3 seconds, then detonated. What? Is it true? 100 pain feedback. Grindmaster himself confirmed it. He's the guy who broke a bone in VR and didn't even wince. If you can die and still post, what's the game's underlying architecture? Intense. That's an understatement. This is the hardcore immersion I've dreamed of. What's the death penalty? Gear loss or level drop? Tell us. Stop asking. I'll pay $2 million, $2 million US, for a slot. Who's selling? If the original video had ignited players' desire, then Grindmaster's first-hand sacrifice doused that tinder with an entire barrel of gasoline. Fear. Non-existent. For these hardcore players pursuing ultimate authenticity, 100 pain feedback wasn't a deterrent. It was the final divine proof of the game's peerless realism. At the zenith of the forum's frenzy, Thousands of pure white light pillars descended densely from the sky, bathing every inch of Earth Village in radiant luminescence. As the light faded, players of all temperaments materialized across the barren expanse of the starter village. One immediately dropped to his knees, scooped up a handful of soul, and shoved it into his mouth, only to choke violently on its pungent earthen taste, yet burst into unrestrained laughter. Another sprinted toward the nearest tree and slammed his forehead against its trunk with a dull thud, then crouched, cradling his head, his face alight with pure unadulterated joy. Still others fixed their gazes on a wild boar rooting nearby. "Brothers, see that Rene mob!" A burly man named Honey Badger Goes Hard seized a wooden branch from the roadside, eyes blazing with excitement. "First kill, guaranteed! Let's go!" A pack of players roared and charged headlong toward the utterly bewildered boar. The carnival of the fourth cataclysm had officially begun. Fang Yu sat on a rock, his expression indifferent, as he watched the grotesque battle unfolding in the distance. The man with the ID Flathead brother was the first to charge at the wild boar. He didn't employ any techniques, he simply swung the wooden stick in his hand towards the wild boar's head with brute force. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The stick broke. The wild boar was unscathed, merely provoked into fury by the attack. It raised its mouth filled with sharp tusks and let out an angry roar. With a powerful kick of its hind legs, it charged towards Flathead Brother like an out-of-control miniature tank. The excitement on Flathead Brother's face hadn't even faded before he was struck off the ground by a tremendous force, tracing a graceful parabola in the air before crashing heavily onto the ground several meters away. His health bar was instantly emptied. A white light rose from the spot where his body lay. What the hell? Such high damage. Flathead Brother was taken out. This wild boar is an elite monster. Brothers, this game is too real. Forget onion on, let's go in together. After a brief stir, the crowd erupted into even more fervent shouts. They surged towards the poor wild boar like a pack of hyenas catching the scent of blood. There was no formation, no coordination. Someone tried to grab the wild boar's leg only to have their chest crushed by a stomp. Another attempted a sneak attack from behind only to be flung away by a tail swipe from the wild boar. Yet another person imitated the game-style shouting Dalmatia as they leapt from a rock only to miscalculate the distance and land face-first, breaking their neck. Screams, the sound of bones shattering, and the excited shouts of players before death echoed throughout the novice village. In just 3 minutes, the wild boar had sent over 30 players to their demise. However, it too had lost the last bit of its health to the players, using the most primitive and shameless methods, biting, clawing, and throwing stones. When the wild boar crashed to the ground, the few surviving players erupted into thunderous cheers. First kill. First kill in the novice village. Did it drop any loot? Quick, see what it dropped. Don't touch. The corpse is mine. Let me loot. However, the wild boar's corpse merely flickered before dissipating into specks of light, leaving behind a few bloody wild boar meats and a rough tusk. Is this it? Not even a blue item. Garbage game. A player grumbled as he picked up a piece of meat. Be grateful this cost us our lives. In Fang Yu's GM backend data about the wild boar battle was refreshing at a frantic pace. Player Flathead Brother was struck by angry wild boar, resulting in fatal blood damage death. Player Chrysanthemum Letter was trampled by angry wild boar, resulting in a crushed sternum death. Player Jumping Expert attempted a jump attack, landing incorrectly, resulting in a broken neck death. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corner of Fang Yu's mouth. Chaos Disorder incurring massive casualties for an insignificant goal, yet reveling in it. This was precisely what he wanted. However, the wild boar battle was merely the beginning. Once players realized that death was merely a process that could be repeated infinitely, their inherent desire to explore the unknown and push limits was thoroughly ignited. The Earth Village, once a desolate area, transformed instantly into a massive self-destructive testing ground. The Shinong Tastes All Herbs team was officially formed. The captain was a frail youth with the ID Medicine Cannot Stop. He stood before a cluster of mushrooms, vibrant like a Van Gogh painting, wearing an almost sacred expression. Brothers, based on my experience, mushrooms that are more colorful and peculiar in shape are either divine medicines or highly toxic. This is definitely an Easter egg left for us by the game designers," he said to a few teammates whose gazes were equally fervent. "Captain, let me go first." One team member volunteered, plucking a completely blue mushroom with golden spots on its cap and unhesitatingly stuffing it into his mouth. He chewed a couple of times. "The taste is a bit like blueberry-flavored Play-Doh." Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed straight down, his body convulsing violently, white foam spilling from his mouth, and his skin visibly turning the same blue as the mushroom. Seconds later he vanished in a flash of white light. Record. Write it down. Medicine cannot stop. Took out the system's rudimentary notepad, quickly jotting down blue gold spot mushroom, chewy, with an industrial fragrance. Toxicity, neurotoxic, fatal within 30 seconds, accompanied by symptoms of color change and foaming at the mouth. Danger level high. After finishing, he nodded in satisfaction and looked at another pink mushroom. "Next, who wants to go?" "I'll go." "No, let me go. I died too quickly last time and didn't get to experience it properly." Within a day, the Shinong Tastes All Herbs team had been wiped out 17 times in various corners of the novice village. Their footprints were scattered in every dark corner where mushrooms grew. Each death was accompanied by excited discussions at the resurrection point. Ultimately, after sacrificing hundreds of lives, a thick novice village toxic mushroom compendium 1.0 was born on the player forum. It meticulously detailed the toxicity, poisoning symptoms, and time to death for each type of mushroom, even including players' subjective descriptions of their death experiences. Highly recommend the colorful spiral mushroom. It produces extremely vivid hallucinations before death, making the whole world feel like it's dancing. 5-star rating. This post was instantly pinned and highlighted. Meanwhile, on the other side of the novice village, beneath the waterfall, members of the Newton's Coffin Board cannot hold association were conducting their research. According to my calculations, jumping from this height, about 50 meters, considering air resistance and surface tension, we need to enter the water at a 73-degree angle to minimize impact. A bespectacled player, ID Doctor of Theoretical Physics, earnestly analyzed to his companions. "Doctor, enough talk, jump first, and let us see." Someone in the crowd jeered. "Ahem," the doctor cleared his throat, "science is rigorous. I will perform the first demonstration for you." With that, he walked to the edge of the cliff at the waterfall's peak, took a deep breath, and leaped with what he believed was a perfect posture. Splash. The water splashed up, but not much. However, immediately after, a crisp crack echoed, clearly heard even above the waterfall's roar. "Ah! I did it. My leg is broken, but my upper body is fine. This angle is effective. I got valuable Ta." The doctor's scream was abruptly cut off as he too transformed into white light. At the resurrection point, as soon as the doctor appeared, he excitedly shouted, "I did it. I found the perfect posture for jumping off cliffs." Thus a scene akin to dumplings began to unfold above the waterfall. Players leaped down in all sorts of bizarre postures, accompanied by excited screams, and the sound of bones breaking, sacrificing themselves for science time and time again. Fang Yu had become somewhat numb to the death reports in his GM backend, until a new system alert caught his attention. Warning: large-scale sustained geological structure excavation detected. Area Novice Village C7 block. Warning: player activity is threatening the stability of the underlying data in this area, and may lead to map boundary data overflow in 17 hours. Fang Yu's brow finally twitched slightly. He switched his perspective to C7 block. Their dust was flying, and hundreds of players were busily engaged. They held the most rudimentary wooden shovels issued by the system, with many even digging with their hands. A massive deep pit had been forcibly excavated with a depth visibly exceeding 10 meters. A player with the ID infrastructure maniac stood at the edge of the pit, waving his arms passionately, rallying the crowd. "Brothers, keep digging. Don't stop. Do you want to know what lies at the end of this world? Is it an air wall or endless void? We are players. We are the chosen ones. Exploring every corner of this world and uncovering every secret hidden by the GM is our mission. Dig through it. Let's see what the underlying code of this so-called real world looks like. Dig through it. Hundreds of voices roared in unison, their movements quickening. Fang Yu watched this scene, and for the first time, a near-headache expression appeared on his face. He had anticipated that players would be foolish, but he hadn't expected them to be foolish to this extent. Other players were playing the game. This group wanted to play the game to its end. Blocking them was certainly not an option. Given this group's rebellious psychology, if he issued a notice prohibiting excavation, they would only dig even harder, perhaps believing it was a hidden mission prompt from the GM. Blocking is not as effective as guiding. Fang Yu's fingers lightly tapped in the void, his gaze slowly moving across the map. Surrounding the novice village was an endless forest, and further east lay the patrol range of the Woodleaf. Chaos needs guidance. Destructive power also requires an outlet for release. Fang Yu's lips curved up again as he conceived a brilliant idea. He opened the task release system, his long fingers swiftly tapping on the virtual keyboard. Guided task release. Task name: Pioneer of Unknown Realms. Task description: Brave chosen ones, the land beneath your feet is filled with the unknown and danger. Village Chief Fang Yu needs a detailed map to ensure everyone's safety. Go explore, leave your footprints on every inch of land, and mark all concealed threats. Task objective: create a map of monster distribution, resource gathering points, and danger zones within a 10-kilometer radius of the novice village. Task reward: based on the completion level of the map, substantial experience points, novice village contribution points, and a mysterious blueprint personally designed by the village chief. After finishing the last line, Fang Yu pressed the release button. He looked at the unfathomable giant pit and murmured to himself, instead of letting you dig the server here, you might as well go dig this world upside down. Fang Yu comfortably leaned back on an intangible chair. In this space, there was only himself and the countless azure holographic screens before him. Each screen broadcasted a corner of the Earth village in real time. He picked up an ice-cold drink that appeared out of thin air and took a large sip. The sensation of bubbles bursting in his throat made him let out a satisfied sigh. Just a few minutes ago, he had precisely delivered the mission of the Pioneer of Unknown Realms to all the online players. At this moment, feedback arrived. Construction Maniac and his hundreds of followers were standing at the bottom of the massive pit they had excavated, looking up at the newly emerged mission panel. The village chief personally designed the blueprint. What does this mean? This mission doesn't seem to ask us to keep digging. A brief stir arose among the crowd. Construction Maniac furrowed his brows tightly, staring intently at the mission description. Moments later, his frown relaxed, and a look of realization appeared on his face. He suddenly slapped his thigh. I understand. His voice echoed in the deep pit, attracting everyone's attention. Look at this. This mission is asking us to explore a 10-kilometer radius map. A player asked in confusion, so what? Isn't this just a regular map running task? The GM doesn't want us to dig through the map, so they sent us away. Foolish. Construction Maniac scolded with disappointment. You haven't seen through the essence of this game. He pointed his finger in the air, tapping on the text of the mission panel. Ensure everyone's safety. Mark all concealed threats. What does this mean? The village chief is hinting at us. Construction Maniac's voice became excited. He isn't stopping us from digging. He thinks we're digging without skill. What's there to dig in this novice village? The outside world is so vast. He wants us to map out the area, marking monsters and danger zones, which tells us that the entire world is a treasure to be excavated. He needs us to provide precise coordinates to find the structural weaknesses of this world. This mission isn't an end, it's the beginning of a larger project. The blueprint personally designed by the village chief must be a more advanced excavation tool. After this passionate analysis, the players at the bottom of the pit were all wide-eyed. Yeah! How did I not think of that? Boss, you are brilliant. I said the GM couldn't be so stingy. It turns out it's to fish for bigger prey. Charge. For more advanced tools. Let's turn the entire world upside down. The enthusiasm of the hundreds of people was reignited. They scrambled out of the massive pit, like a disciplined army rapidly dividing into several small teams under Construction Maniac's command. Teams 1 to 3 responsible for exploring the eastern fan-shaped area. Teams 4 to 6 responsible for mapping the terrain. Be sure to mark all special landforms. Team 7, you have strong combat abilities responsible for vigilance. Eliminate any solitary wild monsters you encounter. The previously disorganized excavation team instantly transformed into a target-oriented pioneering corps. Fang Yu watched this scene, the bubbles in his drink fizzing in his mouth. Data streams rapidly flowed across a screen before him. Player group construction, maniac fan club behavior pattern analysis, extremely strong organizational skills, and execution showing great enthusiasm for destructive construction, with a leader possessing extraordinary logical reasoning abilities. Potential assessment S-Class. Suitable for executing large-scale engineering projects, terrain transformation, establishing frontline bases, and other strategic tasks. Tags strategic engineers, logical leaders. Fang Yu casually assigned tags, and then shifted his attention to another screen. Their 2 players with IDs Liver Emperor and Flathead Brother Just Works had gathered a group of PvP enthusiasts. Brothers, a chance to get rich has come. Flathead Brother waved a tusk he had just taken from a wild boar, spitting as he spoke. Exploring 10 kilometers. There must be elite monsters in this area, or even world bosses. Liver Emperor was much calmer, already opening a rudimentary map interface. According to the mission description, this is a pioneering task. As we go out, we are sure to encounter stronger monsters. I suggest we form a 30-person hunting team dedicated to clearing the high-threat targets marked by the pioneering corps. Good idea. Let's do it. The first kill is ours. A group of battle maniacs quickly formed the first elite armed team of the Earth Village. Fang Yu's fingertips glided across the screen once more. Player ID Liver Emperor behavior pattern high-intensity PvP and PD enthusiast possesses keen intuition for combat with basic tactical command abilities. Potential assessment A. Can serve as a commander of small combat units for executing high-intensity assault and decapitation missions. Tags Combat Commander Liver Emperor Player ID Flathead Brother Just Works behavior pattern pure desire for battle advocates for reckless tactics possesses certain charisma. Potential assessment B class. Can serve as a charge team leader useful for disrupting enemy formations or testing firepower. Tags Berserker Reckless Man on the other side. The Shinong Tasting Herbs team also saw the new mission. Captain Medicine Cannot Stop had a look of obsession on his face. 10 kilometers. A whole new ecosystem. He muttered to himself. This means there are countless new mushrooms and plants waiting for us that we have never tasted before. Brothers. He raised his arm and called out. Our cause will welcome a great leap. Let's set off. To taste the entire world. Oh. The team members responded enthusiastically as if they were not going to their death, but attending a grand food festival. Fang Yu's backend recorded another entry. Player group Shinong Tasting Herbs behavior pattern strong oral desire for all unknown items collecting item information at the cost of death possessing a terrifying spirit of dedication. Potential assessment special value S-Class. Suitable for investigating the dangers of unknown areas, testing poisons, drug development, and collecting special materials. In addition, there was the Newton's Coffin Board Cannot Be Suppressed Association, which was obsessed with studying waterfall diving postures, targeting all areas marked with height difference on the map, and pure scenery enthusiasts, who only wanted to find the most beautiful sunrise point. Every player, every group was interpreting this mission in their own way, and throwing themselves into it with 200% enthusiasm. They were like the most efficient worker bees, spontaneously conducting the most thorough and carpet-like exploration and deconstruction of this world. All the information, all the behavioral data transformed into the purest nutrients continuously flowed into Fang Yu's database. This data was far more precious than any ninjutsu scroll or any treasures of gold and silver. It was a true manifestation of humanity's deepest desires. It was the strongest leverage to pry open the entire world. Fang Yu downed his drink in one gulp. His gaze shifted away from the monitoring screens of the players to the macro map covering the entire land of fire. Countless light points representing players were spreading out from the Earth Village, as the central point extending in all directions. They were like cancer cells full of vitality spreading chaotically, greedily eroding everything around. Soon the edge of this network composed of light points was about to touch another inherent mark on the map representing order. It was a Woodleaf patrol team made up of 4 red dots moving at a constant speed. A smile of pleasure belonging to a producer witnessing a script develop perfectly appeared on Fang Yu's face. He called up the task release system. A new task was quietly created by him and precisely pushed to the hunting team led by Liver Emperor, the one closest to that patrol team. Encounter task: Mysterious Herbal Guardian task description: in the valley ahead of you there grows an extremely rare chakra grass. But it is guarded by 4 mysterious humanoid monsters. They move swiftly, cooperate well, and seem to possess considerable intelligence. Task objective: defeat the guardians and collect chakra grass. Task reward: a large amount of experience points, Earth Village contribution points, x 500 random drop of standard equipment. After finishing all this, Fang Yu leaned back against the chair, locking his gaze on the player team that was about to encounter the Woodleaf Ninja. The stage was already set. The first batch of audience was also about to enter. Let this grand performance, named the 4th Catastrophe, begin with a small encounter. The task issued by Fang Yu acted like a powerful catalyst, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of the entire player community. The massive pit, regarded by the infrastructure madman as the sacred passage to the world's underlying code, was abandoned in just a minute. The sweating miner from the previous moment transformed into a howling adventurer in the next. Brothers, stop digging. The village chief has issued an epic challenge. Kill the wild boar king without taking damage. Title: Boar King Slayer. Damn, that title is so damn cool. The scenery faction assemble. Map drawing task: isn't this tailor-made for us? Charge: go find the most beautiful screenshot spots. Yao Zone. Yao Zone. New task: Strength Mushroom. Just the name sounds like a good thing. The chaos in the novice village suddenly shifted from a highly concentrated downward moving pattern to a radiating outward expanding mode. In Fang Yu's GM backend, data stream surged in like a flood that had burst its dam. Player IMNT was attacked by 3 wild boars in Area C3 and died. Player Scenery Faction 1 discovered a beautiful waterfall in Area D5, uploaded a screenshot, and map completion increased by 0.01. Player Yao cannot stop found Strength Mushroom in Area B1 and conducted an oral experiment. System log: player Yao cannot stop died from excessive consumption of Strength Mushroom, causing muscle fiber overgrowth and leading to ruptured blood vessels. Final record: before death, Strength Mushroom spicy taste, burning sensation, significantly increases strength after consumption, but has strong side effects. It is recommended to crush it and apply externally. Fang Yu looked at this death log, raising an eyebrow with interest. This group of players was simply the perfect testers in this world. They risked their lives to experiment, using death to accumulate data, finding a sense of achievement and fun in the process. This spirit, even a ninja would be momentarily stunned. Fang Yu's gaze quickly locked onto the 30-member elite hunting group led by Gandhi and Ping Tugu. They did not flail about like headless flies, but instead advanced into the depths of the forest in an efficient formation under Gandhi's command. Everyone pay attention, maintain formation. Those scouting ahead clear out the ordinary wild boars around, don't let them lead to the elite monster. Ping Tugu, you and your team hold the front and be ready to engage the monsters. Players in the back, make sure to clearly understand we only want Strength Mushroom, don't stuff any other colored mushrooms into the bags. Gandhi's command was orderly, clearly having been a guild leader in previous games. Just then a scout player at the front suddenly exclaimed in the team channel, "Damn! There's something ahead." Gandhi immediately became alert. What is it? Is it the wild boar king? No, it's not a wild boar. The scout player's voice carried an uncontainable excitement. It's humanoid monsters. 4 of them. Green vests with a metal piece on their heads and a strange symbol on the metal. Humanoid monsters. These two words instantly ignited the nerves of the entire team. In any game, humanoid monsters signify higher intelligence, more complex skills, and richer loot. Ping Tugu was nearly drooling, shouldering a thick wooden stick, excitedly shouting, "It's an elite monster. Absolutely an elite monster." Gandhi, what do you think? Gandhi's breathing grew rapid. In his mind, the hidden task released by Fang Yu flashed momentarily. Encounter task: Mysterious Herb Guardian. Task goal: defeat the Guardian, collect chakra grass. Task reward: random drop of standard equipment. It's them. These 4 green vests are the Guardians in the task. Gandhi immediately issued commands in the team channel: everyone pay attention. Encountering hidden task boss. All gather around me, prepare for battle. He continued, the opponents are humanoid monsters with high intelligence. We cannot charge in like we did with wild boars. Follow my commands. Ping Tugu, take 2 players with high health and approach from the front to test their damage and skills. Everyone else spread out and flank them from the sides. Remember, dying is fine. The key is to bring back their skill information. For the standard equipment, charge. 30 players, like they had been injected with adrenaline, shouted and rushed towards the 4 humanoid monsters. Meanwhile, on the other side of the valley, Yamanaka Dejian, a Konoha Chunin, was leading his 3 subordinates on a routine patrol task. He was an experienced Chunin, having participated in numerous missions, and his instincts were usually spot on. At this moment, his instincts were going off like mad. Stop! He raised his hand, and the entire team halted, instantly moving in perfect unison, not making a sound. Captain, what's wrong? A young Genin asked quietly. Yamanaka Dejian's brow furrowed tightly as he listened intently. The wind and bird calls were all normal. But beneath this normal facade, he keenly detected a discordant noise. It was a mix of excitement, fervor, and various incomprehensible shouts. There's something going on. Yamanaka Dejian lowered his body and signaled his team behind him, conceal. Prepare to engage. The 4 Konoha ninjas instantly blended into their surroundings, merging with the trees and rocks, their presence completely concealed. Seconds later, a group of people appeared in their line of sight. Yamanaka Dejian's pupils contracted slightly. Who are these people? This group was dressed in a hodgepodge of outfits, some were even bare-chested, wielding an assortment of bizarre weapons, including wooden sticks, rocks, and even a giant boar leg bone. They had no formation to speak of, just rushing in haphazardly, while shouting incomprehensible words. T, hold him down. Don't let the boss run away. Where's the healer? Healer, stay back. Be ready to heal T. DPS, find a good angle. Wait until T stabilizes the aggro before dealing damage. Yamanaka Dejian's mind was in chaos. T. Boss. Healer. DPS. What kind of secret code is this? Is this a secret squad from some ninja village? Yet their actions are completely unlike those of trained ninjas. They seemed more like a bunch of lunatics who had never been on the battlefield. Just as he was filled with uncertainty, 3 figures burst out from the chaotic group, heading straight for their concealed position. Leading them was a burly man with a buzz cut. Ping Tugu shouted excitedly as he charged. I see you. For green-skinned elite monsters. Take this, Ping Tugu, charge. He swung the large wooden stick in his hand wildly towards the rock where Yamanaka Dejian was hiding. Exposed. Engage. Yamanaka Dejian no longer hesitated and shouted softly. The 4 Konoha ninjas, like 4 bolts of green lightning, shot out from their hiding spots. Yamanaka Dejian swiftly dodged the heavy, but wildly inaccurate strike, while a flash of cold light appeared in his hand, a standard kunai aimed at Ping Tugu's throat. Quick, precise, and ruthless. This was the most instinctive attack method of a ninja steeped in blood and missions. He expected the opponent to retreat in terror or clumsily block the attack. However, there was no trace of fear on Ping Tugu's face. Instead, it was replaced with a fervent and expectant expression. He didn't even try to dodge, but rather puffed out his chest as if welcoming some glorious baptism. Thud. The kunai pierced deeply into Ping Tugu's neck without any obstruction. Blood gushed out. Ping 2G's body swayed, and his health bar dropped to 0 in an instant. In his final moments, he shouted with all his might. The damage is so high. It's a physical attack. Then he transformed into a beam of white light and vanished from the spot. All that remained was a bloodied wooden stick that fell to the ground. Yamanaka Dejian and his 3 subordinates were all stunned. They held the still dripping kunai staring at the empty ground, their brains entering an unprecedented state of shutdown. Where is he? Where's the body? Why was he not only unafraid of death, but seemed to be quite happy about it? What sent chills down their spines was that, after they killed someone, the distant group of lunatics erupted in even more fervent cheers devoid of fear or anger. Damn. Instant kill. Ping Tugu was one-shotted. Captain, amazing. We tested the boss's damage type with our lives. Physical attack. And it's a high critical hit. Brothers, watch your positioning. And there's loot. Look, that wooden stick is still there. In that moment, Yamanaka Dejian felt his worldview was completely shattered. He looked at the group of lunatics before him, gazing at him with the eyes of someone seeing a rare drop, and a chill shot straight up his spine. What? What kind of monsters are these? In the mountains, Dejian stood still. The kunai in his hand was still dripping warm blood. The sensation and the scent were all too real. But where was the man? The burly intruder who had just been struck down by him, whose chest had been easily pierced, transformed before his eyes into fragments of white light, then vanished into thin air. Not even a strand of hair was left behind. The 2 young lower ninjas behind him were completely stunned. One even rubbed his eyes, instinctively unable to comprehend what had just happened. Illusionary technique. Impossible. Dejian's battle experience told him that no illusion could achieve such a feat. The sensation of the kunai piercing flesh, the warmth of the blood splattering were all tangible physical feedback. What was that? Some kind of profound substitution technique. But which village's substitution technique would be extravagant enough to activate at the moment of being struck down, leaving no corpse behind? Moreover, the expression on that man's face before his death. It was not fear. It was excitement. It was a kind of euphoric fulfillment. Just as Dejian's mind raced, trying to find a reasonable explanation for this bizarre scene, the distant group of even more bizarre intruders erupted into a thunderous cheer. Holy crap! The bald guy was taken out in an instant. This NPC's damage is insane! Captain is mighty! He tested the boss's attack pattern with his life. High single target damage. Make sure to note it down. Look! The kunai in his hand. Damn, the modeling is so detailed, blood is still dripping. Loot. Loot. The bald guy dropped equipment. That wooden stick is still on the ground. A player excitedly rushed over, picked up the wooden stick dropped by bald guy, waved it around a few times, his face beaming with the joy of discovery. Dejian felt as if his breath had come to a halt. He looked at the group of intruders, who gazed at him with a mix of research, observation, and even a hint of greed. He listened to words that he could not understand, yet felt the fervent emotions behind them. NPC. Boss. Loot. These words pierced his brain like cold needles, disrupting all the knowledge he had built up over the past 20 years about the world. An indescribable chill crept up his spine from his tailbone. These people were not ninjas. They were not warriors. They were not human at all. Captain! What? What are those things? The lower ninja behind him spoke with a voice trembling uncontrollably. Shut up! Dejian snapped, forcing himself to calm down. Maintain combat stance. They're coming! Sure enough, after a brief uproar, the group of madmen moved again. This time, they did not swarm forward like before. Among the crowd, a calmer-looking man, a player with the ID Gone D, began issuing commands in the team channel. Everyone pay attention. The boss's normal attack is lethal. Don't take it heathen. Next team 2. Your task is not to kill him, but to test his skills. Throw stones at him, force him to move. See if he has any area attacks. Range group, be alert. The moment he uses a movement skill, report his trajectory and speed in the channel. Everyone, our lives are worthless. Intelligence is the priority. For the glory of the first kill. For standard equipment. Charge! Oh, oh, oh! Another wave of fervent shouts erupted. 7 or 8 players rushed out from the crowd. They did not approach but instead picked up stones from a distance and began hurling them wildly toward Dijian and his companions. The accuracy of the thrown stones was poor, most of them missing their target. But to Dijian this behavior was an extreme humiliation. When had battles between ninjas sunk to the level of street thugs throwing stones? Spread out. Counterattack. Dijian issued the simplest command. The 4 Konoha ninjas moved like shadows, effortlessly dodging all the stones. He's moving! So fast! Holy crap, is that the body flicker technique? The game engine is impressive. A lower ninja quickly formed seals while dodging. Fire release Phoenix fire technique. Several fireballs erupted from his mouth, scorching hot, aimed at the players throwing stones. It's a skill. The boss used a skill. Fire release. It's fire release. Just like in the CG. The players not only did not dodge but instead shouted even more excitedly. Puff. Puff. 2 players were hit directly by the fireballs, instantly engulfed in flames, unable to even scream, before vanishing into white light. They left their last words in the team voice channel. Area attack. Damage is fire magic. Damn, it's so hot. I'm dead. I felt his skill. Am I awesome, brothers? The remaining players, seeing their attacks ineffective, immediately turned to flee, shouting as they ran. Mission accomplished. Retreat. Retreat. Dijian and his 3 teammates fell into a deathly silence once more. They looked at the 2 charred remains that had just been burned, then vanished into light. They gazed at the enemies, who were running faster than rabbits, their faces wearing smiles, as if they had completed a task. Dijian's temples pulsed with anxiety. They could not be defeated. It was not a matter of strength. It was a sense of powerlessness that stemmed from a fundamental concept. How could one defeat a group of monsters that could not be killed, feared nothing, and even reveled in death? How could one fight against those who treated your ninjutsu as a skill display and your life as loot? This was no longer a battle. This was an absurd, terrifying, incomprehensible nightmare. Retreat. Dijian squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth. But Captain, our mission. That's an order. Dijian's voice left no room for doubt. Immediate retreat. We have encountered an incomprehensible enemy. We must bring the intelligence back to the village immediately. This is not a situation we can handle. He decisively clasped his hands together. Bang. A burst of white smoke erupted, enveloping the figures of the 4 of them. When the smoke cleared, the 4 Konoha ninjas had vanished from sight. In the distance, the observing Gon D saw this scene and immediately shouted in the team channel. Holy crap! The boss used a smoke bomb. He's trying to run. This is the most annoying drag CD tactic in PvP. He wants to escape and heal. Chase. We absolutely must not let him get away. If he escapes, the first kill is gone. All units charge. For the Earth Village. Hundreds of players surged forward like a flood, shouting as they dove into the still dissipating smoke, madly pursuing the direction in which Dijian and the others had fled. In the GM space, Fang Yu put down the drink in his hand, a satisfied smile on his face. A screen in front of him clearly displayed the scene of the 4 Konoha ninjas desperately fleeing through the forest. Their faces were marked with unprecedented fear and panic. Not far behind them was a group of players, exhilarated, shouting as they chased. Don't run! Let us kill you once more! Fang Yu opened the GM backend and typed a new log entry. Data record of the first battle between the 4th Calamity and the natives completed. Conclusion: in the face of immortal, fearless players with fundamentally different logic, the psychological defenses of the elite Konoha ninjas were utterly shattered within 10 minutes. Cognitive shock is a weapon more powerful than any ninjutsu. He closed the log and switched his view to the direction of Konoha village. That peaceful and serene village in the morning light was unaware that a storm was rapidly approaching, one that would overturn all their common sense. Let the show be even more intense. In the mountains, Dejian felt his hands trembling. It was not out of fear, but rather a primal shuddering of the body when faced with the incomprehensible. He had personally killed that man. The sensation of the kunai piercing the throat, the warmth of blood splattering still lingered at the nerve endings. But now that man had vanished. And his companions, those seemingly more deranged invaders, did not express sadness or anger at their comrade's death. Instead, they surged forward, as if discovering a new land surrounding the spot where Flathead had stood before disappearing. They crouched down, extending their fingers, carefully touching the still visible bloodstain left by the system's effects. The damage value of this kunai is so high it truly deserves to be called an elite monster. One player's face bore an excitement akin to academic research. Too bad it didn't drop any equipment, disappointing. Another player kicked the wooden stick dropped by Flathead, a look of disdain on his face. Brothers, the Gone Emperor has respawned at the revival point. A player suddenly shouted in the crowd, as if communicating with someone far away. He said the AI of this NPC is too realistic, just like a real person. Next time we need to form a full team to farm. NPC. Aid. Revival point. Dejian's mind buzzed, as if filled with countless disordered noises. These terms felt like a language from another world imbued with the unknown and the bizarre. The two young lower ninjas behind him had faces as pale as paper. One of them, unable to control himself, took a step back, the dry leaves beneath his feet making a crisp sound. "Don't move." Dejian hissed, his voice hoarse. His gaze was firmly fixed on the group in the distance, still fervently discussing damage values and drop rates. He knew trouble was brewing. This was not a fair encounter. Nor was it a task that could be won through experience and strength. This was a nightmare. At that moment, the crowd in the distance suddenly parted to create a path. A familiar figure strode forth confidently from behind the crowd. It was the man-ID Gone Emperor, who had just been killed by Dejian with a single blow. He appeared entirely unscathed. There were no wounds on him, not even a speck of dust on his clothing, as if he had just undergone a complete purification. He had returned from a revival point that they could not comprehend. Dejian felt every hair on his body stand on end in that instant. The lower ninja, who had stepped back, could no longer suppress his inner fear and let out a short, sharp scream. The Gone Emperor heard this scream, stopped, and fixed his gaze precisely on the four of them. His face no longer bore the calmness and provocation from their first encounter. Instead, it was filled with a pure rage born from being toyed with. "This dog NPC doesn't play fair. Sneak attack." He pointed at Dejian, cursing loudly. "If you have the guts, face me heathen. Hiding in the grass and ambushing, what kind of skill is that? Just you wait. Next time it'll bring a whole team. It'll clear your four out so completely you'll have nothing left in your equipment slots." After cursing, he moved again. He charged like an enraged bull towards the four Konoha ninjas, initiating a second assault. Behind him, over 100 players seemed to receive some kind of signal, erupting into an even more fervent roar following him like a tidal wave. "Damn. The Gone Emperor is charging again. Brothers, keep up. The boss aggro is still on us, we can't let him disengage. Kill that green vest. Avenge Flathead. Avenge my ass. It's for the first kill reward." Watching the group charge again, their momentum several times more violent than before, Dejian's battle resolve, honed through countless life-and-death missions over the past 20 years, finally shattered completely in that moment. He was left with only one thought in his mind. Run. Immediately. Right now. Retreat. He squeezed those two words out with all his might. "This is an order. All units retreat. Return to the village at maximum speed." Without a hint of hesitation, he quickly formed hand seals in front of him. Bang. The smoke bomb exploded again, enveloping the four figures in dense white smoke. "Captain." A lower ninja's voice was filled with despair. He knew that running away from such bizarre enemies meant something. "Don't waste time. Run." Dejian grabbed his arm chakra, exploding instantly, and his figure shot towards Konoha village like a bolt from a crossbow. The other two lower ninjas immediately reacted, pouring all their strength into their legs, closely following their captain. Damn it. Another smoke bomb. The leading Dawn Emperor plunged into the smoke only to find himself empty-handed. This NPC is so damn slippery. If you can't win, run. Chase. We absolutely can't let him escape. If the boss disengages, his health will fully recover. Our previous sacrifices will be in vain. All units pursue. Don't let them escape the combat range. A most absurd chase in the history of the ninja world began. The four trained elite Konoha Chunin fled in disarray ahead, not daring to look back. Behind them, over 100 players, averaging only level 1, shouted excitedly as they relentlessly pursued with their pitiful basic movement speed. NPC in front, don't run. Stop and let us kill you once. Kill us again. Well, drop equipment for you. Where's your village? Give us the coordinates. Well, form a group to raid it. These trash talk phrases, which sounded completely normal to the players, became a more terrifying mental torment than any torture for the four Konoha ninjas ahead. They felt they were not being chased by enemies. Instead, they were pursued by a group of incomprehensible, bloodthirsty, sadistic fiends. In the GM space, Fang Yu leisurely drank the last sip of his soda, looking at the four Konoha ninjas, who were panicking, a satisfied expression on his face. Data was refreshing wildly. World Line Fluctuation Value 10, World Line Fluctuation Value 15, detected severe fluctuations in the mental state of Konoha Chunin Dejien cognitive system nearing collapse. World Line shifting. Very good. The seeds of fear have been sown. Next, let's see what splendid blossoms they can bloom in the fertile soil of Konoha. His gaze shifted from the chase scene to another screen. On the screen was Konoha Village's iconic structure, the Hokage Tower. Ancient and solemn, symbolizing the highest authority of the Will of Fire. But soon this solemnity would be thoroughly shattered by a report from the unknown absurd. In Konoha Village Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was sitting in his chair, leisurely smoking his beloved pipe. The sunlight outside was just right, and the village was peaceful. After finishing a mountain of paperwork, this brief moment of respite was the most enjoyable time of his day. Suddenly a figure appeared in the center of the office, without warning, kneeling on one knee. It was the Anbu. Hokage-sama. The Anbu's voice was hoarse and urgent, breaking the tranquility of the office. Emergency report. From the East Patrol Force Squad Captain Dejien. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow slightly. He remembered Dejien, a very steady and experienced Chunin. For him to issue an emergency report could only mean something serious. He put down his pipe and said solemnly, "President." The Anbu held up a scroll above his head. Sarutobi Hiruzen reached out to take it and slowly unfolded it. The handwriting on the scroll was hasty and shaky, showing just how chaotic the writer's emotions were at that moment. Report to Hokage-sama: our unit encountered an unidentified group of refugees 30 miles east of the village, numbering over 100. The members of this group possess immortality. Our unit confirmed the killing of several of them, but they reappeared unharmed within minutes after vanishing in a flash of white light and attacked us. Upon reading this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted sharply. Immortality? Vanishing in a flash of white light? What kind of ninjutsu is this? Edo Tensei. No, Edo Tensei is not like this. He suppressed the shock in his heart and continued reading. They behave strangely, with chaotic logic, disregarding death, even seeming to enjoy being killed. They keep mumbling incomprehensible terms, such as NPC, BOSS, drop experience points, and GM inversion. When he saw the letters GM, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand trembled uncontrollably. In the scroll, the GN described in detail, mixing fear and confusion, how those people studied the corpses of their comrades, how they excitedly discussed his damage values, and how the man who had been killed twice pointed at him and cursed him as dog NPC. Absurd. Bizarre. Incomprehensible. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that the worldview he had built over decades was being shaken to its core by this thin scroll. Clatter. The pipe he had been holding in his mouth slipped out and dropped to the ground, making a crisp sound. However, since it was still unknown whether these newly appeared beings were enemies or friends, he simply instructed all his subordinates to keep a close watch on these beings and report back to him with any further developments. Shanzhong Dijian and his team ultimately escaped. They were seasoned Zhongren in their familiarity with the terrain and ability to unleash short chakra sprints were far beyond what a band of rank 1 players could match. As the players panting reached the forest's edge and watched the 4 green figures vanish over the distant horizon, everyone stopped, annoyance written across their faces. Damn! They got away! This NPC AI is ridiculous. Strategic withdrawal. They must have exited combat. Fuck, that was for nothing. Their HP must be full again. Gandhi stood at the front of the crowd, chest-heaving, eyes fixed on the direction the my ninjas had disappeared, his gaze full of unwillingness. In that skirmish, they had lost more than 30 people, and had not so much as grazed the boss. All they got was a shabby wooden stick dropped by Pinktage. A crushing loss. Enough arguing. Gandhi barked into the team channel, stifling the complaints. This was our lack of preparation. Who would have thought there were such fierce elite mobs outside Shinsho village? He paused, then his tone brightened with excitement. But we did not leave empty-handed. We learned their attack patterns. One is a close-range physical one-shot, the other a ranged Widow fire nature AoE. And they use smoke bombs to escape. A player asked. What do we do next time? They run too fast. We simply can't catch them. Next time. Gandhi sneered. Next time we bring 100 people. No, 200. Block every possible escape route. I refuse to believe 4 elites can change the outcome. His words rekindled the players' fervor. Yes. Mass assault. Wear them out. It'll bring nets next time. Let's see them run. Brothers, back to the village. Level up. Farm boars. Next time we have to take out those green-vested ones. The hunters grumbled as they returned to Shinsho village, but each bore a spark in his eyes. Those 4 powerful and cunning NPCs had become a target they were determined to conquer. Meanwhile, at the respawn point of Dichio village, another storm was brewing. On the VR Nexus forum, a player with the ID Gon D had just posted a thread, its title stamped in glaring crimson. Shock my mother for a year, a detailed review of 100 pain and death effects. In the post, he used Niarmanic highly provocative prose to vividly describe his ultimate experience of having his neck pierced by a my ninja's kunai. Brothers, can you imagine? That cold metallic sensation. First it breaks the skin, then the muscle, and finally the windpipe. You can clearly feel life ebbing, your vision darkening bit by bit, yet your mind remains astonishingly lucid. This is not the simulated current a game pretends to be, it is the genuine nerve-ending sensation of death. Then the revival. When the countdown ends, you whoosh back at the respawn point at full health and full status without a single scar to show for it. That sensation of returning from hell to the world of the living, the delirious joy of recovery. Believe me, it's 10,000 times more thrilling than my bungee jump or wingsuit flight combined. To bolster his credibility, he attached a first-person recording. The clip was brief, only a few seconds. The camera shook violently, a figure in a green vest flashed past, then a cold glinting kunai rapidly filled the frame. A soft, horribly real sound as the blade sank into flesh. The screen flooded with red, and accompanied by Gondis' inhuman scream, the footage cut to black. The post was like a depth charge, unleashing another deluge across the already boiling forum. Holy hell! Holy hell! Holy hell! Is this real? This death experience is so hardcore. Gandhi is insane. He actually went through with it. Just hearing his description made my legs go weak. This is true virtual reality. You want immersion. This is immersion. Dying can feel this good. Don't even talk about it. $2 million. Who has a beta key? Sell it to me, I'll transfer the money now. Screw you above, I'll pay $3 million. This is no longer a game, it's a second life. It's the future of humanity. $3 million buys a life. Do you think that's expensive? Those who had harbored doubts about 100 pain had their last sliver of reason burned away upon reading Gondis' near-obsessive review. Fear. It was absent. To these hardcore thrill-seekers, the safe death experience was nothing short of a miracle. In no time across the entire net, every VR and gaming community was inundated with the name Jinshur Hoying OL. Beta access prices were driven to jaw-dropping sums. Even multinational consortia issued statements hoping to contact the secretive developer ready to invest or acquire at any cost. Countless wealthy men players and tech obsessives who had failed to secure access beat their chests in despair, feeling they had missed an era. Inside the GM space, Fang Yu reclined on his throne, while a screen before him displayed the spectacle unfolding on the VR Nexus forum. He watched the frenzy of posts clamoring for codes and allowed a satisfied smile to cross his face. Scarcity marketing is forever the most effective tactic. A pleasant sequence of system chimes rang from his back end. Ding. Player engaged in combat with the narrative faction Mai for the first time. World Line Deviation 0. 1 gained 1,000 World Line Variation Points. Ding. Player died and revived before a narrative NPC for the first time, causing a massive shock to the native worldview. World Line Deviation 0. 5 gained 5,000 World Line Variation Points. Ding. The player's actions triggered unknown fear among the My High Command. World Line Deviation 0. 2 gained 2,000 World Line Variation Points. Ding. The player's suicidal review sparked a psychic tsunami in the other world. Countless souls yearned to descend. World potential increased. Gained 3,000 World Line Variation Points. The cascade of notifications propelled Fang Yu's meager stock of World Line Variation Points to soar past 11,000. As expected, these calamities are the finest marks, Fang Yu murmured. With this seed capital he could do so much. He unhesitatingly opened the system marketplace and began to spend. Redeemed Group Quest Editor for 1,000 points. Redeemed the Battlefield Information Data Chain Module for 2,000 points. Redeemed Basic Narrative Item Generation Permission for 3,000 points. After that string of purchases, he had just over 5,000 variation points remaining. Fang Yu tapped his fingers in the void, his gaze turning deep. The first probe was complete. The player's enthusiasm and the level of chaos had exceeded his expectations. Mui's response was roughly what he had anticipated. It was time for the second step. Let these mad dogs locked in Shinsho Village go tear the real capital apart. His eyes fixed on an imminent crucial node on the Huang world's timeline, the Shorin exam, and beneath the spectacle lay Da Shi Wan's My Collapse plan. In the original tale, it was an elite ninja battle, a tragedy that reshaped Mui's landscape. But in Fang Yu's view, it would become a player's carnival, a large-scale patch event orchestrated by his own hand. The corners of his mouth curved once more into that mad, delighted smile of a creator. Fang Yu sat upon the throne of the GM, his slender fingers gliding lightly across the newly unlocked Group Quest Editor. A blue light shimmered at his fingertips as lines of code and text danced according to his will. He was well aware that players, as a species, could not be kept confined within the novice village indefinitely. The wild boars and mushrooms of the novice village could only satisfy their initial sense of novelty. Once this novelty wore off, these energetic calamities would begin to contemplate more dangerous matters, such as resuming their unfinished plan to bore through the earth. He had to give them a grander, more enticing objective. The upcoming Chunin exam and Orochimaru's plan to collapse Konoha were undoubtedly the best stage. It's time to direct this flood towards the heart of the ninja world. Fang Yu's gaze was focused and calm as he began to edit the first truly significant main quest since the public beta of True Hokage OL. He did not employ any flowery language, but rather used the most straightforward phrases capable of igniting the player's desire for exploration and chaos. Main Quest 1. Version 0 Shadows of Konoha Quest Type World Mainline Faction Choice Quest Description: The ancient and powerful Hidden Leaf Village is about to welcome the annual event of the ninja world, the Chunin exam. Talented ninjas from all corners of the world will gather to fight for glory and their future. However, beneath this facade of peace and prosperity, a massive conspiracy capable of overturning the entire ninja world is quietly brewing in the shadows. One of the legendary Sannin, the Forbidden Seeker, Orochimaru is eyeing the talents within the village and scheming a catastrophe that will engulf the entire village. Brave chosen ones, the currents of history are about to change course, and you stand at the crossroads of fate. Infiltrate Konoha, witness, participate, and even alter everything. Every choice you make may influence the future trajectory of this world. Quest Objectives 1. Successfully infiltrate the Hidden Leaf Village. 2. During the Chunin exam, collect as much information as possible about Orochimaru or Sound Village. 3. Optional, achieve fame during the Chunin exam or establish connections with key plot characters. Quest Rewards 1. Massive experience points. 2. Reputation in Konoha upon reaching friendly, unlock Konoha faction series quests and special shops. 3. Chunin exam version event points can be exchanged for version limited titles, costumes, and special items. Upon completing the quest description, a playful smile crept across Fang Yu's lips. He deliberately included terms like faction choice and changing the world in the quest description. He understood players too well. The seemingly high-freedom description was the best way to ignite their sense of mission and desire for destruction. Some would choose to become allies of justice, working hard to thwart Orochimaru's schemes, while others might find the villains cooler, even attempting to ally themselves with Orochimaru and become part of the chaotic faction. No matter how they chose, the end result would be the same, stirring the stagnant waters of Konoha that were already rife with undercurrents into a tempest. This was precisely what Fang Yu wanted to see. After finishing all this, he opened the system shop again, utilizing the just acquired basic plot item generation privilege to list several key pay-to-win items. Limited time items 1. Forged merchant credentials makes you appear as an ordinary merchant traveling the lands. Price 1,000 earth coins. 20 chance of being recognized by shrewd guards. 2. Lost villager household registration allows you to disguise as a border villager visiting family. Price 2,000 earth coins. 10 chance of being recognized. 3. Konoha transit order singles consumable, a seemingly authentic official order from Konoha sufficient to handle most inspections. Price 5,000 earth coins. 1 chance of being recognized by high-level ninjas, but they might choose to turn a blind eye due to your backing. The prices of these items are not cheap for ordinary players, but for those rich players who casually bid millions on forums, they are practically giveaways. Fang Yu was unabashedly telling them want to enter the main city. Want to experience the main storyline? Pay up. After completing all this, Fang Yu pressed the publish button. Buzz, a slight vibration spread throughout the entire Earth Village. All online players, whether battling monsters, gathering mushrooms, or practicing diving under a waterfall, were met with a giant system announcement framed in gold. What the hell? Main quest. Shadows of Konoha. Sounds awesome. Are we finally entering the main city? Orochimaru. It's the boss. That kind of big boss from the CG is about to appear. Brothers, check the quest rewards. Konoha reputation. This game has a faction system and event points. Limited time costumes. I'm all in. In an instant, the entire Earth Village fell into silence. Immediately after, a more intense cheer and shout erupted than ever before. On the forums, countless posts about the main quest flooded in within a second. Main quest activated. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Advance to Konoha. Pay-to-win guide how to choose among the 3 credentials in the shop. Techies analyze. Is there anyone grouping to by the merchant credentials? Let's form a caravan. It's a smaller target. The Infrastructure Maniac Guild is recruiting. Our goal is to infiltrate Konoha and find the architectural blueprints of the Hokage building. We will remodel it. The Grind Emperor Hunting Group is looking for PvP experts. Once inside the city, we have only one goal: to find those 4 green vest NPCs and take them down to delete their accounts. The players' enthusiasm was thoroughly ignited. They were no longer satisfied with brawling with wild boars in the novice village. Their sights were set on the legendary ninja village, Konoha. Countless players surged into the system shop, unabashedly purchasing those pricey credentials. Some guild leaders even bought dozens of transit orders in one go, preparing to lead the elite of their guild into Konoha at the earliest opportunity to seize the advantage. Fang Yu watched the rapidly rising sales figures in the background, and the eager players ready for action, his smile broadening. He knew that a superstorm he directed himself named Fourth Calamity was about to officially land at the core of the ninja world. And Konoha remained entirely unaware of this. Shin and Kotetsu were two of the most ordinary, least conspicuous gatekeepers of Konoha village. Day after day, their duty was monotonous and unchanging, standing guard at the village entrance, inspecting travel permits of pedestrians and merchants, occasionally settling trivial disputes. "Hey Kotetsu, seems awfully quiet today," Shin yawned, leaning listlessly against the wall of the guardhouse. "Yeah. The Chunin exams are approaching. The village's security has tightened considerably. Most foreign merchant caravans probably entered ahead of schedule." Kotetsu replied, equally bored, idly twirling a kunai between his fingers. For them, the greatest joy came only with shift change, when they could head into the village, sip sake at a yakiniku joint, grumble about work, and embellish tales of their youthful missions with theatrical flair. Yet they had no inkling that this day would become the longest, and most uncanny, of their entire careers. The stillness shattered the moment a woman appeared. A woman in a fiery red form-fitting chipa strode toward the gate, her figure so striking that passers-by turned their heads in open admiration. Shin and Kotetsu froze instantly. Konoha had its share of beauties, but none like this radiant, with such audacious magnetism, dressed so boldly. She was unlike anyone they'd ever seen. Her in-game alias was Enchant All Beings, in reality a popular live streamer famed for her uncanny ability to read and manipulate human hearts. The face she crafted fused the most captivating features of countless internet celebrities, every glance, every smile laced with subtle, irresistible allure. "Hello there, dear shinobi brothers." She paused before them, her voice honeyed and thick with sweetness. She blinked slowly with dewy, wide-set eyes, feigning delicate vulnerability. "Ahem." Shin cleared his throat, striving for stern authority. "Ma'am, please present your identification documents." "Documents?" Enchant All Beings tilted her head playfully, then withdrew a crumpled sheet from her minuscule handbag. The very same. "Lost Villager Registration Certificate." As she extended it, her tone softened into plaintive sorrow. "Brothers, I've traveled all the way from Grass Country to seek refuge with relatives. My homeland suffered calamity. I endured untold hardship just to reach Konoha. This is all I own," she added, drawing out several garishly printed vouchers from her bosom and pressing them firmly into Shin's palm without hesitation. "These are local delicacies from my village, mere tokens of gratitude. You two have labored so diligently on duty, consider them a humble gift from your little sister." Shin glanced down, crew printed. "Wild boar barbecue vouchers." He exchanged a glance with Kotetsu. Both saw the same wry, bewildered amusement in each other's eyes. What was this thing? Yet, as her fingertips brushed his palm, a faint involuntary shiver ran through him. "This violates protocol." Kotetsu tried once more to uphold principle. "Oh, just make an exception." Enchant All Beings leaned closer, fragrant warmth enveloping him. "A frail woman like me faces such peril out there. Once inside the village, I'll be safe. Brothers, please, show mercy." Her gaze held theirs, unwavering and disconcertingly intense, leaving both Shin and Kotetsu deeply unsettled. "Ahem, this is strictly a one-time concession." In the end, Shin relented. He hastily stamped the certificate and waved her onward. Go on, enter already." "Thank you, brother. You're truly kind-hearted." Enchant All Beings beamed sweetly, then swayed gracefully past the gate and into the village. Only after her silhouette vanished did Kotetsu snap back to awareness, nudging Shin. "Hey, just like that. That certificate looked suspicious to me." "Suspicious? Nonsense, I examined it thoroughly. Besides, what threat could a lone woman possibly pose?" Shin retorted, stuffing the vouchers into his pocket with stubborn bravado. Kotetsu merely pursed his lips and said nothing more. Meanwhile, Enchant All Beings, having just crossed the threshold, immediately posted triumphantly on the forum. "Sisters, beauty is the ultimate passport. Male NPCs in Konoha are astonishingly easy to deceive. Her post ignited surging confidence among countless players who'd chosen female avatars. Yet not everyone enjoyed such smooth passage. Just as Shin and Kotetsu dismissed the incident as a minor diversion, a hulking figure lumbered forward, broad-shouldered, muscle-bound, towering like a living iron citadel. He was Bull Rush, the same boorish player who'd earlier attempted to force his way in and been detained in the interrogation chamber. This time he'd learned his lesson. He'd paid dearly for an official Konoha travel permit. Yet his bearing screamed anything but law-abiding citizen. Slapping the permit onto the desk, he bellowed impatiently. "Look! I've got this. Open up now. I've got missions to complete in town." Shin and Kotetsu's faces darkened instantly. His demeanor stood in stark, jarring contrast to the elegant woman who'd preceded him, like heaven and earth torn asunder. "What kind of attitude is that?" Kotetsu slammed his palm onto the desk. "Hand over the permit. We'll inspect it properly." "Inspect what? This thing's genuine. Cost me 5,000 Ryo. How could it possibly be fake?" Bull Rush roared, utterly oblivious. 5,000 Ryo. What was that? Shin and Kotetsu exchanged a baffled look. This man clearly wasn't right in the head. At that moment a sharp bark pierced the air. "Akamaru, do you sense something amiss?" Kiba Inuzuka arrived on patrol, flanked by his loyal Ninkin Akamaru. Akamaru erupted into furious barking hackles, raised, fixated on Bull Rush with unmistakable wariness. "Hey, you! Who are you? You reek of suspicion." Kiba pointed directly at him. Bull Rush scowled at yet another NPC. "Mind your own damn business. I'm a player here to do missions. Let me in now." Player. Another incomprehensible term. Kiba's brow furrowed deeper. He sensed profound instability in this man, and beneath it a strange alien resonance, a presence utterly foreign to this world. "Akamaru, mark him." Akamaru sprang forward, darted behind Bull Rush, and lifted his hind leg. A warm stream struck Bull Rush's pant leg with unnerving precision. "What the?" Bull Rush felt the sudden damp heat, looked down, and exploded. "You mangy dog! You peed on me!" With a roar, he swung his fist toward Akamaru. "You dare lay a finger on my dog!" Kiba snarled, slamming his hands together. "Fawn over fawn!" A whirlwind erupted. Before Bull Rush could react, he was hurled backward, his health bar draining to zero, in an instant dissolving into blinding white light. Kiba landed lightly, staring blankly at the empty space where Bull Rush had stood. Where did he go?" Shin and Kotetsu stood frozen, speechless. There it was again, that eerie, impossible vanishing. Before they could even process it, two masked ANBU operatives materialized beside Kiba, silent, seamless, as if conjured from shadow itself. "By order of the Hokage, all individuals exhibiting such anomalous vanishing behavior are to be apprehended alive and brought immediately to the interrogation division," intoned one ANBU voice devoid of inflection or emotion. A lower ninja responsible for inspecting the goods approached, furrowing his brow, as he gazed at the bizarrely shaped and vividly colored mushrooms on the cart. He carefully picked up a fully dark blue mushroom adorned with golden spots and sniffed it. "What kind of mushroom is this? I've never seen it before." The mushroom merchant rolled his eyes and fabricated a story, saying, "Sir, this is a specialty from our hometown called blueberry fairy mushroom. Eating it can invigorate the mind, even men say it's great." The lower ninja was half convinced, and was about to ask again, when a cold voice from the nearby Umbu interjected. "Confiscate everything. Take it for testing." "No, sir. This is all I have." The mushroom merchant panicked and lunged to reclaim his mushrooms. As expected, he was struck on the neck by another Umbu's knife hand, instantly knocked unconscious, and dragged away like a dead dog. The commotion at the entrance of Konoha was reported in real time to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression had darkened to the point of threatening to drip with water. His pipe had long extinguished, and a suffocating atmosphere filled the office. Immortal. Incoherent speech. Bizarre behavior. and now they are attempting to infiltrate the village on a large scale. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his aching temples. What exactly are these creatures? Hokage-sama, according to preliminary investigations by the clan in the mountains, these individuals exhibit very strange mental fluctuations. They do not seem to be under Jinjutsu control, rather it seems as if they believe that everything they do is completely justified. An Umbu squad leader knelt on one knee to report. Justified. Killing comrades is justified. Being revived after death is also justified. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his understanding being trampled repeatedly. Mark all the suspicious individuals who have successfully infiltrated the village. Yes. Soon a map of Konoha was spread across the Hokage's desk with red dots marking over a dozen moving targets. I want to see for myself what they are up to. Sarutobi Hiruzen approached the desk, formed hand seals, and shouted, Art of the telescope. The crystal ball in front of him instantly lit up, mist swirling as the image gradually clarified. The first scene that appeared in the crystal ball was that of the female player, enchanting the masses, who had successfully infiltrated. She was currently standing at the entrance of a dumpling shop, pulling a passing villager and eagerly asking, Excuse me, do you know where I can find hidden quests? Or perhaps there's a lonely old man or lost pets that need assistance. The villager looked bewildered by her question, saying, Miss, what are you talking about? What quest? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Hidden quest. What kind of code is that? He switched to the next target. The scene in the crystal ball shifted to below Hokage Rock. Several players were sneakily gathering there, looking up at the massive Hokage face. Brothers, can we climb up there? I bet there's a treasure chest at the top. Let's find out. I'll go first. One player said, and to everyone's surprise, he actually started climbing up the mountain wall using both hands and feet. However, after only a few meters, he was discovered by a patrolling ninja and kicked down, landing hard. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyelids twitched. These people dared to desecrate Hokage Rock. He suppressed his anger and continued switching the scene. This time the image in the crystal ball left him completely stunned. A player with the ID, Kichiku's own up master, stood on a bustling street. He seemed to sense something, suddenly stopping in his tracks, looking up, and his gaze precisely met the direction of the crystal ball's observation. Discovered. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart skipped a beat. However, the other party's reaction completely exceeded his expectations. The player not only did not hide, but instead revealed an extremely excited expression. He waved at the empty space, and began an extremely bizarre uncoordinated dance with all four limbs. Hey! Look this way! Is the GM watching me? Old man Third, I see you! While dancing, he shouted in a strange tone. Come on, let me show you my talent! Lord of the Shadow Flow, here I go! His companions took out a strange rectangular glowing device, a phone, and pointed it at him, excitedly discussing. This angle looks cool. Record it. This will definitely go viral on the forum. Let him dance again. Add some BGM. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the chaotic scene in the crystal ball, listening to the completely incomprehensible words. His mind fell into an unprecedented state of confusion. GM. Old Man Third. Lord of the Shadow Flow. BGM. What? What is all this? He felt as if he was not monitoring invaders, but watching an absurd and bizarre circus performance that he could not comprehend. Hokage-sama. The nearby Umbu's voice trembled slightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not respond, he merely stared fixedly at the crystal ball, a chill rising from his heart that left him shivering. Sarutobi Hizashi felt a dryness in his throat. He waved his hand, signaling the Umbu to withdraw, and then sat alone in the office, fixating intently on the shimmering crystal ball. He continued to switch through the observation targets, and the next scene he witnessed intensified his unease. The image in the crystal ball locked onto a player with the ID Treasure Hunter. This guy was performing an incomprehensible act at the entrance of Konoha. He first walked into the village, then immediately ran out, only to rush back in again. This repeated over a dozen times, as he muttered to himself, this isn't right, the respawn mechanism shouldn't work like this. Is there no fixed time for the guards to change shifts? This AI is too intelligent. The guarding ninja had already regarded him as a madman and warned him several times. But he paid no heed, even sneaking up to Zidiai, extending his hand, as if he wanted to pilfer something from Zidiai's ninja tool pouch. "What are you doing?" Zidiai exclaimed, startled, and pushed him away. The treasure hunter, unfazed, simply chuckled and ran off, only to return after a while with the same mischievous intent. Such shameless harassment left the guarding ninjas exasperated, yet they were helpless, since he had not truly attacked anyone. Sarutobi Hizashi watched this scene, his confusion reaching its peak. Testing the respawn mechanism. What kind of signal was this? However, this was not the most alarming sight. When he shifted the perspective of the crystal ball to a secluded corner of the village, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. There stood the memorial stone of the Uchiha clan. The cold stone was engraved with the names of every individual who perished on the night of the massacre, symbolizing an indelible dark history of Konoha. This place was rarely visited save for the occasional Umbu paying respects. Yet at this moment a dozen players had gathered before the memorial stone. Their actions were filled with a sense of sacred ritual and an enthusiasm that Sarutobi Hizashi could not comprehend. They lined up, bowing at 90 degrees before the stone one by one. Then a player took out a vibrant flower, an item from the system store, from their backpack and respectfully placed it before the stone. Following that, another player produced a stack of yellow paper money, igniting it with fire jutsu, chanting as they burned it before the stone. "To the esteemed members of the Uchiha clan, we are here to save you. We are the chosen ones. We are players here to defy fate. Uchiha Madara. Itachi. Shursui. Is anyone there?" shouted a leading player, raising his voice at the cold stone. "Come out to accept our quest. We are here to help revive you. The rewards are negotiable." "Yes. Revive you. Then teach us how to unlock the Sharingan. It would be great if this could trigger some hidden storyline granting us an rank bloodline limit." Sarutobi Hizashi, watching the absurd shouts through the crystal ball, felt his hand gripping the pipe tremble uncontrollably. Blasphemy. This was the ultimate desecration of the deceased. What did they take the tragedy of the Uchiha clan for? A game that could trigger rewards. Reviving the dead. What a joke. A surge of anger and fear from deep within his soul gripped his heart. He could not fathom what kind of force could cultivate such a group of monsters that disregarded life, death, and all rules and morals. The appearance of these people instilled more fear in him than any enemies he had faced before, such as Orochimaru, Yunin, and Iwanin. For their actions had transcended the concept of ninja entering a realm he was completely unfamiliar with, a realm of madness. Meanwhile, deep beneath Konoha, in the dark and damp base of Root, Shimura Danzo was observing through the unique water mirror technique of Root, witnessing scenes identical to those in the crystal ball. But unlike Sarutobi Hizashi's confusion and fear, the single eye of Danzo sparkled with extreme seriousness and a pathological excitement. In his conspiracy-laden mind, these seemingly absurd actions of the players were interpreted with entirely different, profound meanings. Repeatedly jumping on Hokage Rock, Danzo analyzed coldly to the Root ninjas beside him, while watching the scene. This is definitely not a simple provocation. They are testing the response speed and coverage of our monitoring system in a way we cannot understand. They are searching for defensive blind spots, harassing villagers and guards. His voice grew darker. This is a new type of psychological warfare. By creating small-scale, high-frequency chaos, they aim to dull our vigilance, while spreading panic among the populace, undermining Konoha's cohesion from within. When the image shifted to the Uchiha Memorial Stone, watching the players paying respects and shouting, Danzo's breath quickened. Such deep schemes. Such a vile plot. He slammed his hand on the armrest. On the surface, they are desecrating the dead, but in reality, they are conveying a message to us. A message about revival and Uchiha. They are hinting to us that they possess the ability to revive the dead. They may even have some undisclosed connection with the deceased Uchiha Madara. The more Danzo thought, the clearer and more terrifying the image of the mastermind behind it all became. An organization capable of conjuring an undead army out of thin air and infiltrating with unheard-of mental pollution. The mysterious leader codenamed GM. That bizarre base called Earth Village. Hizashi, that old fool, only sees the surface chaos and fails to recognize the enormous conspiracy hidden beneath it that could overturn the entire ninja world. Danzo sneered in his heart. To him, this was no simple invasion. This was a long-planned ultimate espionage drama played on the chessboard of all of Konoha. And the enemy has gotten ahead of everyone. We cannot wait any longer. Danzo stood up, his eyes glimmering with a ruthless light. Send my orders, let Ka take the lead and capture Undead at all costs. I want to personally interrogate him, pry open his mind, and see what secrets lie within. Yes. The rude ninjas behind him silently vanished into the darkness. Danzo watched the ongoing performance art in the water mirror, feeling as though something was stirring beneath the bandaged arm. He firmly believed that only he could see through this conspiracy, and only he could extract the greatest benefits for Konoha and for himself from this crisis. The first round of the Chunin exam written test. The examination room, presided over by Sanaya Biki, the captain of the interrogation and inquiry force, is currently enveloped in an invisible pressure. The genin from various countries sit upright, not daring to breathe. The scarred face of Ibiki and the perverse examination rules he just announced instill a profound fear in every examinee. However, amidst this oppressive silence, a small group stands out with a completely different vibe. They are the players who have infiltrated the exam room through various means, primarily through spending money. In their eyes, this is not a testing ground for fate, but a treasure trove filled with high-value NPCs and hidden storylines. A player with the ID Curious Baby crouches in a corner, his beady eyes glinting. His gaze does not linger on the test paper, but is fixed on a nearby boy with red hair and dark circles under his eyes. It is Gaara from Sonogekure. Brothers, did you see the guy with the gourd on his back? He excitedly whispered in the team voice chat. This must be a humanoid boss. Look at his aura, that screams danger. There's definitely some artifact hidden in that gourd. Don't be reckless, I feel like he's not to be trifled with. What's there to be afraid of? If you don't take risks in the game, what fun is there? Fortune favors the bold. I'll go touch it, and see if I can trigger any storyline. Curious Baby said, as he hunched over and stealthily moved toward Gaara's direction. All the examinees in the room are deeply engrossed in their thoughts or nervously observing their surroundings, completely oblivious to the bizarre actions of this character. Gaara is meditating, indifferent to everything around him. The Shikaku within him stirs restlessly, filling him with the urge to kill, which he is striving to suppress. At that moment, he felt a hand cautiously reaching for the gourd behind him. Let me see what treasure is inside. The excitement on Curious Baby's face grows as his fingertip is about to touch the dark red gourd. In an instant, Gaara's eyes snapped open, his emotionless green pupils locking onto Curious Baby. Curious Baby shuddered at the gaze, but did not stop his actions. Just as his fingertip touched the gourd, whoosh! The sand pouring out of the gourd like a living creature transformed into a massive hand that grabbed Curious Baby at a speed difficult to perceive. What the heck? Curious Baby could only let out a startled cry. The sand hand swept him violently against the wall of the examination room. Bang! A loud crash resounded, and a spiderweb of cracks appeared on the wall. Curious Baby was smashed against it, resembling a squashed tomato, with his health bar instantly depleted. In the last second before he turned into a white light and disappeared, he shouted excitedly in the team voice chat, instant kill. This boss is amazing. The attack judgment. So fast. Inside the examination room, everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. They only saw the red-haired boy from Sonogekure suddenly conjuring sand, and then the Konoha examinee was slapped dead. Ibiki's brows knitted together. Karui and Temari looked at their brother in horror. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and others were rendered speechless. On the other side, a minor commotion was also unfolding. A male player with the ID Flirtation Master gazed obsessively at Hinata Hyuga, who sat nearby. Wow, this NPC's model is so beautiful. Pure and adorable, I can't help but love her. Definitely a character to pursue. He shared his discovery in the team channel. Boss, take it easy, the guy next to her looks like trouble. What's there to be afraid of? In dating games you have to be brave and go for it. Flotation Master adjusted his flashy outfit system costume, stood up, and walked over to Hinata with what he considered the coolest pose. Hinata was blushing furiously, flustered by Naruto sitting not far away, completely unaware of someone approaching her. Hi, beautiful. Flotation Master propped a hand on Hinata's table and ran his fingers through his hair, revealing a greasy smile. It must be boring doing the test alone. Want me to help you with it? I'm a quiz whiz. Startled by this sudden flirtation, Hinata shrunk into herself, her face even redder, stammering and unable to speak. What are you doing to the young lady of the Hyuga clan? A cold voice came from beside them. Neji Hyuga stood up, his white eyes glaring coldly at Flotation Master. Oh, big brother. Flotation Master saw Neji, and not only felt no fear, but grew more excited. I'm just having a little chat with my little sister, don't be so tense. Little sister. A vein throbbed on Neji's forehead. He had already concluded that this lewd and unruly character was a spy sent to intentionally humiliate the Hyuga clan. He stopped wasting words. Gentle fist. Neji's figure flickered, instantly appearing in front of Flotation Master, his hands transforming into illusions. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. Flotation Master felt as if countless needles had pierced his entire body, rendering him immobile. A slew of negative status alerts popped up on his game panel. You have been attacked by Gentle Fist. All 361 chakra points are sealed. Status paralyzed, unable to move, unable to use skills, duration 1 hour. What the heck? This control skill is so overpowered. Flotation Master screamed internally, but his mouth couldn't utter a word. After finishing his work, Neji coldly addressed the arriving proctor. Proctor, this person attempted to harass an examinee and disrupted the order of the examination room. Please deal with him. Soon Flotation Master was carried out like a zombie by 2 Chunin proctors directly sent to the Konoha Police Department. In the police department, facing Ibiki's personal interrogation, the now mobile Flotation Master still insisted on explaining and telling you that NPC named Hinata definitely has a hidden storyline. I was trying to trigger her bond quest. You don't understand. This is game strategy. Ibiki listened to this nonsense, feeling that his career in interrogation was facing unprecedented challenges. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office could no longer be described as heavy, it was suffocatingly cold. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his chair, silent. In front of him stood a row of elite jonin, each with different expressions. Kakashi Asuma, and even the weary Ibiki Marino, who had just finished an interrogation. Scattered across the floor of the office were a dozen emergency intelligence scrolls, just delivered by the Umbu. Each scroll recorded a series of incomprehensible events. Ibiki was the first to speak, his voice hoarse and deep. Okage-sama, you are already aware of the situation regarding the first exam. In addition to the 2 who were dealt with on the spot, there are at least 10 candidates who brazenly cheated using methods we cannot comprehend. We captured one of them, and he admitted to using a voice chat with his companions to pass answers. Voice chat. The shinobi present did not understand what this meant. The most critical point is Ibiki paused, his expression turning extremely grim, the candidate killed by Gaara, as well as the thug who harassed Hinata Hyuga. According to reports at the village gate, they reappeared at the village entrance an hour later unharmed, attempting to enter again. Upon hearing this, the entire office erupted in chaos. How is that possible? Asuma exclaimed, unable to contain himself. After being crushed by Gaara-san like that, even if they didn't die, they should be seriously injured. How could they be fine an hour later? That's the problem, Kakashi said, his visible eye filled with confusion. This isn't something that can be explained by medical ninjutsu. It seemed more like some sort of forbidden technique regarding life and death that we have never seen before. Moreover, Sakura added, according to Hinata's description, the person who harassed her kept muttering something about attacking NPCs and bonding quests displaying extremely abnormal mental state. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a long sigh, feeling as if he had aged 10 years overnight. Undying bodies, strange language, chaotic logic, and disregard for death. These clues pointed toward a conclusion that sent chills down his spine. The enemy was a type of existence they could not comprehend. Hokage-sama. Kakashi, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. I have a hypothesis. All eyes turned to him. I wonder, is it possible that this is not some kind of ninjutsu, but rather a higher-level power that we cannot perceive? Kakashi's voice was soft. For instance, the legendary Sage of Six Paths, who possesses the ability to create worlds and control life and death. Could these people be related to that kind of legendary power? The name Sage of Six Paths made the air in the office seem to freeze. That was already in the realm of myth and existence that ninjas would not dare to imagine. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart raced. He recalled the two words from the report in the mountains. GM. Version. The creators of the game. The world of the game. This hypothesis, though absurd, seemed to be the only reason that could explain everything at hand. If this world was indeed a game that had been created, and those people were players from a higher dimension, what were these so-called ninjas? Were they merely programmed NPCs? The thought made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel dizzy. The worldview and faith in the will of fire that he had built over decades were violently shaken at that moment. Send the orders down. Sarutobi Hiruzen forced himself to calm down, his voice hoarse, as he issued commands. Raise the alert level for these undead to the highest. For the second exam in the Forest of Death, increase the number of Umbu personnel, and closely monitor their every move. Before we understand their true intentions, avoid direct confrontation, as much as possible focusing on observation and intelligence gathering. Yes. All the shinobi replied in unison, but each face was filled with worry and unease. An exam that should have been a stage for young ninjas had been completely thrown into chaos by a group of unknown disasters. Meanwhile, in a GM space where no one was aware, Fang Yu was reveling in the joy of harvest. His system backend was being flooded with a series of golden notifications. Ding. The player had the first conflict with an important plot character, Gaara, causing a slight impact on Gaara's psychological state. World Line Deviation 1. 0 gained 10000 points of World Line change value. Ding. The player engaged in deep interaction with important plot characters Hinata Hyuga and Niji Hyuga, resulting in an unknown change in the plot character relationship chain. World Line Deviation 0. 5 gained 5000 points of World Line change value. Ding. The player's cheating behavior in the Chunin exam severely disrupted the exam order, impacting Konoha's rule system. World Line Deviation 0. It gained 8000 points of World Line change value. Ding. The player's actions triggered the higher-ups of Konoha to suspect and fear the nature of the world, leading to a shake in their cognitive system. World Line Deviation 2. 0 gained 20000 points of World Line change value. In just half a day, his World Line change value had skyrocketed from the previous 5,000 points to nearly 50,000 points. Ha ha ha, well done. Fang Yu looked at the soaring values and couldn't help but laugh. This group of players was simply the most efficient World Line harvester. Every seemingly foolish action they took was wildly prying at the originally solid plot line of this world. Especially Kakashi's divine speculation thrilled Fang Yu even more. Good, someone has begun to doubt the world. The seeds of fear and the unknown are taking root and sprouting. Fang Yu felt great, generously investing these change values into system upgrades. Consume 10000 points to unlock advanced battlefield information data link, allowing real-time monitoring of the battlefield and issuing tactical commands to players. The Death Forest Exercise Ground No. 44. This is the stage for the second round of the Chunin exam, a veritable death maze. Gigantic trees block out the sun, and the forest is perpetually shrouded in damp mist, with countless poisonous insects and fierce beasts lurking in the shadows, eyeing the candidates who dare to enter. Orochimaru, disguised as a kunoichi from the grass-hidden village stands atop the crown of a towering tree, his golden snake-like eyes coldly observing the entrance of the forest. A sinister smile of cunning hangs at the corner of his mouth. Everything is within his grasp. Konoha's defenses are even more lax than he had expected. That old man Sarutobi Hiruzen has indeed grown old and indecisive. The vessel he has his sights set on, Uchiha Sasuke, has already entered this meticulously prepared hunting ground. Soon, he will receive the heavenly curse mark that he grants amidst the temptations of despair and power. The plan to crumble Konoha is perfectly underway. However, just as he revels in this feeling of control, a series of inappropriate, excited shouts echo from not far away, interrupting his thoughts. Wow! Brothers, look! A huge snake! This must be an elite monster. Much larger than the wild boar king from the novice village. Wait! Let me take a picture first for the forum. This is the first wild boss of the Death Forest. Orochimaru's brow furrows slightly, hard to detect. He looks in the direction of the sound. Nearby, by the edge of a swamp, a giant python that he had released to clear the area is now surrounded by 7 or 8 strangely dressed ninjas. This giant python is one of his carefully cultivated summoned beasts. Though it pales in comparison to the 10,000 snakes, it is more than sufficient to deal with lower-ranking ninjas. At this moment, it is flicking its tongue, trying to intimidate the group of oblivious intruders. However, the reaction of those ninjas leaves Orochimaru somewhat perplexed. They show no fear or desire to flee. Instead, their eyes shine with excitement, as if they have discovered a rare treasure. I'll go first. Let's test its attack power. One player shouts, grabbing a novice wooden sword and charging forward. The giant python impatiently swings its tail. Smack! The player flies into the swamp, with a scream, disappearing in an instant. Physical attack. The damage is very high. It's a sweeping attack. He's dead. Brothers, we got the data. Charge! Wear it down. Let's split the loot. The remaining players go wild, rushing towards the giant python. Orochimaru, perched in the tree, watches this comical scene unfold, a glint of amusement flashing in his golden snake-like eyes. Which small ninja village are these idiots from? Testing information with such suicidal attacks. How delightfully foolish. He does not take these little bugs seriously. In his view, this is merely a harmless interlude in the Chunin exam. Just then, his spy in Konoha, a member of the Sound Ninja, sends an urgent report through a secret technique. Lord Kazekage, a large number of unidentified madmen have appeared in Konoha. Orochimaru licks his lips, intrigued, as he inquires through the mental link. Madmen? Be more specific. They are not afraid of death. When killed, they turn into white light and disappear, only to reappear elsewhere. They keep muttering strange terms like GM and version event, and their behavior is completely incomprehensible. Some even attempted to capture Lord Gaara's gored, claiming it to be a divine artifact. At this point, Orochimaru's smile finally froze on his face. Not afraid of death. Disappearing into light. This description closely resembles the group of idiots attacking the giant python he just saw. Capturing Gaara's gored. What a joke! What's inside isn't sand, it's absolute death. A hint of doubt flickers in his mind. Lord Kazekage, there's something even more absurd. The spy's voice trembles slightly. Some of them seem to be very interested in you. I overheard them discussing, saying you are the legendary Sannin and Srank World Bioses, and that they plan to form a team to raid you and capture your summoned beast, the 10,000 snakes, as a pet mount. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru can no longer hold back his laughter. Capture the 10,000 snakes as a pet. Are these people insane, or are they genuinely ignorant to the extreme? The ferocity of the 10,000 snakes is something even he sometimes struggles to fully control. How dare these trash, who are less than Chunin level, speak such arrogant words? A group of interesting bugs. Orochimaru shakes his head, casting aside this flicker of doubt. Before his perfect plan to crumble Konoha, what waves could these behaviorally strange little bugs possibly stir up? At most, they would merely add a touch of absurd humor to this grand performance. He refocuses his attention deep into the forest. He can sense that Sasuke and Naruto's chakra is approaching. The main event is about to begin. He remains entirely unaware that these beings he views as humor and bugs are about to turn his perfect plan into an unprecedented disaster carnival that even he cannot control. The day of the final match of the Chunin exams has finally arrived. The entire Konoha village is immersed in a lively yet tense atmosphere. The enormous circular arena is filled to capacity with feudal lords, nobles, wealthy merchants from the Land of Fire and allied countries, as well as high-ranking ninjas from various villages gathered in one place. Here they will witness the birth of a new generation of talented ninjas. In the stands, Orochimaru, disguised as the fourth Kazekage, sits side by side with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. On the surface, the two engage in light-hearted banter, but secretly each harbors their own ulterior motives. In Orochimaru's eyes lies a mix of excitement and cruelty as he prepares to ensnare his prey. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen carries the heavy burden of a looming crisis regarding the immortal, filling him with unease about this grand event. In the arena, the first match between Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji has concluded in a surprising manner. Now the highly anticipated focus is about to make an entrance. Uchiha Sasuke. However, beneath this stage meant for scripted characters, another group of individuals is making their final preparations in their own way. The internal forum of the players is currently in an uproar. The Liver Emperor PvP Guild Heaven's Punishment is urgently recruiting. We have only one goal: protect the third Hokage. According to insider information from a brother who was captured by the Umbu and then released, the third old man is about to face Orochimaru in an unknown battle. This is an rank protection mission. The rewards will be absolutely explosive. The Infrastructure Maniacs engineering team report in. Everyone bring your shovels and tools. We want go to the arena. Our target is Hokage Rock. Once the battle starts, we will set up defensive structures on Hokage Rock, taking the high ground and using rockfall techniques to support our allies, which means dropping stones from above. The Shinong Tasting 100 Herbs team has released their latest research findings. The recipe for the toxic mushroom bomb. Brothers who have harvested the colorful spiral mushroom crush the mushrooms, mix them with wild boar fat, and you will create a throwable poison gas bomb. While it is effective against our own people, we are the natural disaster, we fear no death. Let the enemies experience illusions. Attention, scenery and screenshot parties. The century-long battle is about to begin. Position yourselves well. Capturing the decisive moment between the third Hokage and Orochimaru will surely make you a legend on the forum. Every player, every group is itching for action. They have no interest in the Chunin exams or who will win. In their eyes, this is clearly the first large-scale version event since the game launched. It is a feast where they can indulge harvest experience and gear up. Inside the arena, as the referee announces the start of the match between Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara, the atmosphere reaches its peak. Orochimaru in the stands senses that the time has come. He glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen beside him, an icy killing intent flashing in his eyes. He raised his hand ready to signal the long-prepared plan. However, just as he was about to act in that split-second moment, buzz. A system announcement visible only to players and covering the entirety of Konoha suddenly appeared before all players like a divine miracle. The announcement panel was blood-red with golden text burning like flames, proclaiming content that would ignite the passion of all players. Emergency notification. Version 1.0 Large World Event. The Konoha defense and offense battle has officially begun. Event factions: Konoha Guardians vs. Konoha Collapse Army. Event description: the epic level boss Orochimaru's conspiracy has already commenced. The legendary NPC third Hokage is facing a life-and-death crisis. A massive onslaught of sound ninjas and sand ninjas elite monsters is about to launch a full attack on Konoha. This is a grand war that is destined to be recorded in the annals of the ninja world, and it is an excellent opportunity for the chosen ones to prove themselves and make a name for themselves. Pick up your weapons, choose your factions, fight for experience, for gear, and for the chance to capture your favorite NPC. Battle Chosen Ones. Below the announcement is an incredibly detailed, enticing exchange list of points. Konoha Guardians Faction Missions 1. Kill Sound Ninja San Ninja Jinin level reward 10 event points 100 experience points. 2. Kill Sound Ninja San Ninja Chunin level reward 50 event points 500 experience points. 3. Kill Sound Ninja San Ninja Jonin level reward 500 event points 5000 experience points, with a chance to drop standard ninja tools. 4. Protect important plot NPC 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen within his battle area, gain 100 event points for every minute he survives. If you successfully protect him, until the battle ends, all participants will receive an additional 100,000 points, and the unique title Guardian of the Will of Fire. 5. Deal effective damage to the epic boss Orochimaru points, calculated based on damage dealt, minimum 500 points per instance. 6. Defeat Orochimaru's summoned beasts such as the giant snake, reward 100,000 points, and a very low chance to drop snake skin materials. 7. Special challenge task, capture Orochimaru's ultimate summoned beast 10,000 snakes. Task rewards unique limited title Snake Tamer, and unlock personal exclusive mount system. This announcement detonated like a ton of TNT within the player community. What Konoha collapse? What Ninja World War? To hell with that. This is clearly a super benefit set by GM Dad. Holy shit. Holy shit. Capture 10,000 snakes. Unlock mount system. My god. This reward is insane. Can you ride pets in this game? Stop worrying about mounts. Protect the 3rd Hokage. The unique title. Guardian of the Will of Fire. This prestige is off the charts. Brothers, what are we waiting for? Forget the match. Mage teams, referring to those players who only throw shuriken and stones, follow me. Block the entrance to the arena. The experience from the first wave of small monsters is ours. Healers, referring to those players who have learned some basic first aid, go to Hokage Rock. Protect the 3rd Old Man. We are moving health packs. In the arena, all players mixed in the audience section have eyes glowing like wolves. They stare intently at the figure in the VIP section, wearing a straw hat along with the 3rd Hokage beside him. In their eyes, those are not two living beings. They are two moving, shimmering treasure chests filled with experience points and god tier gear. Orochimaru's hand ultimately swung down. Begin! He issued the cold command in a hoarse voice. Hidden among the audience, Yakushi Kabuto formed hand seals. Nirvana technique! In an instant, pure white feathers, like snowflakes, descended from the sky, filling the entire arena. A powerful hypnotic chakra rapidly spread as the feathers floated down. In an instant, the ordinary citizens in the stands, along with the lords and wealthy merchants from various countries, fell into a deep sleep, leaning awkwardly against their seats. Even some of the weaker genin were not spared. A smile of success appeared on Orochimaru's face. He moved, taking the 3rd Hokage hostage, and instantly appeared on the rooftop of the arena. At the same time, the 4 sound ninja he had arranged around the area immediately formed the purple flames formation, enveloping him and the 3rd Hokage within. The sand ninjas and sound ninjas ambushed throughout Konoha also launched a deadly surprise attack on the sleeping village. Everything was exactly as he had rehearsed countless times. However, in the next moment, he sensed something was wrong. In his expectations, among the sleeping crowd, only a few elite ninjas were supposed to be able to break the illusion and resist. But now, in the stands, over 100 people, far from being asleep, stood up spiritedly, shouting incomprehensible but exuberant cheers. They're here, they're here! The CG has begun! Wow! This feather effect is amazing! Screenshot, screenshot! Stop taking screenshots! The event has started! Quick, check the task list! The boss has respawned! Orochimaru and the 3rd Hokage are on the roof! Will of Fire Guardian task triggered! Hurry! Form a team to go under the roof! But the old man 3rd Hokage... Orochimaru's pupils contracted to the utmost in an instant. What did he see? He saw those madmen who had been causing chaos in the village just days ago surging out from all directions of the audience like they had been injected with adrenaline. They ignored the fallen civilians around them, and the sand and sound ninjas launching attacks. Their target was terrifyingly clear. Gandhi led the Heaven's Punishment Guild, dozens of people like a human wall charging directly below the purple flames formation, looking up at Orochimaru and the third Hokage in the barrier, as if watching a century concert. Brothers, this is it. Protect the mission. Everyone take your positions. No retreat. Gandhi shouted frantically in the team channel. Those with shurikens, throw them up. Distract Orochimaru. Not seeking to kill just to annoy him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of shuriken stones, and even rotten fruits from who knows where were hurled towards the purple flames formation. Of course, these attacks didn't even touch the barrier being burned to ashes by the purple flame wall. But this behavior in Orochimaru's eyes was an extreme provocation he couldn't comprehend. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the arena, the first batch of sand and sound ninjas encountered the most bizarre enemies of their careers. They had expected an easy slaughter. Instead, what greeted them was a group of savages, howling and wielding wooden stick stone axes and wild boar bones. Miter monsters! Miter monsters have respawned. The first wave of experience is mine. Don't steal it from me. The head of the team is on it. Demasha. A sand ninja just used wind release wind cutter technique to slice open a player's throat. Before he could reveal a cruel smile, he saw the opponent give him a thumbs up with a pleased expression just before turning into white light and disappearing. What? What high damage? The sand ninja was immediately dumbfounded. What was happening? Wasn't he supposed to die in fear? Why did he look so happy? Before he could figure it out, 7 or 8 players with bloodshot eyes pounced on him, and using the most primitive methods, leg locks, throw grabs, and bites, crushed him to death on the ground. Loot drop. A green vest. Quick, pick it up. What are the attributes? The entire arena was thrown into chaos. Orochimaru's plan to collapse Konoha was forcibly turned into a wild party for the players unbeknownst to him. And the real chaos was just beginning. As Orochimaru summoned forth his pride, the colossal beast, 10,000 snakes, the entire audience of players erupted with excitement. The 100-meter-long purple giant python appeared, and before it could showcase its ferocity, countless greedy eyes below lit up with a green glow. A player with the ID, the man who catches horses, pulled out a thick rope made of some unknown vines from his backpack and excitedly shouted in the team channel, "Brothers! Snake Charmer task. The only mount. Did everyone see it? We saw it." Over 100 voices shouted in unison. Then what are we waiting for? Go! Capture it alive! Within the 4 purple flame formation, the air was heavy as lead. Sarutobi Hiruzen gripped the adamantine staff, his aged eyes burning with resolute battle intent. He fixed his gaze on the familiar yet unfamiliar disciple opposite him, a former pride, now a nightmare. Orochimaru, you have ultimately come to this point. The voice of the third Hokage was hoarse, laced with sorrow. Orochimaru extended his long tongue, licking his lips, his golden snake eyes filled with mockery and cruelty. Master, you are too old. The great tree of Konoha needs fresh blood. Let it begin with your decline. He formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a deadly ninjutsu. Outside the barrier, a wave of fervent shouts erupted akin to a tsunami, the sound so loud it even pierced the barrier, momentarily halting the confrontation between the two legendary figures. 10,000 snakes. It's the 10,000 snakes. Alive. Bigger than it looks in CGI. Snake Tamer. The only title. Brothers, if we take this down, we'll be the coolest in the whole server. Shut the hell up. The horse tamer is leading the charge. Let's follow. Second team, prepare to draw aggro. The muscles around Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes twitched uncontrollably. He couldn't understand these words, but he could sense that the voice contained not fear of war, but a kind of extreme excitement, as if participating in a celebration. What on earth was happening outside? Orochimaru's brow furrowed tightly. He could feel that those madmen he regarded as bugs were charging towards his prize summoning beast in a way he could not comprehend. In the center of the arena, the massive purple 10,000 snakes coiled its body, its cold snake eyes looking down on the tiny humans below filled with disdain and cruelty. In its eyes, these beings whose chakra was pitifully weak were not even worthy of being a snack. Hiss! The 10,000 snakes opened its blood-red mouth, releasing a crimson tongue. The foul wind it stirred made it hard for people to keep their eyes open. However, this overwhelming might, which would terrify ordinary people, translated into a different scene in the eyes of the players. Boss introduction animation. So cool. Look at its health bar. So thick. This is definitely a world-class boss. The player ID. The horse tamer stood bare-chested, revealing a body devoid of any aesthetic appeal. He held no weapon, but instead dragged along a giant rope made of countless vines and hemp ropes thicker than a bucket. Brothers! He roared with all his might into the team channel. Do we remember the tactics? Remembered. Over 100 players of the snake capture team responded in unison. What is our objective? To capture the 10,000 snakes alive. Ride it to chase after my sister. Good. The horse tamer's face revealed a satisfied smile as he threw one end of the massive rope over his shoulder and distributed the other end to dozens of players behind him. Step 1: Lasso. Use our big treasure to restrict its movement. Even if we can't restrict it, we must annoy it. Let it know that we players are professionals. Charge! He roared, taking the lead with his hefty legs rushing towards the giant head of the 10,000 snakes while carrying the rope. Behind him, over 100 players yelled, dragging the comical giant rope, forming a loose charging formation. In the eyes of the 10,000 snakes, a flicker of human-like confusion passed. What were these bugs doing? It saw the ridiculous rope made of vines and ragged cloth. Was this some new type of ninjutsu? Or some sort of insulting ritual it could not comprehend? Its patience was wearing thin. Facing the horse tamer at the front, the 10,000 snakes couldn't even be bothered to attack with its body. It simply opened its mouth wide. A whirlwind mixed with highly toxic saliva surged forth from deep within its throat. Whoosh! The excited expression on the horse tamer's face hadn't even had time to change before he was directly hit by that foul wind. A series of negative status alerts popped up on his game panel. You have been hit by 10,000 snakes' breath. Status: strong acid corrosion poison slowed blinded. His health bar was completely emptied in an instant. The entire person, along with the section of rope he was carrying, was corroded clean, turning into a beam of white light and vanishing from the spot. He left his last words in the team channel, his voice filled with excited realization. Brothers! The boss has bad breath. It's magical damage. Area AoE. I got first-hand data. My death was worth it. Farewell, Captain. Captain is awesome. For science. The captain's sacrifice not only failed to scare off the players, but instead made them even more excited. First team. Charge! Throw the rope. Dozens of players yelled, working together to fling that giant rope with all their might towards the neck of the 10,000 snakes. The rope traced a clumsy parabolic arc in the air. The 10,000 snakes merely tilted its head in annoyance. The giant rope that held the players' hopes softly hung around the 10,000 snakes' neck, then fell helplessly, failing to leave even a scratch on its hard scales. Failed. The lasso failed. Don't panic. Execute the second plan. A player with the ID bombardier rushed out from the crowd, cradling a bundle wrapped in rags emanating a bizarre light and strange odor, an explosive package. Inside was the research achievement of the Shinong Tri's hundreds of herbs team, obtained at the cost of hundreds of lives, an ultimate mixture of rainbow spiral mushroom and strength mushroom powder. Take this mushroom bomb. He ignited the explosive package and threw it at the massive body of the 10,000 snakes. The explosive package burst in midair, scattering countless colorful powders, enveloping the area around the 10,000 snakes. The 10,000 snakes covered in this strange powder shook its head in confusion. These powders seemed to cause no harm. However, the next second a hint of bewilderment appeared in its cold snake eyes for the first time. It saw the tiny humans before it suddenly turned vibrant and colorful. They began to dance in place. Candy rain fell from the sky, and the whole world transformed into a joyful amusement park. Ding! The epic boss 10,000 Snakes has been affected by Rainbow Spiral Mushroom Powder, entering the states of confusion and hallucination lasting 10 seconds. In Fang Yu's GM backend, a golden system notification popped up. He held his drink of happiness, watching the colossal serpent on the screen suddenly start swaying its head, as if dancing, nearly bursting into laughter. It worked! It worked! The mushroom bomb is effective. The boss took the bait. It's dancing. Brothers, take advantage of its sickness to strike. Everyone, use your strongest attacks. Hit it. Over 100 players, as if energized, waved their various weapons. Wooden sticks, stone axes, wild boar bones, even kunai just pried off from nearby sand ninja corpses, charging towards the dancing 10,000 snakes. Bang, 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 ding, ding. Countless attacks landed on the 10,000 snakes' hard scales, producing a series of crisp sounds akin to scraping. The health bar of the 10,000 snakes remained completely still, but the sensation of being swarmed by countless tiny insects and being hit chaotically was an unprecedented humiliation. The 10 seconds of hallucination time passed in an instant. The 10,000 snakes suddenly awoke. It looked at the bug still attacking it, and a rage from deep within its soul erupted. Hiss! A deafening roar echoed throughout Konoha village. It violently whipped its massive body. Boom! Like a mountain collapsing, the surrounding buildings, trees, along with the hundreds of players were swept away without a hint of suspense. Numerous beams of white light illuminated the air akin to blooming fireworks. The world fell silent. On the roof of the four purple flame formation, Orochimaru watched this scene, the muscles on his face twitching uncontrollably. The terrifying beast he had meticulously prepared to destroy Konoha and intimidate everyone had been forced to dance publicly by a group of madmen using strange powder. This was simply the biggest blemish of his scientific career. Master! Orochimaru's voice carried a hint of uncontrollable irritation for the first time. It seems we must first clear away these pesky bugs. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not respond. He simply gazed with an extremely complex expression at the 10,000 snakes, which had just cleared the entire scene, and was now angrily slamming its head against the ground. And in the distance, the resurrection point lit up again with dense dots of light. He knew that those undead had returned. And this time, their voices brimmed with even crazier plans. Brothers, physical attacks are ineffective. The boss's magic resistance doesn't seem too high. I get it. We can't use conventional methods. We need to use our brains. A player with the ID infrastructure madman raised his arm at the resurrection point. Listen to me. Bury it. And inside the respawn point, players, who had just suffered a collective wipe, stared in stunned silence at the proposal from Infrastructure Maniac. Then their eyes blazed with an even fiercer light than before. Holy hell! Boss, you're a genius. N. Exactly. What are we? Professional excavators. N. Can't beat the boss. Can't dig through dirt. Brothers, we've found our perfect niche. N. Infrastructure Maniac adjusted his non-existent glasses, a calm, masterful smile spreading across his face. In the real world, he was a moderately renowned architectural designer possessed of an almost obsessive passion for structure and engineering. To him, assaulting the colossal Wanshi with brute force was the most inefficient and most foolish course of action. N. Everyone follow my command. His voice rang out clearly and authoritatively over the team channel. N. We have hundreds of people here. Drop those rotten wooden staves immediately. Scour the surrounding ruins for anything usable as excavation tools. Wooden planks, iron shards, even shinobi forehead protectors. Anything rigid will do. Our objective isn't to dig a shallow pit beneath Wanshi. That's useless. N. Infrastructure Maniac pulled up a rudimentary map and drew a massive circle around the arena. We will excavate a colossal ring-shaped trap, deep beyond measure, centered on the arena like a moat defending a fortress. N. Engineering Squad. You're responsible for the main excavation. Speed is critical, depth is non-negotiable. N. Hunting Squad. Your mission isn't slaughter, it's harassment. Provoke Wanshi and lure it precisely to our designated location. Remember, no heating clashes. Strike once and flee. Exploit your infinite respawns to lead this beast around like a dog on a leash. Shinong Team. Your mushroom bombs are strategic weapons. Do not waste them recklessly. Wait until the trap is complete and Wanshi has fallen inside, then flood the pit. Suffocated alive. Non-meticulously articulated tactical plan transformed the previously disorganized mob of players into a disciplined unified force, a specialized engineering battalion. For the tribe, no, for digging through Konoha. N. For more advanced manuscripts. N. Charge. N. Hundreds of players scattered like a locust swarm. They surged toward the battle-ravaged ruins surrounding the arena, frantically scavenging every tool they could repurpose. Some snatched up splintered wooden planks, others pried loose doorframes from collapsed houses, a few even dashed straight to the corpses of fallen Suna shinobi, stripping off armor plates and metal forehead protectors to use as makeshift shovels. In moments, the arena's periphery became a vast roaring construction site, and the clanging of metal on stone mingled with exuberant work chants rising and falling in rhythmic waves. Within the four violet flame formation, Orochimaru's face had darkened to the shade of a charred wok, and he had long prepared for a fated duel with his revered teacher, an elegiac confrontation destined to unfold amid ruins and lamentations, culminating in his acquisition of the object of his desire. Yet now this tragedy, steeped in aesthetic grandeur, had devolved entirely into farce. And beyond the barrier, those undying madmen, not cowed by Wanshi's terrifying aura, had instead begun digging trenches on the battlefield. Wielding wooden planks, iron shards, even armor stripped from fallen comrades' bodies, they hacked and scraped at the earth with fervent harvest-like glee. Orochimaru's golden serpent pupils flickered, for the first time, with pure bewilderment. And what kind of tactic was this? And was it the opening sequence of some unknown Earth-release jutsu? Yet he had never witnessed Earth-release executed on such a scale, or with such primitive, unrefined vigor. N. Sensei, do you understand? Orochimaru asked, his voice tinged with a humility he himself failed to recognize. Hiruzen Sarutobi remained silent. He too was watching. And though he had encountered these undying ones earlier than Orochimaru, he too was utterly confounded. All he saw was that throng of people carving with astonishing efficiency a massive visible trench into the ground encircling the arena. Their movements lacked formal discipline, yet possessed a strange, uncanny coordination, as if countless industrious worker ants were executing a grand, inscrutable design. A deeper, colder dread, born of the utterly unknown, settled upon the hearts of these two cage-level masters. Gandhi! Pingtugu! It's your turn! In standing atop a hastily piled earthen mound, infrastructure maniac commanded like a general. N. Roger that. Gandhi and Pingtugu exchanged a glance, their faces lit with predatory grins. N. Brothers, time to lead the boss on a merry chase. Pingtugu hoisted a freshly scavenged metal pipe and raised it high. And dozens of hardcore PvP enthusiasts peeled away from the crowd and charged once more toward Wanshi, which roared in furious place. Hey bastard, look this way! And Pingtugu lunged before Wanshi and slammed the pipe with all his might onto its snout. Clang. Not sharp ringing sound. And damage negligible. An insult profound. Nuan's fury ignited instantly. Its colossal head whipped sideways, jaws snapping toward Pingtugu. N. Success. Aggro secured. Not triumphant grin flashed across Pingtugu's face as he spun and fled. As he ran, he bellowed over the team channel. I'm leading it toward 3 o'clock. Team 2 prepare to relay. Nuan's massive body slithered across the ground, churning up thick clouds of dust hot on Pingtugu's heels. But before it had pursued him 50 meters, another player burst forth from a different direction and slapped its tail with a brick. "Hey, big dummy! Your grandpa's right here!" Wan's aggro instantly shifted. Its serpentine head snapped around, and it gave chase anew. Thus dozens of players swarmed like the most irksome flies, exploiting their immunity to permanent death, striking eastward then westward, always retreating before retaliation. They inflicted no meaningful damage upon Wanshi. Yet they succeeded in transforming this terror meant to dominate the battlefield into a raging, humiliated hound led in dizzying circles by its tormentors. "This way! Let it here!" An infrastructure maniac's voice echoed across the battlefield. Gandhi and his team guided Wanshi's path with surgical precision, inch by inch drawing it toward the massive half-inch circular trap. Fang Yu, observing from the GM's space, was doubled over with laughter, and he gulped down fizzy soda while pulling up the system back end. World Line Deviation Value 5000. In World Line Deviation Value 8000. Ending. Epic boss Orochimaru detected experiencing extreme emotional fluctuation. His Konoha destruction plan has deviated from canon by over 50. World Line Deviation Value 30000. N. Brilliant. In Fang Yu snapped his fingers. His gaze lingered on the screen, on Wanshi dazed and bewildered, and on Orochimaru within the barrier face ashen with suppressed rage. Fang Yu's smile widened slowly, inexorably. He knew the climax of this absurd spectacle was imminent, and he even looked forward to seeing Orochimaru's expression when Wanshi plummeted into that colossal pit hand dug by hundreds of players. "Keep digging, my engineers," Fang Yu murmured softly. "Let's prepare one magnificent surprise for your Wind Shadow Lord." With a thought, he activated the quest interface and issued a temporary buff to every excavator. N. Event buff: Spirit of the Engineer effect, excavation speed 20, stamina consumption 10. N. Description: labor is the noblest pursuit. N. Whoa! A buff! N. Long live village chief! Long live GM Dad! N. Brothers! The GM is watching us. Dig harder, show him what we're made of. And empowered by the buff, players erupted with renewed vigor, their shoveling intensified further. That enormous ring-shaped trap encircling the arena was taking shape at a speed defying all physical logic. Within the four purple flames, formation time seemed to stretch infinitely. The confrontation between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru fell into an eerie standstill. It wasn't that they didn't want to fight, but they simply couldn't. Every time Orochimaru prepared to form hand seals and unleash a devastating jutsu, thunderous shouts would erupt from outside the barrier. "Go for it! Third Hokage! We're supporting you in spirit! Hang in there, old man! Our trap is almost ready! Orochimaru, you bastard! Come out and face me, Onionon! Don't hide in your shell!" These voices buzzed like countless flies, incessantly assaulting Orochimaru's already frayed nerves. His proud psychological tactics seemed utterly powerless in the face of these crazed individuals. He attempted to shake Sarutobi Hiruzen's resolve with cold words, but Sarutobi's attention was largely captivated by the scene outside the barrier, responding with a look of, "Just a moment, let me see what's happening outside." This made Orochimaru feel like a clown putting on a desperate performance, while the audience was engrossed in a far more spectacular circus. "Teacher, the new generation of Konoha you have nurtured is truly quite inventive." Orochimaru's voice was laced with a grinding bitterness. He had automatically classified these undead as the trump cards secretly cultivated by Sarutobi Hiruzen to deal with him. Only this could explain why they were so openly protecting the third and attacking him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitched. He wanted to say, "This isn't my doing," but the words caught in his throat. He gazed at the bustling construction site outside and the giant snake that was rapidly losing control and nearly foaming at the mouth, feeling turmoil inside. He had lived nearly 70 years, experienced 3 ninja world wars, and witnessed countless bizarre jutsu and bloodline limits. Yet he had never seen such an outrageous way of fighting. No ninjutsu, no taijutsu, no jinjutsu. Instead, shovels and hoes. No, they didn't even have shovels, and hoes. They were using planks, stones, and armor stripped from the corpses of their comrades. This was no longer war. This was the deepest, most performative mockery of the profession of ninja. Fire style, fire dragon, flame bullet. Orochimaru could no longer bear it. He disregarded the crazed individuals outside. Quickly formed hand seals, and a gigantic fire dragon roared, charging towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately regained his focus and formed hand seals as well. Earth-style earth flow wall. Boom. The fire dragon crashed into the thick earthen wall, erupting with a violent roar and scalding steam. The battle between the two shadow-level powerhouses officially commenced. Within the barrier, the brilliance of ninjutsu flashed continuously, and the clash of chakra stirred up fierce winds. Outside the barrier, the sounds of excavation reached a crescendo. We breached it. We breached it. The circular passage is fully open. The infrastructure maniac stood atop the mound of earth, excitedly waving his arms. Beneath his feet, a massive circular trench over 10 meters wide and seemingly bottomless had taken shape. This engineering marvel, dug out by hundreds of players in just a few minutes using the most primitive tools, was enough to make any Earth-style master question their life choices. Hunting team, listen to my orders. The infrastructure maniac's voice resonated through the team channel, reaching every player hunting the snake. Lead that big idiot to the center of the trap. We're almost there. Success is in sight. Received. The Liver Emperor had a glint of excitement in his eyes. He seized the opportunity and threw his only high of a weapon, a kunai with an explosive tag that he had scavenged from the corpse of some unfortunate Sand Village jonin, at the pursuing giant snake. Whoosh! The kunai struck precisely at the giant snake's vital point. Boom! The explosive tag detonated. 1 HP. A damage number so minuscule, it was almost negligible, floated above the giant snake's head. Yet that damage number acted like a switch, instantly locking the giant snake's aggro firmly onto the Liver Emperor. Hiss! The giant snake completely went berserk. It abandoned all other targets, its massive body shooting toward the Liver Emperor at an unprecedented speed, like an arrow released from a bow. It's coming! It's coming! The Liver Emperor wore a triumphant smile as he turned and ran his path, leading directly to the center of the trap. The ground shook violently under the giant snake's charge, clouds of dust billowing as if an earthquake had struck. All players held their breath, watching as the enormous creature slowly stepped onto their meticulously prepared stage of death. Just a few meters from the edge of the trap, the Liver Emperor executed a stylish roll, barely stopping at the brink of the trench. The giant snake, unable to stop due to its massive inertia, pushed its enormous head over the edge of the trench. Then it felt the ground beneath its feet vanish. Rumbling, the earth groaned in agony. The giant snake's 100-meter-long body crashed into the seemingly bottomless pit. Countless clods of earth and rocks were thrown into the air, dust rising to the sky. The entire Konoha village seemed to tremble from this violent impact. Success. After a moment of silence, all players erupted into thunderous cheers. It fell. It fell. Infrastructure changes the world. The ancients did not deceive me. Shinon squad. It's your turn. Give it a mushroom sauna. Dozens of players, clutching mushroom bombs, rushed to the edge of the trench and unhesitatingly tossed their weapons of mass destruction into the pit. In no time, colorful poisonous smoke billowed from the deep pit, accompanied by the giant snake's pained and furious roars. On the roof of the four purple flames formation, Orochimaru, fiercely clashing with Sarutobi Hiruzen, suddenly stiffened. He felt it. He sensed that the summoning contract between him and the giant snake was being eroded by a bizarre energy, one filled with industrial sense and hallucinatory powers. He could even feel the giant snake's hallucinations through the contract. It seemed to see countless versions of Orochimaru dancing strange dances before it, singing, "You are so beautiful." Orochimaru's mind jolted violently, and he uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked incredulously towards the direction of the trap in his golden serpent eyes. The philosophical questions of, "Who am I? Where am I? What is happening?" were written. My giant snake. Just like that. Gone. Buried by a bunch of lunatics wielding planks. Sarutobi Hiruzen also paused his actions. He stared blankly at Orochimaru's spitting blood, then glanced at the distant giant pit emitting colorful smoke and the group of undead celebrating their victory. He felt as if his worldview, life view, and battle view built over nearly 70 years were utterly crushed in that moment, and then trampled underfoot, repeatedly ground down. Slowly, he turned his head and looked at his former disciple with an extremely complex expression mixed with sympathy, absurdity, and a hint of schadenfreude. "Orochimaru!" Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice echoed softly, carrying the weight of someone who has seen through the red dust of the world. "Times have changed." Beneath the village of Mai in the base of Root. In a dark and damp room, only the water mirror technique emitted a faint blue light. Shimura Danzo stood before the water mirror, his exposed single eye fixated intensely on everything happening on the screen. He saw it. He watched as the group he defined as the ultimate espionage organization known as the Undead turned Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan into an absurd farce in a manner he could not comprehend, almost akin to performance art. As the massive body of the serpent fell into the giant pit dug by human hands. As colorful toxic smoke rose from the pit, even the water mirror could transmit the eerie hallucinatory aura. The Root ninjas behind Danzo instinctively took half a step back, their faces filled with incomprehensible terror. But Danzo did not. In his single eye there was not a trace of fear, instead a pathological fiery brilliance erupted. His conspiracy-laden mind was operating at super speed, interpreting the absurd scene before him as a monumental strategic game. "So that's how it is. So that's how it is." Danzo muttered to himself, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. "I understand now. I understand it all." The Root ninjas behind him dared not even breathe. They did not know what Lord Danzo had understood this time, but they knew that every time he uttered these words it meant someone was about to face disaster. "Did you think they were digging a pit?" Danzo slowly turned around, scanning his subordinates with an all-seeing wise gaze. "Foolish. This isn't a simple trap. This is a brand new strategic weapon, one we have never seen before, capable of overturning the landscape of the ninja world war." His voice echoed in the chamber, filled with undeniable authority. They did not use a shred of chakra. With merely the most primitive human labor and a tactical concept we cannot comprehend known as infrastructure, they completed a monumental project in a short time that even 100 Earth-released ninjas working together would struggle to accomplish. "What does this mean?" Danzo extended a finger, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. "It means this tactic can be infinitely replicated. As long as there are enough hands, they can change any terrain anywhere at any time. They can level mountains and redirect rivers. They could even tunnel through the entire ninja world. This has transcended ninjutsu. This is the power of a god. The power only the creator possesses." Danzo grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, his bandaged right arm trembling slightly. "And that mushroom. That seemingly ordinary plant can induce illusions even in a summoning beast of the level of the serpent, even eroding the summoning contract. This is an unprecedented biochemical weapon capable of overturning the summoning art system. The human labor transforming terrain combined with a biochemical weapon that can corrupt the mind along with their terrifying undying trait." Danzo took a deep breath, his eyes bursting with unprecedented ambition. "This is an invincible army. An army capable of crushing the 5 great nations and unifying the entire ninja world, a divine army." In his eyes, Orochimaru's failure was inevitable. Because Orochimaru was still using the mindset of a ninja to combat a group of dimensional attackers wielding the power of gods. And that old fool Hiruzen only saw the superficial chaos, utterly failing to comprehend the epoch-making significance behind it all. Only he, Shimura Danzo, saw through it all. That mysterious leader codenamed GM. Danzo's breath quickened. He is not invading Konoha, he is showcasing the power of this divine army to the entire world. He is conducting an armed parade. He is looking for collaborators. Someone capable of understanding his power, a qualified partner to stand with him at the pinnacle of the world. And who could that person be but me? Danzo's ambition swelled to its peak at that moment. He was no longer satisfied with the position of Hokage. Convey my orders. Danzo's voice turned cold and decisive. Order all root members outside to immediately cease all hostile actions against the undead. From now on, adjust their threat level from hostile to highest priority observation and potential recruitment. Yes. The ninjas behind him accepted the order, but their faces were filled with confusion. Additionally, Danzo's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness in Kyo to assist those undead deal with the sand and sound ninjas, who were still resisting. We need to show GM our sincerity. We must let him know that in Konoha only Ishimura Danzo am his most ideal partner. Meanwhile, within the four purple flames formation, Orochimaru had completely lost the desire to fight. The heavy injuries to the serpent left his mind damaged. And outside the barrier, those madmen, after burying the serpent, began a new performance art. They charged towards the sand and sound ninjas still battling the Konoha ninjas. But they were not there to help. They were like a pack of hungry vultures circling the battlefield's edge, their eyes shining as they stared at the battling ninjas. Look! That sand ninja Jonin is almost out of blood. Get ready to snag the kill. Don't move. I spotted him first. His vest is blue, definitely premium gear. Back off. Just touch the corpse, don't strip all the equipment, leave some for others. A sound ninja Jonin, who had just repelled Kakashi with a void slash, was half kneeling on the ground, panting heavily due to chakra exhaustion. Before he could catch his breath, 7 or 8 players charged in like hungry wolves. Low health. It's low health. Mine. Mine. The sound ninja Jonin managed to show a terrified expression before being overwhelmed by countless hands. When the crowd parted, all that remained on the ground was a naked corpse stripped down to its underwear. One player was excitedly waving the sound ninja forehead protector he had just acquired. Haha. Got it. This protector adds 5 points of spiritual power. Am rich. Kakashi stood not far away watching the scene, his dead fish eyes filled with a deep sense of helplessness. He felt as though he was not defending the village. Instead, he was competing with a swarm of locusts for scraps. Orochimaru watched all this, his pale face turning red for the first time in anger. These were all his carefully nurtured loyal subordinates. Now they were being treated like game monsters, regarded as loot by a bunch of madmen. This was the greatest humiliation to him. Lord Sarutobi. Orochimaru's voice was like that from hell. Today it ends here. However, I assure you this game we will continue to play. He cast a resentful glance at the players still frantically looting outside the barrier. Next time I will prepare some more interesting toys. With that, he no longer lingered in battle, forming hand seals to prepare for the retreat of the sound ninja quartet from this completely uncontrollable stage. Orochimaru wanted to leave, but Sarutobi Hiruzen did not want to let him go. What, to leave now? Too late, Orochimaru! Sarutobi shouted angrily, as the adamantine staff transformed into countless rod shadows, sealing off all escape routes for Orochimaru. The battle between the two shadow-level powerhouses erupted once again, but everyone could see that Orochimaru had lost his will to fight, retreating while attempting to defend himself. He only wanted to leave this place that caused him both physical and psychological discomfort. Just then an unexpected change occurred. A group of ninjas dressed in standard Leaf Village attire, but wearing strange masks, appeared on the battlefield like phantoms. They were the Root Ninjas. Upon their arrival, they joined the battle in an extremely efficient and cold-blooded manner. However, their target was not the enemies of the Leaf Village nor the bizarre undead beings. Their targets were the Leaf Ninjas, who were competing with the undead for kills. A Leaf Chunin had just finished off a sound ninja with a kunai, and was preparing to catch his breath, when a pitch-black short blade suddenly pierced through his heart from behind. The attacker was a Root Ninja. The Chunin turned around in disbelief, only to see a pair of emotionless eyes. WWHY! The Root Ninja did not answer. He pulled out the short blade, coldly glanced at the player nearby who was cheering for the kill, and then vanished in an instant. The same scene played out in various corners of the battlefield. The Root Ninjas, like the most precise hunters, specifically hunted down the obstructive leaf comrades, leaving the damaged enemies for the hungry players. What the hell? These masked NPCs are allies. They seem to be helping us secure kills. Is this some hidden faction? Cool. I want to join too. The players quickly realized this, and instead of finding it strange, were excited to treat the Root Ninjas as GM said to provide benefits. They even started to actively follow the Root Ninjas, waiting to pick up the spoils. The scene became incredibly harmonious yet eerily strange. The Leaf Ninjas were engaged in fierce battles with the Sand and Sound Ninjas up front. The players waited behind to reap the weakened foes. The Root Ninjas further back specifically cleaned up those oblivious Leaf Ninjas who had stolen kills from the players. A perfect food chain filled with dark humor was thus formed. In the distance, Kakashi, Asuma, and the others were left utterly dumbfounded. Danzo! What on earth does he want to do? Asuma roared angrily. He witnessed one of his subordinates from Team 10 being ambushed from behind by a Root Ninja, collapsing into a pool of blood. Kakashi's gaze also turned icy. He instantly understood Danzo's intentions. This man who would stop at nothing for power intended to use this chaos to eliminate his rivals, while simultaneously currying favor with the undead. He wanted to recruit this unknown force. Crazy! Everyone is crazy! Red muttered to herself, feeling as if the entire world had become unreal. In the GM space, Fang Yu watched Danzo's ambitious and wise face in the water mirror, nearly spitting out his drink. What a talent! Truly a talent! Fang Yu exclaimed sincerely. He only wanted to create chaos and harvest the change values. He never expected that Danzo, the master of conspiracy theories, could elevate the scope of the entire situation to the level of God's Legion, and unifying the world with his extraordinary imagination. Moreover, he even began to help players clear the field. These NPCs are easier to manage than the players. Fang Yu chuckled, shaking his head. He glanced at the rapidly rising change values in the background, feeling extremely pleased. Ding. Detected root organization interference. Internal conflicts in the Leaf are intensifying, and the plot direction has deviated significantly. Ding. Leaf Ninjas players and Root have formed a strange food chain, severely impacting the logical framework of the worldview. Ding. Gained 40000 change values. Since Lord Danzo is so cooperative, as a GM, I should express my appreciation, right? Fang Yu's face revealed a devilish grin. His fingers flew across the virtual keyboard, precisely pushing a new event task to all online players. Faction Choice Task: the Olive Branch of Root. Task Description: the Shadow of the Leaf. Root Organization has noticed your powerful strength. Their leader, a mysterious NPC named Shimura Danzo, seems interested in recruiting you. He has sent his elite to show you sincerity. Task Options: A. Accept the olive branch. Go to a certain location beneath the Leaf Village. Coordinates highlighted on the map. Find a Root secret base and contact Danzo. Upon success, you will unlock the Root faction reputation and receive the exclusive title Blade in the Darkness. B. Reject and expose. Report the Root organization's ambush on comrades in the battlefield to the third Hokage or Leaf higher-ups. Upon success, you will gain a large amount of Leaf faction reputation and receive the exclusive title The Exposer in the Light. C. Double dealing. High difficulty challenge. Pretend to accept Danzo's recruitment, deceive his trust and rewards, while selling information to the Leaf higher-ups, repeatedly hopping back and forth between the two factions to reap maximum benefits. Upon success, you will receive the unique limited title The Betrayer of the Ninja World. As soon as this task was released, the player forum exploded. What the hell? The faction task is here. Can we finally choose sides? I choose A. Those masked guys look so cool. They must be an elite organization. Nonsense. Choose B. The third Hokage is the rightful leader. Following him means there's food to eat. You are all too young. A player with the ID Professional Troublemaker posted. Don't you see option C? The Betrayer of the Ninja World. This title. This value. This is the path we players should take. Being a hero or a villain is not as fun as being the one stirring up the chaos. This post instantly received countless likes from fun-seeking players. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, some proactive players began making their choices. Infrastructure Maniac chose B without hesitation. We are here to build a new leaf, not to engage in schemes. Brothers, follow me to the Hokage Tower. We need to talk directly with the third Hokage and get him to contract the village reconstruction project to us. The Grind Emperor fell into deep thought, ultimately choosing A. In this game, PvP is the way to go. The Root organization clearly specializes in assassination. Their skills must be really cool. I need to learn a few moves, and next time I encounter those green vests, I'll cut them down. While more players were deeply attracted by the title The Betrayer of the Ninja World, they rolled up their sleeves preparing to embark on their undercover careers. Fang Yu watched the different choices made by the players, nodding in satisfaction. This was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. This task not only responded to Danzo's imagination, but also intensified internal conflicts within the Leaf, providing players with more fun and a source of chaos. Perfect. His gaze finally fell on the 4 purple flames formation. At the last moment before Orochimaru and the Sound Ninja Quartet were about to retreat, Fang Yu decided to add the final spark. He opened the intermediate plot item generation permission and consumed 10000 change values. A softly glowing scroll silently appeared beneath the barrier of the 4 purple flames formation within the third Hokage's protection zone, which was being fervently worshipped by players. At the same time, all players in that area received a system prompt flashing with golden light. Fortuitous task: the Hokage's gift task description. The third Hokage accidentally dropped a mysterious scroll during the battle with Orochimaru. This might be the key to turning the tide of battle. Task objective: retrieve the Sarutobi's secret technique scroll and return it to any Leaf Jonin, such as Kakashi Asuma, etc. Task reward: what the hell? A golden task. The third Hokage dropped equipment. Hurry and grab it. The dozens of players guarding beneath the barrier instantly turned red with envy and rushed madly towards the suddenly appeared scroll. Under the 4 purple flames formation, the area that players had originally deemed the VIP viewing area of the third Hokage transformed into a bloody gladiatorial arena the moment the scroll of Sarutobi's secret techniques appeared. Mine. The scroll is mine. Get away. I saw it first. Don't push. Who the hell is touching my butt from behind? Dozens of players, like sharks sensing blood, lunged madly towards the softly glowing scroll. They completely abandoned any tactics or rationality, engaging in the struggle in the most primal and grotesque manner. Some attempted to pin the scroll down with their bodies, only to be crushed beneath others, like a game of humans stacking, suffocating to death. One player reached out to touch the scroll only to have their wrist bitten by another player standing nearby, causing him to scream in pain. The two engaged in a struggle, both trampled to death. White light flickered in the small area, like a barrage of strobe lights illuminating this absurd battle, as if it were a scene from hell. On the roof of the 4 purple flames formation, Orochimaru and the Sound Ninja 4, who were preparing to retreat, stood dumbfounded. What? What are these guys doing? What are these fools doing? Kitamaru stammered, utterly unable to comprehend why this group would kill each other so brutally over a scroll. Orochimaru did not respond. His golden snake-like pupils were fixed on the chaos below. He couldn't understand it, yet he was profoundly shocked. He even entertained a ludicrous thought: could this scroll be some forbidden curse tool that ignites the most primitive greed within people's hearts? Master Sarutobi actually kept such a venomous trump card hidden. Sarutobi Hizashi's face was flushed. He desperately wanted to shout, "That's not my thing!" But these madmen clearly wouldn't listen. He could only watch helplessly, as his reputation was thoroughly tarnished by a scroll of unknown origin. At that moment, a white figure descended like lightning, landing in the midst of the chaos. It was Hatake Kakashi. At that moment his dead fish eye was filled with unprecedented seriousness and headache. "Stop it all!" Kakashi's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. "That is not something you can touch." As one of the few elite jonin present who could maintain their composure, he immediately judged that the scroll that had suddenly appeared in the battle concealed a tremendous secret, possibly even related to the outcome of this war. It absolutely must not fall into the hands of these madmen. The players' actions paused momentarily at Kakashi's appearance. "Wow! It's Kakashi! Alive! Is he going to steal our loot? Can NPCs steal loot from a boss fight? Get him! He's low on health. Take him down and maybe he'll drop the limited edition of Intimate Paradise." After the brief pause, the players erupted into even more fervent shouts. In their eyes, Kakashi was not the hero of Konoha, but rather an elite monster trying to snatch away their world-first kill drop, lacking any sense of martial ethics. Stubborn fools! Kakashi's patience finally ran out. He looked at the crazed crowd with greedy eyes, and knew that any words would be futile. He raised his left hand, pressing down on his right wrist as blinding lightning instantly coalesced in his palm. Zzz! A sharp bird's cry echoed through the skies. Raikiri! Kakashi's figure transformed into an elusive bolt of lightning, instantly piercing through the entire contested area. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. Every player touched by the lightning revealed an expression of ultimate, almost transcendent realization. Their vision was engulfed by pure white light, and all that remained was the deafening roar of thunder. In their final moments of life, a line of system prompt appeared on their game panels, causing their souls to tremble. You were struck directly by the strength ninjutsu Raikiri from the epic NPC Hatake Kakashi. You are dead. The next second, resurrection point. Dozens of white lights lit up simultaneously. The players who had just been one-shotted were not disheartened. Instead, they trembled with excitement, flooding the team channel with messages. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! It's Raikiri! I got killed by Raikiri! The first-person view from such a close distance. That feeling. It's 1,000 times more thrilling than a roller coaster. 5-star rating. Highly recommended. I recorded it. I recorded it. I'm posting it on the forum. I'm going to be a legend with this. The damage data is out. It's pure lightning attribute, piercing damage, ignoring defense. This skill is completely overpowered. Kakashi cleared the field with a single Raikiri. He took a breath, looking at the empty ground just as he intended to step forward to pick up the scroll. However, he was fast, but someone was faster. At the moment he cleared the area, a female player with the ID Buddhist view of scenery was squatting at the edge of the battlefield holding a rectangular strange board, the system's built-in photo function, trying to find the perfect angle to capture the distant battle between Asuma and Kurenai. "Oh no, this angle is bad, the lighting is too dim," she murmured to herself while adjusting her position. The gust of wind from Kakashi's Raikiri caused her to stumble. Her foot slipped and she fell forward. To steady herself, she instinctively grabbed at the ground. Then she felt she had grabbed something round, hard and glowing. She looked down in confusion to see that she was holding the softly glowing scroll of Sarutobi's secret techniques, which had been contested by hundreds of people. At the same time, a golden quest prompt popped up in front of her. Chance encounter quest: the Hokage's gift has been accepted. Huh? Buddhist view of scenery's brain malfunctioned for 3 seconds. She had just wanted to take a photo. How did she end up picking up a piece of gear? A golden quest item. Before she could process it, she saw the white-haired handsome NPC Kakashi looking at her with a very terrifying gaze and charging towards her. A woman's intuition told her there was danger. Ah! She let out a scream and instinctively scrambled up, turning to run. She didn't even look at the direction and plunged straight into the ruins of a building destroyed by the battle, disappearing from sight. Kakashi's outstretched hand froze in midair. He watched helplessly as the crucial scroll was taken by a woman who seemed to have no combat power, and who also appeared somewhat mentally unstable in an extremely comical manner, and then ran away. In his dead fish eye, a deep sense of life. Doubtful fatigue was evident in the GM space. Fang Yu looked at Kakashi's expression of life out on the screen, and couldn't help but laugh until he couldn't straighten up on his throne. Ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore. Let me laugh for a while. He laughed while watching the data in his backend refresh crazily. Ding. A player has seized a key plot item in an incomprehensible manner, causing a severe impact on NPC Hitaki Kakashi's worldview. Ding. Epic boss Orochimaru retreated in frustration and confusion, and his Konoha collapse plan has been declared a total failure. Ding. The conflict between the root organization and Konoha has become public, and internal strife is imminent. The farce of the Konoha collapse plan brought him over 100,000 points of World Line fluctuation value. This was a tremendous fortune. Fang Yu suppressed his laughter knowing that it was not yet time to celebrate. That scroll was bait he had intentionally cast. Now the fish had bitten the bait and swum into deeper waters. He wanted to see just how muddy this koi could make the pond of Konoha. He opened the GM backend and pulled up the first-person perspective of the female player with the ID Buddhist view of scenery. He wanted to personally see how this farce he directed named the scroll encounter would conclude. Foxykin Feng Jing felt as if she were about to collapse from exertion. Her real name was Lin Yu, a quintessential office drone whose greatest pleasure was playing leisurely scenic games, taking screenshots, and fussing over faces. Her obtaining access to the closed beta of True Huiying OL was pure serendipity. She had no taste for fighting. Once inside the game, her sole aim was to traverse this convincingly real world and photograph every beautiful vista and handsome NPC. Today she had planned to capture a legendary shot of the third Hokage versus Orochimaru, and post it to the forums to reap a tide of likes. But the photo never happened. Instead, she inexplicably found herself holding a searing hot potato. She did not know what the scroll was, only that the white-haired handsome NPC behind her looked at her, as if he would devour her. Huff, huff, he should be off my tail right. Lin Yu hid behind a collapsed wall, peeking out and cautiously glancing backward. The street lay in ruins, scarred by battle and crowded with rushing ninjas, yet that fearsome white-haired figure did not seem to have pursued her. She exhaled, sat down hard, and finally examined her so-called spoils. It was an ancient scroll inscribed with characters she could not decipher. The scroll itself emitted a faint glow, plainly not ordinary. She opened her quest log and read the golden serendipity task with care. Quest objective: retrieve the Yuanfei secret technique scroll and return it to any Mai Shangren, for example Kakashi or Asuma. Return it to a Mai Shangren. Lin Yu scratched her head. Isn't Kakashi the white-haired one from earlier? He looked so fierce. I won't go near him. She was a pitiable level 5 combatant. What if the slightest disagreement meant being annihilated by a Shangren? She had come this far, and did not relish making the trip again. As she wavered, a cold, emotionless voice spoke from behind her. Miss, the item in your hands does not seem to belong to you. Lin Yu's hair rose. She spun around and saw a ninja wearing a white mask marked with strange symbols, like a phantom silently standing less than 3 meters away. A Gen ninja. Lin Yu had read forum threads about these ally NPCs, and knew they served Tuan Song. WH, what do you want? Lin Yu clutched the scroll to her chest. The Gen operative codename Jia was one of Tuan Song's most trusted subordinates. He did not answer her question. He reached out and said coldly, Hand it over. Lord Tuan Song wishes to see you. Lord Tuan Song. A flash of the recently released faction choice quest crossed Lin Yu's mind. Accept the olive branch. Go to a subterranean site beneath my village, seek the secret base of Jin, and make contact with Tuan Song. Was this a triggered storyline? She, a scenery addict, had accidentally activated a mainline faction quest. Lin Yu's heart began to pound. Though she disliked combat, she was intrigued by such an immersive narrative. To go or not to go? Meeting the legendary darkness of Mai sounded intoxicatingly exciting. Besides, the quest required handing the scroll to any Mai Shangren. This masked man looked formidable. He should count right. With that thought, Lin Yu summoned her courage. All right. Very well. She tremulously handed over the scroll. Take me to Lord Tuan Song. Jia took the scroll, and the eyes hidden beneath his mask flickered with a barely perceptible surprise. He had expected to need tricks, perhaps even force. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary undying would yield so readily. It seemed Lord Tuan Song's judgment had been justified. These undying indeed harbored a peculiar expectation toward Lord Tuan Song. "Come with me!" Jia turned and walked deeper into the shadows without further words. Lin Yu hurried after him, her heart a knot of anxiety and excitement. She felt like an extra who had wandered onto a film set and suddenly been named by the director to play the lead. The Gen base. When Jia brought Lin Yu and the faintly glowing scroll into the sealed chamber, Lord Tuan Song's breath caught for a moment. His single eye fixed on the scroll in Jia's hands, a greedy, feverish light flaring within it. He had succeeded. He had shown GM his sincerity, and GM through its chosen had replied. This scroll was the token the GM had delivered to him. It was the key to open their cooperation. "Excellent, Jia, well done," Tuan Song said, his voice hoarse with excitement. He took the scroll from Jia. Its warm touch made him feel as if he held the future of the world in his hands. He did not unroll it at once. Instead, his gaze fell upon Lin Yue, who stood at the side curiously surveying the dim chamber. "What is your name?" Tuan Song asked in a tone he believed imposing. My name is Fang Yu," Lin Yu replied softly. Fang Yu. What a peculiar alias. Tuan Song made a mental note. This must be some special signal. "You have done well," Tuan Song said, with the approving air of a superior. "By bringing back this important token, you have proven your loyalty. From this moment, you are a member of my Gen organization. I will grant you the honor and status you deserve." Lin Yu stood there stunned. A token. Loyalty. I just picked it up by chance. Yet a cascade of system notifications did indeed appear on her game panel. "You have successfully handed the Yunfei's secret technique scroll to the Gen organization's leader Jisoo and Tuan Song. Event quest: the Hokage's gift completed. You have gained a large amount of experience. Your Gen faction reputation has risen to friendly. You have received an exclusive title, Blade in the Dark. Equipping it increases damage to my faction NPCs by 5. Due to your exemplary performance, you have earned Tuan Song's favor and received bonus reward: Standard Gen Short Knife X1, Standard Gen Mask X1. Wow! Lin Yu's eyes sparkled as she took in the list of rewards. She had merely run an errand and come away with gear and a title that sounded undeniably cool. This satisfaction far surpassed the joy she got from painstakingly taking screenshots all day. Thank you, Lord Tuan Song." Lin Yu bowed hurriedly, her face alight with genuine delight. Her joyful expression only reinforced Tuan Song's conjecture. See, she felt boundless honor at joining Gen. This proved that GM and its chosen had long seen through Rizen's hypocrisy and weakness. What they yearned for was a leader like himself, strong, decisive, and capable of leading them to glory. Tuan Song was filled with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. He felt as if with one hand he had brushed the hem of the mysterious entity called GM. He slowly unfurled the scroll, prepared to savor the revelation about the future world that GM had supposedly conveyed through it. But when he read the first line written in a crooked, childish hand, his expression froze instantly. The scroll read, "Intimate Paradise, Unreleased Manuscript Collector's Edition. Author Jiraiya." Tuan Song. He felt his mind go blank, a buzzing emptiness. His single eye brimmed with shock, bewilderment, and a towering fury at being made a fool of. The revelations that packed the blueprint for a divine legion, none of it existed. Only a erotic novel. With a choked sound, Tuan Song tasted bitterness in his throat and spat a mouthful of old blood that splattered across the scroll. Within the GM space, Fang Yu watched the scene of Tuan Song spitting blood in the mirror and laughed until he nearly toppled from his throne. "Serves you right for letting your imagination run wild. This is the GM's ultimate backstab." Kakashi felt a severe headache, like the kind that lingers for 3 days and nights after a hangover, with his temples being pierced repeatedly by countless steel needles. As an elite jonin of Konoha, the copy ninja, he had undergone countless perilous missions, and faced various ruthless enemies, yet never had he felt such profound soul-crushing helplessness as he did today. He stood amidst a ravaged street, the air still thick with dust and the scent of blood. The plan to collapse Konoha had ended in an absurd atmosphere abruptly and inconclusively. Orochimaru had fled. The allied forces of Sand and Sound Shinobi were mostly repelled, while the remaining ones were mercilessly divided like spoils of war by a swarm of undead and elusive root ninjas. The third Hokage, although he had survived, was now surrounded by a group of undead who called themselves the Third Generation Global Support Association, fussing over him, and even attempting to feed him a strange mushroom called Mighty Mushroom, claiming it could strengthen the body and restore vigor, which horrified the Umbu beside him. And the root of all this chaos, that damned mysterious scroll, had been snatched right under his nose by a woman who seemed to be slightly unhinged.
Kakashi-sensei, are you all right?
Sakura and Naruto rushed over, their faces still bearing the fatigue and trepidation of battle. Kakashi weakly waved his hand, his dead fish eye conveying the message of "Leave me alone, I want some peace."
Damn it! That guy Sasuke has been marked with a strange curse seal by Orochimaru and is still unconscious.
Naruto's face was full of worry and reluctance. Sasuke. Curse seal. Kakashi's headache intensified. He knew this was the core trouble of the incident. But compared to Sasuke's curse seal, the existence of those undead and that mysterious scroll felt more like a mountain pressing down on his heart.
We must find that woman and retrieve the scroll.
Kakashi forced himself to muster some spirit. He was just about to order his ninja dog Pakin to track the scent when an Umbu appeared silently beside him.
Jonin Kakashi, the Hokage has issued an order. There's no need to pursue the matter regarding the scroll for now.
What? Kakashi was taken aback.
Why? That thing comes from an unknown origin. What if it's Orochimaru's scheme? It was Danzo's root that took the woman and the scroll. The Umbu's voice was devoid of emotion.
The Hokage's intent is that since Danzo wants it, let him have it for now.
Kakashi instantly understood.
His heart sank little by little. This was a compromise. It was also a silent game of strategy. After experiencing this bizarre war, the third Hokage was evidently deeply wary of the power of those undead. And Danzo, that ambitious man, was shamelessly currying favor with those undead. Now the upper echelons of Konoha had already developed significant fissures due to the emergence of these natural disasters. That scroll had become more than just an item, it had transformed into a symbol, a hot potato. Whoever held it would be the first to confront the potentially terrifying secrets behind those undead. The third Hokage seemed to want Danzo to be the one to take that first step into uncertainty. Kakashi let out a long sigh. He felt less like a ninja and more like a mortal caught in a celestial battle.
I understand.
He waved his hand, signaling the Umbu to retreat.
Kakashi-sensei, what should we do now?
Naruto pressed.
What else can we do?
Kakashi weakly gestured to the surrounding ruins.
Clean up the battlefield, aid the injured, and rebuild the village.
He looked at those still gleefully picking up trash amidst the ruins, even trying to take home the stones that had fallen from Hokage Rock as souvenirs, and felt his blood pressure rising again.
And also politely invite those undead who are still wandering in the village to leave.
Huh?
Invite them out.
Naruto looked confused.
Didn't they help us drive away the enemies? Execute.
Kakashi almost shouted. On the other side, the building Frenzy and his guild members were currently standing proudly at the entrance of the Hokage building. They did not engage in the subsequent scavenging activities because they had a grander goal.
Brothers!
The building Frenzy cleared his throat and addressed the hundreds of guild members carrying various tools, preparing for a pre-war mobilization.
The war is over.
But our mission has just begun.
Konoha village has suffered severe damage and is in urgent need of reconstruction. This is the time for us, the building Frenzy, to showcase our skills. We will prove to the third Hokage that we not only can dig pits to bury bosses, but we can also build even taller and sturdier buildings. We will make Konoha the most modern and indestructible fortress in the entire shinobi world.
We will undertake the entire post-disaster reconstruction project of Konoha.
Oh!
The players cheered excitedly. For them, leveling up from battling monsters was nowhere near as fun as building. At that moment, the doors of the Hokage building swung open. Asuma and Kurenai, accompanied by a team of Konoha ninjas, stepped out. Asuma had a cigarette in his mouth and looked at this group of eccentric individuals carrying a variety of tools, his brow furrowed.
What do you want?
His tone was quite unfriendly. Building Frenzy puffed out his chest, stepped forward, and spoke in a tone akin to a business negotiation.
Hello NPC, we are representatives of Earth Village Construction Co. And we would like to discuss a post-disaster reconstruction collaboration project with your leader, the third Hokage. Asuma.
Kurenai. The Konoha ninjas behind them were equally bewildered. Earth Village Construction Co. Collaboration project. What on earth were these people thinking?
We don't need it.
Asuma spat out a few words through clenched teeth.
Konoha has its own craftsmen and ninjas. We will rebuild our home ourselves. No, your efficiency is too low.
Building Frenzy shook his finger, wearing a "you're too backward" expression.
You're still using wood and stone while we have mastered the advanced technologies of reinforced concrete and frame structures.
As long as you package the project for us, we guarantee a new and sturdier Konoha within a month. Also, our charges are very reasonable.
You can use your ninjutsu scrolls or standard equipment as payment for engineering fees.
Asuma felt his fists clenching. He truly wanted to punch the incessantly chattering guy in front of him. But he couldn't, because he had just received the third Hokage's order to pacify these undead and avoid conflict as much as possible.
We'll consider it,
Asuma said through gritted teeth.
Now please leave here and do not hinder us in treating the injured.
No problem. Building Frenzy gladly agreed, turning to his guild members.
Brothers, did you hear that? The NPC said they would consider it. This means there is hope. Let's withdraw for now and prepare a detailed Konoha reconstruction plan PPT to come back tomorrow.
After saying that, he led the hundreds of engineers away in a grand procession. Asuma watched their departing figures, took a deep drag on his cigarette, then crushed the butt underfoot.
What the hell is going on?
Kakashi's head throbbed. Asuma's fists were hard. And the entire Konoha village welcomed a new day amidst this absurd post-disaster reconstruction overture led by players. 3 days after the collapse of Konoha, the atmosphere in the village remained eerie. The physical reconstruction work was progressing in an orderly manner thanks to the efforts of the Konoha ninjas and craftsmen. However, the psychological impact lingered like an inescapable nightmare, overshadowing the hearts of every eyewitness, especially the higher-ups of Konoha. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe hardly ever ceased its puffing. On the desk before him lay 2 drastically different reports. One report was submitted by Kakashi Asuma, and others detailing the various absurd behaviors of the undead during the war. These behaviors included, but were not limited to, witnessing cinematic battles, treating strength-summoning beasts as pets, scavenging madly on the battlefield, and attempting to take charge of post-disaster reconstruction projects. Every word conveyed a deep sense of helplessness and absurdity. The other report, however, came from Danzo. This report's wording was filled with calmness, rationality, and an unsettling fervor. In his report, Danzo interpreted the actions of the undead from his unique conspiracy theory perspective as a form of higher civilization launching a dimensional strike and strategic display against lower civilizations. He referred to the act of digging pits and burying 10,000 snakes as strategic terrain modification capabilities outside the chakra system. He labeled mushroom bombs as biochemical weapons capable of overturning the rules of war. He described the players' trait of fearlessness and love for chaos as perfect soldiers characterized by absolute loyalty and immense creativity. Ultimately, he concluded that Konoha and the entire ninja world could not contend with this divine legion. The only way out was cooperation. And Hishimura Danzo had already established preliminary and friendly contact with the mysterious leader of this legion GM through special channels. The scroll he had named Intimate Paradise Special Edition was the best proof. Cough. Cough. Upon reaching this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen was choked by the smoke and began to cough violently. He rubbed his aching temples, feeling as if he were not handling village affairs, but reading two vastly different fantasy novels. He really wanted to treat Danzo's report as a joke. But the existence of those undead was real, and their bizarre abilities were also real. Hokagesama and Umbu appeared in the office. A large number of undead have gathered at the village gate, and they seemed to be protesting. Protesting. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. Protesting what? At the Konoha village gate, thousands of players had surrounded it, making it impassable. Indeed, it was thousands. The spectacle of the Konoha collapse plan had thoroughly ignited the player community across the earth through forum live streams and recordings. The devastating battle scenes, the immersive experience of being able to participate, and even changed the storyline, and the safe death experience drove all those who did not obtain beta testing qualifications into a frenzy. Countless people rushed to Fang Yu's official website, frantically clicking the gray apply for qualification button. And Fang Yu, after gaining a massive amount of world line fluctuation values, also responded to public opinion, and with a wave of his hand directly increased the beta testing slots by 5,000. Thus overnight the population of the Earth Village surged several times. These new rookies, upon hearing the glorious deeds of their predecessors in capturing Konoha and burial of 10,000 snakes, were all filled with enthusiasm, eager to enter the main city and embark on their legendary journey. But they were stopped. The Konoha guards, having endured that hellish war, received strict orders. No one without special hand orders is allowed to enter. This led to thousands of players being stuck at the village gate, staring at each other in confusion. Why can't we go in? We are here to consume. Exactly. Old players can enter. Are we new players not human? Discrimination? This is blatant discrimination. Open the door. Open the door. If you don't open, it will dig our own entrance. The members of the Infrastructure Maniacs Guild had even taken out tools, starting to measure the size of the door and the structure of the wall, seemingly preparing to take action. The scene was in utter chaos. Out of Cloud and Z-Tai, the two poor guards huddled in the guard room, trembling, feeling that they might be torn to shreds by this group of angry undead at any moment. At that moment, a giant golden system announcement popped up before all players. Update announcement for Real Hokage OLV1. One, dear chosen ones, to thank everyone for their brave performance in the Konoha defense battle, and to provide a richer gaming experience, we have updated the game. The contents of this update are as follows. 1. New reputation system. Players' actions in various factions such as Konoha, Root, Sunagakure, etc. will affect your reputation. Reputation levels will determine whether you can enter that faction city, accept missions, and purchase special items. 2. New life profession system. Players can now learn various life skills such as mining, herb gathering, blacksmithing, and cooking. The output of life skills will be an important part of the game's economy in the future. Learning mentor Fang Yu, the village chief of Earth Village 3. New dungeon system testing version. The first 5-player team dungeon chasing the legendary Fat Sheep is about to go live. Completing the dungeon will give you a chance to obtain precious money and equipment. Dungeon entrance. Fang Yu, the village chief of Earth Village 4. Optimize the death penalty mechanism. Now every time a player dies, there is a 10 chance of randomly dropping one item from their backpack. As soon as this update announcement was released, the entire player community fell silent for 3 seconds. Then it erupted into a wail and roar more intense than ever. What the hell? Death penalty. Dropping items? GM, are you insane? Damn. The forehead protector I painstakingly pried off the Sand Ninja could drop if I die. Can this game still be played? Reputation system. Does that mean we newcomers won't be able to enter Konoha if our reputation isn't enough? Life professions. Dungeons. That sounds good. But what the hell is dropping equipment? This game suddenly became hardcore. Instantly, the forum was flooded with countless posts denouncing the GM. Dog GM. Return my hard-earned money. 1,000 blood letters. Request to cancel the death drop penalty. This game is going to die. It just went public and is already scaring off players. Players were filled with righteous indignation, feeling betrayed by the GM. However, within the GM space, Fang Yu looked at these angry posts, with a pleased smile on his face. He leisurely took a sip of his happy drink and murmured, "This is how it should be. Without pain, how can there be joy? Without loss, how can there be desire?" He clearly understood that simply indulging the players would only make them increasingly unruly, ultimately causing the entire game world to collapse. He had to place shackles on them. And the death drop was the most classic and effective shackle. It would make players think twice and act with more caution. This would also make PvP between players much more thrilling, filled with conflicts of interest. A game that had enjoyed too much peace needed a bit of bloody seasoning. As for the reputation system and life professions, they were meant to guide the players. He could not allow thousands of players to flood into Konoha all at once. He intended to keep most players in the novice village, letting them mine, gather herbs, and provide the most basic production materials for this world. Only those with sufficient reputation, the truly capable players, who could affect the storyline, would gain tickets to enter the main city. Leeks must be harvested in batches. Fang Yu's gaze fell on the newly launched dungeon. Chasing the legendary fat sheep, this name was deliberately chosen by him. And that so-called fat sheep was none other than the legendary Sannin, the medical sage known for always losing in gambling, Tsunade. With the third Hokage dead, as the players thought Orochimaru fled and Konoha was in ruins, it's time for the fifth Hokage to make an appearance. Fang Yu's lips curled into a calculating arc. What he needed to do was package the task of finding Tsunade as a dungeon, allowing the players to invite this future Hokage back to Konoha. Of course, the process would definitely not be so smooth. After all, Tsunade was accompanied by another highly valuable loot, Shizune, along with her pet pig Tauntaun, and rank medical ninja and a rank support +1 ingredient. Fang Yu stroked his chin, beginning to ponder what kind of drop list to set for this dungeon. The GM's update announcement splashed down like a bucket of ice water, dousing all the fervent players. Especially the line about death drops struck countless players who were accustomed to infinite respawns and doing as they pleased with the harsh reality of society. It's over. That void wave launcher I pried off the body of the sound ninja will become a family heirloom. I can't dare use it anymore. I just practiced diving under the waterfall yesterday and died 17 times. If this were now, I'd lose my shorts. Brothers, the times have changed. In the future, before fighting, check the opponent's gear. If you can't win, run. Don't get overexcited. The forum was filled with wails of despair. But soon a portion of perceptive players discovered a new business opportunity amid the lamentations. The reputation system. Brothers, the key is the reputation system. A player with the ID Business Genius posted a lengthy analysis on the forum. The reason we can't enter Konoha is that our reputation is insufficient. How do we increase our reputation? The announcement didn't say, but it must be related to quests and life professions. Mining and herb gathering. This will definitely be the hard currency of the future. Think about it, in the future, crafting highable gear and making highable potions will definitely require these basic materials. Whoever masters them first will grasp the economic lifeline of the future. The most crucial thing is the dungeon. Chasing the legendary fat sheep. The first team dungeon. What does this signify? It indicates that the core gameplay of the game is shifting from world exploration to team PvE. This post acted like a beacon, instantly awakening countless players still stuck in complaints. Indeed, what's the use of complaining? Adapting to the version is the way to go. Thus, the crowd protesting at the entrance of Konoha quickly dispersed. In their place, thousands of players surged back, like a tide, to the Earth village they had long abandoned. They had only one goal: to find the village chief Fang Yu and unlock the door to a new world. At this moment, the Earth village was no longer the desolate place it used to be, with just a few dilapidated wooden sheds. Under the early planning and construction of the infrastructure Maniac Guild, a small town had already taken shape. Although most buildings were still constructed of wood and stone, crooked and filled with a postmodern deconstructivist style. At least there was a proper street and a small central square. Fang Yu sat leisurely on his GM throne, which was actually just a larger rock in the center of the square. In front of him a dense crowd surrounded him, making it impossible for anything to pass through. Village Chief. I want to learn mining. My ancestors were coal bosses for 3 generations. This is my specialty. Village Chief. I want to learn herb gathering. I only play healer in games. Herb gathering is my talent. Village Chief. How do we enter the dungeon? Please give me a chance. I'm really good at PvP. Thousands of players clamored, causing Fang Yu's head to throb. He raised his hand, and an invisible force spread out, instantly silencing all the players. The entire square fell into silence. All the players looked at this seemingly unremarkable but mysterious NPC, who held their lives and deaths in his hands with awe. Quiet. Fang Yu's voice was calm, but clearly reached everyone's ears. The mentors for life professions are not me. You will need to explore on your own, and seek out those masters hidden around the world. He had no time to be any kind of professional mentor. He merely threw out a concept, leaving the rest for players to imagine and discover. For example, they might think that a blacksmith shop owner proficient in forging might be the forging master. A quirky old man who gathers herbs in the mountains every day could be the herb gathering master. This model of letting players discover hidden settings themselves adds far more exploration joy and immersion to the game than simply telling them the answers. As for the dungeon, Fang Yu's lips curled into a barely noticeable arc. He extended his hand, and before him a shimmering space vortex resembling rippling water appeared out of thin air. 5-person team dungeon chasing the legendary Fat Sheep entrance. This is the entrance to the dungeon. However, Fang Yu changed his tone. This dungeon is currently in testing, and the energy is extremely unstable. To ensure everyone's safety, only 10 teams are allowed to enter each day. What the hell? Only 10 teams a day. Thousands of people competing for 50 spots. This is harder than getting train tickets during the spring festival. The players instantly erupted. Quiet. Fang Yu pressed down on the commotion again. For the sake of fairness, the qualifications to enter the dungeon will be determined by bidding. He pointed to the side of the vortex where a simple wooden sign appeared out of thin air. The sign read Dungeon Entry Ticket Bidding Starting Price 1,000 Earth Coins. Team Highest Bidder Wins. Resets daily at midnight. Upon seeing this wooden sign, most ordinary players were dumbfounded. 1,000 Earth Coins was no small sum for them. However, among the crowd those wealthy tycoon players lit up with excitement. 1,000. Starting price. Isn't that practically giving it away? A player with the ID Rich Brother shouted directly in the crowd, I bid 5,000. The first spot today is mine. 5,000. That's like giving a beggar some change. Another player with the ID Boss Wong scoffed, I bid 10,000. Don't compete with me. 20,000. 50,000. The bidding price soared to an unimaginable height for ordinary people in just a few seconds. Ordinary players could only watch helplessly as these tycoons splurged on a virtual dungeon qualification. Fang Yu, on the other hand, watched it all with satisfaction. Not only did he aim to extract the players' world line fluctuation value, but he also sought to reap their real money. Only by tackling both could he maximize profits. Just as the tycoons were wildly bidding, a sneaky figure quietly squeezed to the front of the dungeon entrance. He did not participate in the bidding, but instead stealthily pulled out a small stool from his backpack and sat down at the dungeon's door. Then he took out a wooden board from his pocket with a few crooked large characters written in charcoal: gold medal, power leveling, professional clearing, bringing the boss along, guaranteed to get gear, price negotiable. Also selling dungeon entry tickets at the entrance, hurry if you want to buy. This person was the business genius who had made a small fortune through buying and selling in the Konoha collapse plan. He keenly realized that wherever there is scarcity, there will be a market. Since he couldn't grab the first batch, he simply decided to act as a middleman and power leveler, peeling another layer of skin off the tycoons. His actions instantly attracted the attention of everyone around. The tycoons who failed to bid, and the high players who wanted to enter but lacked money, all wore thoughtful expressions. A new industry chain quietly emerged at the entrance of Fang Yu's dungeon. Fang Yu looked at the business genius sitting on the small stool making faces at him, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The thought process of this generation of players even made him the GM marvel. 100,000. I bid 100,000 Earth coins. Today's first kill belongs to me. With that roar from Shinhao Gu, the first auction at the dungeon entrance came to a close. With an amount sufficient to buy a decent car in the real world, he successfully purchased the first entry right to the dungeon Juexiuan Chuan Shua Zhong de Fei Yang. Shinhao Gu, do you still need people? I'm top 10 in PvP. My awareness is excellent. Please let me join. Shinhao Gu, look at me. My life profession is chef, self-proclaimed. I can cook roasted wild boar to grant a temporary buff. Countless high-level players and eccentric characters swarmed him instantly, each trying to latch onto that golden thigh. Shinhao Gu clearly basked in the adulation. He waved his hand grandly and began to pick his team from the crowd, assembling a 5-man squad that looked well equipped, though in truth their gear was little more than battered scraps snatched from lower-level foes. Brothers, let's enter. Clear it, and everyone gets a reward. With that, the 5 of them, flush with confidence, stepped into the rippling vortex of space. A flash of white, and they vanished. At the dungeon entrance, the remaining players turned their attention to the man seated on a small stool, the scalper, the commercial prodigy. Hey brother, how much for a ticket? Boss, what's your price for carry runs? The scalper grinned, exposing his avaricious nature. Scalp tickets fixed price 5,000. Carry runs 1 clear for 10,000. Equipment drops calculated separately, 20% commission at market price. Damn. Why don't you go for the kill yourself? You're greasier than the GM. Although people railed at him, several small-time entrepreneurs and strong lone wolf players began to haggle with him anyway. Thus an ecosystem sprang up around the dungeon. Fang Yu watched with amusement for a while, then shifted his gaze to the Shinhao Gu team already inside the instance. The light faded. Shinhao Gu and his 4 companions found themselves standing upon a bustling street. On either side rose quaint buildings hung with signs, taverns, inns, and a grand casino. The air was thick with the decadent perfume of alcohol and money. Where is this? Shortleaf Street. One player familiar with the original work recognized the place at once. The fat sheep. Gangsho. I see now. Shinhao Gu slapped his thigh and wore a look of sudden comprehension. So this dungeon is here to lead us to Gangsho. She must be in that casino ahead. Let's go! Brothers, let us meet this fabled fat sheep. Brimming with confidence, the 5 strode toward the largest casino. They had barely crossed the threshold when a hearty, booming female laugh reached them. Ha ha ha. One more. Today I will win back all my capital. Following the sound, they saw at the farthest table a voluptuous woman with flowing golden hair, face flushed, pushing a towering pile of chips onto the big zone. Beside her sat a demure woman with short black hair, holding a pink piglet and looking helpless as she offered counsel. Lady Gangsho, we truly have no money left. Shut up. Silence. Don't jinx my luck. The blonde woman was none other than their objective, Gangsho. Roll. Roll. Big. 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 Gangsho stared intently at the dealer's dice cup, murmuring incantations beneath her breath. The dealer impassively lifted the cup. 1, 2, 3. 6 points, small. Gangsho's smile froze instantly. The casino fell utterly silent. PFT, one of Shinhao Gu's teammates, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter. That single sound was like a switch igniting Gangsho's fury. She spun around with blinding speed, her brown eyes brimming with lethal intent fixed on the 5 of them. What are you laughing at? Her voice was calm, but beneath that calm lay rage ready to erupt like a volcano. Shinhao Gu, accustomed to grand occasions, cleared his throat and stepped forward in what he judged to be an impressive pose. You must be one of the famed 3 shinobi, Lady Gangsho. We have been commissioned by my village to invite you back to preside over matters. He deliberately emphasized the word invite. To him, this was the standard trigger for a scripted confrontation. Yet Gangsho was in no mood for ceremony. She had lost everything, and was in an exceedingly foul temper. "My, preside over matters," Gangzo scoffed. Rising from her seat, she cracked her knuckles, as she advanced toward the joints, making audible clicks. "I have no interest in that corrupt village. Besides, I am in very bad spirits at the moment. I will count to 3, disappear from before my eyes, or accept the consequences." The 5 exchanged glances, and saw excitement reflected in one another's eyes. It had triggered the boss fight. "Brothers, prepare for battle," Shinhao Gu barked into team voice. "She's a medical ninja, her attack should be limited. T, hold the line, DPS focus fire." The team's tank, a player who had invested some vitality points, squared his shoulders, and took the lead, planting himself between Gangzo and the others. 3. Gangzo raised her hand slowly. 2. A faint green chakra visible to the naked eye began to coalesce around her fist. "Attack!" Shinhao shouted. The 5 players lunged at Gangzo. Yet they did not wait to hear her final count. Halfway through their charge, in a dim corner of the casino, an old slot machine they had not noticed suddenly began to clatter with a shrill series of dings. Its reel spun furiously and stopped, revealing 3 identical 7s. A jackpot. The machine, seemingly unable to bear such sudden fortune, began to groan as its inner mechanism strained under the overload. Sparks flew. Then, boom! A deafening explosion ripped through the room. That machine, tainted by decades of Gongsho's ill luck, could not withstand the surge of fortunate energy, and, at the instant of hitting the jackpot, detonated. The blast exceeded everyone's imagination. Metal fragments, burning shrapnel, and a cascade of game coins burst outward like petals scattered by a gale. Shinhao Gu and his 4 companions were swept up by the sudden explosion, engulfed before they even brushed Gongsho's clothing by the strange mingling of luck and misfortune. Their health bars emptied in an instant. As they dissolved into white light, the only thing they heard was Gongsho's stunned, furious scream. "Damn! My prize money!" In the GM space, Fang Yu watched the scene, and the carbonated drink he held spurted from his mouth, soaking the console. He swore he had only intended to design a routine boss encounter. He had placed a few slot machines as set dressing in the casino without a second thought. He could never have imagined that Gongsho's legendary passive, always loses when gambling, together with a rare accumulated surge of ill luck that sometimes flips into incredible fortune, would interact with a scenic prop in such an unforeseen manner. System detected an unknown benign bug in the world rules. The character Gongsho's passive talent Lucky Rebound has linked with the slot machine prop, producing explosion-level damage to rules. System World Line Deviation 5.0. World Line Fluctuation gain 5,000 points. Fang Yu wiped cola from the console and stared at the soaring fluctuation value, a helpless smile on his face. This can happen. He felt suddenly less omnipotent as a GM than he had imagined. These NPCs, like the players, were unpredictable lunatics who refused to play by the expected rules. In the Earth Village, at the entrance to the dungeon, 5 beams of white light flashed, and Godly Rich Brother and his team appeared in a daze. Players around them, still queuing and bargaining, quickly surrounded them. "They're out. They're out. The first kill team has emerged." "So how was it? Did you clear it? Was the boss difficult? Did you get any loot? Show us." The expression on Godly Rich Brother's face shifted from pale to flushed, and he opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. What could he say? That they hadn't even touched the boss's hem before they were wiped out by a slot machine. If he said that, would he still have any face left? Ahem. One of his teammates, reacting quickly, cleared his throat, and with a serious demeanor began to fabricate a story. "Brothers, this dungeon is harder than you can imagine. The boss inside Tsunade possesses enshranked ninjutsu we have never seen before. She can cause the slot machines in the casino to explode, creating a large area of AoE damage. We were careless, and that's how we suffered a regrettable defeat. A slot machine explosion. What kind of bizarre skill is that?" The players were momentarily stunned, but soon began to concoct reasonable explanations. "I get it. This is scene interaction. It shows that this dungeon has a high degree of freedom. Tsunade truly lives up to the legend of the three ninjas. Even her fighting style is so unconventional. So what do we do? Should we dismantle all the slot machines first next time? The members of Godly Rich Brothers team could only nod awkwardly in agreement, while tears flowed in their hearts. They certainly couldn't say that the slot machine exploded because of them, could they? Meanwhile, the business genius in the crowd quickly seized the opportunity and immediately revised the advertisement on his board. Golden Medal Substitute. News Service Professional Casino Demolition. Expert in rapid dismantling of various slot machines and Pai-Gow tables. Act fast if interested. In the ruins of the casino on Short Book Street, Tsunade was squatting on the ground, frantically searching through a pile of charred parts and game tokens, muttering to herself. My winnings. My grand prize. It can't just vanish like this. Her greedy demeanor bore no resemblance to the legendary three ninjas, resembling instead a gambler who had lost everything. Beside her, Shizun, holding a piglet, looked at her helplessly. Lady Tsunade stopped looking. It's all destroyed. There's no way anything is intact. Shut up. Tsunade shouted without looking up. It's all those bastards' fault. If they hadn't rushed in and disturbed my luck, this money would have been in my hands. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she slammed her fist into the ground. Boom! The already shaky ground was smashed into a large pit by her punch. No way. I can't swallow this anger. Tsunade stood up, her face filled with fury. Those guys, wearing the Konoha headbands, claiming to be sent by the village. It must be that old man who sent them. And Jiraiya. It must be that idiot Toad who leaked my whereabouts. Tsunade paced back and forth, her bosom heaving, revealing her inner turmoil. She perfectly shifted the blame onto Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Jiraiya. Shizun. We're leaving. Tsunade suddenly made a decision. Where are we going, Lady Tsunade? Shizun asked cautiously. Back to Konoha. Tsunade's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. I want to confront that old man in person. What does it mean to send a couple of kids to mess with me? And Jiraiya, I swear if I catch him, I'll stuff him into a slot machine to let him taste the explosion. Having said that, she ignored the ruins and strode towards the direction of Konoha. Shizun, holding the piglet, hurried to catch up, her heart filled with confusion. She had a nagging feeling that something was off about how things were developing. In the GM space, Fang Yu watched Tsunade angrily volunteering to return to Konoha, a bizarre expression appearing on his face. He had only intended to design a dungeon that would persuade players to invite Tsunade back to the village. Instead, the players had gone in and given up for nothing. Tsunade, on the other hand, was furious and proactively returning to the village to seek revenge due to the slot machine explosion. Does this count as completing the task? Fang Yu called up the system backend, looking at the record of dungeon failure, lost in thought. From the outcome, his goal was achieved. But in terms of process, the players' participation was practically zero. No way, I can't let them get off so easily. A glimmer of malice unique to GMs flashed in Fang Yu's eyes. His fingers flew over the virtual keyboard. Soon all online players received a new system notification. World Event Update: The Legendary Fat Sheep. Event description: for unknown reasons, possibly because you all are too weak, the dungeon boss Tsunade has left the dungeon and is heading towards Konoha. New mission objective: escort Tsunade. Mission type: open world escort mission. Mission requirements: protect her safety from all potential threats before Tsunade arrives at Konoha. Mission rewards based on contribution during the escort process: large amounts of experience points, Konoha reputation, and Tsunade's favorability. Special reminder: Lady Tsunade is currently in an extremely foul mood. Any attempt to engage in normal communication with her may result in unpredictable consequences. Once this announcement was made, the players erupted again. What the hell? The dungeon boss has run out. An escort mission. And it's an open world one. This is way more interesting than staying in the dungeon. Tsunade's favorability. This must be a hidden reward. If we max it out, can we learn her super strength and medical ninjutsu? Brothers, what are we waiting for? Let's leave the village. Block her on the road to Short Book Street. Infrastructure Maniac Guild move out. All members. Build a smooth VIP exclusive highway on Tsunade's path. This favorability, we're definitely going to max it out. The Liver Emperor hunting team assemble. We'll clear all the wild monsters along the way to ensure Lady Tsunade has a smooth journey. Shinon team. Go gather some mushrooms that can make people feel happy for Lady Tsunade to try. Thousands of players surged out of the Earth Village, as if energized, heading toward Short Book Street. On the official road leading to Konoha from Duan Street, Tsunade walked with a fierce expression, her pace vigorous and determined. Behind her, Shizen holding a piglet ran in a hurry just to keep up with her steps.
Lady Tsunade, please slow down. Wait for me,
Shizen gasped.
Slow down,
Tsunade said without looking back.
I can hardly wait to fly back to Konoha and break that bastard Jiraiya's legs.
Just thinking about her winning slot machine and the pile of vanished winnings ignited a surge of anger within her. At that moment, a synchronized and powerful voice echoed from the roadside ahead.
121. 121. Open the road when we meet the mountains. Build bridges when we meet the water. For Princess Tsunade. Building a beautiful tomorrow.
Both Tsunade and Shizen were stunned, stopping in their tracks, puzzled, as they looked towards the source of the sound. They saw several hundred players ahead, bustling with fervor on the mountain road. Some were using rudimentary tools to flatten the rugged mountain path, others were building makeshift bridges with felled trees, and some even arranged colorful wildflowers by the roadside to form a giant heart with the words, Tsunade, spelled out in stones in the center. This construction team was led by the
Infrastructure Maniac,
who commanded the
Tsunade Princess Exclusive Road Construction Brigade. What is going on here?
Shizen was left speechless. Tsunade's brows furrowed tightly. She recognized that this group of people, with their clothing and demeanor, was identical to the lunatics she had encountered at the casino. The Infrastructure Maniac had clearly seen Tsunade as he immediately dropped the blueprint, a wooden board with strange lines, and hurried over, his face adorned with a flattering smile.
Princess Tsunade, hello. I am the leader of your exclusive road construction brigade, the Infrastructure Maniac. We heard you were returning to Konoha, so we specially came here to build you a smooth, comfortable, and safe VIP exclusive passage. We guarantee you a pleasant and worry-free journey.
Tsunade, Princess, VIP passage. She felt her mind struggling to keep up with these people's thoughts.
What do you want?
Tsunade's tone was unfriendly.
To increase your favorability,
the Infrastructure Maniac blurted out without restraint. A vein throbbed on Tsunade's forehead. Before she could explode, another group rushed out from the nearby woods. Leading them were the Liver Emperor and
Flathead Brother,
followed by hundreds of players armed with various
weapons. Report, Lady Tsunade. The Liver Emperor stood at attention and saluted in a rather awkward military manner.
The Liver Emperor hunting team has cleared all threatening creatures within 3 kilometers ahead, including wild boars, rabbits, and a few lost squirrels.
Please proceed with confidence. And us.
A skinny young man rushed forward holding a bowl of a strange-smelling colorful paste. He was the leader of the
Shinon Squad,
known as
Medicine Cannot Stop. Lady Tsunade, this is the Forget Worry mushroom soup we carefully prepared for you. Made from 14 rare mushrooms simmered for 7 days and nights. Drinking it will help you forget all your troubles and feel as if you're floating.
As he spoke, he presented the bowl that looked like it could poison an elephant right in front of Tsunade. Tsunade stared at this bizarre group of guardians, at the exclusive passage adorned with flowers and hearts, and at the bowl of bubbling colorful Forget Worry soup. She felt as though she was not on the road back to Konoha, but had stumbled into a large mental rehabilitation center. She took a deep breath, trying to suppress the rising anger.
You'll say it again.
Her voice came out like it was squeezed through clenched teeth.
Disappear from my sight.
Yet the players clearly did not grasp her fury. To them, this was merely an expression of NPC Tsundere behavior.
Lady Tsunade is shy. Her favorability must be increasing. Brothers, let's keep it up. The infrastructure maniac even pulled out a wooden carving of an ugly Tsunade figurine and handed it over.
Princess Tsunade, this is our rushed merchandise, a souvenir for you. This souvenir became the last straw that broke the camel's back.
Ah!
Tsunade finally exploded. She let out a roar that was more beastly than human, filled with the sound of a mine pushed to the brink.
Super strength.
Boom! With a single fist, she slammed into the ground. The earth centered around her fist cracked open instantly like a stone thrown into water. A visible shockwave radiated outward in all directions. The VIP exclusive passage that the infrastructure maniac had worked hard to build along with the flowers and hearts by the roadside was shattered in an instant. The hundreds of players still in excitement around were swept away, like fallen leaves in autumn, flying out in unison. Countless rays of white light formed a magnificent fireworks display in midair. The world fell silent once more. Tsunade stood amidst the ruins, her chest heaving violently, her golden hair disheveled in the wind. Her beautiful brown eyes were filled with bloodshot madness.
All of you! Get out!
Shizen, clutching the piglet, hid behind a nearby tree, trembling in fear. She watched as those who had just been thrown away began to respawn at a distance, regrouping, and seemingly discussing the boss's AoE range is so large, and next time keep a safe distance as undead. Suddenly, she felt a wave of pity for Lady Tsunade. In the GM space, Fang Yu wore a joyful yet cruel smile. On the screen before him, the world line fluctuation value was skyrocketing at an unprecedented rate. Ding. The player's extreme escort behavior has severely impacted the mental state of the plot character Tsunade, leading to a tendency for darkening in her character. World Line Deviation 8. 0. Gained 8,000 points of world line fluctuation value.
Beautiful.
Fang Yu snapped his fingers.
What meaning does a normal Tsunade hold? A Tsunade driven mad by players who could explode at any moment is the perfect show effect.
He could already foresee the catastrophic collision that would occur when this dark and fifth Hokage returned to Konoha and confronted Jiraiya, who was busy running for her. And all he had to do was sit on his throne sipping on some joyful drink while enjoying this grand show he orchestrated, casually raking in wave after wave of fluctuation value.
However, this alone is not chaotic enough.
Fang Yu stroked his chin, a glimmer of calculation flashing in his eyes. The plan to collapse Konoha was complete. Tsunade's return was imminent, and the ninja world's landscape was about to enter a new stable period. This was not what he wanted to see. He needed to add fuel to the fire, a blaze capable of igniting the entire ninja world once more. His gaze fell upon a distant and dark corner of the map. There an organization called Akatsuki was stirring. At the moment when Tsunade was cornered by the players on the official road, and Jiraiya was still busy searching for funding to find Tsunade, Konoha village was in the midst of a strange atmosphere, working on post-disaster reconstruction. In the rain-hidden village, a cold city shrouded in perpetual rain. At the top of a towering steel structure stood Pain 6 Paths, like a statue silently gazing down at the dead land below. Beside him was Conan, dressed in a black robe with red clouds, her figure enchanting.
Nagato, we received some intriguing intelligence from Konoha.
Conan's voice was as cold as the rain.
Orochimaru's plan has failed.
Pain's Deva Path wore an expressionless face that belonged to Yahiko, his renegade calm and undisturbed.
As expected, Orochimaru's capabilities are limited to this.
No. Conan shook her head.
This failure is quite peculiar.
According to the information returned by our eyes placed in Konoha Zetsu, Orochimaru's plan was disrupted by a group of mysterious forces, calling themselves Chosen Ones, that appeared suddenly. She paused for a moment, seemingly organizing her words, relaying the confusing and shocking information from Zetsu.
These people possess immortality.
Their behavior is erratic, their logic chaotic, and they fear no ninjutsu, even finding joy in death. They buried Orochimaru's summoning beast Manda alive using a primitive method they call infrastructure.
They treated Orochimaru's subordinates as prey to drop equipment. They even openly discussed the bounties on our Akatsuki members on the battlefield of Konoha, and how to capture tail beasts alive.
Upon hearing the words capture tailed beasts alive, a slight, barely perceptible ripple finally stirred within Payne's Rinnegan.
Immortality.
Chosen ones. He softly repeated these words, seemingly deep in thought.
They claim to come from a place called Earth Village.
Their leader is codenamed GM.
Conan added,
GM.
Is it a bloodline limit that surpasses all ninjutsu that he does not know about?
Or perhaps, a true power that belongs to God.
Let the world feel pain.
Payne's Deva Pass slowly lifted his head, raindrops sliding down the black rods on his face.
Perhaps before realizing this goal, we need to first understand these uninvited guests. What do you mean?
Conan asked.
Issue an invitation. The corners of Payne's Deva Path's mouth curled into a cold arc.
Since they are so interested in our Akatsuki, let's give them a chance to join us.
I am curious, when these immortal monsters stand alongside us god-slaying traitorous ninjas, what kind of interesting pain will they bring to this decaying world?
Meanwhile, all players of True Naruto OL received a blood-red email from GM. The email's title was filled with a deadly appeal. World-class event, the gaze of Akatsuki. When players opened the email, a highly impactful CG unfolded before their eyes. In a dim cave, a massive outer path statue and 10 mysterious figures radiating a terrifying aura stood on the fingers of the statue. The camera swept across their faces one by one. Payne's Rinnegan, Conan's paper wings, Itachi's Sharingan, Kisame's shark face, Deidara's maniacal laughter, Sasori's puppet body. Each figure represented absolute power and rebellion. The final shot of the CG was Payne's Deva Path's indifferent face, and that classic line,
"From now on, let the world feel pain."
The screen suddenly went black, and a few lines of blood-red words appeared. Do you desire true power? Are you tired of hypocritical order? Do you want to stand with a group of strength traitorous ninjas and overturn the entire world? The Akatsuki organization is opening its doors to you. Recruitment mission trial. In the Rain mission description, go to the Rain Hidden Village, find the contact person of the Akatsuki organization, a mysterious person wearing a conical hat and a black robe with red clouds, and through his trial, you will have the chance to become a member of the strongest and most mysterious organization in the ninja world. Mission reward: unlock the Akatsuki faction reputation, receive the exclusive title Apostle of the Red Clouds, and have the opportunity to learn the unique secret techniques of strength traitorous ninjas. Warning: this mission is extremely dangerous. The Rain Hidden Village is fraught with peril, and members of the Akatsuki organization are unpredictable. If you fail, you may face a punishment worse than death drop. This email detonated like a nuclear bomb, reigniting the player community that had been calm for only a few days.
Damn. Damn.
Damn. It's Akatsuki. It's really Akatsuki. This CG is too cool. This prestige is leagues above Konoha.
Joining Akatsuki. Is there any need to choose? I want to hang out with God Itachi. I want to learn Deidara's explosive art. Art is an explosion. Brothers, stop mining in the newbie village. Let's go to the Rain Hidden Village. Be traitorous ninjas. This is the romance of a man.
Previously torn between joining Konoha or Root, players immediately forgot those two newbie village factions upon seeing the recruitment notice for Akatsuki. Konoha. Root. What are those? Can they compare to riding Susanoo and shouting Spicy Sky Forest with pain? The forum was instantly flooded with posts about team up to go to the Rain Hidden Village.
Liber Emperor Hunting Group announces a complete transition to the Akatsuki faction. Our goal is to become Akatsuki's ace fighters. Infrastructure Maniac Guild takes on the urban renovation project of the Rain Hidden Village.
Lord Payne, your village is both dilapidated and old, plus it rains every day. How about we install a glass dome and set up an underground drainage system for you?
Shinong Squad. We are very interested in the mushroom varieties of the Rain Hidden Village.
However, when the first batch of eager players finally arrived at the border of the Rain Hidden Village after a long and arduous journey, they discovered that things were not as simple as they had imagined. A player with the ID Pathfinder was the first to step into the Rain Hidden Village. In the next second, a poisoned shuriken shot from the rain curtain precisely pierced his neck. His health bar was instantly drained. Before he turned into white light and vanished, he saw a ninja wearing a rain-hidden village headband walking out from the shadows, a cruel smile on his face. At the same time, a system prompt appeared on his game panel that made his soul tremble. You have died. Since you died from the poisonous hidden weapon of an Akatsuki member, your soul has suffered slight contamination. This time the resurrection time will be extended to 24 hours. You will not be able to log into the game before resurrection. Pathfinder's last words echoed in the team channel as a desperate shout. Don't come over. The small monsters here have a 24-hour silence debuff. A 24-hour mute? What the hell? This punishment is too harsh. This isn't a death penalty, it's simply a method to curb internet addiction. The last words of the Pathfinder fell like a bucket of ice water from the sky, instantly extinguishing the fervor of most players. They could accept losing equipment upon death. At worst, they would just go out wearing beginner's gear. However, dying once means being unable to log in for 24 hours, which is a torture more unbearable than death for the gaming addicts and internet-addicted youths who feel uncomfortable if they don't play for even a day. For a moment, the originally vast army of players ready to march into the rain-hidden village hesitated at the village entrance. What should we do? Should we go in or not? The risk is too high. What if we step wrong and get killed? Tomorrow would be wasted. What are you afraid of? High risks come with high rewards. The secret technique of the strength trader ninja. 24 hours is nothing. I'm willing to wait. The player base quickly divided into two factions. One faction consisted of reckless brutes like Flathead and extreme PvP enthusiasts like Gaming Lord. To them, this punishment would only make the challenge more thrilling. The other faction was made up of ordinary players and fun seekers. While they admired the Akatsuki organization's coolness, they weren't willing to pay such a hefty price. Forget it, it'll just go back to the beginner village to mine. I heard the price of iron ore has skyrocketed recently. I'll go escort Tsunade, although I might get killed by her. At least I can respawn instantly and see a beauty. The Construction Maniac Guild has decided to temporarily shelve the rain-hidden village reconstruction plan. Let's first bid for the Konoha reconstruction project, which is safer. Thus most players chose to back down. However, several hundred of the top and most daring elite players remained. They would become the first batch of warriors to challenge the hellish dungeon of the Akatsuki. Brothers! The Gaming Lord stood at the entrance of the rain-hidden village, addressing the hundreds of resolute players behind him for a final mobilization. From now on, every step we take might be our last. This mission tests not our equipment nor our levels, but our wisdom, our patience, and our spirit of self-destruction. Our goal is not to fight, but to infiltrate. Like true spies, we must blend into this village and find the contact. Now I declare the Walking in the Rain operation officially begins. Everyone form teams of 10 and infiltrate separately. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not engage in conflict with any NPCs. Survive, and we can win. Oh! Hundreds of players, like well-trained special forces, disperse silently from different directions, infiltrating the death-laden area shrouded in rain. In the GM space, Fang Yu watched this scene with great interest, a satisfied smile on his face. Good, the players know how to call themselves. What he wanted was exactly this effect. Let ordinary players engage in production, providing the game world with basic resources. Let elite players challenge high-difficulty plots, harvesting massive world line variance values for him. A perfect closed loop. He opened the GM backend and displayed a split-screen view showing the first-person perspectives of all players infiltrating the rain-hidden village. He wanted to see what new tricks this group of self-proclaimed elites could pull off in this iron cage crafted by Pain himself, where surveillance was omnipresent. Soon the first show unfolded. A player with the ID Stealth Master believed himself to be skilled in various stealth game techniques. He avoided all patrolling rain ninjas, using the shadows of buildings to reach the central area of the rain-hidden village without incident. Hiding behind a massive pipe, he took out binoculars to observe the tallest building in the distance where Pain was located.
As long as I find the boss's location, it will be easy," he smugly said in the team voice chat. However, he failed to notice a nondescript drainage pipe above his head, where a butterfly made of paper quietly rested, its wings reflecting his every move. At the top of the tower, Shaun furrowed her brows slightly. "A rat has entered," she thought to herself. The paper butterfly silently floated down from above the Stealth Master. Stealth Master was focused on observing when he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck, as if something had fallen on him. He instinctively reached back to swat it. Smack! The paper butterfly was crushed by him. However, the next second, boom, that tiny paper butterfly unexpectedly exploded. Explosive talisman. Before Stealth Master could even scream in horror, he turned into a flash of white light amidst the explosion. His teammates only heard his last shocked words in the voice chat. This butterfly here will explode? Ding. Player Stealth Master has died, triggering the soul pollution debuff, unable to log in for 24 hours. On the other side, a 10-person team led by Flathead chose a more direct approach. They disguised themselves as fleeing refugees swaggering down the main street of the rain-hidden village. Everyone act more convincingly. Cry. Your expressions need to be more tragic, Flathead commanded in the team voice chat. A patrol team of rain ninjas stopped them. Halt. Who goes there? Flathead immediately lunged forward, hugging the legs of the leading rain ninja and crying, Sir, we are refugees from the land of grass. Our hometown was destroyed by mountain bandits. Please take us in. We can work like oxen and horses. The rain ninja looked at the exaggerated performance of this burly man with a frown. Just then a small communicator at his waist emitted a cold voice. Kill them! It was Payne's order. For anyone who intruded into the rain-hidden village without permission, Payne's only method of handling it was one word: kill. The rain ninja no longer hesitated. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes, and he thrust his spear directly at Flathead, who was still clinging to his leg. Thud. Flathead was pierced through. He looked at the rain ninja in disbelief, letting out his final furious roar in the team channel. Damn! The NPCs in this village don't follow the plot. They attack directly. His 10-person team was swiftly slaughtered by the surrounding rain ninjas. Ding. Player Flathead and team members have died, triggering the soul pollution debuff, unable to log in for 24 hours. One after another, players triggered death endings in various bizarre ways after stepping into the rain-hidden village. Some tried to bribe the guards, only to be treated as spies and killed by a flurry of blades. Some attempted to climb high buildings, only to be swallowed whole by Payne's animal path summoning beast, a massive chameleon. Others died simply for glancing at a roadside statue of the earth deity, as its eyes suddenly transformed into Rinnegan, leading to their demise. For players, the entire rain-hidden village was like a vast maze filled with instant death traps. In just an hour, over 2/3 of the hundreds of elite players who infiltrated had fallen. The remaining ones became like startled birds hiding in sewers and garbage piles, trembling, not daring to breathe. The forums were filled with wails. Rain-hidden village withdrawal guide 1. 0 bloody version. 1. Do not trust any NPCs in rain-hidden village. They are emotionless killing machines. 2. Do not touch any suspicious objects: a butterfly, a statue, even a stone could be an explosive talisman. 3. Do not attempt to walk in a straight line, as you never know if Payne's gaze is hovering above you. 4. Summary: do not come. Fang Yu smiled broadly at all this. This is more like it. This is what hellish difficulty should be. What he wanted was this kind of effect. Let players feel the real despair-inducing pressure from the Rank Trader organization. Only in despair could they unleash even greater creativity. Just as he thought, this first batch of challengers would be completely wiped out. An unexpected scene appeared on his monitoring screen. A player with the ID Soul of 2D boldly walked to the central square of the rain-hidden village. Then he took out a massive speaker from his backpack. Under the gaze of all the rain ninjas and Payne, he pressed the play button. The next second,
A passionate, blood-pumping, and somewhat cringe-worthy BGM echoed throughout the entire rain-hidden village.
How many floors does a bag of rice need to carry? A bag of rice needs to carry to the second floor.
Pain.
Naruto insert song pain theme BGM. The player spread his arms, closed his eyes, and faced the cold rain, shouting along with the music in a voice that was almost a pilgrimage full of emotion.
The entire rain-hidden village fell into a strange 3-second silence due to this sudden BGM and the player's performance art. In the rain-hidden village, a city wrapped in steel and tears, the cacophony of sounds outside its own rain for the first time pierced through. The passionate and mournful BGM, infused with a sense of sacred destruction, reverberated through every cold and damp street via powerful speakers, penetrating the heavy rain curtain and reaching the ears of every rain ninja. All the patrolling rain ninjas halted in their tracks. They exchanged glances, their faces filled with an indescribable confusion. What is this? Is it some new type of sound ninjutsu? Why does this music sound so familiar? No, it's not familiarity, it's a resonance with the soul. An emotion named pain quietly revived in their long-numbed hearts. In the central square, the instigator of this performance, Art, the soul of the second dimension, stood with closed eyes and arms wide open, embracing the cold rain in a martyr-like pose. His face radiated extreme fervor and devotion. He paid no mind to the rain ninjas around him, who looked at him as if he were a fool. He only knew that on Bilibili and Douyin, as soon as this BGM played, the bullet comments would flood with pain, and this world needs to feel pain. This was the highest level signal belonging to their second dimension. He firmly believed that the god hidden behind the scenes, the man named Pain, would definitely understand. How many floors must one carry a bag of rice? How many floors must one carry to the second floor? He shouted at the top of his lungs, straining his voice to keep up with the nonsensical lyrics. Charge more on the second floor. Ah! Which way? The surrounding rain ninjas gripped their weapons tightly, having received orders to eliminate all intruders. The noisy madman in front of them was clearly on the elimination list. However, just as they prepared to act, a cold, emotionless command came through everyone's communication devices. Stop! It was Pain's voice. All movements of the rain ninjas froze instantly. They looked at the madman in the center of the square, still wailing, confused as to why Pain would stop them. Inside the highest tower of rain-hidden village, Nagato's emaciated body was connected to a gigantic outer path golem, with countless black rods inserted into his back. Through his Rinnegan, he shared the vision of the 6 paths of pain, overlooking the absurd scene unfolding in the square below. Beside him stood Konan, her expression as cold as ever. Nagato, what is that? There was a rare hint of confusion in Konan's voice. Nagato did not respond. His Rinnegan was fixated on the player holding the massive speaker. That music. That melody. That mournfulness, as if it were capable of condensing the world's sorrow into a single point. Nagato felt his heart long filled with hatred, and pain beat violently in response to this music. Isn't this a reflection of his inner self? Isn't this the extreme pain he wished the whole world could feel? Why would this mysterious individual, who calls himself the Chosen One, play such music? Coincidence? No. Nagato immediately dismissed this thought. According to the information from Zetsu, this group of Chosen Ones behaved frantically and illogically, yet they seemed to possess some prophetic ability, knowing about Orochimaru's plans, the existence of Akatsuki, and even the names and abilities of each of their members. Thus the intent of this person playing this song of pain, seemingly tailored for him at this time and place, was self-evident. This is a transmission of information. This is a signal. He is telling himself, I understand your pain. The moment this thought emerged, a storm surged within Nagato's heart. All along he believed he was alone. No one understood his ideals, no one felt his sorrow. He sought to use absolute power to force the world to understand pain, thereby bringing true peace. But now a chosen one, a mysterious being from another world, expressed understanding in this manner. This left Nagato not only shocked, but also filled with unprecedented curiosity. What exactly is this organization codenamed GM and their chosen ones? Konan. Nagato finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Yes. Cancel his elimination order. Send someone to bring him here. The Rinnegan in Nagato's eyes flickered with deep light. I want to see him in person. But Nagato, his origins are unknown, he's too dangerous. Conan said worriedly. A person who understands pain cannot be an enemy. Nagato's voice was firm. At least before becoming an enemy, he deserves to stand before me. Inside the GM space, Fang Yu, holding a drink, stared blankly at the surveillance screen showing everything happening, completely stunned. He had imagined countless ways players might approach the rain trial. Some relied on clever movements to evade pursuit. Some used their silver tongues to incite the lower-ranking rain ninjas. Others even resorted to self-detonation to probe the way. But he never expected that someone would directly reveal the final boss by using a signal. And they actually succeeded. How? How is this even possible? Fang Yu felt his GM worldview had been impacted at the same level as pain. What kind of structure is this group of players' thought processes? The erosion of silly internet culture can actually transcend dimensional barriers and deliver such precise dimensional strikes on the natives. Ding. Player, the soul of the second dimension has established a spiritual link with the epic boss Pain through the special method of cultural resonance, significantly impacting Pain's worldview and future plans. World Line Deviation 10. 0. Gained 100,000 World Line Fluctuation Points. Upon hearing the massive fluctuation points notification from the back-end, Fang Yu was momentarily stunned and erupted into thunderous laughter. Ha ha ha. A genius. Truly a fucking genius. He laughed until tears almost streamed down his face. He finally understood why the fourth Calamity was the ultimate disaster that sent shivers across all worlds. Because you can never predict how they will use absurd methods to shake the rules of your world in the next second. In the center square of Rain Hidden Village, the soul of the second dimension had already lost his voice, and the speaker's battery was almost depleted. The surrounding rain ninjas quietly watched him, neither attacking nor driving him away, creating an awkward atmosphere. Could it be that the signal was wrong? The soul of the second dimension began to doubt. Just as he prepared to turn off the speaker, contemplating whether to kneel and beg for mercy or wait for death, a ninja wearing the Rain Hidden Village uniform slowly approached him. The ninja gazed at him with an extremely complex expression, then, in a similarly complex tone, whispered, "Lord Pain has commanded," he said, "that those who understand pain are our friends. Please follow me." After speaking, the Rain Ninja turned and walked toward a dark alley. The soul of the second dimension's brain crashed for 3 seconds before being instantly overwhelmed by immense joy. It worked. Oh my god. It really worked. I used a single BGM to conquer the final boss. He trembled with excitement, quickly stashing the speaker away and scrambling to follow. This scene was also clearly observed by the elite players hiding in the sewers and trash piles, peering through various vantage points. Their hearts were filled with shock, jealousy, and a deep sense of self-doubt. How? How did he succeed? Just because he played a song. We went through stealth and disguise, lost dozens of people, and yet we couldn't match a street performer in the square. The Liver Emperor hid in a filthy drain, watching the soul of the second dimension disappear, falling into a prolonged silence. For the first time, he began to doubt whether his high-level player logic was fundamentally ineffective in this game. Perhaps the key to clearing this game isn't skill or strategy, but being even more absurd than the NPCs. The soul of the two-dimensional world, whose real name is Li Xiang, is a typical shoot-in. At this moment, he feels as though he is at the pinnacle of his life, following the taciturn Yuren as they navigate through the maze-like jungle of steel. The rain soaked his clothes, chilling him to the bone, yet his heart burned with fervor. I, Li Xiang, an ordinary university student, am about to meet the legendary leader of the Akatsuki Pain. If this were posted on the forum, no, if this were written into a novel, it would definitely become a top hit of the year on Chidian. He struggled to suppress his excitement, trying to appear calm, but the involuntary upward curl of his lips had completely betrayed him. The guiding Yuren brought him to an inconspicuous building, pushed open a rusted iron door, and gestured for him to enter. "Lord Pain is waiting for you inside," Yuren said before vanishing into the curtain of rain like a specter. Li Xiang took a deep breath and stepped through the door. Behind the door was not the kind of eerie cave he had imagined, nor a meeting room filled with red clouds and black robes. Instead, it resembled a deserted underground factory, with the air thick with the smell of machine oil and rust. In the center of the factory stood an unexpected figure, a bizarre person half emerging from a plant resembling a pitcher plant, one half black and the other half white. It's Zetsu. Li Xiang's heart raced once again. Although he hadn't met pain, encountering the information head of the Akatsuki still thrilled him greatly. Hello, new friend. Zetsu's white half displayed a seemingly kind smile, his voice cheerfully greeting him. I didn't expect you to actually change Nagato's mind. Your song is quite interesting. Just a trick to attract attention, the black half replied, coldly scrutinizing Li Xiang with his deep, emotionless, yellow eyes, his voice low and hoarse. Don't say that, Zetsu countered. I find him quite intriguing. Hey, what's your name? Where did you learn that song? Is everyone in your Earth village as interesting as you? Zetsu, like a curious child, fired off a series of questions. Li Xiang was momentarily taken aback by this barrage, but he quickly regained his composure. This is an interview. Yes, it must be an interview. Pain said Zetsu to interview me. He immediately squared his shoulders and replied in what he believed was a steady tone, I am called the soul of the two-dimensional world. That song in our place is a hymn to God. As for our village, there are many people there who are much more interesting than I am. His words were half-truths. To him, Pain was indeed a god. As for the group of foolish players in the Earth village, they were certainly far more interesting than he was. A hymn to God. Zetsu seemed intrigued by the term, while the black half's gaze deepened. All right, enough chit-chat. Black Zetsu interrupted coldly. Nagato is willing to meet you, but the Akatsuki does not harbor useless people. You must prove your worth. Here it comes. Here it comes. The trial task is here. Li Xiang's breath quickened. What do you want me to do? He asked, suppressing his excitement. Is it to assassinate a certain lord? Or to steal some secrets from a ninja village? He was ready to accept and rank high-difficulty task. However, the task Zetsu presented left him utterly astonished. Assassinate. Steal secrets. Zetsu chuckled. Those tasks lack technical depth. What we want you to do is quite simple. He pulled out a photograph from the pitcher plant and handed it to Li Xiang. The photograph depicted a gray-haired old man wearing a forehead protector marked with the character oil, grinning lewdly. It was Jiraiya. This person is Jiraiya, one of the legendary three of Konoha. Black Zetsu's voice explained. Recently, he seems to be troubled by finding another member of the legendary three Tsunade, and has been frequently seen at various casinos across the countries. Your task is to locate him, Zetsu continued. However, do not alert him, and do not engage him in battle. You only need to clarify his recent itinerary, whom he has met, what he has investigated, and then bring that information back intact. This is a pure intelligence-gathering task. The test is your infiltration, disguise, and observation skills. Can you do it? This? Li Xiang stared at the photo in his hand, stunned. Just this. I thought I was supposed to take on an elite-level powerhouse. The result is merely to act like a paparazzo and follow the lecherous sage. This task's difficulty seems rather low, doesn't it? However, he thought again. This is indeed the style of the Akatsuki. They play with schemes and are into subversion. How could they be like those impulsive youths jumping straight into violence? This is definitely a test for me. A test of my patience and wisdom. No problem. Li Xiang immediately stood tall and confidently replied, I guarantee the task will be completed. Very good. Black Zetsu seemed pleased with his attitude. Go ahead. We will observe your performance in a special way. Do not let us down. With that, Zetsu's body slowly sank into the ground, disappearing from sight. The entire underground factory was left with only Li Xiang. He looked at the photograph of Jiraiya in his hand, then glanced at his task panel, which now displayed a newly generated strength task glowing blood red. Trial of the Akatsuki, tracked the lecherous sage. Li Xiang was so excited that he nearly jumped up on the spot. His first thought was not how to complete the task, but to open the game for him. He wanted to show off. He wanted all the players in the world to see his moment of glory. He quickly edited a post the title as boastful as it could be. Successfully joined the Akatsuki. Rank trial task accepted. Final boss Pain personally met me. The interviewer was Zetsu. Anyone who disagrees can argue. In the post he vividly described how he had moved Pain with a BGM, how he had a friendly and warm conversation with the legendary Zetsu, and finally, he attached a screenshot of the task, the lewd photo of Jiraiya. This post detonated the entire forum like a torpedo dropped into a cesspit. What the hell? Is this for real? I just joined. Using a BGM for a secret signal. What kind of divine operation is this? How come I never thought of it? Zetsu. It's the real Zetsu. The OP actually met Zetsu. Am so envious am about to dissolve. Tracking Jiraiya. That task sounds so interesting. I want to go too. The OP is awesome. Breaking voice. Those elite players who had been trembling in the sewers saw this post, and their mental state completely broke. They worked so hard to stealthily navigate and died so many times, yet they didn't even catch a glimpse. Meanwhile, this guy sang a song in the plaza and directly soared to the top, meeting the final boss and accepting an ranked task. How the hell do you even play this game? The Grind Emperor quietly closed the forum, standing up from the murky water with an utterly determined gaze. He had an epiphany. He completely understood. To excel in this game, one must not think like an ordinary person. Next time he too would engage in some performance art. Inside the GM space, Fang Yu watched the despair and envy swirling around the forum, unable to contain his smile. Players became spies for the Akatsuki, tracking Jiraiya, while Jiraiya was being relentlessly blamed by Tsunade, soon to face the darkest moment of his life. Tsunade, on the other hand, was being treated like a princess by another group of players, undergoing a brutal escort. These storylines intertwine, creating a brilliantly darkly humorous drama. Not bad, not bad. The plot is starting to get interesting. Fang Yu was in a good mood. He watched the player's soul of the two-dimensional world eagerly preparing to head to the land of fire, and decided to give him a little extra. He opened the system shop, consumed a negligible amount of variance points, and crafted a special task item. Item named Paradise of Affection Faux Classics. Item type Task Item Tracker. Item description: a sequel to Paradise of Affection that you created sufficient to confuse the senses. Within the pages there is a nearly undetectable micro-tracker made from Zetsu's spores. Use method: find a way to sell it to Jiraiya. Fang Yu quietly pushed the purchasing rights for this item to Soul of the two-dimensional world. Young man, I see potential in you. I'll sell you this ultimate secret of peace in the ninja world at a bargain. Fang Yu wore the same smile as an old man tricking a child into buying a secret manual. Go bring a big surprise to the lecherous sage. The Land of Fire, a tranquil town famed for its hot springs and fine sake. Jiraiya lay sprawled across the roof of an upscale onsen and peering intently through a monocular telescope as he conducted his so-called research. Oh! This angle, absolutely perfect. Truly no one else but me could ever locate such an ideal vantage point. As he watched, he pulled out a small notebook and scribbled feverishly, capturing every precious detail that might kindle his creative spark. Lately he had been deeply troubled. On one front, his village had suffered a profound upheaval. Though the third Hokage had survived, Konoha's future now demanded a new leader. The two elders of the council hounded him daily to retrieve Tsunade. Yet that woman remained elusive, her whereabouts unknown, her gambling addiction insatiable. No one knew which remote corner of the world she'd vanished into. On another front, Orochimaru and the enigmatic organization known as Akatsuki loomed over him like twin mountains. His instincts whispered that a far greater storm was gathering on the horizon. Sigh. What a life of ceaseless toil. Jiraiya exhaled heavily, lowered his telescope, and prepared to relocate, resuming his grand research enterprise. Yet, as he leapt down from the rooftop and approached the inn's entrance, something peculiar arrested his attention. A most unassuming stall, nothing more than a tattered cloth spread upon the ground. Upon it rested several even stranger objects, a hand-drawn map crudely sketched and boldly labeled, Ultimate Research Locations of Onsen Town Exclusive Collector's Edition. Several bizarre contraptions assembled from bamboo and lenses stood nearby, marked with a sign, New Generation Periscope Multi-Angle Anti-Detection. A small placard read, Artistic Exchange. Intellectual Collision. Exploring the supreme essence of literature. Behind the stall stood a young man whose demeanor seemed oddly furtive. It was Li Xiang, soul of the two-dimensional realm, who had journeyed all the way from Amagakure. At this moment his heart pounded with equal parts anxiety and anticipation. After receiving the gift from the GM, the venerable elder, he had spent every last in-game coin to purchase the volume titled Make Out Paradise Apocrypha. Then, guided by the mission prompt and his deep familiarity with canon lore, he traced rumors and inquiries until he finally located Jiraiya in this very town. Yet he dared not approach directly. After all, this was the legendary Sannin, the Toad Sage himself. Should Jiraiya suspect him of being an Akatsuki spy, a single Rasengan would erase his entire 24-hour window, wasted in an instant. So he improvised an ingenious waiting Bethesda strategy. He would lure the artist with art itself. And it worked flawlessly. Jiraiya strolled up to Li Xiang's stall, hands clasped behind his back, studying the wares with genuine curiosity. "Hey kid," Jiraiya asked, his tone seasoned with the authority of a veteran sage. "What exactly are these things for?" It had begun. The fish had taken the bait. A surge of triumph flared within Li Xiang, but outwardly he assumed an air of profound mystique. Tilting his head upward at a 45-degree angle, he spoke in a melancholy voice, "Sir, you simply wouldn't understand. These are not commodities. They are art, artifacts forged through blood, sweat, and soul in our relentless pursuit of literature's highest zenith." Jiraiya blinked, momentarily stunned. Art. Literature. The boy was young, but his audacity was staggering. Jiraiya picked up the hand-drawn map and examined it closely. This location, impressive indeed. One could actually observe the women's changing room from this precise angle. Kid, you've got talent. Jiraiya's eyes gleamed with sudden enthusiasm. Heh. Looks like we're kindred spirits, Sir, Li Xiang murmured inwardly, while wearing the radiant expression of one who had just found his long-lost soulmate. Let me tell you, art springs from life, and soars above it. For creators like us, observation is everything. Well said. Jiraiya nodded vigorously, utterly won over by this elegant sophistry, as if he'd finally met his intellectual twin. Setting the map aside, he picked up the New Generation Periscope and turned it over in his hands. This design, remarkably clever. Granted, the craftsmanship is rough, but the dual-lens refraction principle effectively conceals the observer. Excellent. Truly excellent. The more Jiraiya studied the youth before him, the seemingly shifty yet undeniably gifted apprentice to the craft of artistic creation, the more convinced he became of his latent brilliance. Kid, you've got real potential. Here's what I'll do, I'll buy your entire collection. Name your price. Jiraiya declared magnanimously. Li Xiang had waited for this very moment, but he did not respond immediately. Shaking his head, he adopted an even deeper, more somber tone. Sir, you misunderstand. My art is priceless. I stand here not to sell, but to seek a kindred spirit capable of truly comprehending the solitude that dwells within my soul. With reverent slowness, he withdrew from his robe a single book, the very volume crafted by Fang Yu, Make Out Paradise Apocrypha. This is... Jiraiya's eyes bulged nearly from their sockets. The cover design, familiar. The title font, unmistakable. There was no doubt this was unmistakably part of the Make Out Paradise series. Yet he himself was its author, and he knew with absolute certainty that he had never written this particular volume. Kid, where did you get this book? His voice trembled. It was entrusted to me by a dear friend. On his deathbed, Li Xiang began his pre-rehearsed tale, his face casting a sorrowful 45-degree gaze into the distance. He told me this manuscript was penned by a great wandering writer, captured in a moment of transcendent inspiration. Within its pages lies his ultimate understanding of love of life, of art itself. He charged me with a solemn duty, to find a true artist worthy of inheriting this legacy and pass it on. As he spoke, Li Xiang fixed Jiraiya with a look of blazing conviction, the gaze of one who has found the chosen one. Jiraiya flushed, flustered by both the words and the intensity of that stare. A great writer. The ultimate essence of art. Could this boy possibly be referring to him? Had he perhaps composed such a masterpiece in a drunken stupor, and forgotten entirely? Not impossible. His curiosity now burned white-hot. He could scarcely wait to uncover what earth-shattering revelations this lost manuscript held within its pages. Ahem. Jiraiya cleared his throat, striving for dignified restraint. Given the late writer's final wish, I shall, reluctantly, deign to read it. No. Li Xiang snatched the book back instantly. Huh? Jiraiya recoiled, startled. Sir, I see clearly your profound devotion to art. But this divine work cannot be bestowed freely. Li Xiang unveiled his final gambit. You must offer something of equal value in exchange. Something of equal value. Precisely. A glint flashed in Li Xiang's eyes. For instance, intelligence on the Akatsuki. Or perhaps insights into your recent investigations. Material for our mutual artistic exchange. The moment those words hung in the air, Jiraiya's smile vanished. His once playful eyes hardened into razor-edged slits, those of a frog locking onto its prey. A crushing, overwhelming aura, vast and ancient, the unmistakable pressure of a cage-level sovereign, erupted from his frame, pinning Li Xiang in place like a specimen beneath glass. Boy, just who are you? The Hokage office. Gangzhou had returned to my village. She impatiently raked her fingers through her golden hair, feeling utterly overwhelmed. On the second day of her tenure, as the fifth Hokage, she was already beset by regret. She had pictured the office as a place for stamping papers, issuing orders, and finding idle hours to stroll through the village gambling houses. But reality. Mountains of paperwork, interminable trifles, and a band of so-called undead whose antics made her blood boil. She picked up a report from the desk and read it aloud. The Infrastructure Maniacs Guild has submitted a proposal to transform Huiying Rock into a multifunction entertainment center, she read. They suggest opening a ramen shop on the first, visage a hot spring on the seconds, a library on the thirds, and on the fourths, a helipad to accommodate their flying mounts. At that line, Gang's house temple vein bulged. She slammed her hand down on the desk. Crack. The heirloom Hokage desk, carved from rare wood and passed down for generations, split and scattered into splinters. Jingyin, standing beside her, trembled. The Tunton in her arms gave a frightened squeal. This is outrageous. What do those bastards think Huiying Rock is? Their amusement park? Gangzhou roared. Lady Gongshou, please calm down. This is the third desk you've broken. Jingyin murmured, trying to soothe her. I cannot calm down. Gangzhou snapped, grabbing another report. Look at this one. The Shinong Squad sampled a plant called tuonai in the village herb gardens, causing mass poisoning, violence of vomiting and diarrhea, and they contaminated the entire garden. They call it personal testing of a drug's effects. And this one. She picked up another report. A user named Treasure Hunter tried to pry open the Rishiang clan gate, claiming to seek the secrets of the Bikugan. Lord Rishiang Rizuo broke 3 of his legs for that. He's still in the medical corps, muttering, "They'll come back when I resurrect." Gangzhou felt herself on the brink of madness. These self-styled chosen ones were neither shinobi nor ordinary folk. They were lawless, rule-defying, logically chaotic, ultimate hedonists. Where on earth did that old third find such a pack of monsters? She paced the office in agitation. This cannot stand. We must find a way to discipline them properly. Jingyin. Here. Jingyin stammered. Issue the order at once. Establish a chosen one's behavioral oversight squad in the village to be jointly enforced by Umbu and the Might Police Force. Anyone who dares to cause trouble in the village again, no interrogation, seize them and throw them into the jail. Lock them up until they themselves declare it boring. Yes, Jingyin answered and rushed out to carry the orders. At that moment a knock sounded at the office door. "Come in," Gang Ho said in a sour tone. The door opened. A gloomy old man leaning on a cane, and with half his face wrapped in bandages, walked in slowly. It was Jitsuan Tuanzang. Fifth Lord, truly energetic and promising, Tuanzang observed, glancing at the shattered desk with his neutral and sincere tone. "Elder Tuanzang, speak if you have business, otherwise leave. Am not in a good mood." Gang Ho grew yet more irritated at the sight of him. "I have come to relieve the Fifth Lord of her burdens," Tuanzang said, without ceremony, producing an item from his cloak. It was the Fang Yu special edition of Chinra Tiantang, the collector's special edition. "This is—" Gang Ho froze at the sight of the book. She certainly recognized Zio's notorious bestseller. This was brought by those chosen ones, Tuanzang said, his single visible eye glittering with the so-called light of wisdom. "After several days of study, I have begun to crack the secrets of these chosen ones. They are not flesh and blood, but higher dimensional lifeforms composed of an energy called data. Their actions appear chaotic, yet they follow an underlying logic named quests, and their leader, the entity codenamed GM, directs them and influences our world by issuing these quests." Tuanzang delivered his player theory in a preachy tone, a construct of countless supposition and embellishment. Gang Ho listened stupefied. Data, dimensions, GM. Was the old man speaking of holy scriptures? "And this book," Tuanzang raised Chinra Tiantang with a sanctimonious expression, "is the crucial token by which we might establish contact with that GM. I believe this book conceals, encoded in a way beyond our comprehension, great secrets about their world. If we can decode it, we could in turn control this invincible, divine legion." Akatsuki, standing at the doorway to report, staggered and nearly fell at those words. His deadfish eyes fixed on the book in Tuanzang's hands. He recognized it, the book he had risked everything to reclaim that chaotic night on the battlefield, only to have it snatched away by a mad woman. He had assumed it was some crucial ninjutsu scroll. It turned out to be Chinra Tiantang. And Tuanzang, it seemed, had elevated this lewd booklet into a sort of revelation from a higher civilization, to be studied. Akatsuki felt his worldview shift once again. Gang Ho looked from Tuanzang's solemn, absurd face to the offensively illustrated cover of the smutty little book in his hands. The last thread of sanity in her mind finally snapped. "Shitsuan, Tuanzang." She bellowed a roar that shook the room. "Are you taking me for a fool? Bringing Zio's damn book here to peddle your nonsense? Get out." Gang Ho snatched Chinra Tiantang, and without a second glance hurled it with all her might toward Tuanzang's face. Tuanzang had not expected her sudden fury, and instinctively tried to dodge, but it was too late. Smack! The so-called sacred token that carried his dream of unifying the shinobi world splattered across his aged face. "Fifth Lord. You?" Tuanzang sputtered in shock and anger. "Get out." Gang Ho kicked a newly delivered desk. It whistled through the air toward Tuanzang. Tuanzang scrambled away with a body flicker technique, and for the first time felt a genuine shiver of fear at the sight of the fifth Hokage raging like an angry lioness. This woman, he thought, seemed even harder to handle than that old risen. He dared not utter another word and slunk away, departing in disgrace. The office fell silent except for Gang's house, heavy ragged breaths, and Akatsuki's stunned face, which seemed to register the unanswerable questions. Who am I? Where am I? What did I just witness? In Yu'in village, an abandoned underground factory. Li Xiang, weary from his travels, reappeared here once more. On his face was a hint of fatigue, but more prominently the excitement and pride of having completed an rank mission. Before him, the figures of Hei Ju and Bai Ju slowly emerged from the underground. "Oh, you're back." Bai Ju surveyed him with great interest. "How was it? Did you obtain the intel? You weren't discovered and returned with your tail between your legs, were you?" Hei Ju's tone remained skeptical. Li Xiang said nothing but took something out from his backpack. It was a seemingly brand new copy of Intimate Paradise. This was indeed the very book he had successfully sold to Jiraiya. Of course, this was a replica he had later purchased from the GM Mall to hand over.
This is.
Baiju curiously took it.
Jiraiya has been actively investigating Orochimaru's whereabouts, while also trying to gather intel about Akatsuki.
Li Xiang began to report on his recent achievements.
Naturally, most of this intel was embellished based on the original plot. It seems he has already sensed a connection between Orochimaru and the Akatsuki organization. Moreover, he appears to know something about our organization's plan to capture the tailed beasts. The most important thing is,
Li Xiang lowered his voice, adopting a deliberately mysterious tone,
I discovered that he carries this intimate paradise everywhere, almost never letting it out of his hands.
I suspect this is not merely an ordinary novel, but a kind of an encrypted tool he uses to convey and record information. He reiterated the same lines he had used to fool Jiraiya earlier to deceive Ju again.
An encrypted tool.
Baiju flipped through the book, finding nothing but unsightly illustrations and text. However, Heiju's gaze flickered slightly. He recalled Danzo the schemer from Konoha, who seemed to be studying a similar book. Could this really be some form of advanced encryption method?
You did well.
For the first time, Heiju spoke in an almost approving tone.
Not only did you bring back intel, but you also uncovered a potential encryption method used by the enemy. Your observational skills exceeded our expectations. Hearing Heiju's praise made Li Xiang's heart blossom with joy.
So, does this mean I have passed my trial?
He asked eagerly. Of course,
Baiju said with a grin.
Congratulations, from today on you are an intern of the Akatsuki. Intern. Li Xiang was momentarily taken aback.
That's right, an intern.
Heiju responded coldly.
You are still far from becoming a formal member. However, given your decent performance, this time we could offer you an opportunity to carry out a mission alongside formal members. Just then, two figures dressed in red clouds and black cloaks slowly emerged from the shadows of the factory. One had blonde hair tied in a ponytail, wearing a mischievous grin, constantly chewing on something. The other was hidden within a gigantic, oddly shaped puppet, with only a pair of sharp eyes visible. Deidara. Sasori. Li Xiang's breath caught in an instant. This was the artistic duo. Alive.
Oh! Sasori, look, is this the new guy who sneaked in by singing? Deidara inspected Li Xiang with great interest, a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth.
Nagato's decisions are becoming increasingly incomprehensible. A waste who can barely muster any chakra can join Akatsuki.
Sasori's voice came from within the puppet, hoarse and cold.
Li Xiang felt overwhelmed by the powerful aura emanating from the two, but he quickly regained his composure. He knew that his chance to shine had arrived. He dashed in front of Deidara, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and spoke with the fervor of a fan meeting their idol.
Deidara-senpai.
I have long admired your name. Your art is truly magnificent.
Oh. Deidara was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting this reaction from the newcomer. Art is an explosion. It is the ultimate beauty that is fleeting. It is the most brilliant firework blooming in the sky.
Li Xiang poured all his vocabulary into praising Deidara's explosive art.
Especially your C3 number 18. That perfect shape, that immense power, is simply the perfect combination of industry and aesthetics.
And C4 Garuda elevating explosions to the microscopic cellular level, this is no longer ninjutsu, this is a miracle. The ultimate form of art.
He even mimicked Deidara's catchphrase. Deidara was completely dumbfounded. His blue eyes were filled with shock and a kind of elation at finding a kindred spirit.
All this time, no one had been able to understand his art. Sasori said his explosions were superficial, Kankuro said his clay was too expensive, and Pain remained expressionless. For the first time, he encountered someone who could so deeply understand the essence of his art.
You?
Deidara said, excitedly stumbling over his words.
You? Understand very well.
Of course.
Li Xiang puffed out his chest.
The path of art is a lonely one, but true artists will always attract one another.
Well said. So well said.
Deidara felt his eyes welling up. He pulled Li Xiang into a friendly embrace, saying,
Kid, you really suit my taste.
From today on you are my little brother Deidara.
Sasori, watching this large-scale recognition scene, let out an impatient cold grunt from within his puppet. Boring farce. Deidara, don't forget our mission this time. I know, Sasoridana, you're really lacking in understanding of romance. Deidara shrugged, then turned to Li Xiang and said,
Little brother, just right, we are heading on a mission to capture the tail beast. You can come along with us, and I'll let you witness firsthand my greatest art.
Capture the tail beast. Li Xiang's heart skipped a beat.
This plot development is too fast. I just started, and I'm already going to participate in capturing a tail beast in rank mission. His task panel promptly displayed a new task notification. Akatsuki Organization Campaign Task 1 Tail Beast Capture Operation Task Objective Assist Deidara and Sasori in successfully capturing the One-Tails Jinchuriki Gaara from Sonogekure. Task Reward Akatsuki Reputation 10000 Deidara Favorability 50 Sasori Favorability 10, with a chance to obtain the special item Deidara's Clay. Looking at the generous rewards, Li Xiang was almost drooling.
No problem. Deidara brother. I am willing to dedicate my all for your great art. He shouted excitedly.
Good. Promising.
Let's go. Deidara excitedly pulled out a piece of white clay from his ninja tool bag, chewed it a few times with the mouth on his palm, then tossed it to the ground.
Bang. A gigantic white clay bird appeared in the center of the factory.
Get on, little brother. Let's take a joyride.
Deidara jumped onto the bird's back. Li Xiang scrambled up with all his limbs trembling with excitement. He immediately activated his hidden live streaming function, broadcasting this first-person perspective to the player forum. Akatsuki Organization's artistic duo. Take me to catch the One-Tails. Live broadcast from the first-person perspective. Come and watch. The forum once again became paralyzed due to him alone. The clay giant bird slowly ascended, carrying Deidara Sasori, and this new in turn towards the distant Sonogekure. A storm about to overturn the entire ninja world was thus set in motion. Sonogekure, nestled deep within the desert, is perpetually shrouded in wind and sand. After becoming the fifth Kazekage, Gaara's days have not been easy. Despite his efforts to change himself, to protect the village, and to gain the recognition of others, the villagers' fear of him, and the elder's suspicion felt suffocating, much like the omnipresent sandstorm. He often stood alone at the top of the Kazekage Tower, gazing down at the entire village, his eyes reflecting a loneliness that belied his age. Today was no different. However, he soon noticed that the wind felt somewhat unusual. He lifted his head, his emerald green pupils narrowing slightly. In the high sky, a massive white bird was circling slowly, descending towards the village. What is that? Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. The sand ninjas in the village also noticed the unexpected visitor, and alarm bells echoed throughout the entire village. Countless sand ninjas burst forth from their buildings, looking up at the sky, their faces etched with tension and vigilance. On top of the giant clay bird stood Deidara, arms spread wide, a maniacal grin on his face. Did you see that, little brother? Did you see it, Sasori? These foolish mortals below will soon feel terror because of my art. They will feel the shudder. This is the allure of art. Behind him, Li Xiang, the soul of the two-dimensional world, was holding a strange telescope, a recording device provided by the system, frantically filming, while muttering to himself, serving as his personal battle commentator. Here it comes, here it comes. Everyone. Big brother Deidara is about to start his performance. Let's show him some gifts. Look at this angle. Looking down at the entire Sonogekure. It's breathtaking. This composition is filled with artistic flair. Sasori remained cold and silent, hidden within his crimson flow, his sharp gaze fixated on the red-haired boy standing atop the Kazekage Tower. Is that the Jinchuriki? He doesn't look like much. Don't underestimate him, Sasori. Deidara laughed. He is the Kazekage. Anyone who can become a Kage is not an ordinary person. However, before my art, everything will turn to dust. Huh. Deidara shouted loudly, pulling out a large chunk of C3 clay from his ninja tool pouch, chewing it in his palm, before shaping it into a giant, eerily beautiful puppet. Go, my masterpiece. Let them feel the pain. He directly dropped the C3 clay puppet from the sky. Atop the Kazekage Tower, Gaara's expression grew solemn. He could sense an extremely terrifying chakra fluctuation emanating from the falling puppet. Without hesitation, he brought his hands together. Sand shield. On the ground, countless grains of sand surged upward, as if alive, converging in the sky above Sunagekure to form an enormous sand shield enveloping the entire village. Boom! The C3 clay puppet detonated midair. The terrifying explosion created an enormous fireball that painted the sky in orange hues. The violent shockwaves slammed against the sand shield, producing a deafening roar. The sand shield trembled violently, but ultimately held firm, deflecting the lethal blow. Oh! Did it hold? Not bad at all. Deidara's face, instead of showing disappointment, was filled with excitement. But this is just the appetizer. He gazed at the boy below, who protected the entire village with sand, his eyes bursting with the fervor of an artist encountering perfect material. Which is stronger, your absolute defense or my ultimate art? I am truly looking forward to this. Meanwhile, Li Xiang was eagerly providing his commentary. Did you see that, folks? This is the power of an S-rank rogue ninja. The opening is a map attack. So cool. Gaara's absolute defense is impressive too. This battle of offense and defense is so thrilling. Gaara stood beneath the sand shield, gazing up at Deidara in the sky. At the same time, he noticed the peculiar figure beside Deidara waving a strange object and muttering to himself. What was that person doing? He exuded almost no chakra fluctuations, unlike a combatant. Could he be a special auxiliary ninja responsible for recording the battle? Gaara could not comprehend it. All he knew was that today he had to risk his life to protect this village. No matter who you are, if you dare to invade Sunagekure, prepare to be buried in sand. Gaara's voice was cold, as the sand beneath him surged, like a flood sweeping towards Deidara in the sky. The real battle had officially begun. Deidara maneuvered the clay giant bird in the air, skillfully dodging the pursuing sand, while continuously dropping various small clay bombs to create disturbances. Gaara controlled the endless sand, integrating offense and defense, attempting to drag Deidara down from the sky. The sky became the battlefield for the two artists. One pursued the fleeting beauty of explosions. The other protected the eternal village beneath his feet. Meanwhile, in the GM space, Fang Yu watched the battle with a satisfied smile. He knew the turning point was about to come. In the original story, Deidara lured Gaara out of the village with a trick and ultimately won, using clay bombs mixed with sand. But now there was a variable, an ultimate joybringer known as the soul of the two-dimensional world. Fang Yu's gaze fell upon Li Xiang's backpack. Inside lay a small item he had just exchanged from the GM store for 10 points of change. Item name: high-intensity flash grenade. Item type: one-time consumable. Item description: manufactured by Earth Village's Black Technology. It can release a brightness surpassing that of the sun in an instant, causing devastating blindness to the visual sense. Its effect is outstanding against ocular techniques like Sharingan and Byakugan. Friendly reminder: please be sure to close your eyes when using. Come on, my chosen one. A devilish smile crept onto Fang Yu's face. It's time for you to showcase your value as a little brother in front of your idol. Offer the most critical light to this grand art. He issued a side quest to Li Xiang that only he could see. Side quest: assistance to art quest objective. At the critical moment of the battle between Deidara and Gaara, use the high-intensity flash grenade to interfere with Gaara's line of sight and create an opportunity for Deidara's art. Quest reward: Deidara's favorability 100. Special item: Deidara's explosive clay experience version X1. Li Xiang, who was focused on recording the video, instantly brightened at the sight of this quest. Assisting his idol's art. Such a good thing. Without hesitation, he accepted the quest. He looked at the red-haired boy surrounded by sand below, resembling a deity, then glanced at the unremarkable flash grenade in his backpack, a master-plan smile emerging on his face. Sorry, Kazekage. After all, I am also an artist. In the sky, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Gaara's sand assault grew increasingly intense, with countless tendrils and spears of sand blocking Deidara's escape routes from all directions. Deidara, riding on his clay giant bird, twisted and turned, appearing somewhat flustered, yet the smile on his face grew increasingly maniacal.
Not bad. Yes, just like that. The art that blossoms in despair is even more beautiful.
He knew that the opportunity was fleeting. He had been waiting for that moment, when Gaara would reveal a flaw in his defenses. And Gaara was similarly waiting. Controlling the vast sea of sand, the consumption was enormous. He needed to resolve this quickly before his chakra was exhausted, pulling this cursed demolitions maniac down from the sky. He had already laid out a net of sand in the air. As long as Deidara made one more mistake, he would be captured in an instant.
Now!
A glint of sharp light flashed in Deidara's eyes, as he seized the fleeting moment when Gaara was controlling the sand for defense, slipping in a clay bird mixed with his chakra, silently embedding it within the sand used for defense. This was his most proud technique. As long as the clay entered the sand and exploded, it could crumble Gaara's absolute defense from the inside. However, Gaara's reaction was faster than he had imagined. Almost the instant the clay bird mixed with the sand, Gaara sensed the anomalous chakra.
Third eye.
Gaara formed an eye out of sand, levitating in the air, instantly locking onto the perfectly disguised clay bird.
You think you can break through my defense from the inside? Naive.
Gaara snorted coldly, and immediately controlled the sand, aiming to envelop and crush the clay bird, turning it into a mass of inert matter before it could explode. Deidara's heart sank. Had he been discovered? At that critical moment, a passionate shout erupted from behind Deidara, echoing through the sky.
Brother Deidara, art needs light to embellish it.
It was Li Xiang's soul of the two-dimensional world. Seizing the opportunity, he unhesitatingly pulled out the GM-sponsored high-intensity flash bomb from his backpack, pulled the fuse, and with all his strength hurled it towards Gaara.
What is that?
Gaara's third eye noticed the rapidly approaching small black object. Instinctively, he split off a small portion of his focus to pay attention to that object. Then, the world turned pure white. An indescribable, extreme, blinding light engulfed the entire sky at the moment the flash bomb exploded. That light was even 10,000 times more dazzling than the midday sun.
Ah!
Gaara's third eye melted the instant it encountered the blinding light. His own eyes, too, were instantly filled with blood tears from the sudden assault of light, his mind blank, plunging him into temporary blindness. The sand he used to wrap the clay bird paused for a brief moment due to the wielder's distraction. In a high-level confrontation, that brief moment could determine victory or defeat.
Now!
Deidara seized this godsend opportunity and detonated the clay bird that had already embedded itself within the sand shield without hesitation. Boom! The explosion occurred from within. Gaara's colossal sand shield, known for its absolute defense, shattered like a broken eggshell. Countless grains of sand rained down from the sky.
I did it!
Deidara let out a triumphant laugh. Without the protection of the sand shield, Gaara helplessly fell from the sky. Deidara, riding the clay giant bird, dove down and caught the unconscious Gaara securely with the bird's tail. Sitting atop Gaara, he looked down at this worthy opponent he had defeated, a satisfied smile of an artist gracing his face.
This is my art!
Behind him, Li Xiang was so excited he was about to faint. He gazed into the pitch-black void of his temporarily blinded vision from throwing the flash bomb, yet in his heart it was filled with light. I assisted Deidara with a flash bomb to defeat the 5th Kazekage. I participated in its rank plot. I changed the timeline. Am incredible. He frantically opened his live stream, incoherently shouting at the dark screen.
Hey everyone!
Did you see that? I did it. I took down the Kazekage. I, the soul of the two-dimensional world, today achieved legendary status.
In the GM space.
Fang Yu watched this scene with satisfaction and snapped his fingers.
It's time to reel in the net.
He opened the GM backend and edited an announcement that would drive all players into madness. The next second, all online players, whether mining in the novice village, protesting at the gates of Konoha, or chasing after Tsunade, were met with a massive blood-red system announcement complete with flame effects. World event announcement: the limit of one tail. Under the joint attack of Deidara Sasori, and the interned soul of the two-dimensional world, the fifth Kazekage and one-tailed Jinchuriki Gaara have been successfully captured. The Akatsuki faction's reputation has greatly increased. The Sand Village and Konoha Village's hostility towards the Akatsuki faction has risen to blood feud. A new world-class quest line has opened: Beast Redemption. Quest Phase 1: Kazekage Retrieval. Quest description: Allies of Konoha. The Sand Village has suffered heavy losses, and the Kazekage has been captured. As ninjas of Konoha or reservists, can you sit back and do nothing? Track down the Akatsuki's whereabouts and reclaim the Kazekage from their hands. Participation conditions: Konoha faction's reputation must reach friendly or above. Quest rewards: massive experience points, dual faction reputation for Konoha, and Sand Village merit points, which can be used to exchange for high-level equipment and ninjutsu scrolls at Konoha's armory. This announcement was like a potent adrenaline shot injected into every player's heart. The entire gaming world, after 3 seconds of silence, erupted into chaos.
What? Gaara was captured. Soul of the two-dimensional world. It's him again. How does he always show up at the right time? I feel so envious. The Akatsuki is too impressive. They just captured Akage. This faction is going to be something. Forget about that.
Quick look at the new quest. Kazekage Retrieval. A world-class quest line. The rewards are so generous. Konoha reputation friendly.
Damn, I've been picking up trash in Konoha every day, helping villagers with the drainage system, and my reputation is only neutral. What should I do? Brothers,
the opportunity has come. Didn't the escort mission for Tsunade help improve Konoha's reputation? Those escorting Tsunade are probably going to soar now.
In an instant, the goals of the entire player community underwent a dramatic shift.
Players who were previously complaining about death penalties now had their minds filled with thoughts of how to quickly improve their Konoha reputation to participate in this epic world quest. And those players who were currently escorting Tsunade were invigorated as if they had been pumped with adrenaline.
Brothers, did you hear that? Tsunade.
She is our ticket to the pinnacle of life.
The infrastructure maniac shouted wildly in the guild channel.
Stop repairing roads. From now on, if Lady Tsunade wants water, we will dig her a well. If she wants to eat barbecued meat, we will hunt a wild boar king for her. If she needs to go to the bathroom, we will build her a luxurious 5-star toilet. In short, one thing. Lick her to death. Boosting favorability is the way to go.
On the official road, Tsunade, who had just used a mighty strike to clear the field, had yet to catch her breath.
When she saw in the distance at the resurrection point that group of crazies who had just been set flying by her were once again rushing towards her, this time their faces bore no longer that simple fervor, but rather a kind of an incredibly sincere and reverent filial piety that sent shivers down her spine.
Lady Tsunade,
you must be tired. Let us massage your shoulders. Lady Tsunade, you must be thirsty. This is the sweet well water we just drew.
Tsunade looked at this group of suddenly respectful lunatics and felt her fists clench again. Meanwhile, in the distant Konoha village,
in the Hokage office, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. A messenger from the Sand Village, battered and bruised, rolled in his voice, filled with despair.
Hokage-sama, it's bad. The Kazekage has been captured by the Akatsuki organization. Just a few days after taking up the Hokage position, Tsunade had yet to enjoy the taste of power when she was faced with her first and most daunting crisis since taking office.
She slammed her fist down on the newly assigned fourth desk, letting out a furious roar.
The Akatsuki is too arrogant. Kakashi,
gather Team 7 immediately. Prepare to depart. Rescue the Kazekage. At the entrance of my village, Hitaki Kakashi felt a pain in his head even worse than the shock from Danzo's schemes last time. He, the elite Jonin Hitaki Kakashi, a genius, who had copied thousands of ninjutsu, was now like a kindergarten teacher trying to manage a group of hyperactive little devils who could tear down the entire village. Quiet. Everyone be quiet. Kakashi shouted weakly, but his voice was quickly drowned out by the players' excited and noisy discussions. Wow! It's Teacher Kakashi leading the team. We're definitely going to succeed this time. Can I take a picture with Teacher Kakashi? He's so cool. Guys, have you seen Naruto and Sakura? The main characters. Following them will definitely get a feast. The members of Team 7 beside Kakashi had complex expressions on their faces. Naruto was quite excited, believing that with so many people going to rescue Gaara, there would be no problem at all. Sakura, on the other hand, was a bit worried. Watching the variously dressed and erratic undead around her, she felt something was off. Sasuke was still lying in the hospital due to the curse mark. According to Tsunade's orders, Kakashi would lead Team 7 as the vanguard for this Kazekage retrieval mission to the Sand Village. However, the problem was that, after hearing about this world-class mission, thousands of players with a friendly reputation in Konoha spontaneously gathered at the village entrance, strongly demanding to march with the main characters and contribute their strength to rescue their ally the Kazekage. After smashing the 5th office desk and finishing 3 bottles of sake, Tsunade finally approved this Konoha chosen one joint pursuit operation with an attitude of do whatever you want, I don't care anymore. Thus, the most bizarre, largest, and chaotic pursuit force in the history of the ninja world was born. Kakashi was nominally the commander. But he soon realized that he as the commander couldn't command anyone at all. Infrastructure Maniac Engineering Corps reporting to Commander Kakashi. Infrastructure Maniac ran up to Kakashi with a giant shovel custom made from an NPC blacksmith, giving an awkward salute. Report, Commander. Our unit has completed the pre-battle mobilization. Our task is to clear the path and build bridges to ensure the main force's speed. Kakashi glanced at the group behind him carrying picks, shovels, and surveying tools, and twitched at the corner of his eye. We're going to chase and strank rogue ninja, not going on a field training exercise. Before he could speak, another group squeezed in. Liver Emperor hunting team reporting to the commander. The face of the Liver Emperor carried the unique bloodthirsty smile of a PvP player. Report, Commander. Our unit is composed of the top combat players in the entire server. We will serve as the vanguard, clearing all obstacles for you. Be it beasts or enemies, as long as they dare to block our way, we will tear them to shreds. Kakashi looked at this group of battle maniacs whose average level hadn't even exceeded 10, but each thought of themselves as the dragon of the world and felt his stomach start to ache. And us. Medicine Mustn't Stop emerged from the crowd, holding a huge array of bottles and jars. Report, Commander. We are the Shinnon Logistics and Biochemical Warfare Unit. We have prepared the latest developed powerful stamina recovery potion, which is actually a diluted solution of strength mushroom that causes muscle cramps when consumed, and group weakness poison gas bomb made from the powder of colorful spiral mushroom that confuses everyone when thrown. We guarantee that the enemy will die happily in their hallucinations. Kakashi looked at the bottle of green bubbling recovery potion and thought that if he drank it, he might just go meet his father directly. Enough. Kakashi rubbed his forehead and said weakly, Everyone, listen to my orders. He took a deep breath, trying to establish his authority as a commander. Let's move out. However, he only had time to shout these 2 words. Thousands of players, like wild dogs, unleashed, howled, and rushed out of the village, instantly leaving him, the commander, and the members of Team 7 behind. Charge. For the Kazekage. The sooner we go, the sooner we return. Am still waiting to go back to mine. Don't run so fast in front. Wait for me. I dropped my equipment. Kakashi, Naruto, and Sakura exchanged glances, standing dazedly in place, watching the chaotic army of players disappearing into the distance, lost in prolonged silence. Teacher Kakashi. Naruto scratched his head and asked uncertainly, Did we get left behind. Kakashi did not answer. He silently took out a small yellow book with a familiar cover from his ninja tool pouch. Intimate Paradise. He felt that only this book could soothe his wounded soul at this moment. This absurd grand march naturally caught the attention of GM Fang Yu. He sat on his throne sipping his soda while watching the surveillance screen, laughing heartily at Kakashi's despondent expression. Not bad, not bad, this is the scene I wanted to see. Letting a chaotic group of players, who followed no rules, participate in a pursuit mission that should be serious and tense. The variables involved and the potential for world line changes were simply immeasurable. He even looked forward to what kind of wonderful expression Deidara and Sasori would have when they saw that the group chasing behind them was not an elite ninja team, but a tourism group made up of thousands of silly players. However, just letting them run over there is not chaotic enough. Fang Yu rubbed his chin, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes. I need to add a bit of difficulty and a bit of fun for them. He opened the quest editor and quickly typed on the virtual keyboard. Soon all the players who were marching urgently received a new quest prompt. Sudden event, my guy on the roadside. Event description: a strange NPC dressed in a green tight suit with a watermelon head has appeared on the road ahead of you. He seems to be undergoing some extreme physical training. Quest options: A. Engage in a youth duel with him. Challenge him, whether it's arm wrestling, racing, or rock, paper, scissors. The winner will receive the title. Use recognition and greatly enhance their taijutsu attributes. B. Cheer for his youth. Cheer, shout, and dance next to him, letting him feel your passionate soul. Upon success, you will receive a temporary buff. Use blessing, movement speed 10, lasting for 1 hour. C. Give him a punch. Consequences are at your own risk. Seeing this quest, the players instantly perked up. Whoa! It's Guy. Wild Guy. Youth duel. I want to go. I want to compete in push-ups with him. Choose B. Brothers. Speed buff. This is the ultimate travel tool. Is there a warrior who wants to try option C? A player with the ID Master of Self-Destruction looked at option C with a dangerous glint in his eyes. He felt that this must be a hidden Easter egg left by the GM. Meanwhile, my guy, who was undergoing upside-down running around Konoha for 1,000 laps training, suddenly felt a surge of youthful killing intent behind him that made his blood boil. Deidara was in high spirits. He sat atop the one-tailed Jinchuriki, savoring the lingering warmth of this living artwork beneath him, while glancing sidelong at his new underling, a white-eyed acolyte who worshipped him utterly. In that moment, life felt like it had reached its zenith. Do you see it, little brother? This is art, he declared with flamboyant confidence. To elevate life itself into eternal explosion at its most brilliant instant. This is the supreme ideal every true artist must pursue. Brother is absolutely right. Li Xiang, whose soul belonged wholly to the anime realm, nodded fervently, simultaneously recording Deidara's magnificent presence with a device and boasting to his live stream audience. Fellow viewers, take notes. What is true vision? This is true vision. Stick with Brother Deidara and every meal becomes a gallery of masterpieces. Deidara, stop dawdling. Return the Jinchuriki to base, only then will our mission be complete. A voice sharp with impatience emanated from the nearby Hiriko puppet. Understood, understood. I know, Sasoridana, you're always so impatient. Deidara curled his lip. Those leaf shinobi won't catch up for days, not even close. We have all the time in the world, HM. No sooner had the words left his mouth did Sasori's piercing gaze snap sharply backward. Something's wrong. They're here. What? Deidara blinked, startled, and turned to look. Impossible. They couldn't possibly be this fast, HM. Yet the sight unfolding on the distant horizon froze his usual smirk, solidified for the first time into stunned silence. What did he see? Not a squad. Not even a battalion. A tide, dense, roaring, and unrelenting, of sheer humanity. Thousands strong, chaotic, as a migrating herd of wildebeest, they surged forward in a thunderous wave, churning vast plumes of dust, charging headlong toward their position with terrifying momentum. As they ran, they roared out cries both fervent and bewildering.
For the Kazekage. For the tribe. Listen up, Akatsuki members ahead. You are surrounded. Surrender the Jinchuriki, and we'll grant you a swift end. Weapons for sale. Freshly looted kunai from Suna Shinobi, enchanted. Bargain price.
Deidara. Sasori. A long heavy silence settled between them. They had undertaken countless rank missions, faced formidable foes across the shinobi world. Yet they swore on their very souls they had never encountered such an absurd pursuit. Which nation's forces were these? Why did their formation resemble utter anarchy? Why were they conducting commerce while hunting us down?
Brother Deidara Sasoradana.
Li Xian offered an awkward smile, gazing at the familiar swarm behind them.
That is actually my fellow villager. Your villagers.
Deidara's eye twitched.
Is your entire village like this, HM? More or less?
Li Xian replied, voice faint with guilt.
Humph. A rabble.
Sasori sneered coldly.
Numbers mean nothing, mere trash. Deidara, eliminate them. Gladly.
A cruel, exhilarated grin spread across Deidara's face.
Perfect. Let my apprentice witness true grand-scale art. HM. From his pack he withdrew fresh clay, preparing a devastating detonation for that unruly sightseeing tour. Yet events swiftly spiraled beyond even his comprehension.
The pursuers halted abruptly upon reaching a broad rushing river. Then, under Deidara's and Sasori's baffled stares, hundreds leapt without hesitation into the turbulent current, locking shoulders and backs, forming, by sheer human will and sacrifice, a living bridge across the water's surface.
Engineering core of the infrastructure maniacs, follow orders. Build the bridge. For Teacher Kakashi. For the tribe. Brothers, hold firm. Don't let the current break our line. Others, cross quickly.
And so Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura, and countless others strode calmly across the backs of their comrades, faces composed as if treading a well-paved road. Deidara stood utterly dumbfounded. His brilliant art-obsessed mind, the very engine of his genius, shut down entirely. A human bridge. What kind of tactic is that? No, it transcends tactics altogether. Is this some grotesque ritual of sacrificial devotion?
Sasori. Sasoradana.
Deidara's voice stammered.
Did you understand that, HM?
Inside, the Hiriko's silence stretched, long, profound, disoriented. Then came Sasori's rasping, deeply unsettled reply.
I have lived over a century, seen wonders beyond counting. Yet this spectacle, I cannot fathom it. They seem utterly fearless of death.
While the art duo reeled in existential doubt. Kakashi, already leading Team 7, had closed the distance.
Deidara. Sasori. Return the Kazekage now.
His voice was ice-cold, his Sharingan already blazing.
Oh! The copy ninja Kakashi.
Deidara snapped back to himself, arrogance rekindling across his features.
Excellent. Your death shall become the ultimate offering to my art.
The aerial battle ignited instantly, yet the ground below grew stranger still. Those who had just crossed the river did not rush to join the fray. Instead, each found a prime viewing spot, pulled out small stools, and roasted sunflower seeds, culinary masterpieces from fellow players, and settled in utterly absorbed.
Look, look! Kakashi's challenging Deidara Onionon. I bet on Kakashi, he has the Mangekyo. I bet on Deidara, art is explosion.
Even the business prodigy sprang into action, hastily scrawling odds onto a wooden plank. Kakashi versus Deidara, match odds. Kakashi win 1-1. 5 Deidara win 1-2. 0. Mutual annihilation 1-5. 0.
Step right up, no time to hesitate. Place your bets, place them now.
Kakashi, mid-confrontation with Deidara, stumbled, nearly toppling off Pakin's back, as those shouts rose from below.
Are you serious?
I'm fighting for my life, and you're running a betting ring. Deidara heard it too. His art, his very creed, felt grievously insulted.
Wretches! Daring to gamble on my art. Unforgivable, HM.
With a roar, he formed hand seals, ready to unleash devastation upon those arrogant spectators below. Kakashi sees the opening, his Mangekyo Sharingan locked instantly onto Deidara's right arm. Kamui. Space itself began to warp. He meant to sever that arm in a single decisive strike. Yet, just as the technique neared activation, a voice boomed across the battlefield unmistakably from the Infrastructure Maniacs Guild. Teacher Kakashi, don't unleash your ultimate yet. We've built you a trebuchet to launch you straight into his face. Experience true physical face punching. Kakashi's chakra faltered, his Kamui collapsed mid-cast. His vision darkened, he nearly vomited blood on the spot. A trebuchet? Launch me. What manner of demons are you? Kakashi felt his nerves screaming under unbearable strain, not from the pressure of pursuing and shrank Missingnen nor from the depletion of chakra within his body. Rather, it was the sheer absurdity of the pursuit force trailing behind him a legion of thousands of so-called undead, a spectacle unprecedented in the entire shinobi world. He watched utterly dumbfounded as a man bearing the ID business prodigy actually set up a roadside stall mid-chase and began hawking grilled wild boar skewers and mushroom power tonic to his fellow pursuers. And, astonishingly, the business thrived. Sensei Kakashi, would you like one? Naruto sprinted over brandishing 2 sizzling skewers, his face lit with boyish delight. They're delicious. The vendor says they boost movement speed by 5%. Kakashi silently lowered his mask, concealing the dead fish eye already twitching uncontrollably. He did not wish to speak. He only wished for silence. Deidara. Sasori. Don't run. When Kakashi ignored him, Naruto instantly reignited with fervor, chewing a skewer while shouting toward the retreating figures of the Akatsuki duo in the distance, give back my friend Gaara. High atop the clay bird, Deidara glanced back. He beheld that vast surging tide of black-clad figures, saw the motley assortment of objects clutched in their hands, and even caught faintly on the wind the savory aroma of grilled meat. Sasoridana. Deidara's voice trembled with a bewilderment he had never known before. Are they truly here to kill us? HM. A pause lingered within the crimson puppet. Perhaps this is a novel form of psychological warfare. Sasori's gravelly voice offered an explanation even he scarcely believed. By mimicking the carefree atmosphere of a picnic, they seek to lull our vigilance, then strike lethally the moment we lower our guard. Profound. Utterly profound. HM. Deidara suddenly grasped the concept, his expression hardening anew with solemn awe. No wonder Konoha produced the copy ninja. Its tactical philosophy is truly unparalleled. We must remain ever vigilant. Within the GM space, Fang Yu stared at the pair, earnestly dissecting strategy, as if analyzing sacred texts. He nearly spat his soda across the surveillance monitor. No, you've overthought it entirely. Fang Yu removed his glasses and rubbed tears of laughter from his eyes, watching with keen amusement the farce he himself had orchestrated. They're simply hungry again. He observed the world line fluctuation value rising once more, spurred by the Akatsuki member's self-induced delusions, and tapped his armrest with quiet satisfaction. Let's see what delightful surprises these little darlings have in store for me. The surprise arrived swiftly. Ahead of the pursuit force loomed a turbulent river over 50 meters wide, nature's formidable barrier between them and the Akatsuki. For elite shinobi like Kakashi, it posed no obstacle. Waterwalking or instantaneous teleportation would carry him across effortlessly. But for the thousands behind him, players averaging below level 10, many still baffled by the very concept of chakra, it was an impassable chasm. Sensei Kakashi, what do we do? Sakura asked anxiously. Before Kakashi could utter "Stay here, I'll pursue alone," a booming, confident voice rang out from behind him. Commander, please remain calm. Leave this to our infrastructure maniacs. Clutching his treasured iron shovel, the man raised his arm and cried, Engineering Corps. Follow orders. Execute Plan Alpha, human bridge formation. Yes, sir. Hundreds of engineering player recruits plunged into the icy current without hesitation, like dumplings dropped into boiling water. Hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder, they forged, with their own bodies, a swaying precarious yet fully traversable bridge of flesh and blood across the raging river. "Commander, please cross." Standing proudly at the bridgehead, the infrastructure maniac beamed with unreserved pride. Kakashi, Naruto, and Sakura stood at the riverbank gazing upon that bridge built from countless lives, upon those players tossed wildly by the current yet gripping each other fiercely, still smiling through the chaos. Their worldview shattered, once again. Why would they go to such lengths? Sakura's voice quivered, edged with disbelief. Naruto too stood stunned. Staring at the players, he murmured softly, "They really don't seem afraid of death." Kakashi remained silent, his Sharingan flickering with an intensity both profound and inscrutable. He did not comprehend. Yet he was profoundly shaken. "What are you waiting for? Cross now!" shouted the players on the bridge. "We're about to get swept away. We'll lose gear if we die." Only then did Kakashi snap from his daze. He drew a deep breath and whispered urgently to Naruto and Sakura, "Go." The three crossed swiftly, stepping upon the backs of the players. As their feet touched solid ground on the opposite bank, the human bridge collapsed with a thunderous crash, and splashing cries of laughter and good-natured curses rose from the water. "Damn it, who just grabbed my ass? My iron ore. Just mined. Gone down the river." Aloft on the clay bird, Deidara and Sasori had witnessed the entire spectacle, the human bridge, in full. The art duo fell silent once more. "Sasoridana? Don't ask me. I have no idea." For the first time, exhaustion tinged Sasori's voice. He felt 120 years of existence had been rendered utterly meaningless. The pursuit resumed after its brief pause, but soon new complications arose. Deidara's clay bird soared high above Kakashi, and his team were bound to the earth. Distance between them widened inch by inexorable inch. "Damn it! At this rate we'll never catch them." Naruto raged, stomping furiously. "We need a way to bring them down from the sky." Kakashi's Sharingan spun rapidly, calculating possibilities. Just then the infrastructure maniac bounded over once more, eyes alight with irrepressible zeal. "Commander, no need to fret. We've prepared our latest scientific breakthrough." With a flourish of his hand, dozens of engineering players strained forward, heaving a colossal device, rough-hewn from timber, vines, and sinew of some unknown beast, whose crude exterior belied an uncanny structural logic. It was a trebuchet, massive enough to launch an ox into the heavens. "Commander." Beaming with unmistakable praising exuberance, the infrastructure maniac pointed triumphantly, "Behold, the one Malawa Kwacha model anti-aerial manual projection system developed overnight from ancient wartime treatises. Effective range exceeds 300 meters, more than enough to strike that fluttering fool in the sky. We've tested it. It can deliver a 100-kilogram boulder with pinpoint accuracy." Kakashi stared at the absurdly primitive, yet bizarrely scientific, machine and felt his mind reach its absolute limit. "So, you intend to shoot them down with this?" he ventured cautiously. "Oh no, Commander," the infrastructure maniac wagged a finger, grinning with dazzling unhinged brilliance. "Rocks are far too slow, compared to you. Our plan is simple: launch you skyward." Kakashi said nothing. His Mangekyo Sharingan, he feared, might spontaneously detonate from sheer arterial pressure. "Launch me up." Kakashi repeated this phrase slowly, seriously doubting his ears, or rather the brain of the guy in front of him, holding a shovel, which seemed to have suffered some structural irreversible damage. Hatake Kakashi, a technician from Konoha, the copy ninja, and a candidate for the future 6th Hokage, was now to be treated like a stone and launched by a catapult built by a bunch of lunatics using broken wood. What kind of spirit is this? It is the perfect combination of internationalism and performance art spirit. "That's right, Commander." The face of the infrastructure enthusiast radiated with a unique gleam of confidence in his creation. "Think about it, using stones to strike has too low a hit rate and limited damage. But launching you will be different." He took out a design sketch with strange lines and began gesturing in front of Kakashi. "You see, according to our calculations, with your approximate weight of 70 kilograms plus your gear,
We set a launch angle of 45 degrees, giving it an initial speed. Ahem, in short. He seemed to realize that explaining projectile motion to a ninja was futile, so he jumped straight to the conclusion. You will gain immense initial kinetic energy. At the highest point, you will use Raikiri merging man and technique transforming into a thunderous meteor falling from the sky. Just thinking about that scene is incredibly cool. What is this called? This is called the sword of physics. The ultimate solution for dealing with all flying units. Naruto and Sakura stood nearby stunned. Although they didn't understand terms like kinetic energy or projectile motion, the term thunderous meteor sounded quite impressive. Wow! Kakashi-sensei! That sounds amazing! Stars were already twinkling in Naruto's eyes. Kakashi's dead fish eyes stared intensely at the infrastructure enthusiast. He really wanted to give this guy a 1,000-year kill, letting him experience the feeling of flying. I refuse. He squeezed out 3 words through clenched teeth. What a joke, did he not care about his face? To be launched and then crashed to the ground due to a miscalculation. Would he still retain the illustrious name of Hatake Kakashi? Don't! Commander. The infrastructure enthusiast grew anxious. This is the only way we can think of to quickly approach them. Look, they are flying further away. Kakashi looked up and saw Deidara's clay giant bird had indeed become a small black dot in the distance. The conventional pursuit method was no longer viable. While he was in the midst of an internal struggle, the player army behind him erupted with a roar like a tsunami. Fly one. Fly one. Kakashi. Fly one. Well, give you rockets. Well, give you sports cars. The business genius even opened a new betting round on the spot. Kakashi-sensei goes to heaven A. Successfully ascends and hits the target 1 to 3 payout B. Successfully ascends but misses 1 to 1. 2. C. Launch fails, dies on the spot. 1 to 10 countless players unhesitatingly placed their game currency on option C. Kakashi. He felt like he wasn't on an rank pursuit mission, but participating in a large-scale live broadcast of social death organized by thousands of demons. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura also quietly advised. Although it sounds absurd, it seems there really is no other good way. Kakashi closed his eyes. He thought of his father, White Fang. He thought of Obito and Rin. He thought of his teacher, Minato Namikaze. He felt that if he really got launched today, he wouldn't have the face to meet them in the Pure Land. All right. In the anticipation of thousands of demons, under the sincere suggestion of his companions, and the pressure of the impending failure of the pursuit mission, Kakashi replied in a tone that sounded as if he were heading to the execution ground. Oh. The players erupted with cheers more fervent than ever before. Hurry. Place your bets. Lock in your choices. Cameraman ready. Make sure to capture Kakashi-sensei's heroic ascent to heaven. Under the throngs of countless players, Kakashi walked expressionlessly to the massive catapult. Commander, please step into the launching chamber. The infrastructure enthusiast pointed at the seemingly unstable seat woven from vines, speaking earnestly. Kakashi's eye began to twitch again. He took a deep breath. No, he didn't take a deep breath. He simply stood quietly inside. Everyone hold on to the ropes. The infrastructure enthusiast shouted at the dozens of players responsible for pulling the catapult's counterweight. On my command. 3, 2, 1. Wait a minute. Kakashi suddenly spoke up. What's wrong, Commander? Is the angle uncomfortable? Kakashi did not answer. He silently took out the book Intimate Paradise from his ninja tool bag, opened it, and held it in front of his face. He had made up his mind. Even if he died, he would die with dignity. At the very least, he couldn't let others see the expression on his face. Launch! With the infrastructure enthusiast's command, dozens of players using all their strength suddenly released the ropes. Boom! With a loud bang, and the groans of wood under unbearable strain. Hatake Kakashi, the top technician of Konoha, was shot like a cannonball towards the azure sky. He drew a beautiful, an extremely unstable zigzagging parabola in the air, spinning wildly like a top,
that had lost its balance.
Damn. It seems like we overdid it.
The infrastructure enthusiast looked at the increasingly small black dot in the sky, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead.
No. This isn't overdoing it.
A bespectacled theoretical physics PhD player next to him adjusted his glasses and seriously analyzed.
We didn't account for air resistance and the Magnus effect.
He is currently undergoing irregular Brownian motion.
On the ground, all the players looked up, witnessing this unprecedented scene in the history of the ninja world.
Naruto's mouth was agape wide enough to fit an egg.
Kakashi Sensei, you're flying so high.
On the clay giant bird. Deidara was proudly preparing to return with the spoils. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound of slicing air coming closer. He turned back in confusion. Then he saw a scene that would be forever etched in his memory. A white-haired Konoha ninja holding a small yellow book spinning wildly in the air, in an extremely bizarre posture, getting closer and closer to his face.
Fuck. Deidara's artistic brain once again short-circuited from the inability to comprehend the spectacle before him. Kakashi. Watch me. Muyi whirlwind.
Quan Zhong Ya's body spun through the air in a posture that utterly defied aerodynamics. He and his Nikin Chi-Wan resembled a furred cannonball catapulted by a supercharged slingshot propelled by reckless momentum, and a scream Quan Zhong Ya himself could not control, hurtling precisely toward an empty stretch of sky. Chi-Wan barked frantically, as if shouting that the direction was wrong and they were about to collide with the mountain. The dog thrashed in his arms, trying in vain to correct their course. With a long mournful scream, man and dog struck the distant rock face and exploded outward in a small youthful mushroom cloud of dust. At the launch site beside the two Malawi and Quachas type biological projection device honorably produced by the Jijian Kwangmo Guild, an oppressive silence fell.
That was a mistake, purely a mistake.
The player operating the device scratched his head awkwardly and explained to the baffled onlookers.
We didn't have time to fit the laser sight and the wind speed calibrator, so the accuracy is a bit off. Still, look at that range, that initial velocity. Our technology is epoch-making.
Kakashi silently raised Chin-Ri Tian Tang to cover the lower half of his face. He did not want anyone to see the numb expression that had settled there. Beside him, Ming-Ren's face was alight with excitement.
Wow! Quan Zhong Ya flew so far. I want to try too. Ming-Ren, don't.
Xiaoying gripped him tightly. On the distant clay giant bird, Dida La and Xia watched this baffling spectacle unfold.
Master Xia.
Dida La's voice was filled with philosophical perplexity.
I think am beginning to understand Mu Ye's tactics.
A hoarse voice came from Fei Lu Huli.
Oh,
Dida La continued.
They are using behavior we cannot fathom to contaminate our spirits and disrupt our minds, thereby defeating us on a spiritual plane.
Dida La wore an expression of having seen through everything.
This is a form of attack more advanced than Jinjutsu.
Terrifying, he declared. Xia was silent. He suspected his own mind had been tainted as well. Inside the GM chamber, Fang Yu watched the back-end metrics spike again, thanks to the Dida La Self-Decoration Plus event, and took a pleased sip of his soda.
As expected of an artist, their wiring is simply different.
He watched satisfied as players, who were not discouraged by the failed launch, enthusiastically began fitting a bamboo pole as a makeshift sight on the catapult. At that moment, a figure appeared at the head of the pursuing swarm of thousands of players, instantly energizing everyone. A man in a tight green suit with a watermelon haircut and two caterpillar-thick eyebrows was doing single-finger push-ups in an impeccably orthodox pose. He shouted slogans with boiling enthusiasm as he exercised.
This is youth. Ignite it. Burn my little universe.
It was Maite Kai. He had just completed his regimen of running naked around Muyi 3 times, and was now doing post-meal digestion exercises, when he noticed thousands of fervent young players rushing toward him.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
Kai's eyes sparkled.
What an astonishing momentum! Such blazing gazes! Is this the new generation's spirit of Muyi?
Ecstatic, he leapt up and struck what he fancied his most heroic bodybuilding pose, bearing 2 rows of shining teeth.
Young ones, I feel your flame. Do you wish to sweat your youth alongside me?
The players, confronted by this rare elite NPC, descended into a frenzy.
Holy, it's the living Kai Emperor. And wild. Check the quest prompt. Engage him in a duel of youth. I must do this. Pick B. Pick B. Blessing of youth. That's an acceleration buff, a road hastening miracle.
The army of players instantly split into 2 distinct camps. One faction led by diehard fighters with buzz cuts and a take-action ethos charged at my Kai, yelling like madmen.
Kai Emperor, I challenge you. Let's arm wrestle. I'll go. I'll see who can do the most push-ups in a single breath. I'll stare contest you. Whoever blinks first is a dog.
My Kai looked at this overzealous crowd and was not puzzled but moved to tears.
Wonderful. This is youth. Come then, let us prove our way of the shinobi through a resounding contest.
Thus, in the middle of the pursuit of the Srank Rogue, an unexpectedly singular event, was born the first Muyi Village Extreme Physical Challenge launch for no rational reason at all. The other camp of players adopted a supposedly smarter tactic. They circled my Kai, who was busy comparing muscles with challengers, forming a great ring. Under the direction of Ji Jian Kwang Mo, they then began a more outrageous performance art. A player produced a huge homemade Bluetooth speaker and set it down, playing that infectiously rhythmic song Zui Xian Min Zu Feng. Thousands of players fell into step with the beat and began in perfect unison to dance, a regimented square dance. The sight and the momentum were more spectacular than 1,000 Ming Ren simultaneously forming shadow clones. My Kai mid-arm wrestle was stunned by the music and the dance. For the first time, his youthhandler brain showed signs of CPU overload.
Is this a new method of training?
He murmured.
Such rhythm, such collective strength. My body, it actually wants to sway with them.
Caw, she watched the scene from afar. Silently, he raised Qin Ri Tian Tang a little higher, as if the ocean of knowledge could barricade him from this tide of spiritual contamination. He felt utterly weary. If this world must be destroyed, let it be so. Stay. What rhythm swings the most? What song makes the heart rejoice? The battlefield that had been chasing and Srank traitor shinobi had at this moment been utterly transformed into a vast postmodern scene of magical realism, a raucous party. My Kai, that proud azure beast of mine, was now surrounded by hundreds of exuberant players. Some were competing with him in push-ups, some in handstands, and there were even those who dared to contest, who had the whitest, most dazzling teeth. Kai did not feel insulted. On the contrary, he seemed to have found long-lost kin, his eyes brimming with tears of emotion. Oh! This is youth. I feel it. Each of you bears a blaze of passion that rivals my own. Beside them, thousands of players were moving in unison to the contagious beat of the most dazzling folk rhythm, performing a synchronized plaza dance. The sight was spectacular, eerie, and yet suffused with an indescribable harmony. Kakashi hid far behind a tree. He clamped the record Intimate Paradise over his face, as if by doing so he could pretend he did not exist in this world. He did not want to see, to listen, or to think. He only wanted this to end, so he could apply for early retirement, find some remote place, and quietly spend his remaining days reading. Teacher Kakashi, shall we continue the chase? Xiao Ying's uncertain voice came from nearby. Kakashi slowly peered out from behind his book with a deadfish gaze. He glanced toward the distant clay giant bird that was shrinking to a speck, then looked again at the pandemonium unfolding before him. Pursue? How? With plaza dance steps? Or have Kai with his gleaming teeth try to blind Di Law? Kakashi felt his capacity for sarcasm was nearly drained. At that moment a rustling came from behind him. He turned and saw Mingren skulking away from the group, attempting to dash toward the huge catapult. Mingren, what are you doing? Kakashi cried weakly. Hey, Teacher Kakashi. Caught in the act, Mingren scratched his head awkwardly. I saw a tooth fly so far just now, I want to try it too. Maybe I can fly right over them and give them a raise again. Kakashi. For a moment, he considered that launching Mingren might not be an entirely unacceptable option. At least his ears would have a moment of peace. The thought surfaced, and Kakashi briskly shook his head, flinging the dreadful idea away. No. I am a teacher, I must set an example. Commander. Commander. Just as Kakashi prepared to scold Mingren, Jijin Kwangma arrived bursting with excitement. This time his face wore a complicated expression of wanting credit and praise. Report, Commander. We have just received a batch of secret weapons from the Shinon Logistics Unit. Our catapult has now been upgraded to the 3 Malawian Quachas type, biochemical strike multipurpose projection platform. He indicated the catapult sling. There a huge bundle wrapped in beast hide had been lashed on. The bundle was packed with brightly colored mushrooms that emitted an uncanny glow. It was the notorious creation of the drug enthusiasts, the group Hallucinogenic Mushroom Collection Deluxe Edition. According to Shinong's test report, Jijin Kwangmo intoned with solemnity, the mushroom bundle can burst midair and form a spore cloud covering over 500 meters. Any creature that inhales the spores will within 10 seconds fall into ecstatic hallucinations and begin dancing uncontrollably. Our plan is to launch this mushroom bundle and detonate it above their heads. Once they and their birds are lost in revelry, we will then launch you, or Mingren up there to deliver the killing blow. Commander C. Our tactics are becoming more and more refined, more scientific. Kakashi looked at the mushroom bundle exhaling colored smoke, then at Jijin Kwangmo's face that plainly begged for praise. He fell silent. After a long while he slowly closed the book in his hands. Then he walked to the massive catapult, and in an unprecedentedly calm voice said, "No need to go to so much trouble." Commander, what do you mean? Jijin Kwangmo froze. Kakashi gave no answer. He simply turned to the thousands still dancing in the square, and summoning all his strength shouted, "Everyone, listen! I, Chimu Kakashi, now, in the name of Commander of the Pursuit Unit, issue and rank all hands task." His voice rose above the BGM of the most dazzling folk rhythm, and reached every player clearly. All of them halted mid-step, curious eyes turning to him. Kakashi drew a deep breath. The one exposed deadfish eye of his ignited with a blazing flame named resignation. The mission is simple. From now on you will by your own means pursue the Shaozuji. Whether by catapult, human bridge, or plaza dance. So long as you can stop them, or even just discuss them, the mission is accomplished. The rewards? Kakashi paused and produced a crumpled wad of bills from his pouch, and a few forgotten Yao Ramen discount vouchers. That is all. And my autographed Chimu Kakashi's own signature. He pointed to himself, and for the first time in a long while wore a relieved radiant smile. I quit. The world is so vast I want to go see it. Farewell, everyone. With that he ignored the stupefied players, and the equally baffled Mingren and Xiaoying. He dashed off in the direction opposite the Shaozuji with a lightness and swiftness he had never shown before, running with an air of graceful resolve. It was as if he were not abandoning a mission, but rather running toward freedom. Kakashi ran away. Just like that, without any warning, he abandoned his post in front of thousands of players and his own students. As he fled, he felt as if he had unloaded a great burden. The air was so fresh. The sunlight was so bright. Without the noise of that group of lunatics, and without the absurd tactical arrangements, the whole world seemed to become beautiful. To hell with the commander. To hell with the pursuit mission. Am done serving. He even had it all planned out. Once he returned to the village, he would immediately submit his resignation to Lady Tsunade. He had crafted the reason. During the pursuit of Ensrank Rogue Ninja, I was struck by a new type of mental pollution illusion from a mysterious enemy, leading to mental confusion and requiring long-term rest. Perfect. Meanwhile, everyone behind Kakashi was dumbfounded. The players stared at Kakashi's disappearing figure, exchanging glances. What just happened? Kakashi seems to have gone on strike. What the hell? Can NPCs even go on strike? This AI is way too intelligent. I get it. A player exclaimed, slapping his thigh in realization This must be a hidden storyline. Kakashi wants to test us. To test us chosen ones on our ability to complete tasks independently without a commander. Right. It must be that way. Kakashi Sensei has good intentions. He is pushing us to grow. Well, I misunderstood him. I was just about to choose option C for him. The players using their Invincible Dihua ability instantly found a glorious, noble, and educational explanation for Kakashi's runaway behavior. In the GM space, Fang Yu watched this scene laughing so hard that he rolled on his throne. Ha ha ha. Kakashi, you ultimately became what you never wanted to be. He looked at the backstage where the world line fluctuation value had surged again due to Kakashi's sudden escape and the player's self-commotion feeling that his control over this world had reached a new level. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sakura were completely stunned. Sakura. Kakashi Sensei. Naruto pointed in the direction Kakashi had disappeared, unable to articulate his words. I saw it, Naruto. Sakura's expression was as if struck by lightning. Kakashi Sensei seems to have really run away. The two exchanged glances and saw a hint of confusion and a touch of abandonment in each other's eyes. All right, brothers. At that moment, a new commander stood up from the players. It was Gonde. He jumped onto the massive catapult, raised his arm, and instantly attracted everyone's attention. Since Kakashi Sensei has entrusted this glorious and arduous task to us, then we absolutely cannot let him down. Now, without the constraints of an NPC, we can fight this battle entirely our way. We will let the Akatsuki organization and the entire ninja world witness the true power of our fourth disaster. Oh! The players' enthusiasm was reignited. Infrastructure maniacs, your catapult is now under my command. Gonde's eyes gleamed with the brilliance of a tactical master. No problem, Gandaboss. The infrastructure maniacs immediately responded. Now follow my orders. Gonde pointed at the distant clay giant bird, his voice becoming cold and efficient. Step 1, saturation attack. Load all your mushroom bombs onto it. No need to aim. Conduct indiscriminate bombardment. Even if we can't hit them, we must turn the sky around them into our toxic gas field. Step 2, launch. All melee players, especially those who know a bit of basic martial arts, line up. Once the mushroom bombs are launched, it's your turn. Treat yourselves as cannonballs and shoot one by one onto that stupid bird's back. Remember, your task is not to kill them. It is to harass, to entangle, to strip them of their clothes, to snatch their rings. It is to use your bodies to break the wings of that bird. Step 3, long-range suppression. All ranged players shuriken, kunai, stones, and mud. Throw whatever you have. Don't stop. Let them know what is called the vast ocean of people's war. Gonde's tactical arrangement was simple, crude, yet filled with player characteristics. The core idea of this strategy could be summed up in one word: rely. Exhaust your limited patience with infinite lives. Use the most shameless means to undermine the dignity of your opponents. For the tribe, for the alliance, for the wind shadow, seems no longer important. For the equipment, under the leadership of this new commander, the players erupted with unprecedented fighting enthusiasm. That massive catapult began to operate at an unprecedented frequency, frantically launching. Whoosh! The first gigantic mushroom bomb was shot out, tracing a beautiful parabola in the air. Above the clay giant bird, Deidara and Sasori had not yet recovered from the shock of Kakashi's escape. Then, they saw a huge multicolored package flying towards them. What is that? Deidara asked curiously. I don't know, but it doesn't seem like a good thing, Sasori replied, his tone laced with caution. The mushroom bomb exploded with a loud bang not far from above their heads. Countless colorful powder fell like flowers scattered by celestial maidens, instantly transforming the surrounding airspace into a splendid rainbow cloud. Cough, cough. What is this thing? Deidara coughed a couple of times, feeling as if he had inhaled blueberry-flavored industrial essence. Then he felt that the world before his eyes began to look a bit strange. He saw the clay giant bird beneath him suddenly sprout 6 legs and start dancing the tango in midair. He saw that next to him Sasori's Hiriko suddenly cracked open, and instead of Sasori's true form out came a muscular version of Conan wearing a bikini. What the hell? Sasori. You have this kind of hobby too. Deidara's eyes nearly popped out. And Hiriko's Sasori was also thrown into chaos. He saw Deidara's head turn into a gigantic explosive Patrick star. And he himself was sitting on a giant mantis shrimp surfing in a rainbow-colored ocean. The artistic duo fell into the ultimate hallucination brought by the colorful spiral mushroom. Meanwhile on the ground Gonde watched as the clay giant bird began to spin in place, as if intoxicated, a cruel smile spreading across his face. It's done. Second team. Prepare. Launch. Whoosh. 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 One after another players were shot into the sky as they screamed excitedly, treated as cannonballs by the catapult. A brutal and absurdly comical air-to-air docking battle against the Srank rogue ninja commenced. For the tribe. Demasha. Eat my road roller. Accompanied by various incomprehensible shouts, the first batch of player cannonballs successfully hit their target, the enormous clay giant bird, which was wildly swaying in the air due to inhaling the spores of psychedelic mushrooms. A player with the ID expert jumper was the first to land on the bird's back. Before he could stabilize himself, he witnessed a scene that would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. Deidara, this glass rogue ninja and seeker of art, was currently holding his head in terror, screaming, "Don't come over here. You damn Patrick Star." The massive scorpion puppet beside him, the Scarlet Flo, who was spinning wildly in place, emitting incomprehensible sounds of Pippi Shrimp. Let's go. What the hell is this mushroom? This powerful. The expert jumper was utterly shaken by the magical sight before him. He immediately activated the recording function, preparing to capture this precious boss blunder moment. However, he hadn't pressed the record button yet. Deidara, seemingly under the influence of the hallucination, mistook him for the terrifying Patrick Star, his eyes bursting with madness of mutual destruction. Art is self-detonation? Cheers! He actually detonated the clay giant bird beneath him. The expert jumper felt a blinding flash before his eyes, followed by a deafening roar. And then, there was no more after that. In the team channel, he left his last words filled with endless regret and shock. Brothers. Boss, he has gone insane. He blew us all up, along with himself. Boom. The enormous clay giant bird disintegrated midair with a thunderous boom. The terrifying explosion formed a fireball larger than any before, dyeing the entire sky a despairing orangeade. Countless players, including those just launched into the air who hadn't experienced the thrill of aerial combat, and those still waiting on the ground to ascend, were directly engulfed by the shockwave of the explosion in that instant. Thousands of beams of white light lit up simultaneously, as if daylight had descended. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Only the Liver Emperor, standing at a distance, leapt out and wasn't instantly killed. He stared blankly at the mushroom cloud slowly rising in the sky, then glanced at the suddenly empty space beside him where his allies had been. His mind was a blank slate. The team was wiped out. Just like that. All gone. He could not comprehend. He had clearly calculated everything. Control the boss with mushroom spores, then use a sea of people strategy to overwhelm them. This tactic was theoretically unbeatable. But no matter how he calculated, he never expected that this boss would blow himself up and take everyone with him. This doesn't conform to game logic. Which boss would use such a tactic that harms 1,000 enemies while inflicting 10,000 damages on itself? Deidara and the Scorpion were also not doing well. Although they had formed defenses with the remaining clay and puppets at the moment of the explosion. The close-range C3 explosion was still terrifying. One of Deidara's sleeves was blown off, revealing a charred arm, and a smear of blood hung from the corner of his mouth. Scorpion's Scarlet Flo, who was even more damage-riddled with craters, and its tail was broken off. Cough, cough. Deidara, You bastard. Scorpion's voice was filled with uncontainable anger. Have you lost your mind? To use self-detonation. I don't know what happened. Deidara was also awakened from the hallucination, looking at the empty sky around him, and his injured body utterly bewildered. Just now, I seemed to see. Patrick Star was going to eat me. What is Patrick Star? I don't know. The artistic duo for the first time erupted into a fierce argument due to internal conflicts. Beneath them, their mounts were gone. They could only awkwardly fall from the high altitude toward the ground. Meanwhile, Gaara, whom Deidara had been holding, also slipped from his grasp due to the explosion's impact and fell in another direction. Not good. The Jinchuriki, Scorpion exclaimed. He immediately maneuvered the Scarlet Flow, who attempting to chase after him. But it was too late. A figure moving faster than them rushed up from below and steadily caught the unconscious Gaara. It was Might Guy. He had just finished a contest of 10,000 push-ups with the players and felt filled with boundless youthful energy. Then he saw the massive explosion in the sky and the falling red-haired boy. Leaf Whirlwind. Guy performed a beautiful flip in the air, cradling Gaara and landing safely on the ground. He looked up at the two members of the Akatsuki organization descending from the sky, adopting a combat stance, revealing his shining teeth. You are the evil ones who kidnapped the Kazekage. In the name of my proud leaf, the Azure Beast, Might Guy, I will not allow you to take another step closer. Deidara and Scorpion landed not far from Guy. They looked at this sudden appearance of the green-clad watermelon head, and then at the Jinchuriki in his arms. Their faces turned extremely grim. Their mounts were gone. The Jinchuriki was lost, and they were driven insane by a group of lunatics using mushroom spores. They felt that this mission was the most frustrating, most failed, and most ridiculous one since joining the Akatsuki organization. Another leaf ninja, truly haunting. Damn it. Deidara gritted his teeth. Quick battle, quick resolution, Deidara. Scorpion's voice was cold. Eliminate him, retrieve the Jinchuriki, and then retreat. That's exactly my intention. The battle was about to break out. However, at that moment, a weak voice came from nearby. Excuse me, do you need healing? The three turned their heads simultaneously. They saw a small figure at the edge of the battlefield peeking out shyly at them. It was Sakura. Due to her weak strength and following Kakashi's advice to stay away, she had been hiding in the back, and luckily avoided being caught in the earlier explosion. Now, seeing that both sides were about to clash, she summoned all her courage to step forward. She wanted to use the medical ninjutsu she had just learned from Tsunade to contribute something to this battle. Deidara, Scorpion, and Guy all stared at the sudden appearance of the pink-haired girl, stunned. Meanwhile, in the GM space, Fang Yu watched this scene with a smile that hinted at a plan coming together. He knew that the real show was just beginning. He opened the GM backend and sent a new system announcement to the thousands of players who had just been wiped out and were questioning life at the revival point, an announcement that would drive them mad once again. Emergency World Event: The Youth of the Azure Beast. Event description: the hero of Konoha, Might Guy, is engaged in a life-and-death battle with members of the Akatsuki organization. But he is isolated and unsupported. His youth needs your protection. Mission objective: at all costs protect Might Guy and repel the Akatsuki organization. Mission reward: Might Guy's favorability, and the exclusive title successor of the 8 Gates prerequisite for learning 8 Gates. The heir of the 8 Gates of Duinjia. These 7 words detonated like 7 nuclear bombs in the minds of all players, creating a thunderous uproar. The 8 Gates of Duinjia. What is that? In the original work, it was the ultimate technique that Emperor Kai almost used to kick off the grand finale. It is the passionate spirit of a true man. It is the romance of a mortal body standing shoulder to shoulder with the divine. Now this prerequisite for learning this divine skill has unexpectedly appeared before their eyes as a task reward. The revival point, the deathly silence brought about by the collective annihilation, was instantly shattered. A roar not quite human erupted from the crowd. The 8 Gates of Duinjia. It's the 8 Gates of Duinjia. I want to learn this. No one can stop me.
Gods block kill gods. Buddhas block kill Buddhas. The title. It's a unique limited title.
To seize it is to profit. To seize it is to become the number one in the entire server. What are we waiting for? Brothers, once the revival time is up, charge forward with all our might. Protect our Emperor Kai.
If the previous task of Wind Shadow Retrieval ignited the player's task enthusiasm,
now this title of heir of the 8 gates of Duanjia ignited their most primal and pure desire for power. All players turned red with envy. They stared intensely at the countdown to revival on the screen, their fingers turning white from the grip, while their blood boiled. That feeling was 1,000 times more exhilarating than winning 500 million in the lottery. The Liver Emperor had an unprecedented gleam in his eyes. Previously, he had been frustrated by the failure of his human sea strategy. But now, he didn't care anymore. Strategy? Logic? What is that? Can it be eaten? In the face of the 8 gates of Duanjia, everything seemed so pale and powerless.
Brothers!
He roared wildly into the team channel with a hoarse voice.
This time, we want you strategy. We just have one word: charge. Let our bodies pave the way for Emperor Kai. Let our heads block the jutsu of the Akatsuki. Whoever can seize that title will be the hope of our village.
He is our eternal idol. For the 8 gates of Duanjia. Charge.
On the battlefield, Deidara and Scorpion had yet to fully recover from the inexplicable explosion that had just occurred.
They looked at the watermelon-headed figure striking a strange pose, and the shy pink-haired girl beside him feeling increasingly confused by today's script.
Another one! Are the ninjas of Konoha endless?
Deidara said impatiently.
This is a medical ninja. Scorpion's gaze fell on Sakura, his voice cold. First deal with that troublesome taijutsu ninja, then handle her.
Just as I wish. Deidara reached into his ninja tool pouch, preparing to pull out new clay. However, at that moment, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble violently. Boom, boom, boom. The sound was like thousands of horses galloping, and like ancient beasts awakening. Both Deidara and Scorpion were stunned. They looked curiously in the direction of the sound, and then they saw a scene that they would never forget in their lives, a scene that could only be described as a miracle. At the horizon's end, a tide of dark figures reappeared. Thousands of players at the moment the countdown to revival ended surged forth, like a flood bursting its banks, like ferocious beasts unleashed, charging forward with a reckless and fervent spirit filled with destruction. On their faces there was no fear, no strategy, only a pure and intense desire for a certain goal. They shouted in unison, chanting a mantra filled with madness.
For Emperor Kai. Burn bright, youth. 8 gates of Duanjia. Number 1 in the world.
Deidara, the rank rogue ninja, an artistic madman, felt a sensation of dread for the first time as he witnessed this apocalyptic scene. In his blue eyes a feeling named fear emerged for the first time. He couldn't understand. He truly couldn't comprehend. Why? Why did this group of people who had just been obliterated by a C-3 bomb return now intact with an even more frenzied and fervent attitude? What on earth are they? Are they some sort of unkillable monsters?
Scorpion. Scorpion, what is this new psychological tactic?
Deidara's voice began to tremble. In the red flowing jade, there was a dead silence. Scorpion did not respond. For in that moment even his heart, once transformed by the genius puppet master, and long since stopped, felt a chilling sensation. He had traversed the ninja world for decades, killing countless foes, and had seen many fearless madmen. Yet he had never seen such a colossal army composed entirely of unkillable madmen. This was no longer ninjutsu, no longer combat, no longer a war. This was a natural disaster. The fourth catastrophe that humanity could not contend with. Mike, Guy, and Sakura were likewise rooted to the spot, terrified by this world-destroying formation.
How? How amazing!
Kai gazed at the players charging forward, shouting for Emperor Kai, nearly moved to tears.
Is this the will of Konoha?
Is this the youth I have protected? No, that's not right.
Sakura's face turned pale. What she saw in the eyes of those people was not the will of Konoha,
but a greed that sought to devour Teacher Kai's skin and bones.
Run!
Just as everyone was stunned by this apocalyptic scene, a hoarse and decisive command rang out from red flowing jade. It was Scorpion.
Retreat, Deidara. Immediately.
Scorpion's voice carried an unmistakable hint of panic for the first time. He made the most correct choice without hesitation. In the face of this unkillable, inexhaustible, and completely incomprehensible natural disaster army, any resistance was utterly meaningless. The only choice was to run. The further the better.
But, the Jinchuriki.
Deidara hesitated.
Not worth it. Go.
Scorpion seized the chatter-controlling red flowing jade and turned to flee. Deidara gritted his teeth, although filled with unwillingness and humiliation. Reason told him that Scorpion's judgment was correct. He immediately turned and followed in Scorpion's footsteps. The two shrank rogue ninjas, elite members of the Akatsuki organization, the artistic duo. Faced with a natural disaster army composed of thousands of players, they did not dare to retaliate and fled in a panic. The players behind them, seeing them flee, not only did not slow down, but charged even faster, shouting louder.
Don't run! Cowards of the Akatsuki! Drop Emperor Kai's experience package! The 8 gates of Duinja is mine. No one can snatch it from me.
Thus began the most absurd, ludicrous, and spectacular large-scale chase in the history of the ninja world. In Konoha village, within the Hokage's office, Tsunade restlessly propped her feet up on the newly changed 6th desk, sipping from a bottle of sake, taking intermittent sips. Shizune stood by, not daring to breathe. Ever since Lady Tsunade took over as Hokage, the consumption rate of office supplies in the Hokage building had increased tenfold. Especially the desks, which had nearly become a disposable item.
Sigh.
Tsunade let out a long sigh, feeling that being Hokage was even more exhausting than when she was dodging debts outside. The reconstruction work in the village had turned into a chaotic mess due to the enthusiastic participation of those
undying ones.
The infrastructure maniac guild was constantly coming to her with their
Konoha renovation PPT,
proposing to transform the Hokage Rock into a
hot spring resort,
claiming it would boost the village's GDP. The Shinong squad treated the back mountain of the village as their
Shinongjia,
trying various herbs daily, having poisoned themselves over 100 times and inadvertently contaminating 3 water sources. Not to mention those wandering around the village trying to trigger
hidden quests.
The Hyuga clan's gate had already been pried open 8 times. The owner of Ichiraka Ramen came crying every day to report that a group of people had eaten ramen without paying, saying they wanted to settle with something called
game currency.
Tsunade felt that what she managed was not a ninja village, but rather a large, open 24-hour operating insane asylum. Just as her head ached, a member of the Umbu silently appeared in the center of the office.
Report to Hokage-sama.
The Umbu's voice carried a hint of urgency and a trace of disbelief.
Speak.
Tsunade took a sip of her sake and said weakly. She had mentally prepared herself. Whether it was a family shrine being dug up or a secret scroll being stolen, she wouldn't be surprised anymore. However, the following report from the Umbu nearly made her sake bottle slip from her hand.
The 7th squad, led by Jonin Kakashi and the Chosen One's pursuit team, have sent back the latest battle report. They successfully repelled members of the Akatsuki, Deidara, and Sasori. What?
Tsunade suddenly sat up straight in her chair, half awake from her drunkenness. Repelled? With that lazy Kakashi and those troublemaking lunatics? How could that be possible? They are the Akatsuki. 2 shrank rogue ninjas.
Moreover,
the Umbu's voice took on an even stranger tone.
According to the intelligence from the front lines, the members of the Akatsuki, Deidara, and Sasori fled in an extremely disgraceful manner. Furthermore, Gaara of the Sand was successfully rescued. Currently, he is under the protection of my guy and is on his way back to the village.
Tsunade was utterly stunned. Her mind raced to comprehend the information. Kakashi. Might Guy. The Chosen Ones. Repelling the Akatsuki. Rescuing Gaara. These words when combined sounded surreal.
How did they manage that?
Tsunade couldn't help but ask. The Umbu fell silent for a moment, seemingly organizing their words.
According to Jonin Kakashi's preliminary report, he said he didn't know either due to some personal reasons he temporarily left the battlefield. And those chosen ones used a tactic called Sea of People self-detonation flow, which we cannot comprehend, to inflict brutal psychological and physical dual strikes on Deidara and Sasori. Ultimately, it led to the mental breakdown of the Akatsuki members, who abandoned their mission objectives and chose to strategically retreat.
Tsunade listened to this report, feeling her worldview being pressed to the ground, and rubbed repeatedly. Sea of People self-detonation flow. Mental breakdown. What the hell is that? When did our ninja battles become so reckless?
Hokage-sama, there's one more thing,
the Umbu continued.
This event has caused a huge stir within the Chosen Ones. They seem to have changed their evaluation of the Akatsuki. As he spoke, the Umbu handed over a scroll.
On it were some hot post screenshots that the Konoha intelligence unit had risked smuggling from the player forum. Tsunade took the scroll and slowly unfolded it. Shocking. The legendary Akatsuki was actually scared away by us. Our duo. I think they should be called the Escape Duo. They don't even dare to fight. To be fair, the Akatsuki's prestige has dropped quite rapidly. I thought they were formidable, but it turns out it's just this.
On the huge gap between the Akatsuki's theoretical strength and actual combat performance.
Technical analysis. Brothers, stop praising the Akatsuki. I now think we Konoha are awesome. You see, we have the numbers. And we don't care about our lives. That's the true way. Tsunade looked at these posts, at the comments full of
contempt, disdain,
and
mockery.
A very, very strange expression appeared on her beautiful face. She suddenly realized that the existence of these undying ones might not be entirely a bad thing. At least in terms of
striking down the enemy's arrogance
and
shaking the enemy's fighting will.
They seemed to be professionals. The Akatsuki, that terrifying shadow looming over the entire ninja world, was unexpectedly molded into a blustering but empty, comical character under the player's keyboards and spittle. In the Land of Fire, a small border town, Jiraiya felt that his luck had hit rock bottom lately. First, he was hoodwinked by a mysterious kid with a fake book titled Paradise of Affection, almost exposing all his secrets. Fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to detect the probing and loopholes in the kid's words, preventing a major blunder. Though he ultimately let the slippery kid escape, Jiraiya had since developed a heightened vigilance towards the so-called Akatsuki in turn and their backer GM. Then there was Tsunade. He exerted himself immensely to finally track down Tsunade's whereabouts, only to hear that she had returned to the village before he could find her. Moreover, it was said that she was in a foul mood on her way back, lashing out at anyone she encountered, kicking trees as if she had consumed explosives. Jiraiya could tell with a mere thought that this black pot was likely to land on his head. Sigh, what a string of bad luck, Jiraiya lamented as he sat in a small tavern drowning his sorrows in drink. He decided to collect material here and relax a bit before returning to the village to apologize. This tavern was the most famous establishment of its kind in the town, frequented by voluptuous hostesses and spendthrift merchants. It was precisely the creative environment he favored. While sipping his drink, he took out his notebook, his gaze wandering in search of new muses of inspiration. At that moment, the tavern door swung open. An unexpected figure appeared at the entrance, with long golden hair, a fiery figure, and a stunning face that screamed him not in a good mood right now. It was Tsunade. How could she be here? Wasn't she supposed to have returned to the village? Jiraiya's senses were instantly heightened. However, Tsunade's gaze had already fixed on him like a sword. Jiraiya. Her voice oozed with cold, murderous intent, each word laced with venom. She stepped toward Jiraiya, and the air in the tavern seemed to freeze in that instant. The patrons and hostesses who were previously laughing and joking felt the terrifying aura and fell silent, not daring to breathe. Hi, Tsunade. Jiraiya forced a smile that was more grotesque than a cry, raising his glass in an attempt to ease the tension. What a coincidence. Are you here for a drink too? Coincidence, my foot. Tsunade strode up to him, saying nothing as she seized his collar and lifted him from his seat. Speak. Was it you who leaked my whereabouts to the village and sent a group of lunatics to harass me on the way? Huh? What lunatics? Jiraiya wore an innocent expression. I don't know what you're talking about. I swear I haven't done anything. Still trying to argue. Tsunade's fury flared even brighter at his innocent demeanor, recalling the fear inflicted upon her by that night brigade. She remembered the VIP corridor lined with flowers, the worry-free mushroom soup that could poison an elephant, and that phrase that made her skin crawl, Tsunade Mama. Old grudges mixed with new resentment surged within her. Today I will turn your face into a pig's head. Tsunade roared, raising her fist imbued with terrifying power. Jiraiya was scared out of his wits, knowing that Tsunade was genuinely angry this time. A punch from her would either kill him or strip him of his skin. At that critical moment, the tavern door swung open once more. A familiar figure appeared at the entrance. It was the kid who had previously tricked him. That Akatsuki and turned soul of the second dimension. What was he doing here? Li Xiang's soul of the second dimension had not anticipated that he would stumble into such a Naruto-level domestic violence scene while merely trying to gather information on Jiraiya. He looked at Jiraiya, who was being held by Tsunade, and then at Tsunade's fist ready to fall. He knew that his chance to shine had come again. Without hesitation, he dashed forward, arms wide open, positioning himself in front of Jiraiya. In a tone filled with justice and heroic spirit, he shouted, "Stop! You shall not harm my friend Teacher Jiraiya." His heartfelt call of Teacher Jiraiya was sincere and moved the crowd. Jiraiya was stunned. He looked at the frail figure standing before him, and could not comprehend why this kid, who was clearly from the Akatsuki and his enemy, would stand up to protect him now. Could it be that the kid's previous words about artistic exchange and finding kindred spirits were true? Could he really be just a naive, adoring, literary youth? For the first time, Jiraiya felt a flicker of wavering in emotion toward this kid. Tsunade was also taken aback. She glared at this audacious newcomer, her brows furrowed. Who are you? Get out of my way. I won't. Li Xiang stood firm, his gaze steady, as he looked into Tsunade's eyes. If you want to lay a hand on Teacher Jiraiya, you'll have to step over my dead body. He knew how childish and shameful his words sounded, but under the circumstances this was the fastest and most effective way to gain Jiraiya's favor. Moreover, he was gambling, betting that Tsunade wouldn't truly strike down someone who looked as harmless as a regular person. However, he had underestimated the rage of a woman driven to madness. He also underestimated GM Fang Yu's unfathomable malice. At the moment, he shouted his heroic declaration, a brand new copy of Paradise of Affection, the pseudo-classic, which he had intended to use to appease others, suddenly fell out of his backpack without warning. With a thud, it landed on the ground. The indecent illustrations on the cover and the bold title were clearly visible to everyone. The entire tavern fell into a deathly silence. Jiraiya saw the book. Tsunade also saw the book. Tsunade's gaze slowly moved from the book to Li Xiang's face, then from Li Xiang's face to Jiraiya's face, which she was still holding. The blazing fury in her beautiful brown eyes seemed to be doused with an entire barrel of gasoline at that moment. Boom! Jiraiya, you shameless old bastard. Not only do you write this kind of stuff yourself, but you also corrupt the youth. Today, I will act on behalf of justice. Clean up the house. A deafening roar echoed throughout the town. Accompanying this was Jiraiya's heart-wrenching, despair-filled scream. Ah! It wasn't me. I swear it wasn't me. In the hidden rain village atop the high tower, Nagato quietly observed the scene transmitted by the water mirror technique through the vision of Pain's Deva Path. The image revealed Tsunade pinning Jiraiya to the ground, subjecting him to a brutal one-sided beating. And there was that intern Li Xiang who had successfully ignited conflict between the two Sannin, with a little yellow book now huddled in a corner, trembling, yet his eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement, as if he had a plan. Well done. For the first time, a nearly imperceptible curve of approval appeared on the face of Nagato, which belonged to Yahiko. Though the process was filled with various absurd elements, he could not comprehend such as that seemingly vulgar novel that seemed to contain some encrypted information. For instance, Tsunade's unreasonable and violent rage. But the outcome was favorable. This in turn named soul of the second dimension had successfully intensified the internal conflict among the Sannin of Konoha without exposing himself, rendering Jiraiya, a potential massive threat, temporarily incapacitated. From the perspective of a spy, his performance was nothing short of perfect. It seems that this group of chosen ones indeed possesses their unique ways of executing tasks that we cannot comprehend. Nagato's evaluation of this mysterious GM organization and their chosen ones rose another notch. He believed this was a brand new attacking method that transcended the traditional realms of ninjutsu and taijutsu, a method based on causality. By orchestrating a series of seemingly trivial and absurd events to induce the target into a state of confusion, suspicion, and even mutual destruction. Killing without a trace. This was the true means of the divine. Xiao Nan. Nagato called out. Yes. Xiao Nan's figure appeared silently behind him like a paper butterfly. Notify Zetsu let him formalize that in turn. Yes, Xiao Nan replied, but with a hint of hesitation in her tone. Nagato, do you really trust him this much? After all, his origins are unclear. Anyone who can understand pain and skillfully wield causality as a weapon is qualified to earn our trust. Nagato's voice was unequivocal. Moreover, I have a premonition. His Rinnegan gazed toward the distant Konoha, his expression becoming profound. He and his companions will play a very important role in our future plans. Meanwhile, after being educated by Tsunade, for a full hour beaten to a pulp so badly that even his mother wouldn't recognize him, Jiraiya was finally let go. He lay in the wreckage of the tavern like a pile of mud, feeling as if his life had turned bleak. He couldn't understand. He truly couldn't understand. Why? Why did that kid who was clearly there to protect him end up being the last straw that broke the camel's back? Why did that damn book have to conveniently fall out of his bag at that moment? Everything was filled with bizarre coincidences, coinciding to the point that it sent a chill down his spine. It was as if an invisible hand was manipulating everything behind the scenes, toying with him at will. Teacher Jiraiya, are you okay? Li Xiang's soul of the second dimension, bruised and battered, hit by Tsunade's fists, crawled out from the corner, his face reflecting concern and a hint of guilt. He hadn't expected things to escalate like this. He just wanted to increase his favorability, but directly pushed Jiraiya's favorability to the level of social death. However, he glanced at his task panel. Trial of Akatsuki track the perverted sage, completed task evaluation as perfect task, rewards Akatsuki organization reputation 20,000, formal membership X1 black and white, Zetsu favorability 30, pain favorability 10, hidden achievement unlocked, ultimate backstabber, deliver the most lethal blow when the target trusts you, the most achievement, reward title king of the double agent when equipped, success rate 10 for infiltration, betrayal, instigation tasks. Looking at these generous rewards, Li Xiang felt that Jiraiya's beating was worth it. Jiraiya looked at the culprit before him with extremely complicated eyes. He wanted to explode in anger, but looking at the other's equally bruised and sincere face, he couldn't bring himself to. He wanted to express gratitude, but thinking of the unprovoked disaster he had just suffered, he felt stifled. Ultimately, all his words turned into a long sigh. I'm fine. Who are you really? Jiraiya rasped. My name is Li Xiang, literary enthusiast who admires you. Li Xiang continued his performance. A literary enthusiast. Jiraiya grimaced, feeling his cheek burn painfully. That book, was it yours too? Yes. Li Xiang admitted, bracing himself. Sigh, Jiraiya sighed again. At this point, he started to believe that the kid before him might genuinely just be an unusually straightforward literary youth with a different way of thinking. Yet behind all this there must be a deeper conspiracy. Who? Who is framing me? Who is using this innocent boy to attack me? Countless names flashed through Jiraiya's mind in an instant. Danzo. Impossible, he doesn't have that kind of ingenuity. Orochimaru. Possible, but his style isn't like this. Then, only Akatsuki remains. Jiraiya's gaze instantly sharpened. Yes. It must be them. They know I am investigating them, so they sent this kid to launch a seemingly absurd, but actually malicious attack on my psyche to hinder my investigation. They even studied my work so thoroughly that they fabricated a sequel that could easily pass for the real thing. What deep machinations. What a terrifying organization. The more Jiraiya thought, the more he felt his reasoning was impeccable. He looked at the still innocent literary youth before him, and a hint of sympathy arose in his heart. Poor child, you have no idea that you have already become a pawn of a terrifying organization. Li Xiong right. Jiraiya struggled to rise from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Yes, yes, teacher Jiraiya. Are you willing to follow me? Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with wisdom. I can personally guide you in literary creation. He had made a decision. He wanted to keep this boy who was being used by Akatsuki close to him. On one hand, to protect him. On the other hand, to use him to investigate Akatsuki's intelligence in reverse. Turning the tables. This was the wisdom that one of the Sannin should possess. Li Xiong was stunned upon hearing Jiraiya's words. Follow him. Personal guidance. A new side quest option glimmered with golden light immediately popped up on his task panel. World-class choice invitation from the Sannin option A. Accept Jiraiya's invitation, become his disciple, infiltrate by his side, and begin the epic task line of Konoha vs. Akatsuki as a double agent. Option B. Reject Jiraiya, return to Akatsuki, report Jiraiya's counterspy scheme to Pain, and gain high trust from Akatsuki. Li Xiong looked at these two options, feeling as if his breath was about to stop. Happiness came too suddenly. This overwhelming fortune has finally come to me. In the land of rice, at an inconspicuous tea house, Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame were quietly sipping tea at a table by the window. Having just completed a capture mission, they were here waiting for the next instructions from their organization. Kisame downed his cup of tea, wiped his mouth, and glanced outside with his shark-like eyes.
Mr. Itachi, do you think that kid Deidara will succeed?
His voice was rough and imposing, much like the blade of his sword.
After all, he is a Jinchuriki, and the Kazekage at that.
He is not an easy opponent to deal with.
Itachi held his teacup gently, blowing at the floating tea leaves, and did not answer immediately.
His deep Sharingan eyes were calm, as if nothing in this world could disturb his serenity.
Deidara's strength is sufficient.
After a long pause, he spoke in his characteristic flat tone.
Moreover, with Sasori-senpai supporting him, as long as there aren't any major accidents.
Accidents? Kisame grinned, revealing his full set of sharp teeth.
What kind of accidents could there be? Do you think the pursuit from Konoha Shinobi can fly up into the sky?
Just as he finished speaking, the communication device at their waists, signifying their status as members of the Akatsuki organization, suddenly vibrated slightly. It was a general announcement from their leader Pain. Itachi and Kisame exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of confusion in the other's eyes. Under normal circumstances, the leader would only issue a general announcement during extremely significant events. Both of them simultaneously injected a bit of chakra into the communicator. In the next moment, a segment of an impactful battle report, edited by Zetsu in black and white, flooded into their minds. In the footage, Deidara and Sasori were riding a clay giant bird soaring above the sand village, full of vigor. Following that was a grand scene where Deidara dropped a C3 bomb and Gaara defended with a sand shield. Seeing this, Kisame nodded.
Not bad, looks like things are going smoothly.
However, the subsequent images turned bizarre. A young man they had never seen before, wearing the Akatsuki uniform intern version, suddenly threw out a glowing
ball.
Then Gaara's sand shield inexplicably collapsed. Deidara successfully captured Gaara. Up to this point, It was somewhat strange but overall still considered normal. But then the scene changed dramatically. Thousands of ninjas dressed in bizarre outfits surged from the horizon like locusts launching an unrelenting pursuit against them. They formed bridges with their bodies. They used strange devices to launch Konoha's ninjas like cannonballs. They bewildered Deidara and Sasori with colorful mushrooms. In the end, Deidara, under the influence of the hallucinations, detonated his mount, sending thousands of pursuers along with himself into the sky. Then those thousands of pursuers emerged unscathed from another location a few minutes later, continuing their chase with even more madness. Ultimately, Deidara and Sasori, under the pursuit of the Blue Beast of Konoha and thousands of the Undying Legion, abandoned the Jinchuriki and fled in disarray. The footage ended here. The tea house fell into a deathly silence. Kisame's huge mouth was slightly agape, and the expression on his face was one he had never had before: spectacular. He felt that what he had just watched was not a battle report but rather an absurd film shot by some third-rate director after getting drunk, filled with elements of absurdism and performance art.
Itachi. Mr. Itachi.
Kisame's voice stuttered slightly.
Am I under some illusion?
Uchiha Itachi did not answer. His Sharingan eyes, known for seeing through all illusions, were now filled with deep, unresolved confusion. He saw it. He saw it clearly. That group of
Undying Ones.
They were identical to the monsters he had been deeply concerned about in Konoha. They had actually appeared on the battlefield in a scale akin to a legion, and they defeated Deidara and Sasori in a way that he could not comprehend, transcending all ninjutsu and common sense. What exactly is this? Is it some kind of forbidden technique more advanced than Edo Tensei? Or perhaps a bolder and more unsettling thought surfaced in Itachi's mind. He remembered that in turn the young man who had thrown the flashball, he wore the Akatsuki uniform. This indicated that the organization had already made contact with this group of
Undying Ones.
Moreover, they had already begun to absorb them into the organization. Why? What was Leader Pain thinking? Did he not realize that the appearance of this group of Undying Ones was itself a monumental variable? A variable capable of overturning the entire shinobi world, even disrupting his
Moon Eye plan.
Itachi felt that things were sliding toward a direction he could neither predict nor control. His carefully crafted script meant to protect Sasuke and safeguard Konoha. In front of these actors, who did not play by the rules, seemed so fragile, so vulnerable.
Mr. Itachi.
Kisame's voice pulled him from his contemplation.
I'm fine.
Itachi slowly set down his teacup. The tea in the cup had long since gone cold.
Let's go, Kisame.
His voice remained flat, but only he knew the storm that had risen within his heart.
Where to? Back to the base.
Itachi stood up, his black cloak embroidered with red clouds billowing without wind.
It seems that the leader's plan has encountered a slight problem. We need to go back and clarify things.
His Sharingan gazed toward the direction of the Rain Village. He wanted to know what kind of deal Pain and that so-called GM had struck. He wanted to know whether this group of monsters known as disasters would bring pain to this world, or an even more unimaginable and thorough
chaos.
At the entrance of my village, Chuyun and Zidi felt that their recent work pressure was comparable to facing off against shadow-level experts on the battlefield. Ever since Lady Tsunade issued the order to strictly control the entry of chosen ones into the village, they faced thousands of players daily, each filled with wisdom and creativity in their attempts to breach. Some tried to disguise themselves as trees, hoping to slowly sneak in. Others attempted to dig tunnels, aiming to burrow in from underground. There were even those who formed an acrobatic troupe, performing feats like breaking stones with their chests, breathing fire, and flying in the air at the entrance, hoping to impress the guards with their skills to gain an entry ticket. Chuyun and Zidi stood on the brink of collapse, each day oscillating between despair. Zidi: I feel like I'm about to develop Chosen One PTSD. Chuyun leaned against the wall of the guard room, his eyes vacant and his face haggard. I feel the same, Zidi said weakly. Last night, I dreamed that a group of people was dancing square dance at my doorstep, insisting on dragging me along. Just as the two consoled each other lamenting the hardships of life, a clamor arose from afar. They looked up to see a large crowd appearing on the horizon, led by the familiar figure of my Guy in his bright green jumpsuit. Beside Guy, surrounded by a throng of admirers, like a national treasure, was a red-haired youth. It was the Wind Shadow Gaara. They had returned. "Quick! Go report to Hokage-sama," Chuyun exclaimed, his spirits lifting as he addressed the nearby Jinin. Soon this news spread throughout my village. Tsunade, accompanied by several high-ranking members of the village, personally arrived at the village entrance to welcome them. When she saw Gaara, who although still weak was indeed safe and sound, the heart that had been in suspense finally relaxed. "You've worked hard, Guy," Tsunade said, patting Guy's shoulder sincerely. "No, Hokage-sama." Guy shook his head seriously, then pointed at the group behind him, who were equally battered but unusually exuberant. "The ones who truly worked hard are them. They have written a victorious anthem with their youth and passion. They made me realize what the true will of my is." Guy's voice was filled with emotion and pride. Tsunade glanced at the group crowding around Gaara, attempting to gain a bit of wind shadow buff from him, and her eyelid twitched. She wanted to tell Guy that these people weren't here for the will of Mai, they were simply after the damn title of Eight Gates successor. But looking at Guy's innocent and passionate face, she ultimately swallowed her words. "Forget it as long as this fool is happy." "Welcome to my Lord Wind Shadow," Tsunade said, as she approached Gaara, extending her hand. "You are absolutely safe here." Gaara looked at the legendary fifth Hokage before him, then glanced at the surrounding players, who stared at him with the eyes of someone viewing a rare pet. For the first time, a hint of confusion appeared on his eternally stoic face. He silently nodded. At that moment, an announcement from the system that invigorated all players echoed through the air. World Event Wind Shadow Retrieval Phase 1 task successfully completed. All players who participated in this task will receive massive experience points and dual reputation for both Mai and Suna villages. The My Reputation store is officially open. The merit point exchange system is now online. Due to your brave performance, my village has decided to open its doors to all chosen ones with a reputation of friendly. Boom! This announcement dropped like a deep-water bomb among the player community. It's open. It's open. The gates of Mai have finally opened. Damn. I've been picking up trash at the village entrance every day, helping old ladies cross the road, and my reputation has finally reached friendly. I can enter the city now. Reputation store. Merit points. Brothers, it's time to get rich. Charge. To Mai. I want to see what the Hokage building looks like. I want to go to Ichiraku Ramen for noodle. I also want to visit the women's bathhouse. In an instant, the thousands of players blocked at the village entrance surged forward like unleashed wild dogs, madly rushing toward the door that symbolized a new world for them. Chuyun and Zidi, watching the tide of incoming people, turned pale with fright. Hold on. Quickly hold the line. We can't let them all in. Yet their resistance felt utterly feeble in front of these thousands of pumped-up players. The gate was instantly breached. Countless players cheered and shouted as they poured into this legendary first village of ninjas they had longed for. Tsunade and the high-ranking officials of Mai stood there dumbfounded. They watched as the group, like a swarm of locusts, instantly occupied every street in the village. Some rushed straight to Ichiraku Ramen. Others ran to take photos under Hokage Rock. Some in groups stealthily made their way towards the Hyuga household. In that moment, the entire Mai village transformed from a sullen ninja village into a vibrant tourist attraction. Tsunade felt her blood pressure rising again. She silently clenched her fists. She thought she might need to order another batch of new desks. Konoha Dakura Village, the ruins of the Uchiha clan. This place was once the residence of one of the most prestigious families in Konoha, but since that blood-red night, it has become a forbidden ground. The streets are deserted, most of the houses have fallen into disrepair, and the air is perpetually filled with a lingering, oppressive, and sorrowful atmosphere. On ordinary days, aside from the occasional umbu coming to clean and a few people coming to pay their respects. This place is almost untouched. But today this eerie silence has been completely shattered.
Brothers, stay close. Here lies the entrance to the legendary Uchiha clan Annihilation Dungeon.
A player with the ID Konoha's encyclopedia holds up a handmade flag which features a comical fan symbol drawn with charcoal, as he exuberantly explains to the dozens of tourists behind him. Behind him is a group of players brimming with curiosity, each holding a Konoha tour guide, the latest product from a business genius priced at 100 game coins, looking around and pointing at everything.
Wow! Is this the old side of the Uchiha clan? It feels so eerie, even more thrilling than the horror games I've played. Look! That wall seems to have kunai marks left from battles back in the day. Let me take a picture and post it on my social media. Tour guide, tour guide.
A female player raises her hand and asks,
"Excuse me, where can I see the legendary Blood Moon scene? You know, the iconic moment when Itachi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. I want to check in there." "That's a great question, young lady."
Konoha's encyclopedia clears his throat and speaks in a professional tour guide tone.
"According to my research, the Blood Moon scene is a randomly triggered weather Easter egg that requires the right timing, location, and luck.
But don't worry, the highlight of our tour today is visiting the ancestral hall of the Uchiha clan as well as the home of our dear Sasuke Uchiha."
"Oh wow! Are we going to Sasuke's house? That's awesome. Can I see his room? I want to know what kind of bed my idol slept on when he was a child. I heard there's a small pond in his backyard where his father taught him to practice the great fireball technique. I want to go there and make a wish for a fire release skill book."
This group of players shows no respect for the tragic significance of this place. In their eyes, this is not a family graveyard but a large immersive theme park filled with storylines, Easter eggs, and check-in points. They chatter and laugh like true tourists, washing away the originally sorrowful atmosphere. At this moment in the central area of this theme park, Sasuke Uchiha sits alone quietly on the steps in front of his home. He has just come out of the hospital. The battle with Naruto, along with the ominous curse mark within him, has left him physically and mentally drained. He returns to this empty home seeking a moment of peace to lick his wounds. With his eyes closed, he recalls that night, remembering everything that man brought him. Hatred gnaws at his heart like a venomous snake. However, this sorrowful solitude belongs solely to him, and it is soon shattered by an approaching incongruous clamor.
"Attention tourists! Ahead is the final stop of this tour, Sasuke Uchiha's residence. As you can see, this house, though somewhat dilapidated, still shows its former grandeur. This is the foundation of Konoha's #1 noble family. Please maintain silence during your visit, do not litter, and avoid touching any historical relics inside. Especially Sasuke-kun's personal belongings. Any violation will result in a fine."
Sasuke suddenly opens his eyes. What did he see? He sees a large crowd of oddly dressed individuals waving little flags and holding booklets, flooding into his family's yard like they were visiting a market. They point and comment on his house.
"While this is Sasuke's home, it actually looks quite big. This decoration style seems a bit outdated. I should suggest the Infrastructure Fanatic Guild to renovate it in a new Chinese style later. Look, there's someone sitting on the steps. Is that Sasuke?"
A Sharpie player spots Sasuke sitting at the door. Instantly, all eyes turn to him, filled with curiosity, excitement, and an intense fervor akin to seeing a rare animal.
"Whoa! It's the real Sasuke. A wild one. He looks so melancholic. The modeling, the aura, it's incredible. I'm in love." "Brothers, a hidden storyline has been triggered. It must be. Quick! Who's going to strike up a conversation?"
Sasuke's mind goes blank. He feels as though he is not sitting at the entrance of his home, but rather in a zoo cage being observed by a group of tourists. Who are these people? Why are they here? What do the terms modeling, storyline, and NPC mean? An unprecedented, absurd sensation washes over him. Just as he is filled with doubt, a bolder female player cautiously approaches. Her face displays a mix of nervousness and excitement, and she holds a square glowing object, a phone, in her hand. She steps in front of Sasuke and timidly asks in a high-pitched voice,
Excuse me. Is this Sasuke Uchiha?
Sasuke does not respond, merely fixing her with his cold, dark gaze. The female player trembles under his stare, but in her pursuit to approach her idol, she musters her courage and extends the phone with a sweet smile.
Sasuke-kun. I am your fan. Can I take a picture with you?
A picture? Sasuke feels he has heard the most ridiculous words in the world. His anger begins to rise uncontrollably. This is the place where his family was slaughtered. It is the root of all his suffering. And now these people invade his place of sorrow as if it were a park and want to take a picture with him. What a humiliation. Sasuke slowly stands up from the steps. He does not look at the female player, but sweeps his gaze over all the players gathered in the yard. Within his dark eyes, two tomos slowly emerge, connecting into a bizarre blood-red three-bladed pinwheel. The Mangekyo Sharingan has not yet activated, but the chilling, bone-piercing killing intent already envelopes the entire yard.
From my home.
His voice is hoarse and deep, as if it comes from the depths of hell.
Get out! Get out!
Sasuke's voice was low, yet the icy killing intent it carried seemed to lower the temperature of the entire courtyard by several degrees. The air froze instantly. Those players who had been chattering excitedly were utterly stunned by this sudden overwhelming aura. They saw it. The black-haired youth's eyes were crimson Sharingan with three tomos slowly rotated, radiating an ominous light. On the game interface, Sasuke's name flashed from its original neutral yellow to a glaring hostile blood red.
Wow, what the? He's angry. An NPC is actually angry. Such an overwhelming presence. Is this truly the power of the Uchiha clan?
So cool. After a brief silence, the players erupted, not in fear, but in even more fervent hushed exclamations. To them, this was no danger at all. It was unmistakably the hallmark of a story cresting into its climax, the prelude to a boss battle. The female player holding her phone aloft, eager for a photo, with Sasuke flushed with exhilaration.
He's looking at me. He's angry at me. This thunder of personality, I love it.
Rather than retreating, she stepped forward eagerly, her expression rapturous.
Sasuke-kun, even your furious face is breathtakingly handsome. Scold me some more.
Sasuke. His mind reeled, struck hard by those words. He could not comprehend it. Truly he could not. Why? Why did his fury, his killing intent, appear to her as coolness? Why did his warning sound to her ears like a plea to scold her further? What then had become of this world?
Chidori.
At last Sasuke's patience snapped. He would utter not another word to these incomprehensible madmen. He would erase them, utterly and irrevocably, from his world by the most direct, most violent means possible. Dazzling lightning coalesced instantly around his right hand. Zzzt. A sharp alien shriek tore through the entire Uchiha compound. Sasuke's figure blurred into a streak of azure lightning, hesitating not a heartbeat, as he charged straight toward the nearest female player still lost in starry-eyed infatuation. He would kill her. He would wash away the shame of his desecrated homeland with her blood. The young woman stared at the lightning expanding rapidly within her pupils, at that handsome face inches away etched with glacial killing intent. She neither flinched nor screamed. Instead, her expression softened into one of transcendent near euphoric bliss. In the final instant, before her life dissolved, she summoned every ounce of strength to press the shutter button on her phone. A crisp click. A flawless portrait, her and the Chidori, was saved. Then her body was pierced by the lightning, her health bar emptied, and she vanished in a flash of white light. In the team chat she left behind her final message, voice brimming with boundless satisfaction and pride.
Girls, I did it! I've got my death portrait with Sasuke-kun, ultra high definition, no blur whatsoever. He really is so cool.
The courtyard fell once more into deathly silence. Sasuke remained frozen mid-lunge, his arm still crackling with fading lightning, yet gripping nothing. He glanced at the spot where she had stood, now occupied only by a strange softly glowing slab her phone. Where was she? Where was the corpse? Why was this happening again just as on the day of the Konoha crush? Why had she died not in terror, but in joy? Sasuke felt his entire worldview shatter, once more, beneath a cataclysmic blow. And the surrounding players, after a moment of stunned silence, erupted into pandemonium.
Whoa! One-shot kill! The Chidori's damage is insane! A death portrait! There's actually a mechanic for that! Girl, you're legendary! Loot dropped. Look, her phone's still there. There must be the photo inside. Grab it, quick!
A nearby player lunged forward in a single bound, racing to seize the relic.
All of you die!
Sasuke's reason shattered completely. He threw back his head and unleashed a roar thick with anguish and fury, his eyes blazing crimson.
Fire release, great fireball technique!
A colossal fireball erupted from his mouth, roaring forth, with incinerating wrath aimed squarely at the players still gleefully debating drop rates. Boom! The entire Uchiha ancestral compound trembled as if shaken to its foundations. Inside the GM realm, Fang Yu reclined comfortably upon his throne, a luminous screen before him displaying Sasuke's relentless one-man rampage in vivid detail. He watched, calmly, as the boy trapped like a caged beast hurled jutsu wildly at the players, while they in turn reveled in absurdity, posing deliberately to receive his techniques, testing damage thresholds with theatrical flair. A satisfied smile curved his lips.
Excellent! Sasuke's darkening progress bar continues to rise steadily. Hatred, rage, and doubt in the very fabric of reality, these are the finest nourishment.
He knew well a healthy sunlit Sasuke would never seek out Orochimaru. He himself must forge the path, step by deliberate step, and guide Sasuke down that thorn-choked, shadowed-raped road. And these delightfully absurd players, they were his most perfect, most effective stirring stick. Just then a cascade of system alerts chimed in his back end. Ding. Player behavior has delivered severe psychological impact upon pivotal narrative character Uchiha Sasuke. His darkening value increased by 10, World Line Deviation increased by 3. 0 World Line Deviation Points awarded 30000. Ding. Detected abnormal chakra disturbance at the Uchiha compound. Konoha High Command has taken notice and is mobilizing. A wry-knowing smile flickered across Fang Yu's lips. He shifted his viewpoint to the Hokage's office. The Hokage's office. Tsunade held a report titled Budget Proposal for Public Bathhouse Repairs, her temples throbbing. Since the influx of the Chosen Ones, the village's public infrastructure damage rate had skyrocketed. Especially the women's bathhouse walls, which required daily repairs. A self-proclaimed art collective kept attempting to bore holes through them for reference studies. Just as she prepared to approve the budget, an ANBU agent materialized before her, silent, swift, and spectral.
Report, Hokage-sama. A massive chakra disturbance has erupted at the Uchiha compound. What?
Tsunade's brow furrowed.
Enemy incursion. No, not exactly.
The ANBU's voice sounded more strained, and infinitely more baffled than ever before.
It is Uchiha Sasuke engaging in combat with a group of Chosen Ones. According to live footage transmitted from the site, Sasuke is executing them unilaterally. And the Chosen Ones, rather than retaliate, are lining up voluntarily to be slain.
Tsunade. Her mind struggled to process the sheer cognitive dissonance.
Show me the feed.
She drew a slow, deep breath and commanded firmly. Instantly her crystal orb flared to life, revealing Sasuke, breath, ragged eyes burning red, unleashing jutsu in frenzied succession. Before him players stood in a perfectly orderly queue. At its head one shouted loudly.
Next. It's my turn, Sasuke-kun. Hit me with a great fireball. Make it big. Thanks.
Tsunade spat a mouthful of sake directly onto the crystal orb, drenching its surface as she stared at this scene, worthy of a masterpiece in the annals of surrealism.
What in the hell is going on here?
She slammed her palm onto the desk, mercifully restrained this time,
and roared at the Anbu. Immediately. Dispatch forces, now, and eject every last one of those lunatics from the Uchiha restricted zone. And bring Sasuke back, immediately. Place him under strict confinement. No, better yet send him straight to the psychiatric ward. Summon the Yamanaka clan, have them probe his mind. Has he been infected by that rabble? The Uchiha ruins have now completely transformed into a sea of joy. Sasuke's chakra is nearly depleted. He gasps for breath kneeling on the ground, his Sharingan shedding blood tears from overuse. He looks at the scene before him where the enemies whom he has repeatedly struck down with ninjutsu now crowd even more densely than before. His heart is filled with unprecedented despair. They cannot be killed. This group cannot be killed. He pierces their hearts with Chidori, and they laugh as they transform into white light only to reappear moments later at the back of the line ready to queue again. He incinerates them with a great fireball technique, and they excitedly discuss the damage assessment and burning effects of fire release in the team chat. He even attempts to cast an illusion on one of them with his Sharingan. As a result, the player sees himself drawing 5 gold cards in a row in the illusion, so happy that he faints on the spot. Upon waking, he clings to Sasuke's leg crying and insisting on recognizing him as his godfather, claiming he can bring good luck. Sasuke is on the brink of collapse. He feels as though he is not fighting but playing the role of a pathetic clown on a grand stage meant for others' amusement. Why? Why? He mumbles to himself, his gaze hollow. The players across from him are still engaged in their unique interaction. Brothers, it seems the boss is out of mana. We have entered phase 2. Quick! Where's the healer? Oh, we don't have one. Who has roasted wild boar? Let's send some to the boss to recover his mana so we can continue. I have a power mushroom here. Should we let him try it? Maybe it will trigger berserk mode. Just as this absurd atmosphere was reaching its peak, a dozen masked figures silently appeared around the battlefield like ghosts. They are the Anbu. They have received a death order from Tsunade to clean up the area. The leading Anbu captain, upon seeing this magical scene, couldn't help but twitch beneath his mask. But he quickly regained the composure of a professional ninja. Target all chosen ones illegally invading the Uchiha forbidden grounds. Action plan: eliminate them. Note: do not engage in any unnecessary communication with the target. Their language has a high degree of psychological contamination. Action commence. At the captain's command, the dozen Anbu, like grim reapers in the night, instantly launched their attack. They did not use flashy ninjutsu. All their techniques were the simplest and most efficient assassination forms. Stab. 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 Cold light flashed and blood splattered. In an instant, dozens of players waiting in line for death had their throats cleanly slit by the Anbu's kunai and short blades. Their movements were fast, precise, and brutal, filled with a professional aesthetic. However, the scene they envisioned of the enemies being cleared and the situation controlled did not occur. Instead, the group of chosen ones, after a brief moment of shock, erupted into even more intense, joyous cheers. Whoa! They respawned! They respawned! It's an elite monster! Anbu elite monster! Damn! The damage is so high! It's even higher than Sasuke's normal attack. Look at their movements! So cool! This modeling is even more impressive than special effects movies. Brothers, stop queuing to attack Sasuke. A new boss has arrived. Charge! Kill them! They must drop good loot. They might even drop masks. The players who were originally waiting in line instantly turned their weapons around. They looked at the Anbu radiating an elite monster aura, their eyes gleaming with a wolf-like green light. They howled like hyenas, catching the scent of blood, and charged at the dozen Anbu. The Anbu captain was left dumbfounded. The team members behind him were also stunned. They are the Anbu, the most elite shadow troops directly under the Hokage, executing the dirtiest tasks. They are the blades of Konoha that instill fear in their enemies. When have they ever been surrounded by a crowd with looks of watching for rare drops? Stay steady. Form a formation. The Anbu captain forced himself to calm down and immediately issued orders.
The dozen Umbu quickly backed up to form a defensive formation, vigilantly watching the madmen charging toward them.
Infrastructure Maniac Guild. Follow me. Use our walls to trap them. The infrastructure maniac leads the charge. Behind him dozens of players, each holding a large door or wall panel, which they had no idea where it came from, forming a makeshift mobile shield wall to try to surround the Umbu. Shinong Squad. Get ready. Once they are surrounded, throw in the mushroom bombs. Let them experience what pure land of ultimate bliss is. Medicine must not stop.
Wears a cruel smile. The Umbu captain watches this group of enemies using door panels as shields and mushrooms as weapons. He feels his ninja worldview being repeatedly ground into the dirt.
Body flicker technique. Breakout.
No longer hesitating, he immediately issued the most correct command. Fighting a positional war against these madmen is absolutely insane. The dozen figures instantly turned into afterimages, slipping through the gaps in the player's flawed shield wall. Their speed was too fast. The players could not react at all. However, just as they thought, they had successfully broken through. A lewd and sinister laugh echoed from above their heads.
Hee! Want to run? Did you ask me, the cowboy who ropes?
The Umbu looked up. Above their escape route, a massive net woven from countless vines, ropes, and even players' belts descended from the sky. Behind the net were dozens of players, their faces filled with the joy of harvest.
They are caught. They are caught. Ha ha ha. I knew they would break out from this direction. Brothers, reel them in. Extra meal tonight.
The elite Umbu, seasoned by countless battles, were thus captured by a net made of belts, all in one fell swoop. They struggled wildly within the net like a bunch of caught sardines, but it was futile. The net was unexpectedly resilient. The Umbu captain, hanging in midair, looked down at the jubilant crowd below, who were already discussing who to loot first for equipment. A wave of unprecedented immense sorrow surged in his heart. He recalled the vow he made when he joined the Umbu, to give his life for the Hokage and to eradicate darkness for the village. He remembered the countless life-and-death missions he had executed. He felt like a hero. But now he felt like a joke. He silently pulled out a specially made explosive tag with a self-destruct feature from his pocket. He made his decision. Even in death, he would die with dignity. He would never allow these madmen to strip him of his clothing and treat him as a trophy.
Lord Hokage, forgive me for my incompetence.
He closed his eyes, ready to detonate himself. Stop. Just as the Dark Squad leader prepared to take everyone away, with a semblance of dignity, a gentle yet undeniably authoritative voice suddenly came from nearby. All the players, who were reveling, and the members of the Dark Squad, who were struggling in despair, turned their gaze toward the sound. At the entrance of the Uchiha ruins, a young man dressed simply, and appearing unremarkable, was slowly walking toward them. A wry smile of helplessness, as if watching a mischievous child, hung on his face. He was Fang Yu, the village chief of Earth Village, the nominal leader of all players. The village chief. The village chief is here. What the heck? The GM is coming down personally. Everyone look. The village chief is here to inspect our work. Upon seeing Fang Yu, the players immediately stopped their movements, standing respectfully, as if awaiting a leader's review. Fang Yu's presence exuded an invisible aura. He did not use any ninjutsu, but the pressure belonging to the world manager instinctively silenced all players. Fang Yu approached the large net that held over a dozen members of the Dark Squad and looked up. Then, in a tone of disappointment, as if scolding a wayward child, he addressed the surrounding players. Is this how you greet the law enforcement personnel of Konoha? They are here to maintain order, not to be treated as bosses for you to farm. Look at yourselves. What kind of appearance is this? Is there no longer a shred of decency among U.S. Earth Village citizens? His words were heavy. Yet instead of anger, the players lowered their heads, revealing expressions of "we were wrong. Village chief, we were wrong. We just got a bit carried away with the game. It's mainly because the masks they dropped were too cool." Fang Yu looked at this group of players, admitting their mistakes, secretly amused. He understood their psychology too well. With them one cannot simply suppress, nor can one indulge them completely. One must employ both kindness and authority, giving them a sense that although we are very free, the village chief is our ultimate support. Release them all. Fang Yu waved his hand. All right. The players immediately scrambled to lower the large net. The dozen or so members of the Dark Squad were finally freed. They appeared disheveled, but their eyes were filled with vigilance and shock. They stared intently at Fang Yu. Who exactly is this man? How could he, with just a few words, make this group of seemingly indestructible madmen obedient to him? There was no sense of any powerful chakra fluctuation emanating from him. Yet standing there, he gave off an oppressive feeling that was even more terrifying than facing a tailed beast. The Dark Squad leader quietly retracted the explosive tag he had prepared to detonate. His instincts told him that any reckless movement in front of this man would be tantamount to seeking death. This gentleman must be the commander of the Dark Squad, right? Fang Yu approached the Dark Squad leader, smiling warmly and amicably. I am Fang Yu, the village chief of Earth Village. My villagers have caused you trouble, and I apologize on their behalf. His attitude was humble and polite, leaving no room for criticism. However, the Dark Squad leader felt a cold sweat breaking out on his back. He dared not speak, and merely nodded cautiously. All right, you all can disperse now. Fang Yu turned to the surrounding players and said, this is not a place for you to linger. If you want to play, there are plenty of places in the village for you. Do not disturb the peace of the deceased here. Yes, village chief. The players responded in unison, then reluctantly glanced back at Sasuke, who was still gasping for breath on the ground, and the cool-looking members of the Dark Squad. Then they orderly evacuated the Uchiha ruins. Upon arrival, they had swept through like locusts. Upon leaving, it was as if the tide had receded. In the blink of an eye, only Fang Yu, the dozen Dark Squad members, and the still bewildered Sasuke remained in the Uchiha ruins. Well then, I should go and face Lord Hokage to apologize. Fang Yu smiled slightly at the Dark Squad leader, then turned and walked toward the Hokage building. The Dark Squad leader watched his departing figure, feeling as if he had just awakened from a nightmare. He immediately ordered 2 team members to take the exhausted Sasuke back to the hospital. Then he himself took the remaining members and rushed back to the Hokage's office as fast as possible. He needed to immediately report intelligence regarding this man named Fang Yu to Lord Hokage. This man was 1,000 times more dangerous than all those undying ones combined. Hokage's office. Tsunade was anxiously awaiting news from the front lines. When she heard the Dark Squad leader report Fang Yu's appearance conveyed in a tone of having survived a catastrophe, and his feats of turning ships to ashes in the blink of an eye, her expression grew unprecedentedly grave. One person controlled thousands of chosen ones. Is he that GM? Tsunade's heart was stirred by turbulent waves. Just then, there was a knock at the office door. Come in. The door was pushed open. Walking in was none other than the protagonist of the report, Fang Yu. He still bore that harmless demeanor with a gentle smile, as if he were a big boy from the neighborhood. Good day, Fifth Hokage. He slightly bowed, performing a standard gesture. I am Fang Yu, the village chief of Earth Village. It's a pleasure to meet you. Tsunade stared at him, trying to discern even the slightest flaw from his demeanor. But she failed. The man before her was like a bottomless lake, calm and undisturbed, yet utterly inscrutable, hiding who knows what beneath the surface. What brings you here? Tsunade's tone was cold and wary. Of course I'm here to resolve the issue. Fang Yu's face displayed a familiar smile to Tsunade, one belonging to a shrewd businessman. He pulled out a beautifully bound document printed on fine parchment from his pocket. On the cover of the document in gold lettering was a title that read, Feasibility Report and Business Cooperation Plan for Developing the Uchiha Ruins into a Patriotic Education Base and Historical and Cultural Tourism Scenic Area. Tsunade. She looked at the plan, exuding the stench of capitalism, and then at Fang Yu's face, filled with sincere expressions of win-win cooperation. She felt her fists clench once more, and this time it was harder than ever before. Tsunade felt her temples throbbing. She swore that since becoming Hokage, she had encountered more absurd documents than she had consumed alcohol in her entire life. However, this one before her was so outrageous that she felt a strong urge to capture the author right on the spot, and use the creation rebirth technique to reshape their brain structure. This was the first time she had seen something like it.
Patriotic Education Base. Historical and Cultural Tourism Scenic Area.
Tsunade read each word of the title on the proposal slowly, each character seeming to be squeezed out from between her teeth.
Are you serious? Of course.
Fang Yu replied, still wearing that refreshing standard business negotiation smile. He completely ignored Tsunade's fiery gaze and flipped to the first page of the proposal.
Hokagesama, please take a look. He pointed at a pie chart on the page, explaining it in a professional tone as if presenting to a board. According to our preliminary market research from Earth Village, currently among my villagers, that is the chosen ones, a staggering 73. 5 of users have a strong interest in the Uchiha IP. Moreover, over half of these users have a very high engagement and willingness to spend on the core character Uchiha Sasuke. This is a vast untapped market. It's a gold mine, Hokagesama.
Tsunade listened to these terms that she couldn't fully comprehend, but felt she somewhat understood, her mind turning into a muddled mess. IP. Users. Willingness to spend. What on earth are these terms? So, Fang Yu turned to the next page, revealing a beautifully designed effect diagram. In the diagram, the once ruined Uchiha site was transformed into a scenic area that combined traditional Japanese style with modern elements. Sasuke's home was remodeled into the Uchiha Sasuke Memorial Hall, with a sign at the entrance stating admission by ticket 500 ryo per person. The ancestral hall of the Uchiha clan had turned into the Museum of Sharingan Evolution, displaying various forged scrolls and models. Even the streets from the night of the clan massacre were preserved, as they were with a sign indicating a best photo spot nearby.
Our plan is to carry out protective development on the Uchiha site.
Fang Yu's voice was filled with passion.
We do not destroy history, we only serve as its carriers. We will transform this place into a comprehensive cultural tourism project that integrates visiting, learning, experiencing, and spending. We can launch Uchiha Onadi tour package, including visiting Sasuke's home, listening to the story of the clan's downfall, and experiencing kunai throwing, among other activities. We can even develop a series of peripheral products. For example, Sasuke-style wristbands, Ataka-style necklaces, and Sharingan contact lenses. Hokagesama, just imagine how much economic benefit this would bring to Konoha. These profits could fully cover the expenses for the village's reconstruction, and perhaps even allow for a pay raise for every ninja.
Tsunade was utterly dumbfounded. She gazed at Fang Yu's face, slightly flushed with excitement, and the glint of greedy wisdom in his eyes. For the first time, she felt an absurd sensation of, am I living in a dream? Turning a family's massacre into a tourism project. And selling tickets and merchandise. Is this something a human can do? This was 1,000 times crazier than that old man Danzo.
You?
Tsunade opened her mouth, but found she couldn't utter a single word of rebuttal. Because Fang Yu's final statement about raising the ninjas' salaries had damn it precisely hit her soft spot. Konoha is indeed in dire need of money right now. The scars of war, the village's reconstruction, the disbursement of pensions. Each item involves astronomical figures. She was currently in a desperate situation over finances. Yet this man before her had painted a colossal pie for her. A pie filled with the stench of copper, but also exuding a deadly allure.
As for the profit sharing,
Fang Yu seemed to see through her thoughts, and timely threw out the final bait.
It's simple, a 7,030 split. You Konoha provide the land and the historical IP. We Earth Village provide the people, technology, and management plan. The final profits will be 70 for us, 30 for you. You must be dreaming.
Tsunade almost reflexively shouted.
Hey Hokagesama, don't be in such a hurry. Fang Yu's smile became even more sincere.
We are 70, you are 30. However, our Earth Village can bear all the initial investments and operating costs.
You don't have to do anything, just nod and stamp. Then every month you can relax in your office and wait to collect money. What do we call this? This is called risk-free investment. Moreover,
Fang Yu lowered his voice, speaking in a tone filled with temptation.
if this project succeeds, we can develop even more projects thereafter. For example, the park of the final battle site of the first Hokage Shinji Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, or the 3 Sannin legend-themed hot spring inn. We could even host the first Ninja World Martial Arts Tournament live-streamed worldwide, and just from ticket sales and advertising fees you could count money until your hands cramp.
Tsunade fell silent. She looked at Fang Yu's face, so close yet seemingly capable of bewitching hearts. She felt as if she was not facing just a person, but a demon named Capital from another world. She wanted to refuse. Her reason, her dignity, her pride, as Hokage, all told her to reject. But when she thought of the mountain of bills, and the ninjas in the village sighing due to insufficient funding, she couldn't bring herself to say get lost.
I need to think about it.
Eventually she squeezed out this phrase through clenched teeth. Fang Yu smiled.
No problem, Hokage-sama.
He respectfully placed the proposal on Tsunade's 5th desk.
I look forward to your good news.
After saying this, he bowed slightly again, then turned and left the Hokage's office gracefully. In the office, only Tsunade remained staring blankly at the proposal, exuding a demonic aura. After a long time, she quietly took out a large abacus from her drawer. She began to click away, rapidly calculating.
If tickets are 500 Ryo each, and 1,000 chosen ones come in a day, that would be 500,000 Ryo. A month would be 15 million Ryo. We take 30, which means 5 million Ryo. Seems that's quite a lot.
In the village of Mai at the hospital, Sasuke lay on the hospital bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. His body had mostly recovered under the treatment of medical ninjas. However, his spirit was on the brink of collapse. The battle at the Uchiha ruins replayed in his mind like an unending nightmare. Those invincible monsters. Those lunatics who treated his ninjutsu as mere fireworks. Those people who lined up begging him to kill them. All of this had completely overturned his understanding of battle and strength. His proud Sharingan and his painstakingly practiced Chidori seemed so laughable, so powerless in front of those immortals. What brought him even more humiliation was that he heard that after he was brought back by the Umbu, that damned 5th Hokage actually approved the so-called Uchiha theme park plan. Now the entire Uchiha ruins had been surrounded by a group of self-proclaimed infrastructure maniacs, using various strange tools, conducting so-called protective development. He even heard that they planned to erect a life-size statue of him right at his doorstep for people to take pictures with. Each photo would cost 100 Ryo. Sasuke felt his dignity was being ground down by this group of people, as if they were using sandpaper on him. Just then, the window of the hospital room was quietly pushed open from the outside. 4 figures flashed in like phantoms. They were dressed in strange attire emanating a cold and sinister chakra. They were the Sound Ninja Force sent by Orochimaru to invite Sasuke to Suzaku-kin and the twins Sakon and Yukon. You are Uchiha Sasuke, correct? The leader Zaku looked down at Sasuke on the bed, with an air of superiority. You don't seem that impressive. Seriously, why would Lord Orochimaru have any interest in someone like you? Sasuke slowly shifted his gaze towards them. His eyes were cold and hollow, devoid of any emotion. In the past, he might have felt anger at such provocation, and would have acted to prove himself. But now, after experiencing the spiritual baptism by those immortals, he felt that these 4 seemingly powerful individuals were not that special. At least, they appeared to be killable. Lord Orochimaru is willing to bestow upon you true power. Sakon said in a sarcastic tone, as long as you come with us, you will gain the power necessary to take revenge on that man. Power. Sasuke whispered the word, a self-deprecating curve forming at the corner of his mouth. He recalled the ecstatic expression on the face of that female player when he pierced through her body with Chidori. He remembered the thrill of burning a group of people to ashes with his great fireball, and their excited shouts in the team channel. Suddenly he felt that the power he pursued was nothing but a joke. The Sound Ninja 4 frowned as they observed Sasuke, who appeared half dead, and seemed to have lost interest in everything. This was not what they had anticipated. According to Lord Orochimaru's analysis, at this time Uchiha Sasuke should be a Chunin youth filled with a thirst for power, consumed by extreme resentment and jealousy after being defeated by his brother in Naruto. They only needed to tempt him slightly with power, and he would obediently follow them like a dog that had caught a whiff of blood. But now this Sasuke seemed more like a enlightened monk who had seen through the world. "Hey kid, did you even understand what we just said?" The most irritable Ken said impatiently. "If you don't give us an answer soon, we'll have to take you with us by force." At that moment, the door to the hospital room was suddenly pushed open violently from the outside with a loud bang. A player walked in swaggeringly holding his phone and live streaming. "Hey everyone. Let's get some gifts going. Today the streamer is taking you on a tour of the VIP ward at Konoha Hospital. What we are seeing now is the exclusive ward of one of Konoha's F4 Uchiha Sasuke. Look at this environment, this lighting. Tis truly befitting of a prince." The Sound Ninja 4 and Sasuke all turned their gazes towards this unexpected intruder. The player also noticed the 4 additional figures in the hospital room. He was momentarily stunned. Then a burst of ecstatic light exploded in his eyes. "What the hell? Brothers? It's a spawn. It's a new map's elite monster." He looked at the Sound Ninja 4's peculiar appearances, and the evil aura they emitted, nearly drooling. 4 of them. All at once. And they're all humanoid monsters. This drop rate is absolutely insane. Without saying another word, he pulled out a brand new standard katana he had just exchanged from the Konoha Reputation shop using merit points. Then, looking at the Sound Ninja 4, with the eyes of someone seeing gold coin goblins, he excitedly shouted, "Come at me all together. I, the king of singles, am going to take you all on today." The Sound Ninja 4 were left speechless. They stared at this crazy figure before them, clutching a katana, muttering words they could not comprehend with an expression of "I'm about to hit the jackpot." The 4 were plunged into deep confusion. Was this also a ninja from Konoha? Why did he look even more like a villain than they did? Seeking death. Ken was the first to react, feeling insulted. He formed hand seals and spat out a gigantic spider web, directly wrapping the player up like a zonzi. Then he walked up to the bound player, showing a cruel smile. "Kid, remember to speak politely in your next life." He raised the kunai in his hand, ready to finish him off. Yet the bound player did not plead for mercy. Instead, he became even more excited. "It's a control skill. Brothers, did you see that? It's the spider web bind. This boss can control. Quick! Record this. Record it. Get all his skill data written down." He frantically shouted in the team channel. Poochie. The kunai pierced through his heart. He transformed into a beam of white light and vanished, leaving behind a brand new katana and a still flickering phone. The Sound Ninja 4 stared at this bizarre scene, collectively petrified. They exchanged glances, seeing in each other's eyes a hint of the same confusion and fear they had felt when facing Deidara and Sasori. What the hell was that? On the hospital bed, Sasuke watched this scene, his face devoid of any expression. He even quietly shrank back into the bed. He felt that these 4 seemingly powerful individuals were about to face a great disaster. The 4 members of the Sound Ninja felt their worldview being reshaped repeatedly by an incomprehensible force. What was that just now? Jirobo's voice was somewhat hoarse as he pointed to the katana and phone lying on the ground. Is it some kind of advanced substitution technique? Why did the equipment remain here too? No, something's not right. Zoken's expression turned extremely serious as his mismatched pupils fixed intently on the empty ground. I can feel it, his life force has truly vanished. But there's no soul fluctuation. It's as if he was never a living being. Who cares what it is? Kisame's face was filled with irritation and a hint of barely perceptible fear. If another one shows up, I'll just kill it too. I refuse to believe that Konoha has an endless supply of these monsters. As soon as he finished speaking, a flurry of chaotic footsteps sounded from the doorway of the hospital room. Moments later, 7 or 8 players blocked the door to the hospital room, peering in with excitement and greed evident on their faces.
This is the place. The last coordinates of the Dual King are right here. Damn. There are really 4 elite monsters. Brothers, we're going to make a fortune. Don't act impulsively. Just now Dual King said that the one who spits webs can control. We must strategize.
A player who looked like the squad leader stepped out from the crowd and shouted loudly at the 4 members of the Sound Ninja inside.
Hey!
The 4 bosses inside listened. We are from the Konoha peace negotiation delegation. Our leader said that if you reveal the drop list of that outfit you're wearing, we'll let you off today. The Sound Ninja looked at each other, feeling as if their brains had turned into a boiling pot of porridge as they listened to this nonsense, and saw the eager madman at the door. Outfits. Drop list. What kind of code is this? Is it a new interrogation method from Konoha? Just when both sides were at a stalemate, Sasuke slowly sat up from the hospital bed. He glanced at the players at the door, who had started discussing which boss to focus fire on, and then at the 4 Sound Ninja, who were beginning to question their lives. He suddenly felt he could not stay in this place for even a second longer. He wanted to leave. Immediately, right now. To escape this village filled with madness and absurdity. To seek true pure power that could make him stronger.
I'll go with you.
Sasuke's voice was terrifyingly calm.
Huh?
The Sound Ninja were momentarily stunned, not yet reacting.
I said I'll go with you.
Sasuke repeated, leaping off the bed, with a glint of resolve in his eyes.
Take me to Orochimaru.
The Sound Ninja exchanged glances, and saw joy in each other's eyes. Although the process was bizarre, the outcome was favorable. Task completed.
Very good. You know how to be smart.
Jirobo feigned calmness as he said,
Follow us.
Without another word, the 4 ignored the group of negotiators at the door, crashing through another window and disappearing into the night with Sasuke.
Damn. The boss is taking the key NPC away. It's an escort mission. Chase them. We must not let them get away.
The players at the door immediately reacted, shouting as they rushed out. At the entrance of Konoha, the night had deepened. Sasuke and the Sound Ninja avoided all patrolling ninjas and arrived here. Once he stepped through this gate, he would completely bid farewell to the past and embark on an irreversible path. Just as he was about to take that step, a voice he least wanted to hear came from behind.
Sasuke-kun.
It was Sakura. She stood under a tree not far away, the moonlight casting over her face, her emerald green eyes brimming with tears. The next scene unfolded exactly as Sasuke remembered, or rather just like in the original story. Sakura's pleas, her attempts to retain him, her confessions.
Sasuke-kun, please don't go. If you must leave, take me with you.
Sasuke's heart twinged slightly. But he knew he had to sever all ties. He appeared behind Sakura, raising his hand to strike her unconscious. However, just as his hand was about to fall, a rustling, suppressed excitement came from the bushes nearby.
Quick, quick, quick! This is the spot. The streamer found it. It's the classic scene of confession under the moon. Wow! Up close, Sakura looks so heartbroken. The modeling is incredible. Streamer quickly focused the camera on Sasuke. I want to see a close-up of his handsome face. Brothers, seeing it is a win.
For those who want to see the follow-up battle in the Valley of the End, spam the rockets.
Sasuke's body froze in midair. He slowly turned his head to look at the bushes where the sound had come from.
In the bushes, 7 or 8 players were holding their phones, like a group of professional war correspondents conducting a live broadcast from all angles with no blind spots. The leading player, seeing Sasuke looking over, not only showed no fear, but instead excitedly waved at the camera and whispered,
"Oh no, we've been discovered. Brother Sasuke is looking over. Does he think the streamer is too handsome and got attracted?"
Sasuke. He felt that the slight sadness, the resolve, and the sense of a tragic ritual belonging to a defector he had painstakingly cultivated in his heart were completely crushed in that instant. His anger exploded again with an unprecedented intensity.
Ah!
He no longer attempted to knock Sakura out. Instead, he unleashed a Chidori towards the bush that was still providing live commentary. Boom! Lightning flashed and plants flew. The few players left behind the last messages of,
"Damn! The streamer got taken out,"
and
"The boss is fierce,"
before vanishing into white light, while Sakura, startled by this sudden turn of events, fainted on the spot. Sasuke looked at Sakura lying on the ground, then glanced at the charred bushes he had blasted. He felt that he was not a vengeful avenger burdened with deep-seated hatred, but rather a public executioner in front of the whole world. He could no longer bear. He used all his strength to let out a roar filled with humiliation and anger, then, without looking back, he charged out of the gates of Konoha. He vowed he never wanted to return to this damned village filled with madness again. The Hokage's office. Although the day has yet to dawn, the room is already brightly lit. Tsunade's face bears two large dark circles, her eyes filled with bloodshot anger. In front of her stands a line of equally tense, high-ranking officials from Konoha. Shikaku, Hayashi, and Dingzwa, the clan leaders of the three families, all present. Yuga Hizashi also stands solemnly to the side. On the ground lies a pink-haired girl who has just awakened from unconsciousness, still sobbing uncontrollably. It's Sakura.
"I will say it again, Sakura."
Tsunade's voice is hoarse and filled with suppressed rage.
"Are you certain you saw Sasuke willingly leave with those 4 sound ninja?" "Yes. Yes, Lady Tsunade,"
Sakura replied through her sobs.
"I also heard. I heard him say he was going to find Orochimaru." "Nonsense."
Tsunade slammed her fist down on the newly replaced pure iron office desk, creating a loud noise. With a loud crash, the pure iron surface was dented by her strike. Everyone present instinctively took a half-step back.
"The Uchiha clan! The Uchiha clan!"
Tsunade gritted her teeth and growled.
"Is there not one who can ease my mind? First it was Madara, then Obito, though she was still unaware, and now it's Sasuke. One after another, they seem possessed, all wanting to get involved with dangerous individuals like Orochimaru. Lord Hokage, this is not the time to assign blame."
Nara Shikaku, the calmest one present, spoke up.
"Sasuke is a ninja of Konoha, and he carries the bloodline of the Sharingan within him.
No matter what, we cannot let him fall into Orochimaru's hands."
"I agree," Yuga Hizashi said solemnly.
"The power of the Sharingan, if utilized by Orochimaru, would lead to unimaginable consequences."
"Then what are we waiting for?"
Tsunade shouted.
"Immediately organize a pursuit team. Bring that reckless little brat back to me." "But Lord Hokage,"
Yamanka Ino's face showed a hint of difficulty.
"Who should we send? The opposing side consists of 4 elite Jonin-level sound ninja, and Sasuke himself is no easy opponent.
Ordinary Jinin and Chunin are simply no match." "Then send Jonin." "Where's Kakashi?"
"Asuma."
"Guy." "Well?"
One Anbu in the corner weakly interjected. "Jonin Kakashi. Since the last time he ran away, he has taken a long leave under the pretext of needing recovery from mental trauma, and is currently at home studying the latest tactics of intimate paradise. Jonin Asuma is busy dealing with a massive brawl that erupted at the Akimichi clan's barbecue restaurant due to meat theft. As for Jonin Guy,"
the Anbu's voice grew even stranger,
"he is currently being surrounded by a group of chosen ones revered as the Guy Emperor, and is participating in a mysterious ritual called youth training, reportedly including but not limited to dancing in tight clothes and using teeth to open beer bottles."
Tsunade. She felt her veins were about to explode. Is there not one in all of Konoha who can ease her mind? Just as she was on the verge of losing her temper, a gentle voice came from the doorway of the office.
"Lord Hokage, if you are troubled by the selection of the pursuit team, perhaps our Earth village can offer a little help."
Everyone turned to look. They saw Fang Yu, still wearing that harmless smile, slowly walking in from outside. His appearance instantly made the atmosphere in the entire office grow tense. Tsunade looked at him, her gaze filled with vigilance and disgust. Every time she saw that face, it reminded her of the damn theme park proposal.
"What are you here for?"
Tsunade's tone was quite unfriendly.
I heard that the Uchiha Sasuke in the village seems to have run away from home.
Fang Yu's face displayed the just right surprise and concern.
This is no small matter. He is the core IP of our Uchiha theme park project, our spokesperson. If he runs away, the commercial value of our project will undoubtedly suffer greatly.
Tsunade's fist clenched harder. She swore that if it weren't for the fact that she couldn't beat him, she would want to smash this man's face into a pig's head right now.
So, she squeezed out 3 words through clenched teeth.
Therefore our Earth village is willing and very eager to assist Konoha in this Sasuke retrieval operation.
Fang Yu's smile turned incredibly sincere.
This is not only for Konoha, but also for our mutual commercial interests.
We can package this as a large-scale online and offline interactive event. I've even thought of a name for the event. Let's call it.
Fang Yu paused, speaking in a tone filled with passion and fervor, each word emphasized.
The battle for Sasuke. We can announce this mission to all my villagers. Let them participate in this grand search event. Lord Hokage, just think about it. Thousands, no tens of thousands of tireless, fearless chosen ones forming a net to search for one person. Don't say he ran to the land of rice. Even if he ran to the moon, we could bring him back to you.
Tsunade and all the high-ranking officials in Konoha were dumbfounded. They looked at Fang Yu's flushed face out of excitement, and felt as if they were not discussing a serious pursuit mission, but rather listening to a crazy pyramid scheme leader holding a rally, packaging the pursuit of a rogue ninja as an event. And it would even be broadcast globally. This is just too ridiculous. However, they had to admit, this seemingly absurd proposal seemed, damn it, to have a bit of logic. Using tens of thousands of seemingly indestructible monsters as human search engines, this efficiency is indeed much higher than sending a few elite teams.
Lord Hokage,
Fang Yu noticed their wavering resolve and pressed on.
What are you hesitating for?
Tsunade ultimately agreed. She was not persuaded by Fang Yu's elaborate business theories. She simply felt that sending the group of madmen to deal with another group of madmen Orochimaru and the sound ninjas might create some unexpected negative multiplied by negative equals positive chemical reaction. Using poison to counter poison. Using magic to defeat magic. Moreover, as Fang Yu said, she truly had no one she could rely on right now. Instead of sending a few teams to their deaths, it was better to stir the murky waters even further. Thus, after receiving the official authorization from the Hokage, Fang Yu unhesitatingly pressed the button that would make the entire game world erupt with excitement. In the next second, all online players, regardless of where they were or what they were doing, found a massive, unprecedented announcement of a blazing world-class epic quest popping up before them. World Event: The Battle for Sasuke. Quest background: the genius boy of Konoha, the last heir of the Uchiha clan, a core storyline character, your second pillar. Uchiha Sasuke, after being subjected to a relentless mental assault from members of the Akatsuki organization, yes, that includes me, the gambling boss Tsunade, an unknown quack Dr. Sakura, and countless well-meaning villagers, his fragile heart finally crumbled, choosing to side with the evil scientist Orochimaru in search of the elusive power. The future of Konoha and the direction of the world will change because of this. And you, the chosen ones, will become the key players in this historical torrent. Quest Faction: 2 major factions freely selectable. Faction 1: Konoha Pursuit Force Justice Faction. Quest objective: catch up to Sasuke and use the iron fist of love and justice to persuade him back to Konoha. Quest rewards: massive Konoha reputation merit points, the opportunity to learn Konoha's secret ninjutsu, and the unique limited title of Heir of the Mouth Escape. Faction Leader: Nara Shikamaru, a genius who hates trouble. Faction 2: Sound Ninja Guard Chaos Faction. Quest objective: assist the Sound Ninja Quartet in safely escorting Sasuke to Orochimaru's base. Quest rewards: massive Orochimaru technology reputation, the opportunity to gain experience with the Curse Seal, and the unique limited title of Believer in Science. Faction Leader: Kimimaro, a sickly beautiful young boss about to make an appearance. Special note: this event will adopt a brand new dynamic battlefield mode. Player choices will dynamically affect the storyline's direction. Every decision you make could create an entirely new ending. This announcement detonated like 10,000 tons of TNT within the player community. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? The battle for Sasuke. It's the battle for Sasuke. Two major factions. Can we choose the villain faction to side with Orochimaru? This game is too free. Heir of the Mouth Escape. This title sounds promising. I want to learn Naruto's mouth escape and take down the boss. Don't be silly upstairs. Choose Sound Ninja. Curse Seal experience opportunity. Isn't that like transforming into a Super Saiyan? That's so awesome. The Hokage's office. The atmosphere was so tense it felt as if one could wring water from it. Tsunade sat heavily behind her brand new desk forged from pure iron, feeling a familiar dull ache beginning to throb in her temples. This desk was hastily made by the logistics department overnight, reportedly capable of withstanding a direct hit from a tail beast's Jinchuriki. She felt satisfied at least it could last a bit longer now. Before her stood a boy with a vacant gaze, his face clearly expressing, "I want to go home and sleep." Nara Shikamaru. So Hokage-sama Shikamaru yawned, speaking in a lethargic tone, as if he might vanish with the wind at any moment. You mean to say that I am to lead a team primarily composed of chosen ones to carry out this rank mission to pursue Uchiha Sasuke? Exactly. Tsunade's response was simple, blunt, and unequivocal. The corner of Shikamaru's eye twitched involuntarily. Chosen ones. Those are the ones who roam the village, treating the Uchiha Forbidden Area like a park, using the Umbu as bosses to grind, and even attempting to open a ramen shop on Hokage Rock. Me lead them. Shikamaru felt that this was 1,000 times more terrifying than facing the entire Akatsuki by himself. Why? Me? He voiced a question that came from the depths of his soul. Because you are the smartest person in Konoha, Tsunade replied with equal conviction. Only your mind could possibly comprehend the behavioral logic of those lunatics. And only you could lead them out of the village without destroying too much public property. This reasoning sounded quite reasonable, but Shikamaru couldn't feel happy about it at all. He felt as if he weren't being entrusted with an important responsibility, but rather assigned to act as a temporary director of a large mental hospital. Can I? Refuse. Shikamaru asked in a hopeful, mosquito-like voice. What do you think? Tsunade silently clenched her fist. The pure iron desk emitted a faint groan. I understand. Shikamaru immediately changed his tone, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. I guarantee I will complete the mission. Very good. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. Now head to the village entrance. Your troops have already assembled there. Remember, Shikamaru, the future of the village, the reputation of Konoha, and my office desk budget for next month are all entrusted to you. Shikamaru trudged out of the Hokage's office. He felt as if he were not walking towards the village entrance, but rather heading towards a bottomless abyss named Trouble. When he arrived at the gates of Konoha, he finally understood how specific the trouble that Tsunade had mentioned truly was. Thousands of players, a sea of black, had completely blocked the entrance to the village. They were not assembled nor lined up. Instead, they had spontaneously divided into two enormous, distinctly opposing factions engaged in fierce verbal exchanges. On the left were the players who had chosen the Konoha Pursuit Army. They brandished various homemade flags adorned with the Konoha symbol, which bore slogans like Naruto must come home for dinner, Naruto, and Sasuke is real, and for the glory of the Hokage. On the right were the players who had chosen the Sound Ninja Guard. Their style was clearly much more sinister. Some had strange curse seal patterns painted on their faces, while others wore tattered Sound Ninja uniforms. They had somehow acquired shouting strength is the only truth, Orochimaru's technology shocking the heart, and Sasuke fly with ease, we will always be with you. The two factions were now separated by an invisible boundary, engaging in friendly pre-battle exchanges. You traitorous scoundrels. You two-faced betrayers. How dare you aid outsiders? Hell, what do you know? This is called the pursuit of freedom. We are believers in science. You ignorant remnants of feudalism. Don't let me run into you on the way. If I do, I'll blow up all your equipment. Come on. Who's afraid of who? If you have guts, don't run. Watch me unleash the second stage of my curse seal and turn you into a mess. Shikamaru stared at the scene before him, filled with vitality and national essence, feeling his head go buzz and turn blank. He quietly took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He thought he might need to experience a bit of a Suma-sensei's hobby in advance.
Everyone please quiet down.
Shikamaru took a deep drag of his cigarette. The fleeting numbness of nicotine restored a sliver of clarity to his otherwise overwhelmed mind. He stepped into the space between the two factions and weakly raised a hand, attempting to calm the adrenaline-fueled soldiers before him. Yet his voice struck the crowd like a pebble tossed into a seething cauldron, eliciting not silence, but an even greater surge of chaos.
Whoa! Look! It's the leader NPC, Nara Shikamaru. Wow! A real Shikamaru. He looks exhausted. Did he pull an all-nighter? Hey boss Shikamaru. What's the loot table for this mission? If we defeat the Sound 4, do their outfits drop?
A player aligned with Konoha pushed forward to the front, eyes gleaming with anticipation.
Exactly. Exactly.
Another player siding with the Sound Ninja shouted just as eagerly.
If we successfully escort Sasuke, will Lord Orochimaru reward us with his signature Snake Sensei eyeshadow?
Shikamaru stared in silence. Then wordlessly he took another slow drag. Loot tables. Fashion rewards. Were they here to carry out a pursuit mission, or to audition for Miracle Nikki?
Ahem.
Shikamaru forced himself into the role of commander. He cleared his throat and fixed his face with the rigid, solemn expression befitting a jonin.
Listen carefully. This is an rank classified mission. It concerns Konoha's very survival and the future of the Uchiha clan. Regardless of past grievances, from this moment onward you will all follow my orders without question.
He sought to quell them with the weight of mission, rank, and noble purpose. Yet he had still gravely underestimated the player's circuitry.
Rank. Fantastic. The experience gain must be enormous. Follow your orders. Sure, but Chief, do we get overtime pay? What about combat loss compensation? If we die and lose gear, does the village reimburse it?
Asked a player named Business Prodigy, adjusting his glasses with shrewd precision. Shikamaru felt his temples begin to throb anew.
No!
He barked, almost shouting.
Oh! Then never mind.
Business Prodigy curled his lip, then turned and began hawking loudly through the crowd.
Introducing our battlefield insurance service. Full reimbursement for death-dropped items. Gear damage. 80% off repairs. Accepted payment methods include game currency contribution points and Ichiraku ramen vouchers.
Shikamaru stared blankly. He surrendered. He fully abandoned any hope of meaningful communication with these beings from another dimension. Silently he crushed out his cigarette, then turned to Naruto, Choji, Niji, and Kiba, who stood behind him equally bewildered, and said,
"Let's go." Huh? Shikamaru, aren't we waiting for them?
Naruto asked, puzzled.
We can't wait.
Shikamaru's voice was thick with profound exhaustion.
If we linger any longer, I fear I'll lose control, and use my shadow imitation technique to make every single one of them leap into the river.
Without another glance at the chaotic free-for-all behind him, he bolted toward the village gates. Naruto and the others exchanged glances and sprinted after him. When the players saw the leader NPC and the main protagonist team flee, they instantly caught on.
Whoa, mission's launched. Stop yapping, move out. Konoha Pursuit Division, follow me. Protect our comrade Naruto. Sound Escort Squad, let's take the alternate route. Block them ahead and create an opening for Lord Sasuke.
Thousands of players surged forth like twin torrents, flooding out of Konoha in divergent directions. Thus began the largest, most heterogeneous, and most surreal force march in shinobi history. Shikamaru's elite unit darted swiftly through the forest canopy. They were seasoned shinobi, graceful, synchronized, utterly silent. Trailing them at a short distance were thousands of players from the
Konoha Pursuit Army.
Their method of advance could only be described as pandemonium incarnate. Some players impatient with running scrambled up into the treetops attempting a Tarzan-style swing, only to misjudge their grip and plummet headfirst, landing half-stunned. Others halted mid-stride upon spotting a vividly colored mushroom, crouching immediately to examine it while muttering, "Definitely a rare material. Dig first, ask questions later." Still others launched impromptu games of truth or dare along the chase route, where losers had to sprint to the front and shout into empty air, "I'm an idiot." Naruto, the team's most relentlessly compassionate member, repeatedly tried to pause and assist stragglers or those absorbed in bizarre distractions. Each time Shikamaru stopped him with a single hollow-eyed stare that silently screamed, "If you stop, I'll die right here." "Shikamaru, are they really here to help?" Kiba glanced back at the unruly mass of so-called allies, and watched grimacing as his ninja hound Akamaru trembled, clearly on the verge of psychological collapse. "I don't know," Shikamaru murmured, sounding half asleep. "But I have a feeling." "What kind of feeling?" "After this mission ends, I may need to take an extended vacation with Kakashi-sensei." The pursuing troops traversed through the forest for about half a day. Shikamaru felt that his mind was in a state of half-dream, half-awake. He had already given up on trying to understand the actions of the friendly forces behind him. He saw someone suddenly stop on the chasing path, starting to perform calisthenics on the spot, claiming it was to activate bodily functions and maintain optimal condition. He observed another person frantically running through the woods with a huge butterfly net, declaring that he wanted to capture a butterfly alive to present it to Ino as a gift. He even saw a small group setting up a pot on the road, beginning to cook hot pot, and enthusiastically inviting Naruto over to try a few bites. Naruto, of course, wanted to go. But then Shikamaru pinned him firmly in place with his shadow. "This is so annoying." Shikamaru felt that the frequency with which he uttered this phrase today had surpassed the total of the past 16 years. He now had only one thought: to quickly find the sound ninja, finish the battle, and end this nightmare, then go home, lie on the rooftop, and gaze at the clouds all day. At this moment Neji, who was at the front of the line, suddenly stopped and raised his hand. "Stop." His voice instantly put the entire team on high alert. "What is it, Neji?" Shikamaru immediately asked. "There's a trap ahead." Neji's Byakugan had been activated, and his 360-degree vision clearly detected the faint chakra flow beneath the ground ahead. Moreover, 5 chakra signatures are rapidly approaching. 4 of them are very strong. And one is quite familiar. It's Sasuke. Shikamaru's heart skipped a beat. Finally, are they catching up? However, before he could begin to formulate a strategy, the army of players behind him had also caught wind of the situation. "What's going on? Why did we stop? Is it mealtime? Look! There seems to be something buried in the ground ahead. It's shimmering." A sharpie player also spotted the unusual chakra fluctuation on the ground. In the player's eyes, it was not a trap. It was clearly a highable treasure chest, or a hidden quest item emanating a tempting sparkling light. Holy crap! It's a treasure chest. Definitely a hidden treasure chest. GM finally remembered us. This is our reward for the chase. Don't move. It's mine. I saw it first. Before Shikamaru could shout, "That's a trap!" Hundreds of players rushed toward the trap-laden area filled with exploding tags, as if they had gone mad, yelling and cheering. "Don't!" Shikamaru's shout was drowned out by the players' frenzied cheers. Boom! Boom! A series of violent explosions echoed throughout the forest. Flames soared into the sky, and debris flew everywhere. The area that the players had regarded as a treasure land instantly turned into a sea of fire and ruins. The hundreds of players at the front, without even a scream, transformed into countless streams of white light in the explosion. The scene was momentarily spectacular. Shikamaru and his teammates stared blankly at this suicidal act of clearing traps, speechless. Are they paving the way for us with their lives? Ino muttered as he gazed at the sea of flames, a hint of emotion flickering in his eyes. "No. I think they might just simply believe there's treasure there." Neji's Byakugan saw clearer than anyone else. Amidst the smoke and dust of the explosion, a giant wooden barrel formed from earth release slowly rose from underground. Immediately after, the barrel cracked open, revealing 5 figures inside. It was Sasuke and the 4 sound ninja. They had originally intended to use this trap to hinder the pursuers' progress. However, they never expected that the pursuers would use such a suicidal charge approach to break their trap. Kairumaro looked at the devastated forest, and those who after the explosion began to regroup at the distant respawn point, excitedly discussing how the explosion effects were so realistic the undead players. His already not-so-smart brain completely crashed. This. He pointed at the group of players, unable to articulate any coherent thought. It seems the intelligence is true. Gato's face revealed a serious expression. Konoha really has mastered an invincible army. So what if they're invincible? So can sneer just a bunch of useless people without chakra. No matter how many there are, they're just cannon fodder. While they were speaking, those players, who had just respawned, noticed them. Boss. The boss has respawned. Damn. It's the new map's boss. 5 of them. 5 at once. Look. The one in the middle with black hair. It's Sasuke. He's also a red name. We can fight. Brothers. What are we waiting for? The target of the Srank mission is right in front of us. Charge. Capture Sasuke alive. After just experiencing a total annihilation, the players not only learned nothing but also charged toward the sound ninja and Sasuke with even greater fervor. Kairumaro watched as the group, brandishing wooden sticks and shovels, yelling, rushed over, feeling utterly insulted by their lack of intelligence. Seeking death. He roared, slamming his hands onto the ground. Earth release, earth prison. Boom. A gigantic rock-formed semicircular earth release barrier rose from the ground, instantly enveloping Shikamaru's team and hundreds of players. Everyone trapped inside felt their chakra or blue bar being frantically drained by an invisible force. This is bad. Shikamaru's face suddenly turned grim. This is a barrier that can absorb chakra. If this goes on, they will all be drained dry. However, the players around him erupted with excited cheers. Holy crap. It's a scene skill. This boss is using a big move. My blue bar is dropping. The speed of draining blue is so fast. This skill is awesome. Brothers, don't panic. This is a classic PE process. The boss has unleashed a full-screen AoE. Next, it must be our time to output. Everyone, focus fire on the fattest one. Interrupt his casting. Focus fire on the fattest one. With this command, hundreds of players trapped in the earthen prison suddenly directed their gazes filled with malice and greed towards the figure of Jirobofu outside the barrier. In their eyes, this large, seemingly tough-skinned creature was undoubtedly the caster of this scene skill. As long as they interrupted him, this damned blue absorption aura would naturally vanish. Brothers, for our dwindling blue bars. Charge. Interrupt him. Let him know what player rage feels like. Demasha. The players completely ignored the debuff that was rapidly draining their blue bars, and the desperate face of Shikamaru beside them, which was filled with "Don't come over here." They swung their assorted weapons with all their might, beginning a frenzied assault on the seemingly indestructible rock wall. Bang, 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 ding, ding, clang. In an instant, the entire earthen prison reverberated with sounds filled with the essence of struggle and scraping. Outside the barrier, Jirobofu looked at those madmen inside attacking his barrier with stick stones, and even their teeth, a contemptuous smile spreading across his face. Humph, a bunch of fools. He crossed his arms, and said with pride, my earthen prison is even hard for elite ninjas to break. You lot with no chakra at all want to get out. He relished the pleasure of watching his prey futilely struggling in the cage. However, he soon realized that something seemed off. He felt that the chakra he was using to maintain the barrier was depleting faster than he had anticipated. Moreover, those Konoha ninjas from whom he had absorbed chakra were showing expressions of pain and weakness. Yet those trash did not appear weak at all. Instead, they seemed invigorated, striking harder and harder. Some even began conducting on-site training. Brothers, Pay attention to the rhythm of the attacks. Don't strike randomly. Follow my command. Let's play 1-2-3 Wooden Man. No wait, it's 1-2-3 Wall Smashers. All melee fighters divide into 3 groups. Group 1 strike the left. Group 2 strike the right. Group 3 strike the middle. Well, use the principle of resonance to destroy its internal structure. A player with the ID Doctor of Theoretical Physics pushed up his glasses and analyzed seriously. Jiro Bofu. Resonance principle. What kind of ninjutsu is that? Just as he was puzzled, another voice rang out from within the barrier. Everyone step aside. It was Choji. He looked at his comrades, each falling due to chakra absorption, and a blazing anger ignited in his heart. He could not wait any longer. He pulled out 3 pills of different colors from his pocket. A green spinach pill, a yellow curry pill, and a red chili pill. These are the forbidden drugs of the Akimichi clan. They are the last resort to exchange life for immense power. Shikamaru, Naruto, everyone. Choji looked at his friends, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he swallowed all 3 pills at once. Boom! An unimaginable surge of chakra erupted from within him. His body began to change at a visible speed. Behind him, a pair of enormous and magnificent butterfly wings suddenly unfurled. His weight instantly decreased many times, but his strength surged 100-fold. Butterfly bullet barrage. Choji roared, channeling all his power into his right fist. He transformed into a blue shooting star with an unstoppable momentum, and fiercely crashed into the indestructible rock wall. This punch was his strongest strike, betting everything he had. However, just as his fist was about to touch the wall, a figure moved faster than him. A player who had somehow circled around to his front. That player raised a shovel just picked up from the ground, and still covered in dirt, using all his strength to strike the wall first. With a sound of smack, the shovel broke. The wall remained unmoved. But that player turned his head to Choji, revealing a smug smile, as if he had stolen a kill. Then he excitedly shouted in the team channel, "Brothers, I hit it! I touched the boss's armor. So hard. The physical resistance is definitely scrayed." Choji, his fist, which had gathered all his power and risked his life, just hung in midair. He looked at the guy who suddenly appeared and stole his spotlight. Then he glanced at his back at the magnificent butterfly wings still flapping. He felt that his earlier transformation, filled with tragic determination, had somehow turned into a joke. You. Choji pointed at that player, unable to catch his breath after a long speech, almost retreating from the butterfly mode. "Don't steal my monster." He let out a cry filled with indignation and grievance, reminiscent of how Sasuke once yelled. Outside the barrier, Jiro Bofu was utterly stunned by this scene. He witnessed Choji's transformation and felt that powerful chakra. He had originally prepared himself to withstand a heavy blow. But what happened? A fool who suddenly appeared from nowhere interrupted the opponent's casting with a broken shovel. Moreover, the guy who looked so powerful after transforming was actually getting angry and jumping up and down because of a kill steal. What is going on here? Is this the style of Konoha ninjas? Is their combat always so filled with drama? Jiro Bofu felt as though his worldview was being ruthlessly crushed by a force he could not comprehend, called sand sculpture. Butterfly strike! After a struggle of being robbed of monsters, Ding Si, with tears in his eyes, unleashed his life-risking punch. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed as the seemingly indestructible walls of the earthen prison were forcefully blasted open, creating a massive breach. Sunlight streamed in through the breach. "We did it! Ding Si!" Naruto shouted excitedly. However, Ding Si could not feel the slightest joy. He looked at his fist still emitting smoke, and then glanced at the player beside him, who was thrilled and flailing about due to the close-range observation of Enstrength's skill. He felt that this punch of his was not heroic in the slightest, nor was it passionate. Instead, it was filled with embarrassment. Outside the barrier, Fang looked incredulously at his technique being broken. But he quickly reacted and assumed a fighting stance. "So what if you broke the barrier?
Your chakra has already been mostly drained by me. Now you are nothing but a flock of sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Is that so?
A cold voice came from behind him. It was Shikamaru. He had somehow used the smoke from the explosion to sneak behind Gyro Fang. His shadow silently extended on the ground.
Shadow imitation technique success.
Shikamaru's voice was like the pronouncement of death. Gyro Fang's body suddenly stiffened. He realized that he was unable to move.
Damn. When did? Leave the rest to me, Shikamaru.
Ding Si's voice came from the front. He flapped his massive butterfly wings behind him and shot forward like a cannonball towards the bound Gyro Fang.
Super Butterfly Strike.
This time no one would steal his monster. After Ding Si successfully dealt with the first enemy at the cost of his life, the Shikamaru squad did not have time to rest and immediately continued their pursuit. They knew that time was life. Soon they caught up with the second sound ninja responsible for covering the rear, Kitamaru.
Have you finally arrived? The pursuers from Konoha.
Kitamaru hung upside down from a large tree. His 6 arms, an eerie smile made him look like a giant spider that had come to life.
I've been waiting for you here for a long time.
He opened his mouth and spit out countless sticky golden threads.
Ninja art spider's nest open.
In an instant countless spider webs spread from him, as the center radiating in all directions. The entire forest transformed into a gigantic and intricate spider's nest. These threads were tougher than steel, and also conducted chakra. Anyone who touched the spider web would immediately expose their position.
This is troublesome. It's a perceptionite barrier.
Shikamaru quickly assessed the situation's difficulty.
But Kugen.
Niji unhesitatingly activated his bloodline limit. In his vision, the entire forest was filled with dense chakra threads. Kitamaru, like an experienced hunter, was hiding in the center of the spider web waiting for his prey to arrive.
I'll take care of him.
Niji's voice was cold and resolute.
You all go ahead and chase after Sasuke. Niji,
Naruto called out with concern.
This is the most reasonable arrangement.
Niji's tone left no room for debate.
Only my Byakugan can see through his threads. Only my gentle fist can sever these chakra-conducting threads.
Having said that, he ignored his companions as figure swayed, and he took the initiative to charge into the intricate web. A precise hunting game between geniuses began. Niji moved like an elegant dancer, swiftly weaving through the gaps in the spider web. His every dodge was perfectly timed. Each of his strikes accurately severed the most crucial threads. Meanwhile, Kitamaru from the shadows continuously shot out venomous spider spears, and more resilient, was attempting to completely trap this slippery opponent. The battle between the two was filled with skill and wisdom dazzling to behold. However, this artistic sense of expert duels was quickly shattered by a group of unexpected guests.
Wow! Brothers, look! There's a spider cave here! It's a spider spirit. I see it! There's a humanoid spider spirit boss. Spider cave. Are there 7 beautiful sisters to catch inside?
The players finally arrived at the battlefield. They looked at the spider web-covered forest, and did not feel any danger. Instead, one by one, they displayed expressions of excitement, as if they had discovered a new dungeon. They completely ignored Niji, who was engaged in a life-and-death struggle with Kitamaru. Their attention was entirely drawn to the shiny, seemingly bouncy spider webs. A player with the ID Master of Self-Destruction was the first to rush up. He neither attacked Kitamaru nor helped Niji. He jumped high and landed on a huge spider web. Then, like a child who had found a new toy, he joyfully bounced on the web.
Wow! Brothers, this thing is so bouncy. Just like a trampoline. So much fun.
He bounced up and down, while excitedly waving to his companions behind him.
Come on! Let's all bounce together.
Niji, while dodging a deadly spider spear, stumbled and almost tripped over. He turned around and saw that madman treating his life-and-death battlefield as a children's playground. He felt that the calm heart he had suppressed as a branch family of the Hyuga clan was beginning to show signs of cracking at this moment. Kitamaru also witnessed this scene. His 6 eyes were filled with large question marks. Bounce. Bounce party. What was that? Was it a new type of body technique developed by Konoha that could interfere with the enemy's perception through bouncing? Just as he was puzzled, more players were inspired by Master of Self-Destruction. One by one, they excitedly charged into the web formation. Then they began to engage in various forms of performance art on those resilient spider webs. Some played jumping goat on them. Others performed Thomas full spin. Some even took out a rope and played tightrope walking between 2 spider webs. In an instant, the battlefield transformed from a deadly intricate hunting ground into a large outdoor training base filled with laughter. Niji, caught among this group of celebrating madmen, felt as if he was about to suffocate. He felt that he was not facing a powerful enemy. "What on earth are you all doing?" Ning-Si's voice trembled with an uncontrollable quiver. His Byakugan, capable of seeing through everything, was utterly confounded by the thought processes of the people before him. He witnessed a player performing a perfectly executed backflip resembling a freestyle move, only to crash headfirst into a nearby tree trunk, dying on the spot. In the team channel, he left his last words: "Brothers, the elasticity coefficient of this spider web is 2.5. When flipping in midair, you must consider wind resistance. Next time He noticed another player attempting to bite through the spider silk, which was tougher than steel. As a result, he shattered his own teeth, but excitedly shouted, "This material is incredible. It's definitely T3 level forging material. Hurry. Everyone gnaw at it. Whoever bites through it claims it." Ning-Si felt a headache starting to form. It was a pain worse than being struck multiple times on pressure points by gentle fists. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows, Kyotamura was also engulfed in deep self-doubt. The spider's nest he had set up was his proudest creation. Any enemy who stepped inside would expose their position by touching the silk, and then he would strike them down from the shadows. But now these people were not only carelessly avoiding the web. Instead, they were wildly bouncing, rolling, and even gnawing at it as if they had gone mad. This caused his keen perception system to be instantly paralyzed by a chaotic swarm of meaningless vibration signals. In his mind, it felt as if hundreds of flies were throwing a party, buzzing incessantly. He could not discern which one was the true target. Ning-Si. Damn it. What are these guys? For the first time, Kyotamura's face revealed an expression of irritation. He made a decision. Since precise sniping was impossible, he would conduct indiscriminate map bombardment attacks. Ninja technique spider war bow, desolate ruin. Kyotamura drew a massive war bow crafted from golden sticky metal from his body. Then he gathered chakra, forming a gigantic arrow that flickered with terrifying lightning. This arrow was capable of leveling a significant portion of the forest. Everyone, die. He drew back the bowstring, aiming the terrifying arrow at the area below where chaos reigned. However, just as he was about to release the bowstring, a voice filled with wisdom and inspiration suddenly rang out from the crowd below. "Brothers, I have a brilliant idea." A player with the ID FFF team leader raised his arm. "What do you think this is?" "It's a spider web." "What are spider webs most afraid of?" "Fire." "Exactly. Let's use fire attacks. Burn this forest along with these broken webs. Let's see where that spider spirit hides." This suggestion was instantly met with unanimous approval from all players. "Right. Fire attack. How did I not think of that? The leader is brilliant. Burn it down. Shinong squad, listen up. Take out our newly developed flammable mushroom powder. Today, let that spider spirit feel what barbecue really means." In an instant, dozens of players pulled out various ignitable items from their backpacks. Some had just bought the basic fire release Great Fireball Technique scroll from the Konoha shop. Some had found flint from who knows where. Some even took out 2 sticks, attempting to start a fire by rubbing them together. Ning-Si, witnessing the scene, showed for the first time an expression of terror on his otherwise stoic face. "Fire. Here. Have they gone insane? If this forest catches fire, not only would that spider spirit perish, but he would also be burned alive here." "Stop. You idiots. Ning Xiai let out the loudest and most uncontrolled roar of his life. However, it was already too late. A player had already successfully torn open the costly Great Fireball scroll worth 500 Ryo. Fire Release Great Fireball Technique. A massive fireball shot forth from his hands. But since he was a novice, he completely misjudged the direction. That fireball did not fly towards Kyotomaru or the spider web. Instead, it flew straight towards Ning Xi's back, who was grappling with the spider web. Ning Xiai felt the intense heat from behind, a deadly threat radiating with the essence of friendly fire. He quickly turned around and saw the fireball rapidly enlarging in his vision. His mind went blank. He recalled his fate as a branch family member. He remembered his hatred for the main family. He recalled his saying, "A person's fate is predetermined from birth." He suddenly felt that his fate was not destined to die in a confrontation with the main family. Instead, it was destined to perish on the path of being backstabbed by a bunch of foolish teammates. Damn it. I missed. The player who cast the fire also cried out in regret. Don't use fire. It's our own. Damn it. The surrounding players also chimed in with friendly reminders. Boom! The fireball exploded violently on Ning Xi's back. In that instant, Ning Xiai felt that what he heard was not the roar of the explosion. Instead, it was the sound of his proud genius heart shattering into pieces. The smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated. Ning Xiai did not die. In the second before the fireball struck him, he exhausted all his strength to activate Return to Heaven, barely blocking this backstab from an ally with absolute defense. However, his entire body was charred black with several strands of hair burnt, making him look utterly disheveled. He knelt on the ground gasping heavily, and his pair of pure white eyes were now filled with bloodshot veins and a sense of worldly disillusionment. He felt that just now he was not struck by the fireball. Instead, he was harshly slapped by this absurd world. Ah! Ning Xiai, are you okay? Sorry, my hand slipped. The player who set the fire ran over, patting him on the shoulder with a face full of apology. Ning Xiai slowly raised his head, looking at him with the gaze of someone witnessing an indescribable entity. Then he silently stood up and walked to a corner where no one was present. He did not want to speak. He only wanted to quietly reflect on life by himself. Meanwhile, the hidden Kyotomaru was equally bewildered by this sudden internal conflict. He had originally prepared to launch the sorrowful arrow, but instead, the people below started fighting amongst themselves. Moreover, they were using fire release. In this dry forest, were these people ninjas from Konoha or members of a cult intent on self-immolation? Kyotomaru felt that his tactical thinking was facing an unprecedented challenge. Just as he hesitated whether to launch or to observe the situation first, the group of players did not stop their great plan due to the friendly fire. Brothers, that was a mistake. Everyone aim carefully. The FFF guild leader stepped forward again to command. No more using Great Fireball. That thing has an unstable trajectory. Let's use a more primitive but effective method. Saying this, he pulled out a torch from his backpack. Come on! Everyone follow me. The fire of the stars can ignite the prairie. For the tribe. No to burn that spider spirit. Dozens of players eagerly followed suit, lighting their torches. Then, like a group of primitive people performing some mysterious ritual, they hurled their torches at the surrounding trees and webs. The flames instantly surged up. The dry forest ignited like a massive pile of firewood. The fire spread uncontrollably in all directions. Damn! It's on fire! It's on fire! Run! Don't get burned! If you die, you'll drop your gear! After successfully igniting the forest, the players screamed and scattered like they had seen a ghost. Only Ning Xiai and Kyotomaru remained trapped in the center of this sea of fire. Cough, cough. You bunch of bastards! Kyotomaru was choked by the thick smoke, coughing repeatedly, his 6 eyes filled with anger and a hint of fear. For the first time, he realized that this seemingly foolish rubbish had forced him into a desperate situation in a way he could not comprehend. This sea of fire not only burned his webs cutting off his retreat, but also transformed him from a hunter into prey.
Idiots! A bunch of idiots!
Ning Xiai was also struggling to dodge in the sea of fire. He could no longer distinguish who his true enemy was. After paying the painful price of burning half the forest and friendly fire multiple times, Kyotamura was ultimately defeated. In the smoke and flames, Ning Xiai, having lost his sanity, struck him dead against a tree with a series of Bagua 64 palms filled with anger and resentment. When the Shikamaru squad arrived late and saw the forest ruins still emitting black smoke, and Ning Xiai, who was pitch black as if he had just crawled out of a coal pile, everyone fell silent.
Ning Xiai, are you okay?
Naruto asked cautiously. Ning Xiai did not respond. He merely lifted his head, slowly looking at the sky with his bloodshot white eyes, murmuring,
"Human fate, perhaps, really, is destined to die together with a bunch of idiots."
The team continued to move forward. Though the journey was arduous, they had indeed defeated 2 sound ninjas consecutively. This reignited a glimmer of hope in Naruto and the others. Next, they faced Inuzuka Kiba and Akamaru battling against the duo of Zoken and Yozu. When Shikamaru and the others, accompanied by the player army, arrived, Kiba and Akamaru were in a fierce battle. The bizarre ability of Zoken and Yozu to separate and combine left them defenseless. Kiba was already injured in multiple places.
Damn! What kind of monster is this guy?
While dodging attacks, Kiba anxiously shouted to Akamaru,
"Akamaru, use Beast Clone." "Woof!"
Akamaru responded and immediately transformed into a clone identical to Kiba. The 2 Kiba launched Fang over Fang simultaneously at Zoken and Yozu. However, when the players witnessed this scene, their focus completely shifted.
"What the hell? Look! That dog! It turned into a person! What skill is this? Pet transformation technique. So cool! I get it! This dog is definitely a divine beast. It's an Easter egg left by the GM. Brothers, don't attack that 2-headed guy. Catch that dog. That's the real treasure."
In an instant, the eyes of all players became fervent. They looked at Akamaru's clone, which was fiercely battling the enemy. That gaze was like Columbus discovering a new continent. A player with the ID Pet Master was the first to rush forward. He pulled out a red and white poke ball, which he made from wood and paint from his backpack. Then he shouted loudly at Akamaru's clone,
"Go! Master Ball! Capture this legendary Rapidash for me!"
Both Kiba and Akamaru, who were using Fang over Fang, noticed the strange red and white ball flying towards them. Kiba, Akamaru, bang! The poke ball accurately hit Akamaru's clone on the head and then bounced off. Akamaru's clone, due to this sudden attack, froze for a moment, directly retreating from the spinning state of Fang over Fang and crashing to the ground. And Kiba, having lost the cooperation of his companion, was seized by Zoken and Yozu kicked away.
"Woof! Woof!"
Translation: which idiot hit me? Akamaru got up from the ground, barking angrily at the player who threw the ball. However, the player not only did not show fear, but became even more excited.
"Failed. The poke ball capture failed. This means its affection level is not high enough. Brothers, I need your help."
He turned to the players behind him, raising his arm in a rallying cry.
"Use love to win it over."
Saying this, he pulled out something from his backpack. A power mushroom that emitted an enticing aroma.
"Come on, doggy. Eat a mushroom. Once you eat this, you'll be my dog."
He held the mushroom up, looking at Akamaru with a face full of affection. As he walked towards him, Akamaru looked at the strangely scented mushroom, then at the man who was grinning lewdly. He felt that his canine worldview was facing an unprecedented challenge at this moment. His loyal and pure canine heart began to waver.
"Akamaru, don't eat that. It's poison."
From a distance, Kiba shouted in despair at this scene. He felt that today he might not only lose the battle, he might even lose his dog.
"Akamaru, return at once, don't eat it."
Kiba Inuzuka's eyes widened in horror as he lunged forward desperate to rescue his loyal dog from the clutches of those so-called pet traffickers. But he was locked in a fierce grapple with Sakan, and Yukon utterly unable to break free. And meanwhile Akamaru stood at the precipice of the most harrowing trial of his canine life. His reason, and his unwavering loyalty to his master, screamed that he must not consume the strange mushroom offered by that peculiar man. Yet his primal instincts, the raw ancient yearning of a canine for savory delight, blared an insistent feverish summons.
So fragrant. It looks absolutely delicious. Just one bite, surely that would be harmless.
And unconsciously Akamaru's twitching nose edged closer toward the mighty mushroom.
Yes, exactly like that. Good boy. Open wide.
And the player named Pokemon Master grinned triumphantly, his scheme unfolding to perfection. Already he envisioned striding through Konoha with a shape-shifting divine beast at his side, unquestioned, unchallenged, untouchable. Yet just as Akamaru's tongue hovered a breath away from the mighty mushroom, a cry, sharp with intellect and sober reason, cut through the air.
Stop! You fool!
A bespectacled player dashed forward and slapped the mushroom from Pokemon Master's hand. He was none other than Dr. Theoretical Physics. N.
Have you lost your mind?
He cried, pointing accusingly, his voice thick with anguish.
Have you not read Volume 1? 0 of the Poisonous Mushroom Field Guide published by the Shinnon Squad? The mighty mushroom may grant a fleeting surge of strength, but its side effects are catastrophic rampant muscular hyperplasia, arterial rupture. Ingested directly, its mortality rate exceeds 99%. And do you intend to poison him to death?
N.
Huh?
Pokemon Master froze, bewildered.
Then, what should I do? How utterly foolish.
Dr. Theoretical Physics adjusted his glasses, his expression radiating profound condescension.
Your ignorance is staggering. According to the field guide, the sole correct application of the mighty mushroom is external crush it, mix it with saliva, and apply it topically, allowing gradual absorption through the skin. Only thus may its perils be minimized.
Saying this, he retrieved the mushroom from the ground, chewed it twice, then spat out a viscous greenish paste onto his palm.
Here!
He held forth the glistening saliva-laced poultice with earnest sincerity.
Don't be afraid, good dog. This is for external use only. Apply it to your fur, and you shall grow stronger.
And Akamaru stared, silently, blankly, at the unidentifiable mass before him, foul-smelling, slimy, and unmistakably laced with another's spittle. In that instant, the fragile resolve that had flickered within his heart crumbled entirely into ash. And slowly, deliberately, he retreated 2 paces. Then, without hesitation, he whirled about, tail tucked tight, and fled, full speed, back to his master Kiba Inuzuka. In mere minutes, Akamaru's entire understanding of canine existence had been irrevocably shattered. He glanced at the man before him, beaming with paternal tenderness, while holding aloft a grotesque green sludge, then at the other oddity nearby, clutching a redand-white sphere and murmuring,
"It's you! I choose you, Rapidash!"
His pure, devoted, faithful dog heart splintered completely, and he no longer wished to grow stronger, and he simply longed to go home.
Woof!
Translation:
Stay away from me.
A mournful howl tore from Akamaru's throat. Tail clamped low, he scrambled backward on all fours, tumbling, skidding, until he reached Kiba's side, where he buried his muzzle deep into his master's pant leg, refusing, absolutely refusing, to emerge again.
Akamaru, what's wrong with you?
And Kiba stared down at his suddenly timorous Ninkin, utterly baffled. He completely could not comprehend why the valiant Chuan, who had just moments ago displayed great courage, seemed to have suffered some kind of mental trauma after being observed by that peculiar group of allies. Ha ha ha, useless. So Eugene watched this scene with a smug sneer and exclaimed, "Your dog has already been frightened out of its wits by my technique. Next it's your turn." He was just about to launch a fatal strike on Inuzuka Kiba, who had lost his fighting spirit. However, the players behind him were not having it. "Hey, you two-headed monster. Don't touch my dog." A player with the ID Pet Master instantly redirected his fury adds Eugene when he saw his target flee. Exactly. If you kill him, where are we supposed to catch the divine beast? Brothers, this boss is bullying small animals. He's not a good person. Let's get him. In an instant, a group of players found a new target for attack. They howled and bypassed Inuzuka Kiba, who was still entangled with the enemy, charging directly at Eugene. Eugene. He looked at this group of suddenly turned crazies, who were gazing at him with expressions akin to that of someone witnessing their father's killer, and his mind momentarily short-circuited. Am I not battling with the ninjas of Konoha? How did it suddenly turn into a fight against a group of lunatics? Meanwhile, the other members of Shikamaru's team had already caught up with the last sound ninja Doya. Is it finally down to just you few? Doya sat atop a massive tree trunk cradling her magic flute, a hint of disdainful amusement gracing her features. One guy afraid of trouble, one gluttonous fatso, and one hot-blooded fool. With just you guys, do you really think you can stop me? Stop the chatter. Naruto shouted, pointing at her quickly. Hand over Sasuke. Hand him over. Sure. Doya's lips curled into a cruel arc. As long as you can survive in my chaos of the enchanted realm. Saying this, she brought the magic flute to her lips. A strange twisted melody filled with ominous vibes instantly echoed throughout the forest. It's a sound ninjutsu illusion. Everyone cover your ears. Shikamaru immediately shouted a warning. But it was already too late. Naruto and Shikamaru felt a wave of dizziness wash over them the moment they heard the flute sound, and the scene before their eyes began to twist and blur. They felt as if they were bound by countless invisible chains, their bodies slowly being dragged into an illusion filled with skeletons and despair. Damn it, my body won't move. Shikamaru gritted his teeth trying to resist, but the flute's melody gnawed at his will like maggots on bone. Ha ha ha. Useless. Doya looked at the three of them struggling in pain within the illusion, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. In front of my magic flute, your will is as fragile as paper. Now let yourselves slowly rot in endless despair. However, just as she reveled in her victory, she suddenly noticed that one person seemed a little off. The group of chosen ones, who had rushed in alongside Shikamaru dressed in bizarre costumes, not only did not fall into the illusion upon hearing her flute, but instead each one displayed an expression of sudden realization. Whoa! This BGM. I recognize it. A player shouted excitedly. It's the second phase of the boss battle. The scene's music has changed. This music is rich in exotic flavor with a hint of psychedelic feel. I get it. This is a hint for us. A player with the ID Dance King slapped his thigh, a confident smile spreading across his face. What hint? A curious player next to him asked. A dance battle, bro. Dance King looked at him with an expression that said, you have no experience. This is clearly a challenge issued by the boss to us. She wants to engage us in a dance battle. This interpretation filled with wisdom was instantly agreed upon by all the players. Right. It must be like that. This female boss seems so trendy. She must be a street dance master. Then what are we waiting for? Brothers, we can't let her underestimate the artistic bacteria of our Earth village. In an instant, all the players were invigorated. A player with the ID DJ Master took the lead, pulling out from his fourth-dimensional backpack an enormous neon-lit, professional DJ booth. He set the DJ booth down, skillfully plugged it in, not sure where from, put on his headphones, and shouted to the players around him. Brothers, lights, music, let's get hyped. In the next second, a vibrant and infectious tune filled with local flavor and magical essence erupted from the massive speaker. If I were a DJ, would you love me? Would you love me? Would you love me? This sound drowned out Doya's flute, the wind in the forest, and everything else. Then, in Doya's shocked and dumbfounded gaze, hundreds of players began to wildly shake their bodies in place following the infectious rhythm. Their dance moves were bizarre and filled with a postmodern deconstruction style. Some were doing Subject 3. Others were performing Ghost Step dance. There were even some shaking their flower hands crazily in place. The entire battlefield instantly transformed from a deadly illusionary barrier into a large-scale rural disco dance party. Doya stared blankly at the chaotic dance spectacle before her. She had forgotten to continue playing the flute in her hand. The once cruel and triumphant expression on her face was now replaced by a void. What the hell is happening? Duyu felt as if her worldview was being repeatedly ground against the colorful, enchanting scene before her. She took pride in her strength sound escape illusion, the chaotic melody of the demon realm, which could plunge even elite ninjas into despair. In the face of this backdrop filled with local flavor DJs and Subject 3 music, it felt like a rookie trainee encountering a plaza dance veteran with 30 years of experience. She was utterly crushed, her body a mess. Her flute music did not ensnare this group in an illusion, instead it became the accompaniment to their awkward dance. Moreover, they even complained that her accompaniment was not explosive enough and added their own beats. What a humiliation. You guys. This group of bastards. Duya's face flushed with anger and humiliation. She stopped playing, leaping down from the tree trunk, pointing at the players still frantically waving their hands, trembling with rage. You are desecrating my music. Music? What music? The player with the ID DJ master took off his headphones, looking at her innocently. Little sister, your flute lacks rhythm, it can't set the atmosphere at all. Would you like me to teach you how to DJ? Shut up. Duyu roared. She could no longer endure this mental torment. She had made up her mind she would tear apart this group of reckless lunatics in the most primal and violent way. I will kill you all. She formed seals with her hands and summoned her 3 angry spirits. 3 grotesque monsters brandishing massive weapons appeared out of thin air, roaring as they charged at the players. As Duya's flute music ceased, Shikamaru and Naruto finally broke free from the illusion. They gasped for breath, staring at the spectacle of players still partying, and the 3 monsters charging towards them, their minds struggling to comprehend. What just happened? Naruto asked, looking bewildered. I don't know. Shikamaru replied, his face filled with confusion. I just remember we fell into an illusion, then heard a strange loud music. And then nothing. He glanced at the players still shouting at the 3 charging angry spirits. Look. The boss summoned minions. And they're elite monsters. He felt like his IQ 200 brain was slightly overwhelmed. Forget about that, Shikamaru. The enemy is attacking. Naruto reacted first, forming seals with his hands. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of Narutos instantly appeared, charging towards the 3 angry spirits. The players witnessing this scene grew even more excited. Wow! It's Naruto's shadow clones. Up close it's so spectacular. Brothers, don't just watch. The protagonist is already in action. What are we waiting for? Charge. Help the prince take down the monsters. Increase our favorability. A group of players shouted as they joined the fray. However, their battle method left all the normal people present utterly astonished. Instead of attacking the 3 tough angry spirits, they directly charged at Duyu herself. Capture the leader first. Brothers, this female boss is a summoner. She must be fragile. Exactly. Interrupt her spellcasting. Don't let her summon anymore. Let me. Watch my hard charge. A female player charged ahead, arms wide open, rushing towards Duyu. Duyu was intently using her magic flute to control the 3 angry spirits to attack Naruto's shadow clones. She never expected that these lunatics would ignore her summons and directly attack her, the caster. This completely defied the basic logic of battle. Get away. She hastily kicked away the female player, who tried to bear hug her. But more players had already surged from all directions. Some attempted to grab her legs. Others tried to snatch her flute. Some even went too far, trying to tear off her clothes, shouting, "This outfit looks good, the drop rate must be high." Duyu was utterly engulfed in this people's war. She felt as if she were not fighting a ninja squad, but rather in a crowded market filled with pickpockets being pulled at wildly by a group of antis. Ah! Don't touch me. You perverts. Duoyu screamed in despair. Her youthful modesty and the pride of an elite sound ninja were completely shattered at that moment. Ultimately, after a player successfully yanked a strand of her hair from her head, excitedly shouting, "I've got the boss's DNA. I can take it back for cloning." Duoyu's psychological defenses completely collapsed. She gave up resisting, gave up the mission, and abandoned everything. She just wanted to escape this place that filled her with endless fear and humiliation. She chose the same tactic as Deidara and Sasori had back then to run. However, just as she prepared to turn and flee, a cold skeletal-like figure silently appeared behind her. The figure had grayish-white hair, 2 red marks on his face, and an empty gaze that exuded a chillingly powerful aura. He held a gigantic wooden barrel in his hand. Inside the barrel was none other than Sasuke. It was Kimimaro, the strongest warrior under Orochimaru. He actually came personally. "Duoyu, you are too slow." Kimimaro's voice was as cold as he was devoid of any emotion. He glanced at the players still trying to strip gear from Duoyu, his brows slightly furrowing. "These are the interesting bugs that Lord Orochimaru spoke of." As soon as he finished speaking, those players who had been attacking Duoyu instantly turned their weapons around. Their gazes were now all fixed on Kimimaro, and on the wooden barrel he held containing Sasuke. Holy crap! A new boss. A new boss has spawned. Wow! This boss is so cool. He has the vibe of a Yandere, a beautiful young man. Just my type. Look at the wooden barrel in his hand. Sasuke is inside. This is definitely a double boss dungeon. Brothers, forget about that girl. She's obviously a minor boss. This one is the final boss. Charge. Go for the first kill. The players, upon seeing Kimimaro, had eyes that sparkled with a greed and fervor greater than ever before. To them, Kimimaro's appearance was not a crisis, but rather a grand, fat, and bountiful super loot bag sent by GM Daddy. Junmalu felt it. He could clearly sense the thousands of greedy, fervent gazes filled with a kind of excitement he could not comprehend locking onto him. It was like a pack of wild wolves starved for 3 days and nights, spotting a plump lamb that had wandered into their midst. He, the strongest warrior of the Sound Village, a descendant of the Kagaya clan, and the most loyal blade of Lord Orochimaru. How could he be considered prey by a group of trash that didn't even possess chakra? Interesting. Junmalu's face displayed no emotion, yet his eyes became increasingly cold. He gently placed the wooden barrel containing Sasuke on the ground. Then he slowly drew out a long knife made of bone, shimmering with a chilling white light from his spine. Corpse bone pulse. The strongest bloodline limit of the Kagaya clan. It was also the most lethal weapon. Since you all wish to die so much. His voice was like a cold wind from the depths of hell. Then I shall grant your wish. Oh, he's drawn his sword. He's drawn his sword. Look! That knife is made of bone. So cool. It's definitely an orange-grade weapon. Brothers, whoever can loot it will be the #1 tank in the entire server. The players, instead of feeling fear upon seeing the uniquely shaped bone knife in Junmalu's hand, were all invigorated, as if they had received a shot of adrenaline. In their eyes, it was not a weapon for killing. It was a dazzling top-tier epic piece of equipment. For the orange weapon. Charge. Thousands of players surged forward like a flood, roaring as they launched their iconic fearless suicidal charge towards Junmalu. Junmalu also moved. His figure blended into the dark tide of people like a ghost in an instant. Thus began a one-sided bloody massacre. Swish. 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 The bone knife danced, blood sprayed everywhere. Each of Junmalu's strikes was precise and efficient, devoid of unnecessary movements. His body was the perfect killing machine. The players faced the incredibly sharp bone knife as if they were made of paper. One strike for one strike for a group. White light flickered on the battlefield at an unprecedented frequency. The scene was even more dazzling than the fireworks set off during the New Year. However, the joy of slaughter gradually faded from Junmalu's face. In its place was a deep, incomprehensible confusion. Because he realized this group of people was truly insatiable. Just moments ago, he had used a move called Dance of Willows to bisect dozens of enemies in front of him. Yet in less than a minute, those dozens of people returned unscathed, charging back with loud roars. And on their faces there was not an ounce of fear or anger. Instead, they wore expressions of, "That was exhilarating. Holy crap. Brothers. This boss's attacks come with dismemberment effects. So realistic. I still feel a chill in my waist." 5-star review. I love this boss. Much more technical than Tsunade, who only slams the ground. Everyone don't rush to send him off. Pay attention to collecting data. His attack pattern seems to be a special type of taijutsu. Fast and with a wide range. Jun Malu listened to this tactical discussion that he could not understand at all. He felt as if he was not engaged in a life-or-death struggle, but rather he was giving a group of strange scholars a demonstration of actions. His heart, long tormented by illness and battle, began to feel a hint of an emotion called irritation at that moment. Meanwhile, Shikamaru's team seized the opportunity, while the players distracted Jun Malu with their reckless abandon, successfully bringing Naruto around the battlefield, continuing their pursuit of Sasuke. Hurry, Naruto. Sasuke is just ahead. Shikamaru urged anxiously. I know. The flames of determination ignited in Naruto's eyes. He absolutely could not let Sasuke be taken away like this. Soon they reached a place that all Naruto fans were incredibly familiar with. The Valley of the End. The colossal statues of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha stood facing each other across a waterfall brimming with a sense of historical destiny. Sasuke stood atop Madara Uchiha's statue. Naruto landed on the statue of Hashirama Senju. The two faced off across the waterfall. The fated confrontation was about to commence. Sasuke. Naruto shouted at the familiar silhouette, come back to the village with me. Naruto. Sasuke slowly turned around, his Sharingan eyes devoid of any emotion. You don't understand anything at all. I don't understand bonds, I don't understand loss, and I don't understand power. I cannot sever all of this. I must seek Orochimaru to gain greater strength. Then let's see you defeat me first. Naruto ignited his golden chakra. The two stopped talking. Simultaneously they charged towards each other. Boom! The clash of fists erupted in a spray of water above the waterfall. Thus commenced an epic battle belonging to the children of fate. However, this atmosphere filled with epic and fateful sentiments was soon thoroughly disrupted by a group of uninvited guests. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! It's the Valley of the End. It really is the Valley of the End. What a famous scene. Brothers. This is where the prince and the second pillar declared their love. Quick, quick, quick. Get a good spot. Front row snacks of sunflower seeds, peanuts, and mineral water are for sale. A group of players having escaped Jun Malu rushed here panting. They watched the two figures engaged in a fierce taijutsu duel on the waterfall, and instead of helping they were all energized searching for the best viewing spots on the surrounding cliffs. One player with the ID business genius even pulled out countless small stools and binoculars from his backpack on the spot. Then he shouted loudly in the crowd, don't miss out. Don't miss out. VIP viewing seats for the Valley of the End are on limited sale. Front row rock zone, feel the thrill of chakra collisions up close, comes with a free bag of sunflower seeds, only 500 game coins. The mountaintop viewing area offers a broad perspective overlooking the entire battle, comes with a high magnification binocular, only 300 game coins. Also couple seats, buy one get one free, first come first served. Naruto, who was fiercely battling Sasuke, and Sasuke himself heard this commercialized shouting. Both of their movements stiffened momentarily. They slowly turned their heads to look around. They saw that the valley, which should have been empty, was now filled with a dense crowd of audience. Some were munching on sunflower seeds, some were drinking beverages, and others were holding binoculars, pointing and commenting on them. It felt as if they were not engaged in a duel where lives and bonds were at stake, but rather it was a performance in a massive open-air arena meant for entertainment. Naruto and Sasuke were both bewildered. They looked at the neatly seated audience on both sides of the valley holding sunflower seeds and drinks, feeling that their minds were somewhat unable to catch up. What is going on? Aren't we supposed to be in a fateful duel? Why is there a group of people having a picnic here?
Sasuke! That!
Naruto looked at the equally confused Sasuke across from him, uncertainly asking,
Are they your fans?
Sasuke's eyes twitched violently. He recalled the crazy girl at the Uchiha ruins, who insisted on taking a selfie with him. He felt his heart, which had grown cold from hatred, start to ache faintly again.
Shut up, you loser!
Sasuke yelled, not wanting to think about the things he could not comprehend. He just wanted to quickly defeat the annoying guy in front of him, and then leave this world full of crazies.
Fire style, great fireball technique.
He formed hand seals, and a massive fireball roared forth once again.
Nice move!
Naruto immediately snapped back to reality, forming hand seals.
Multiple shadow clone technique.
Bang! 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 Dozens of Narutos appeared in an instant, rushing towards the fireball from all directions. Boom! The explosive roar, and the white smoke from the disappearing shadow clones filled the entire valley. Meanwhile, the audience seats on both sides of the valley erupted in thunderous applause.
Good. Nice hit. No wonder he is the prince. With this many shadow clones. Sasuke's fire style is cool too.
This special effect is definitely worth the price of admission.
Streamer. Zoom in a bit. I want to see Sasuke's close-up.
A player holding up a phone was passionately conducting his live broadcast.
Hey guys. Did you see that? This is the feeling of burning money. On one side, we have the Prince of Konoha, the future 7th Hokage Naruto Uzumaki. On the other side, we have the last scion of the Uchiha clan, the vengeful avenger burdened with a sea of blood, Sasuke Uchiha. In the end, will it be the victory of verbal jutsu or the glory of the Sharingan? Everyone put your predictions on the screen.
Naruto and Sasuke, listening to this commentary filled with professional vibes, felt that their battle rhythm had been disrupted. Every move they made, every clash would elicit a wave of commentary and applause from the surrounding audience.
Oh no! Naruto's punch went wide. What a pity. Sasuke's positioning is very detailed. He dodged Naruto's Rasengan. A master. No, I think Sasuke should have used Chidori to chain his attacks. He could have knocked Naruto out of his stance. You know nothing. Naruto has the Ninetales chakra protecting him. He has a dominating effect. He can't be controlled.
Naruto and Sasuke felt like they were not in a battle. Instead, they were participating in a teaching match being analyzed in real time by thousands of tactical masters. At that moment, a player with the ID business genius seized the opportunity. He took advantage of the battle's pause, dashed to the center of the valley, and raised a huge wooden board. On it, written in charcoal, were several crooked yet enticing words. The Valley of End Century Battle, officially designated exclusive betting platform A. Naruto Uzumaki wins odds 1.8. B. Sasuke Uchiha wins odds 2.0. C. Both sides perish, interrupted by a third-party, odds 5.0.
Don't miss out.
Business genius shouted loudly.
Clash of the Titans. Fateful battle. Who will laugh last? Get your bets in. Don't miss this chance. Wait another 3 years for the next one.
His appearance instantly ignited the enthusiasm of all the gambling players.
I bet on Naruto. The prince has a cheat. He will definitely win. I bet on Sasuke. Sasuke is so cool. Cool as justice. I bet on option C.
Don't you see? This group of silly players here, it's a miracle if this fight finishes normally. It will definitely be interrupted. That's true. I'm all in for option C.
In an instant, countless players swarmed to Business Genius betting booth to place their bets.
The entire Valley of End completely transformed into a massive open-air illegal gambling venue. Naruto and Sasuke stood there dazed at either end of the waterfall. They looked at the group of gamblers, who were red-faced and fighting over their victories and defeats. They felt as if they had been isolated by this world.
Sasuke. Naruto's voice carried a hint of confusion. It seems they're betting on us.
Sasuke did not reply. His blood-red Sharingan was fixed intently on the dealer below who was feverishly collecting money. The killing intent in his heart reached an unprecedented peak at that moment. Now he was most eager to kill not Naruto, but that damn guy running the betting.
Everyone, die!
Sasuke let out a roar filled with humiliation and rage, ignoring Naruto forming hand seals and hurling a gigantic fireball directly at the business genius counting money.
Holy crap! The boss is using a big move against me.
Business genius trembled in fear, grabbing his money box and turning to run. Boom! The fireball exploded where he had just been standing. Fortunately, he had run fast and narrowly escaped disaster. He patted his chest, still shaken, and shouted loudly to the surrounding players.
Did you all see that? Sasuke is getting serious.
He is serious. What does that mean? It means he's guilty. This round I'm betting on Naruto to win.
Sasuke.
Hearing this, he felt a sweetness rise in his throat, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood on the spot.
Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!
Sasuke felt as though his lungs were about to burst with rage. He, the avenger of the Uchiha clan, the future apex warrior of the shinobi world, had been reduced to a mere gambling token by a pack of senseless lunatics mocked publicly as
losing his cool.
This humiliation dwarfed even the shame of being defeated by that dead last Naruto, by 10,000-fold.
Naruto! Today here and now I shall sever every last bond between us.
Dark, ominous curse-mark patterns began surging across Sasuke's body. His Sharingan deepened into a more violent crimson, radiating raw savage fury. He would end this farce with overwhelming power and blinding speed.
I won't let you succeed, Sasuke.
Golden chakra, nine-tailed, seething and radiant, erupted from Naruto's frame. Two titanic forces collided in the Valley of the End, thunderous, cataclysmic. The battle escalated once more, and this time both fighters fought with true unbridled fire. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, shuriken jutsu, every technique they had ever mastered poured forth, without restraint, unleashed upon one another. Waterfalls were cleaved in two by their chakra. Cliff faces shattered under the force of their jutsu. The entire Valley of the End trembled violently beneath their clash. And from the cliffside spectator stands came wave after wave of frenzied concert-level cheers.
They're fighting! For real this time! Whoa! Look at that tattoo on Sasuke! So cool! That's curse mark level 2. Naruto's transformed too, golden. Is that Ninetales chakra mode? No wonder premium players are on another level. Streamer. Quick, zoom in. I need this for my live wallpaper.
Players watched the spectacle, reminiscent of a Hollywood blockbuster, flushed with exhilaration. They felt every coin they'd spent on this ticket was worth it, tenfold. Just as the battle reached its most intense crescendo, an utterly unforeseen incident occurred. A female player whose ID read Sasukekin's one fan gazed upon Sasuke, his body wreathed in level 2 curse mark energy, wings unfurling from his back, skin darkened, aura steeped in sinister charisma. Her heart melted.
Too handsome,
she whispered, stars shimmering in her eyes.
No, I can't hold back anymore.
Suddenly she rose from her spectator seat. Then, before stunned gazes from all around, she leapt headlong from the sheer dozen-meter-high cliff face. Her target was neither Naruto nor the battlefield itself, but Sasuke, locked in fierce chakra combat with his rival. Arms wide open, her face alight, with the blissful expression of one rushing toward love, she cried out,
Sasukekin!
I'm coming. I love you, as much as mice love rice.
Mid-struggle with Naruto, Sasuke sensed it, a lethal, overwhelming threat surging from behind, saturated with adoration and madness.
He whirled around, and saw her, a flailing moth-like figure, hurtling straight at him. His mind froze, once again. Was this some new tactic? An attack delivered via hug of love?
Watch out!
Naruto too witnessed the scene, and instinctively shouted a warning. But it was already too late. With the fervor of a moth drawn to flame, she struck Sasuke squarely in the back. She clung to him tightly, then pulled out her phone, aimed it at their joined faces, and beamed a smile brighter than winning the lottery. Click. She had captured the perfect close-up selfie, her cheek pressed against Sasuke's, both bathed in the eerie glow of his curse-marked form.
It's done! My life is complete!
Satisfied beyond measure, she closed her eyes. In the next instant, Sasuke's volatile, uncontrolled curse-marked chakra consumed her whole. She didn't even have time to dissolve into white light. She disintegrated instantly into primal data particles. Sasuke stood motionless, feeling the faint lingering softness still clinging to his back. For the first time, the iron-hard core of his vengeful heart seemed to fracture, leaving behind an irreparable fissure. Slowly he lowered his gaze, to his own hands now claw-like, warped by the curse mark. For the first time he hesitated. Was the power he sought truly for vengeance? Or was it perhaps to attract these strange fanatical women?
Pooh!
His focus shattered, his turbulent internal energy surged uncontrollably. A gout of blood erupted from his mouth. Naruto's force sent him flying, crashing hard into the colossal statue of Madara Uchiha. Naruto, too, was shaken. He stared blankly at the female player who had sacrificed her life, just for a photograph. His understanding of the word bond suddenly felt askew. Perhaps bonds weren't only forged among comrades. Maybe they could also exist between idol and devotee.
Sasuke!
Naruto's heart tightened as he watched Sasuke spew blood and fly backward. Though he despised Sasuke, he never truly wished to kill him, only to bring him back to the village. Around them, the onlookers erupted into absolute frenzy.
Incredible move! This Kunoichi is legendary. She sacrificed her own life to inflict a defense shatter and vulnerability debuff upon Sasuke. Now that's what true support looks like. I've learned so much. Next time we fight a boss, just send a beautiful Kunoichi to deliver a loving hug. Look, Sasuke's bleeding. He's finished. Naruto's going to win. Everyone who bet on Naruto, get ready to collect your winnings.
A thunderous cheer rose before Shanyechisai's betting booth. Meanwhile, those who had wagered on Sasuke pounded their chests in despair, cursing the female player as a scripted performer. Sasuke struck down and flung aside, struggled to rise from the ground. Wiping blood from his lips, he fixed his crimson Sharingan eyes unblinkingly upon Naruto across from him, his fury and humiliation now at their breaking point. He felt that the spiritual wounds he suffered today surpassed in sheer intensity every physical injury he had ever endured in his entire life. He could not lose, not here, not now, and not before so many spectators, and certainly not to Naruto, the village's perennial dead last.
Naruto!
He threw back his head and unleashed a guttural inhuman roar. Within him, the malevolent curse seal granted by Orochimaru surged to its absolute limit. Black chakra erupted from his back like liquid shadow, coalescing into a colossal, grotesque demonic hand.
Chidori!
The demonic hand seized his lightning-charged arm, amplifying the Chidori's destructive power manifold in an instant. This was his ultimate technique, the culmination of all his will and rage.
Sasuke!
Naruto too sensed the absolute, unwavering intent to kill radiating from his rival. He knew this would be the final decisive clash. Without hesitation, he channeled every ounce of the Ninetales chakra into his right hand. A swirling blue sphere, dense with terrifying energy, rapidly condensed within his palm.
Rasengan!
Both sprinted forward, hurtling toward each other like twin comets. The shriek of the Chidori and the thunderous hum of the Rasengan intertwined in the Valley of the End. Black lightning and golden chakra surged forward, on the cusp of cataclysmic collision. This was destiny's confrontation, the shattering of bonds, the most iconic, electrifying, and soul-stirring moment in the annals of Naruto. Every spectator held their breath. Every live-stream viewer widened their eyes. They all knew this was the moment when miracles were born. Yet, at the infinitesimal instant, less than 1,000th of a second, before those two world-shattering forces collided, something utterly unforeseen appeared. It descended from the heavens, with a sharp swoosh embedding itself squarely between Naruto and Sasuke, a massive wind-fluttering white banner. Upon it, painted boldly in red, loomed a gigantic, unmistakable dove of peace. Beneath it, a slogan pulsed with saccharine idealism.
Fighting is wrong. Let love transform the world.
Naruto, Sasuke, their apocalyptic techniques froze mid-thrust, halted cold before that absurdly whimsical banner. They lifted their gaze toward the banner's origin, the summit of the Valley of the End. There stood Jijin Quanma and his team of
engineer ninjas,
gathered around their latest invention, the 4 Malawang Quatch's multifunction banner deployment system. In his hand, Jijin Quanma gripped a megaphone, and with the serene beatific tone of a celestial mediator began delivering physical conflict resolution from above.
Young friends down there, please stop fighting. Violence solves nothing. It only harms your families and innocent bystanders like us. Can't you sit down and talk things through? If one conversation isn't enough, then have 2. Please heed our humble counsel. Lay down your weapons and attain enlightenment on the spot. This world needs love, needs peace, not bloodshed and battle.
Behind him, members of the Jijin Quanma guild echoed in unison, voices dripping with benevolent warmth.
Love, not war. Make love, no war.
Naruto and Sasuke stared dumbfounded at that madcap assembly atop the valley, waving banners of peace like performers at an anti-war concert. In that instant, their hearts, once ablaze with righteous fury and burning hatred, felt as though doused with a glacial torrent chilled to -20 degrees Celsius. From core to surface, numbingly utterly cold. Neither could suppress the surging backlash any longer. Simultaneously they spat forth torrents of blood, thick with bewilderment, outrage, indignation, and sheer surreal absurdity. Then, their own uncontrolled jutsu recoiled upon them. Both were hurled backward, crashing hard onto the earth unconscious. The Valley of the End fell into deathly silence. Along the valley's slopes, every spectator sat frozen in stunned disbelief at this divine plot twist. After a long, breathless pause, a deafening, earth-shaking cheer erupted before Shang-Yechisai's betting booth.
See! It's C! Interrupted. No way. I went Allen on option C. Am rich. Am absolutely rich. Jijin Quanma is legendary. Peace forever. I love peace.
When Sasuke woke up again, he found himself lying on a soft bed, not the cold disinfectant-scented bed of a hospital. Instead, it was a princess bed adorned with pink sheets, featuring a huge fluffy Pikachu plushie at the headboard.
Where am I?
Sasuke struggled to sit up, feeling as if his head had been pierced by 1,000 birds simultaneously, in excruciating pain coursing through him. He glanced around. This was a room filled with girlish decor. The walls were plastered with various anime posters he didn't recognize, but which looked quite impressive. On the table there were all sorts of cosmetics and figurines. The air was filled with a faint, sweet, cloying fragrance. Sasuke was utterly bewildered. He clearly remembered being in the Valley of the End facing Naruto in their fated duel, only to be knocked out by a bunch of madmen wielding a peace flag. So where was he now? Was this paradise? Or perhaps a secret base of Orochimaru filled with malicious intent? Just as he was filled with uncertainty, the door to the room was pushed open. A female player with twin ponytails and wearing a Lolita-style dress walked in, holding a bowl of steaming porridge. Upon seeing Sasuke awake, her face instantly lit up with a surprised and sweet smile.
Ah, Sasuke-kun, you're awake. You've been unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. How are you feeling? Is there anywhere on your body that still hurts? This is the heartfelt preserved egg and lean meat porridge that I personally made for you. You should drink it while it's hot.
As she spoke, she presented the bowl of porridge to Sasuke. Sasuke stared at this woman whose attire was stranger than anyone he had encountered before. He also glanced at the bowl of dark porridge emanating a peculiar odor. At that moment his heart, which had been battered, miraculously calmed down. He gave up on thinking. He was tired. Let this world be. Let it be destroyed quickly.
Where is this place?
He asked hoarsely.
This is my home.
The female player beamed with a happy smile.
We are members of the Sasuke Global Support Group. That day in the Valley of the End, both you and Naruto lost consciousness, so we secretly brought you back. We thought that the medical conditions at Konoha Hospital were too poor and unworthy of you. Only here can provide you with a warmth akin to home. Don't worry, Sasuke, from today onwards you'll rest here, and we'll make you chubby and cute. Yes, yes. Sasuke, we've prepared a lot of new clothes for you. All the latest trendy brands. Sasuke, we also signed you up for the next Konoha Village Heartthrob Selection Contest. We've pooled our money to vote for you. We promise to make you debut in the center. Sasuke, once you're healed, let's go shopping, watch movies, and eat hot pot together, okay?
Sasuke listened to these words filled with love and enthusiasm. He felt that he was not saved. Instead, he was being kidnapped by a group of crazy fans. He recalled the man Itachi Uchiha and the hatred of his clan's extermination. He remembered Orochimaru's promise of powerful strength. He looked again at the group of women before him, who only wanted to make him chubby and cute and let him debut in the center. At that moment, his heart of vengeance trembled violently more than ever before. What? What was I fighting to become stronger for? Was it just to satisfy these people's fantasies? No. No, that's not it. A glimmer reignited in Sasuke's eyes. He remembered the creatures that couldn't be killed. He recalled his powerless Chidori and the ridiculous fireball technique. He remembered the endless humiliation of being treated as a gambling tool and a background for photos. That's right. He needed power. He needed absolute power that could crush everything and silence all these madmen. Only power could free him from all this. Only power could reclaim the dignity belonging to the Uchiha clan.
I want to leave here.
Sasuke's voice turned cold and resolute. He leaped off the bed.
Huh? Sasuke, where are you going? Your injuries aren't healed yet. Don't go, Sasuke. We prepared a surprise party for you.
The female players tried to stop him, but Sasuke ignored them. He directly crashed through the window and jumped out. He wanted to leave. He wanted to escape from this village. He wanted to seek out Orochimaru. He wanted to find that power that would allow him to kill everyone. He ran wildly towards the village outskirts, not looking back, leaving behind the heartbroken cries of the female players, who were still supporting him.
Sasuke, don't go. You haven't finished your porridge. Did you forget the promise we made? We still want to watch fireworks together.
My village Hokage office. Gangsho stared at the mission report in her hands, her face wearing an exquisitely tangled expression, part exasperation, part incredulous amusement. On the report, written in Lu Wan's trademark languid handwriting, was a clear, meticulous account of the entire Zhuju contest. From the opening, square dance force march, to the suicide-style mine clearing, from the trampoline-style barrier breach, to the forest burning hunt, and finally the physical peacemaking and the fan abduction. Each episode brimmed with absurd, pulse-raising, utterly ludicrous elements.
So,
Gangsho rubbed her throbbing temple and glanced at Lu Wan standing before her, who wore the same world-wearied look.
This rank pursuit mission has ultimately been declared a failure on the grounds that the target, unable to bear the psychological harassment, voluntarily left the village. From the result, yes,
Lu Wan answered listlessly.
We failed to bring Zhuju back, but...
He shifted his face, mirroring Gangsho's complex expression.
From another perspective, perhaps, we did not completely fail. Oh!
Gangsho raised an eyebrow.
According to intelligence among the Nin Foreman cadre, aside from the one called Jun Ma Lu, the remaining 4 were wiped out,
Lu Wan said,
although their deaths were very strange. C.I. Lang Fong was shattered by Ding Sis butterfly bullet barrage Hedon.
But before he was broken his earthen prison, Tu Lao Tang, who had been forcibly breached by a band of the Chosen, who used shovels and even their teeth to gnaw a gap.
Gui Tongwan was killed by Ning Sis 8 trigrams 64 palms. Yet before he fell, his proud spider nest was set alight by a group of the chosen with a single torch. They even burned half a forest and incidentally Ning Sis' hair. Zhou Jin Eugene was gravely wounded by Ye and Qi Wan's Fang techniques, and finally finished off by the arriving Kanjiu Lang. However, during their battle, Qi Wan suffered a mental collapse after a 10-minute campaign of capture and seduction by a group of the chosen using spirit spheres and saliva-smeared power mushrooms. He is now at Mui's pet clinic undergoing psychological counseling. As for the last one, Duo Yi, Lu Wan's expression became even more indescribable. She was not defeated by anyone. While she employed Dun illusion techniques against us, the group of the chosen counterattacked her psyche with a stronger sonic illusion they called 2 high DJ and square dancing. In the end, she could not withstand the onslaught of this art, suffered a mental breakdown, abandoned the fight, and on her flight was overtaken by us and captured alive. She is now held in the interrogation ward where Lord Sinai by she personally conducts her interrogation on loop, accompanied by the most dazzling ethnic beats. Gang Shou fell silent. She picked up the bottle on the desk and took a long hard swallow. She felt as if she were not listening to a battle report. Rather, it sounded like an absurdist novel written by some third-rate Holland-head hack. So, Lu Wan summarized, although we did not bring Zhuju back, we at a negligible cost, mainly psychological, virtually annihilated the elite of the Sound Nin and incidentally brought back a tongue. And he glanced out the window at the Yuji-Bo ruins already turned into a Yuji-Bo theme park, and at the players loudly disputing the final design for the life-size Zhuju statue. It seems Mai has also gained a brand new steady tourism revenue project from this. From that angle, it appears we actually profited. Gang Shou looked at Lu Wan's face, which plainly read, I can't make this up anymore, Lord Hokage, draw your own conclusions. She could no longer restrain herself. She started with a low laugh that swelled and grew until it became uncontrollable mirth. At last she clutched her belly, laughing until tears streamed. Profited. Ha ha ha. We profited. Traded 1 renegade Yuji-Bo for 4 Sound Nin elites plus a theme park. This deal really doesn't seem like a loss. Ha ha. The Hokage office rang with the 5th Hokage's buoyant self-mocking laugh. Standing to the side, Jing-In watched Lord Gang Shou laugh until she cried. Silently, she took out her phone. She thought she might need to book a therapist from the Shanzhong family for the Hokage. On the players' forum, it was an ocean of joy. The Zhuju contest concluded splendidly. Though we lost the mission, we won happiness. A tally of the event's top 10 MVP players. First place is astonishingly her, referring to the female player who posed with Zhuju. Shock Mui's high ranks have openly opened a casino. The commercial genius betting pool has been absorbed by the authorities. They have now launched a next Hokage prediction service on the subversive impact of the 4th Calamity on the ninja world's war pattern, an analysis of tactical evolution from human wave tactics to psychological contamination. The players did not care about the mission's failure. What they cared about was the incomparable sense of participation and the sheer fun of the process. For them, that was the true joy of the game. Inside the GM space, Fang Yu comfortably leaned on his throne, watching the scene of Tsunade overwhelmed with joy play out on the screen before him. A smile of pleasure belonging to the puppet master lingered on his face. The battle for Sasuke, a grand play directed by him, concluded in an unexpectedly darkly humorous manner. As he wished, Sasuke rushed into Orochimaru's embrace, carrying a heart that had been thoroughly crushed by the players. Though Konoha could not retain Sasuke, it surprisingly annihilated the sound for gaining a theme park and a mentally collapsing Tsunade. And he himself was the biggest winner. He glanced at his system backend where the balance of the world line fluctuation value had surpassed a terrifying number that made him shiver. Ding. The battle for Sasuke has ended. The plot has deviated irreversibly by over 80. World line convergence failed. Congratulations.
You have received 5,000,000 points of World Line fluctuation value. Looking at this number, Fang Yu felt richer than ever. With this huge sum, there were countless things he could do. He could give this world a complete total version update.
Very well, the first phase of newbie guidance ends here.
Fang Yu stretched and stood up from his throne.
Next, it's time for my players to experience the game's true core mechanics.
His gaze slowly shifted away from Konoha. It landed on the map on the flickering red dots representing the members of the Akatsuki organization.
The targets have been well fed. It is time for them to challenge the real-world boss.
A spark of excitement flickered in Fang Yu's eyes. He opened the real Naruto OL World Editor, and his fingers flew across the virtual keyboard. Lines of code flowed like a waterfall. A brand new version capable of driving all players mad was slowly taking shape in his hands. V2. 0 version update preview the Akatsuki's Hunting Festival. Dear Chosen Ones, congratulations. You have successfully turned Konoha into your backyard. However, the real challenge is just beginning. In the shadows of the ninja world, a terrifying organization called the Akatsuki is enacting their evil plan, capturing tail beasts and destroying the world. They are rank rogue ninjas walking disasters, the pinnacle of combat power in this world. And you chosen ones, as the correctors or troublemakers of this world, cannot stand idly by. V2. 0 version will officially launch the Akatsuki bounty system. From now on, every member of the Akatsuki will become your hunting targets. They all have a hefty bounty issued by the 5 great nations. Killing or using any means you can think of to make them exit any Akatsuki member will not only grant you massive experience points, prestige, and merit points, but also their unique epic equipment, such as their rings, weapons, and red cloud black cloaks. Moreover, we will also launch the World Boss First Kill achievement. The first team to successfully kill an Akatsuki member will receive a unique glorious achievement and a mysterious grand prize personally designed by this GM. Now let's announce the first batch of hunting targets. Fang Yu's lips curled into a devilish arc as he dragged 2 avatars to the top of the announcement. One was Haydn with slick back hair, an evil god cult necklace, and a smug smile on his face. The other was Kakuzu wearing a mask that revealed only a pair of green eyes exuding an aura of money. The immortal duo?
Let's start with you two,
Fang Yu murmured. Choosing these 2 was intentional. Haydn possessed immortality and strange curse techniques. Kakuzu had 5 hearts and powerful secret techniques. Together these 2 were nearly unbeatable for the ninjas in the original work. But what about players who have infinite resurrection and silly wisdom? An immortal meets a group of equally immortal beings. What kind of interesting sparks will this create? Fang Yu is very much looking forward to it, aiming to provide players with a bit of winning chance and more fun. He opened the system shop again, expending some fluctuation value to put several new products full of malice on the shelves. Limited time items. 1. Evil God Exterminator Holy Water one-time consumable, a blend of Earth Village's black technology and the blessings of the Holy Church, a fabrication by Fang Yu possessing strong dispelling and purifying effects against all evil gods and their followers. Splashing it on oneself can effectively suppress their immortality trait. Price 1000 merit points. 2. Kakuzu's Wallet Tracker, a special compass that can sense the flow of large amounts of money. The closer you are to the money, the greater the pointer's movement. It is the best companion for finding the moving treasure. Kakuzu. Price 5000 merit points. 3. Daidara's Artistic Clay Experience Version 1. To experience the art of explosions. Want your enemies to ascend to heaven amidst fireworks? You deserve it. Limit 1 purchase per person. Price 1000 merit points. After finalizing all this, Fang Yu pressed the version update button. He knew that a grand festival named All People Hunting, sweeping the entire ninja world, was about to commence. And the Akatsuki organization, which held great prestige and strength in the original work, was about to face the darkest and most victimized moment in its history under the enthusiasm of the players. Fang Yu stood atop the highest Hokage rock in my village, overlooking the bustling scene below. 3 months had passed. The entire ninja world had undergone a complete transformation. The ticket revenue for the Uchiha theme park had surpassed 1 billion ryo. Tsunade couldn't contain her grin, and even approached Fang Yu to discuss whether to develop a Thousand Hands theme park. Kakashi was forced to become the spokesperson for the Sharingan Experience Hall, standing guard at the entrance for 3 hours each day, his expression having become so numb, it was almost pitiful. The Akatsuki organization was in an even worse state. Haiden and Kakuzu had been relentlessly hunted by players for 2 whole months, with Haiden's immortality yielding over 100 creative ways for players to kill him. Some players even created a video compilation titled Haiden's Torture Highlights, which garnered millions of views on the forum. Kakuzu had it even worse. His 5 hearts were frantically collected by players as limited drops, forcing him to hide in the underground black market and swear never to take on bounty tasks again. Pain convened an emergency meeting. "We must reassess our plans." Nagato spoke through Pain's Deva Path, his voice unusually weary. "The existence of these players has exceeded our control." Uchiha Itachi stood silently in the corner. For the past 3 months, he had been observing the players, and the conclusions he reached left him horrified. These immortals not only continued to grow in number, but their strength was also increasing at an astonishing rate. What initially consisted of a group of chaotic cannon fodder now had players mastering a rank ninjutsu, and some even began researching the replication of bloodline limits. Even more terrifying was their organizational ability. Sasuke Global Support Group had developed into a massive guild with 30,000 members. They had not only established branches across the ninja world, but also developed a complete intelligence network system. Itachi even discovered that this support group had a better grasp of Sasuke's whereabouts than he as an older brother did. Perhaps, Itachi suddenly spoke, we should change our strategy. Instead of opposing these players, we should utilize them. Itachi's Sharingan flickered in the darkness. They seek entertainment and excitement, while we need power and resources. There exists a possibility for collaboration between the two. Pain pondered for a moment. What you mean is, open up certain tasks of the Akatsuki organization to players. Itachi said, let them become our peripheral forces. This proposal left everyone present in shock. Conan was the first to react. This is insane. But it is very effective, Itachi said calmly. Rather than passively being beaten, we should take the initiative to guide. Moreover, he paused, we no longer have better options. The conference room fell into a prolonged silence. Finally, Pain slowly nodded. Let's proceed with it. In my village Hokage's office. Tsunade was dealing with a mountain of documents when the door was suddenly pushed open. Jiraiya rushed in, followed by a bewildered Li Xiong. Tsunade, I found a genius disciple. Jiraiya exclaimed excitedly. This kid has the potential to surpass me. Really? Tsunade looked up and saw the ultimate backstabber achievement badge hanging on Li Xiong's chest, her mouth twitching. Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. Jiraiya patted Li Xiong's shoulder. I've observed him closely for the past 3 months. His sensitivity to information is nothing short of genius, and he lowered his voice. He seems to have some connection with the Akatsuki organization. Li Xiong felt like crying. He just wanted to play a game. How did he end up as Jiraiya's disciple? Moreover, he had been monitored by Jiraiya for the past 3 months, and didn't even have time to sneak onto the forum, missing out on so many events. Alright then. Tsunade rubbed her temples. Anyway, there are all sorts of oddities in my now. One more won't make a difference. Just then the Anbu suddenly appeared. Hokage-sama, urgent intelligence. Anbu knelt on one knee. The Akatsuki organization has issued an announcement. They are recruiting players. The office fell silent instantly. Tsunade stood up abruptly. What? The Anbu handed over a document. Tsunade quickly skimmed through it, her expression growing more and more colorful. Akatsuki's peripheral member recruitment plan. Providing exclusive task lines. Dropping rare items. And monthly leaderboard rewards. She could hardly believe what she was reading. Have these guys gone mad? Jiraiya leaned in for a look and suddenly burst into laughter. Interesting, truly interesting. He stroked his chin. It seems the Akatsuki organization has been pushed to the edge by players. This is not a good thing. Tsunade slammed the table. If players really join the Akatsuki organization, then we will lose our intelligence advantage. No, this is precisely a good thing, Jiraiya said seriously. If players join the Akatsuki organization, it means we can obtain internal intelligence from the Akatsuki through them. And he looked at Li Xiang. Aren't we lucky to have a ready-made undercover agent? Li Xiang. Wait, this script isn't right. He just wanted to play a game quietly. How did he suddenly have to become a double agent? In the Sound Ninja village, Orochimaru looked at the information in his hand, licking his lips. Interesting. The Akatsuki organization actually thought of this method. He turned to look at Sasuke, who was lying on the operating table. It seems we need to speed up our progress. Sasuke was lying with various instruments wrapped around him, eyes closed. Over the past 3 months, he had endured hellish training. Orochimaru injected him with various drugs to enhance his body and increase his chakra. Every experiment was painful enough to make one want to die, but Sasuke gritted his teeth and persevered. Because he wanted to grow stronger. Strong enough to kill Itachi. Strong enough to shake off those damn players. In 3 months, you can undergo my reincarnation ceremony, Orochimaru said with satisfaction, as he looked at the data. At that time you will gain true power. Sasuke opened his eyes. His Sharingan spun in the darkness, 3 tomo clearly visible. I can't wait. Fang Yu closed the monitoring panel, nodding in satisfaction. Everything was proceeding according to plan. The Akatsuki's recruitment plan was secretly promoted by him, creating a series of coincidences that led Pain to this idea. Now players could openly interact with the Akatsuki organization, which would greatly accelerate the progression of the plot. As for Sasuke, Fang Yu called up Sasuke's data panel, and saw that his power level had already surpassed the threshold of Elite Jonin. Not bad progress is quick, he murmured. In a few months, we can enter the Sasuke body snatch instance. The system notification sound rang out. World line fluctuation value 50,000, current total value 280,000, distance to next phase target 720000. Fang Yu frowned. The progress was still too slow. He needed bigger events, more drastic fluctuations in the world line. It seems I need to initiate that plan ahead of time. He opened the GM backend and began editing a new announcement. Major update preview V3. 0 version Ninja World War Prelude. New features: faction system. Players can choose to join different factions such as the Akatsuki organization and the Sound Ninja village. Large-scale PvP battles can occur between different factions. Victorious factions will receive exclusive rewards and influence over the plot. Update time 3 months later. Fang Yu clicked publish. The forum instantly exploded. Wow! Faction wars. I want to join the Akatsuki organization. Mai is the real deal. The Sound Ninja village has Orochimaru. I'm choosing Sound Ninja. Hey, didn't you forget that Orochimaru is a pervert? So what if he's a pervert? Perverts have rights too. Players were discussing wildly, completely unaware of what this update meant. However, the higher-ups in the ninja world sensed something was wrong. Tsunade urgently convened a meeting of the 5 Kages. Everyone, the situation is very serious, Tsunade stated bluntly. Players are about to gain the ability to choose factions, which means the structure of the ninja world will undergo fundamental changes. They're just a bunch of immortal madmen, Reikage said dismissively. What's there to be afraid of? You're mistaken. Anoki said solemnly, I've been observing these players for the past 3 months, and their growth rate far exceeds our expectations. More importantly, they have no fear, no fatigue, and can respawn infinitely. This kind of enemy, he paused, is more terrifying than any ninja. The meeting room fell silent. Everyone understood that Anoki spoke the truth. We must make a choice, Terumi May suddenly said. Either unite to resist the players or... She looked at everyone except them, and let them become our strength. Accept them? Reikage scoffed. Are you joking? Am not joking, Terumi May said seriously. The Akatsuki organization has already begun recruiting players. If we cling to the old ways, we will ultimately be eliminated. Tsunade pondered for a moment. Terumi-me is right. She looked up. I propose that the 5 major ninja villages jointly formulate player management regulations, while opening some tasks to players to guide their behavior. Agreed. Gaara was the first to express his support. Agreed. Terumi-me followed suit. Anoki hesitated for a moment, but also nodded. Only Reikage was still hesitating. The times have changed. Anoki sighed. We old geezers must learn to adapt to the new rules. Reikage remained silent for a long time, eventually nodding. Agreed. The 5 Kages reached a consensus. From that moment on, the structure of the ninja world changed completely. 3 months later, version 3.0 officially launched. Players flooded into various factions, turning the entire ninja world into a gigantic battlefield. Players from the Mai faction and players from the Akatsuki faction erupted into the first large-scale conflict at the border of the Land of Rain, with over 100,000 participants from both sides. The battle lasted a full 3 days and nights. In the end, the Mai faction emerged victorious by a narrow margin. However, the cost was that the terrain of the Land of Rain was completely altered. The original forest became scorched earth, rivers changed course, and even several new lakes appeared. Pain stood atop a high tower, gazing at the distant battlefield, rendered speechless for a long time. Is this the power of players? Conan stood beside him, her voice filled with shock. No, this is just the beginning. Pain turned around. The real war has yet to come. In my village, Tsunade looked at the battle report, rubbing her temples. What about the casualty report? 0, Shizun replied. All players have respawned. What about our ninjas? 3 minor injuries, all inflicted by friendly fire. Tsunade couldn't help but laugh in frustration. This war had been fought with great intensity, yet neither side suffered significant losses. Instead, the terrain had been utterly ruined. Hokagesima, a representative from the players, wishes to see you. The Umbu suddenly appeared. Let him in. A player with the ID infrastructure maniac walked into the office, holding a thick stack of documents. Hokagesima, on behalf of the Mai Faction Player Guild, I am here to submit a post-war reconstruction plan. We intend to transform the border of the Land of Rain into a large theme park with ticket revenue split 50-50. What do you think? Tsunade was taken aback. You guys really are. She didn't know what to say. Have good business sense. Infrastructure Maniac replied with a smile. Thank you for the compliment. Tsunade took a deep breath. All right, let's proceed with it. After all, the entire ninja world had already turned into an amusement park. Adding one more theme park wouldn't make a difference. In the depths of the Sound Ninja Village's laboratory, Orochimaru completed the final technique. Finally done. He looked at Sasuke lying on the operating table, licking his lips. My new body. Sasuke opened his eyes. His Sharingan had evolved into a Mangekyo. Come on, he said calmly, show me your reincarnation technique. Orochimaru smiled. Just as he was about to activate the technique, the laboratory door was suddenly smashed open. A group of players rushed in. Found it. Hidden boss. Quick, 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 steal the first kill. This snakeskin monster looks very valuable. Orochimaru's smile froze on his face. How did you find this place? Forum guide. A player replied matter-of-factly. Someone discovered the hidden map of the Sound Ninja Village, so we grouped up to explore. Orochimaru. Sasuke. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing deep helplessness in each other's eyes. Forget it. Sasuke sat up from the operating table. Let's kill these guys first. Agreed. Orochimaru unexpectedly reached a consensus with Sasuke. Fang Yu looked at the data in the backend, smiling with satisfaction. World line fluctuation value 150,000, current total value 430,000, distance to next phase target 570000. Progress was excellent. A few more large-scale conflicts, and the target would be achieved. He opened the next plan document. V4.0 version Tail Beast Capture Battle. Open the Tail Beast Capture System. Players can team up to challenge Tail Beasts. Successfully captured Tail Beasts can serve as pets or mounts. Fang Yu imagined the scene of players riding the Ninetales across the ninja world, unable to hold back a laugh. Naruto, I'm sorry. He clicked save, preparing to release it 3 months later. Outside the window the sun was setting. The entire ninja world appeared particularly tranquil in the evening glow. But everyone knew. This tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. The true chaos was just beginning. The end.